Understanding tradition undoubtedly requires a historical horizon, then. But it is not the case that we acquire this horizon by transposing ourselves into a historical situation. Rather, we must always already have a horizon in order to be able to transpose ourselves into a situation. For what do we mean by transposing ourselves? Certainly not just disregarding ourselves. This is necessary, of course, insofar as we must imagine the other situation. But into this other situation we must bring, precisely, ourselves. Only this is the full meaning of transposing ourselves. If we put ourselves in someone else's shoes, for example, then we will understand him, i.e., become aware of the otherness, the indissoluble individuality of the other person, by putting ourselves in his position. Transposing ourselves consists neither in the empathy of one individual for another nor in subordinating another person to our own standards, rather, it always involves rising to a higher universality that overcomes not only our own particularity but also that of the other. The concept of horizon suggests itself because it expresses the superior breadth of vision that the person who is trying to understand must have. To acquire a horizon means that one learns to look beyond what is close at hand, not in order to look away from it but to see it better, within a larger whole and in truer proportion. To speak, with Nietzsche, of the many changing horizons into which historical consciousness teaches us to place ourselves is not a correct description. If we disregard ourselves in this way, we have no historical horizon. Nietzsche's view that historical study is deleterious to life is not, in fact, directed against historical consciousness as such, but against the self-alienation it undergoes when it regards the method of modern historical science as its own true nature. We have already pointed out that a truly historical consciousness always sees its own present in such a way that it sees itself, as well as the historically other, within the right relationships. It requires a special effort to acquire a historical horizon. We are always affected, in hope and fear, by what is nearest to us, and hence we approach the testimony of the past under its influence. Thus it is constantly necessary to guard against over-hastily assimilating the past to our own expectations of meaning. Only then can we listen to tradition in a way that permits it to make its own meaning heard. We have shown above that this is a process of foregrounding, abheben. Let us consider what this idea of foregrounding involves. It is always reciprocal. Whatever is being foregrounded must be foregrounded from something else, which, in turn, must be foregrounded from it. Thus all foregrounding also makes visible that from which something is foregrounded. We have described this above as the way prejudices are brought into play. We started by saying that a hermeneutical situation is determined by the prejudices that we bring with us. They constitute, then, the horizon of a particular present, for they represent that beyond which it is impossible to see. But now it is important to avoid the error of thinking that the horizon of the present consists of a fixed set of opinions and valuations, and that the otherness of the past can be foregrounded from it as from a fixed ground. In fact, the horizon of the present is continually in the process of being formed because we are continually having to test all our prejudices. An important part of this testing occurs in encountering the past and in understanding the tradition from which we come. Hence the horizon of the present cannot be formed without the past. There is no more an isolated horizon of the present in itself than there are historical horizons which have to be acquired. Rather, understanding is always the fusion of these horizons supposedly existing by themselves. We are familiar with the power of this kind of fusion chiefly from earlier times and their naivete about themselves and their heritage. In a tradition this process of fusion is continually going on, for their old and new are always combining into something of living value, without either being explicitly foregrounded from the other. If, however, there is no such thing as these distinct horizons, why do we speak of the fusion of horizons and not simply of the formation of the one horizon, whose bounds are set in the depths of tradition? To ask the question means that we are recognizing that understanding becomes a scholarly task only under special circumstances and that it is necessary to work out these circumstances as a hermeneutical situation. Every encounter with tradition that takes place within historical consciousness involves the experience of a tension between the text and the present. The hermeneutic task consists in not covering up this tension by attempting a naive assimilation of the two but in consciously bringing it out. This is why it is part of the hermeneutic approach to project a historical horizon that is different from the horizon of the present. Historical consciousness is aware of its own otherness and hence foregrounds the horizon of the past from its own. On the other hand, it is itself, as we are trying to show, only something superimposed upon continuing tradition, and hence it immediately recombines with what it has foregrounded itself from in order to become one with itself again in the unity of the historical horizon that it thus acquires. Projecting a historical horizon, then, is only one phase in the process of understanding. It does not become solidified into the self-alienation of a past consciousness, but is overtaken by our own present horizon of understanding. In the process of understanding, a real fusing of horizons occurs, which means that as the historical horizon is projected, it is simultaneously superseded. To bring about this fusion in a regulated way is the task of what we called historically affected consciousness. Although this task was obscured by aesthetic historical positivism following on the heels of romantic hermeneutics, it is, in fact, the central problem of hermeneutics. It is the problem of application, which is to be found in all understanding. The recovery of the fundamental hermeneutic problem. The hermeneutic problem of application. In the early tradition of hermeneutics, which was completely invisible to the historical self-consciousness of post-romantic scientific epistemology, this problem had its systematic place. Hermeneutics was subdivided as follows: there was a distinction between subtilitas intelligendi, understanding, and subtilitas explicendi, interpretation, and Pietism added a third element, subtilitas applicendi, application, as in J.J. Rambach. The process of understanding was regarded as consisting of these three elements. It is notable that all three are called subtilitas, i.e., they are considered less as methods that we have at our disposal than as talents requiring particular finesse of mind. 51 As we have seen, the hermeneutic problem acquired systematic importance because the Romantics recognized the inner unity of intelligere and explicare. Interpretation is not an occasional, post facto supplement to understanding, rather, understanding is always interpretation, and hence interpretation is the explicit form of understanding. In accordance with this insight, interpretive language and concepts were recognized as belonging to the inner structure of understanding. This moves the whole problem of language from its peripheral and incidental position into the center of philosophy. We will return to this point. The inner fusion of understanding and interpretation led to the third element in the hermeneutical problem, application, becoming wholly excluded from any connection with hermeneutics. The edifying application of Scripture in Christian preaching, for example, now seemed very different from the historical and theological understanding of it. In the course of our reflections we have come to see that understanding always involves something like applying the text to be understood to the interpreter's present situation. Thus we are forced to go one step beyond romantic hermeneutics, as it were, by regarding not only understanding and interpretation, but also application as comprising one unified process. This is not to return to the Pietist tradition of the three separate subtleties, for, on the contrary, we consider application to be just as integral a part of the hermeneutical process as our understanding and interpretation. 52. The current state of the hermeneutical discussion is what occasions my emphasizing the fundamental importance of this point. We can appeal first to the forgotten history of hermeneutics. Formerly it was considered obvious that the task of hermeneutics was to adapt the text's meaning to the concrete situation to which the text is speaking. The interpreter of the divine will who can interpret the oracle's language is the original model for this. But even today it is still the case that an interpreter's task is not simply to repeat what one of the partners says in the discussion he is translating, but to express what is said in the way that seems most appropriate to him, considering the real situation of the dialogue, which only he knows, since he alone knows both languages being used in the discussion. Similarly, the history of hermeneutics teaches us that besides literary hermeneutics, there is also a theological and a legal hermeneutics, and together they make up the full concept of hermeneutics. As a result of the emergence of historical consciousness in the 18th and 19th centuries, philological hermeneutics and historical studies cut their ties with the other hermeneutical disciplines and established themselves as models of methodology for research in the human sciences. The fact that philological, legal, and theological hermeneutics originally belonged closely together depended on recognizing application as an integral element of all understanding. In both legal and theological hermeneutics there is an essential tension between the fixed text, the law or the gospel, on the one hand and, on the other, the sense arrived at by applying it at the concrete moment of interpretation, either in judgment or in preaching. A law does not exist in order to be understood historically, but to be concretized in its legal validity by being interpreted. Similarly, the gospel does not exist in order to be understood as a merely historical document, but to be taken in such a way that it exercises its saving effect. This implies that the text, whether law or gospel, if it is to be understood properly, i.e., according to the claim it makes, must be understood at every moment, in every concrete situation, in a new and different way. Understanding here is always application. We began by showing that understanding, as it occurs in the human sciences, is essentially historical, i.e., that in them a text is understood only if it is understood in a different way as the occasion requires. Precisely this indicates the task of a historical hermeneutics, to consider the tension that exists between the identity of the common object and the changing situation in which it must be understood. We began by saying that the historical movement of understanding, which Romantic hermeneutics pushed to the periphery, is the true center of hermeneutical inquiry appropriate to historical consciousness. Our consideration of the significance of tradition in historical consciousness started from Heidegger's analysis of the hermeneutics of facticity and sought to apply it to a hermeneutics of the human sciences. We showed that understanding is not a method which the inquiring consciousness applies to an object it chooses and so turns it into objective knowledge. Rather, being situated within an event of tradition, a process of handing down, is a prior condition of understanding. Understanding proves to be an event, and the task of hermeneutics, seen philosophically, consists in asking what kind of understanding, what kind of science it is, that is itself advanced by historical change. We are quite aware that we are asking something unusual of the self-understanding of modern science. All of our considerations thus far have been directed toward making this task easier by showing that it results from the convergence of a large number of problems. In fact, hermeneutical theory hitherto falls apart into distinctions that it cannot itself maintain. This is seen clearly in the attempt to construct a general theory of interpretation. When a distinction is made between cognitive, normative, and reproductive interpretation, as in Betty's General Theory of Interpretation, 53, which is based on a remarkable knowledge and survey of the subject, difficulties arise in categorizing phenomena according to this division. This is especially true of scholarly interpretation. If we put theological interpretation together with legal interpretation and assign them a normative function, then we must remember Schleiermacher who, on the contrary, closely connected theological interpretation with general interpretation, which was for him the philological historical one. In fact, the split between the cognitive and the normative function runs right through theological hermeneutics and can hardly be overcome by distinguishing scientific knowledge from the subsequent edifying application. The split runs through legal interpretation also, in that discovering the meaning of a legal text and discovering how to apply it in a particular legal instance are not two separate actions, but one unitary process. But even the kind of interpretation that seems furthest from the kinds we have been considering, namely performative interpretation, as in the cases of music and drama, and they acquire their real existence only in being played 54, is scarcely an independent mode of interpretation. In it too there is a split between the cognitive and the normative function. No one can stage a play, read a poem, or perform a piece of music without understanding the original meaning of the text and presenting it in his reproduction and interpretation. But, similarly, no one will be able to make a performative interpretation without taking account of that other normative element, the stylistic values of one's own day, which, whenever a text is brought to sensory appearance, sets limits to the demand for a stylistically correct reproduction. When we consider that translating texts in a foreign language, imitating them, or even reading texts aloud correctly, involves the same explanatory achievement as philological interpretation, so that the two things become as one, then we cannot avoid the conclusion that the suggested distinction between cognitive, normative, and reproductive interpretation has no fundamental validity, but all three constitute one unitary phenomenon. If this is the case, then we have the task of redefining the hermeneutics of the human sciences in terms of legal and theological hermeneutics. For this we must remember the insight gained from our investigation into Romantic hermeneutics, namely that both it and its culmination in psychological interpretation, i.e., deciphering and explaining the individuality of the other, treat the problem of understanding in a way that is far too one-sided. Our line of thought prevents us from dividing the hermeneutic problem in terms of the subjectivity of the interpreter and the objectivity of the meaning to be understood. This would be starting from a false antithesis that cannot be resolved even by recognizing the dialectic of subjective and objective. To distinguish between a normative function and a cognitive one is to separate what clearly belong together. The meaning of a law that emerges in its normative application is fundamentally no different from the meaning reached in understanding a text. It is quite mistaken to base the possibility of understanding a text on the postulate of a congeniality that supposedly unites the creator and the interpreter of a work. If this were really the case, then the human sciences would be in a bad way. But the miracle of understanding consists in the fact that no like-mindedness is necessary to recognize what is really significant and fundamentally meaningful in tradition. We have the ability to open ourselves to the superior claim the text makes and to respond to what it has to tell us. Hermeneutics in the sphere of philology and the historical sciences is not knowledge as domination 55, i.e., an appropriation as taking possession, rather, it consists in subordinating ourselves to the text's claim to dominate our minds. Of this, however, legal and theological hermeneutics are the true model. To interpret the law's will or the promises of God is clearly not a form of domination but of service. They are interpretations, which includes application, in the service of what is considered valid. Our thesis is that historical hermeneutics too has a task of application to perform, because it too serves applicable meaning, in that it explicitly and consciously bridges the temporal distance that separates the interpreter from the text and overcomes the alienation of meaning that the text has undergone. 56. The hermeneutic relevance of Aristotle. 57. At this point a problem arises that we have touched on several times. If the heart of the hermeneutical problem is that one and the same tradition must time and again be understood in a different way, the problem, logically speaking, concerns the relationship between the universal and the particular. Understanding, then, is a special case of applying something universal to a particular situation. This makes Aristotelian ethics especially important for us. We touched on it in the introductory remarks on the theory of the human sciences. 58. It is true that Aristotle is not concerned with the hermeneutical problem and certainly not with its historical dimension, but with the right estimation of the role that reason has to play in moral action. But what interests us here is precisely that he is concerned with reason and with knowledge, not detached from a being that is becoming, but determined by it and determinative of it. By circumscribing the intellectualism of Socrates and Plato in his inquiry into the good, Aristotle became the founder of ethics as a discipline independent of metaphysics. Criticizing the Platonic idea of the good as an empty generality, he asks instead the question of what is humanly good, what is good in terms of human action. 59. His critique demonstrates that the equation of virtue and knowledge, or ide and logos, which is the basis of Plato's and Socrates' theory of virtue, is an exaggeration. Aristotle restores the balance by showing that the basis of moral knowledge in man is erexis, striving, and its development into a fixed demeanor, hexis. The very name ethics indicates that Aristotle bases arete on practice and ethos. Human civilization differs essentially from nature in that it is not simply a place where capacities and powers work themselves out. Man becomes what he is through what he does and how he behaves, i.e., he behaves in a certain way because of what he has become. Thus Aristotle sees ethos as differing from physis and being a sphere in which the laws of nature do not operate, yet not a sphere of lawlessness but of human institutions and human modes of behavior which are mutable, and like rules only to a limited degree. The question is whether there can be any such thing as philosophical knowledge of the moral being of man and what role knowledge, i.e., logos, plays in the moral being of man. If man always encounters the good in the form of the particular practical situation in which he finds himself, the task of moral knowledge is to determine what the concrete situation asks of him, or, to put it another way, the person acting must view the concrete situation in light of what is asked of him in general. But, negatively put, this means that knowledge that cannot be applied to the concrete situation remains meaningless and even risks obscuring what the situation calls for. This state of affairs, which represents the nature of moral reflection, not only makes philosophical ethics a methodologically difficult problem, but also gives the problem of method a moral relevance. In contrast to the theory of the good based on Plato's doctrine of ideas, Aristotle emphasizes that it is impossible for ethics to achieve the extreme exactitude of mathematics. Indeed, to demand this kind of exactitude would be inappropriate. What needs to be done is simply to make an outline and by means of this sketch give some help to moral consciousness. 60 But how such help can be possible is already a moral problem. For obviously it is characteristic of the moral phenomenon that the person acting must himself know and decide, and he cannot let anything take this responsibility from him. Thus it is essential that philosophical ethics have the right approach, so that it does not usurp the place of moral consciousness and yet does not seek a purely theoretical and historical knowledge either but, by outlining phenomena, helps moral consciousness to attain clarity concerning itself. This asks a lot of the person who is to receive this help, namely the person listening to Aristotle's lecture. He must be mature enough not to ask that his instruction provide anything other than it can and may give. To put it positively, through education and practice he must himself already have developed a demeanor that he is constantly concerned to preserve in the concrete situations of his life and prove through right behavior. 61. As we see, the problem of method is entirely determined by the object, a general Aristotelian principle, and the important thing for us is to examine more closely the curious relation between moral being and moral consciousness that Aristotle sets out in his Ethics. Aristotle remains Socratic in that he retains knowledge as an essential component of moral being, and it is precisely the balance between the heritage of Socrates and Plato and Aristotle's point concerning ethos that interests us. For the hermeneutical problem too is clearly distinct from pure knowledge detached from any particular kind of being. We spoke of the interpreters belonging to the tradition he is interpreting, and we saw that understanding itself is a historical event. The alienation of the interpreter from the interpreted by the objectifying methods of modern science, characteristic of the hermeneutics and historiography of the 19th century, appeared as the consequence of a false objectification. My purpose in returning to the example of Aristotelian ethics is to help us realize and avoid this. For moral knowledge, as Aristotle describes it, is clearly not objective knowledge, i.e., the knower is not standing over against a situation that he merely observes, he is directly confronted with what he sees. It is something that he has to do. 62. Obviously this is not what we mean by knowing in the realm of science. Thus the distinction that Aristotle makes between moral knowledge, phronesis, and theoretical knowledge, episteme, is a simple one, especially when we remember that science, for the Greeks, is represented by the model of mathematics, a knowledge of what is unchangeable, a knowledge that depends on proof and that can therefore be learned by anybody. A hermeneutics of the human sciences certainly has nothing to learn from mathematical as distinguished from moral knowledge. The human sciences stand closer to moral knowledge than to that kind of theoretical knowledge. They are moral sciences. Their object is man and what he knows of himself. But he knows himself as an acting being, and this kind of knowledge of himself does not seek to establish what is. An active being, rather, is concerned with what is not always the same but can also be different. In it he can discover the point at which he has to act. The purpose of his knowledge is to govern his action. Here lies the real problem of moral knowledge that occupies Aristotle in his Ethics. For we find action governed by knowledge in an exemplary form where the Greeks speak of techne. This is the skill, the knowledge of the craftsman who knows how to make some specific thing. The question is whether moral knowledge is knowledge of this kind. This would mean that it was knowledge of how to make oneself. Does man learn to make himself what he ought to be, in the same way that the craftsman learns to make things according to his plan and will? Does man project himself on an eidos of himself in the same way that the craftsman carries within himself an eidos of what he is trying to make and embody in his material? We know that Socrates and Plato did apply the concept of techne to the concept of man's being, and it is undeniable that they did discover something true here. In the political sphere, at any rate, the model of techne has an eminently critical function, in that it reveals the untenability of what is called the art of politics, in which everyone involved in politics, i.e., every citizen, regards himself as an expert. Characteristically, the knowledge of the craftsman is the only one that Socrates, in his famous account of his experience of his fellow countrymen, recognizes as real knowledge within its own sphere. 63 But even the craftsmen disappoint him. Their knowledge is not the true knowledge that constitutes a man and a citizen as such. But it is real knowledge. It is a real art and skill, and not simply a high degree of experience. In this respect it is clearly one with the true moral knowledge that Socrates is seeking. Both are practical knowledge, i.e., their purpose is to determine and guide action. Consequently, they must include the application of knowledge to the particular task. This is the point at which we can relate Aristotle's analysis of moral knowledge to the hermeneutical problem of the modern human sciences. Admittedly, hermeneutical consciousness is involved neither with technical nor moral knowledge, but these two types of knowledge still include the same task of application that we have recognized as the central problem of hermeneutics. Certainly application does not mean the same thing in each case. There is a curious tension between a techne that can be taught and one acquired through experience. The prior knowledge that a person has who has been taught a craft is not, in practice, necessarily superior to the kind of knowledge that someone has who is untrained but has had extensive experience. Although this is the case, the prior knowledge involved in a techne cannot be called theoretical, especially since experience is automatically acquired in using this knowledge. For, as knowledge, it is always related to practical application, and even if the recalcitrant material does not always obey the person who has learned his craft, Aristotle can still rightly quote the words of the poet, "Techne loves tyche, luck, and tyche loves techne." This means that the person who has been taught his trade will have the most luck. A genuine mastery of the matter is acquired practically in the techne, and just this provides a model for moral knowledge. For in moral knowledge too it is clear that experience can never be sufficient for making right moral decisions. Here too moral consciousness itself calls for prior direction to guide action. Indeed, we cannot be content here with the uncertain relation between prior knowledge and success in the present case that obtains in the case of a techne. There is, no doubt, a real analogy between the fully developed moral consciousness and the capacity to make something, i.e., a techne, but they are certainly not the same. On the contrary, the differences are patent. It is obvious that man is not at his own disposal in the same way that the craftsman's material is at his disposal. Clearly he cannot make himself in the same way that he can make something else. Thus it will have to be another kind of knowledge that he has of himself and his moral being, a knowledge that is distinct from the knowledge that guides the making of something. Aristotle captures this difference in a bold and unique way when he calls this kind of knowledge self-knowledge, i.e., Knowledge for oneself. 64 This distinguishes the self-knowledge of moral consciousness from theoretical knowledge in a way that seems immediately evident. But it also distinguishes it from technical knowledge, and to make this double distinction Aristotle ventures the odd expression self-knowledge. It is the distinction from technical knowledge that is the more difficult task if, with Aristotle, we define the object of this knowledge ontologically not as something general that always is as it is, but as something individual that can also be different. For at first sight the tasks seem wholly analogous. A person who knows how to make something knows something good, and he knows it for himself, so that, where there is the possibility of doing so, he is really able to make it. He takes the right material and chooses the right means to do the work. Thus he must know how to apply what has been learned in a general way to the concrete situation. Is the same not true of moral consciousness? A person who has to make moral decisions has always already learned something. He has been so formed by education and custom that he knows in general what is right. The task of making a moral decision is that of doing the right thing in a particular situation, i.e., seeing what is right within the situation and grasping it. He too has to act, choosing the right means, and his conduct must be governed just as carefully as that of the craftsman. How then is it nevertheless a knowledge of a quite different kind? From Aristotle's analysis of phronesis one can derive a variety of answers to this question, for Aristotle's ability to describe phenomena from every aspect constitutes his real genius. The empirical, comprehended in its synthesis, is the speculative concept, Hegel. 65 Let us consider here a few points that are important for our discussion. 1. We learn a techne and can also forget it. But we do not learn moral knowledge, nor can we forget it. We do not stand over against it, as if it were something that we can acquire or not, as we can choose to acquire an objective skill, a techne. Rather, we are always already in the situation of having to act, disregarding the special position of children, for whom obedience to the person educating them replaces their own decision, and hence we must already possess and be able to apply moral knowledge. That is why the concept of application is highly problematical. For we can only apply something that we already have, but we do not possess moral knowledge in such a way that we already have it and then apply it to specific situations. The image that a man has of what he ought to be, i.e., his ideas of right and wrong, of decency, courage, dignity, loyalty, and so forth, all concepts that have their equivalents in Aristotle's catalogue of virtues, are certainly in some sense images that he uses to guide his conduct. But there is still a basic difference between this and the guiding image the craftsman uses, the plan of the object he is going to make. What is right, for example, cannot be fully determined independently of the situation that requires a right action from me, whereas the eidos of what a craftsman wants to make is fully determined by the use for which it is intended. It is true that what is right seems equally determinate in an absolute sense. For what is right is formulated in laws and contained in general rules of conduct that, although uncodified, can be very exactly determined and are universally binding. Thus, administering justice is a special task that requires both knowledge and skill. Is it not a techne, then? Does it not also consist in applying laws and rules to the concrete case? Do we not speak of the art of the judge? Why is what Aristotle describes as the judge's form of phronesis, dikastika phronesis, not a techne? 66. If we think about it, we shall see that applying laws involves a curious legal ambiguity. The situation of the craftsman is quite different. With the design of the object and the rules for executing it, the craftsman proceeds to carry it out. He may be forced to adapt himself to particular circumstances, he may have to resign himself to executing his design in a way other than he originally intended. But this resignation does not mean that his knowledge of what he wants is improved. Rather, he simply omits certain things in the execution. What we have here is the painful imperfection associated with applying one's knowledge. By comparison, the situation of the person applying law is quite different. In a certain instance he will have to refrain from applying the full rigor of the law. But if he does, it is not because he has no alternative, but because to do otherwise would not be right. In restraining the law, he is not diminishing it but, on the contrary, finding the better law. Aristotle 67 expresses this very clearly in his analysis of epikeia, equity. Epikeia is the correction of the law. 68 Aristotle shows that every law is in a necessary tension with concrete action, in that it is general and hence cannot contain practical reality in its full concreteness. We have already touched on this problem near the beginning of the present volume when we were considering the faculty of judgment. 69 Clearly legal hermeneutics finds its proper place here. 70 The law is always deficient, not because it is imperfect in itself but because human reality is necessarily imperfect in comparison to the ordered world of law, and hence allows of no simple application of the law. From what we have said, it is clear that Aristotle's position on the problem of natural law is highly subtle and certainly not to be equated with the later natural law tradition. I will briefly outline the way the idea of natural law is related to the hermeneutical problem. 71 It follows from our discussion so far that Aristotle does not simply dismiss the question of natural law. He does not regard a system of laws as true law in an absolute sense, but considers the concept of equity as a necessary supplement to law. Thus he opposes an extreme conventionalism or legal positivism by explicitly distinguishing between what is naturally right and what is legally right. 72 The distinction he has in mind is not simply that between the unchangeability of natural law and the changeability of positive law. It is true that Aristotle has generally been understood as meaning this. But the true profundity of his insight has been missed. Certainly he accepts the idea of an absolutely unchangeable law, but he limits it explicitly to the gods and says that among men not only statutory law but also natural law is changeable. For Aristotle, this changeability is wholly compatible with the fact that it is natural law. The sense of this assertion seems to me to be the following: some laws are entirely a matter of mere agreement, for example, traffic regulations, but there are also things that do not admit of regulation by mere human convention because the nature of the thing constantly asserts itself. Thus it is quite legitimate to call such things natural law. 73 And that the nature of the thing still allows some room for play, natural law is still changeable. This is clearly evidenced by the examples that Aristotle adduces from other spheres. The right hand is naturally the stronger one, but there is nothing to stop us from training the left one so that it becomes as strong as the right. Aristotle obviously uses this example because it was a favorite of Plato's. A second example is even more illuminating because it already belongs in the legal sphere. One and the same measure always proves smaller when we buy wine in it than when we sell wine in it. Aristotle is not saying that people in the wine trade are constantly trying to trick their customers, but rather that this behavior corresponds to the area of free play permitted within the set limits of what is right. And he quite clearly explains that the best state is everywhere one and the same, but it is the same in a different way that fire burns everywhere in the same way, whether in Greece or in Persia. Despite this clear statement by Aristotle, later thinkers on natural law quoted this passage as if he were comparing the unchangeability of human law with the unchangeability of natural laws. 74 The opposite is the case. In fact, as his very distinction shows, for Aristotle the idea of natural law has only a critical function. No dogmatic use can be made of it, i.e., we cannot invest particular laws with the dignity and inviolability of natural law. In view of the necessary imperfection of all human laws, the idea of natural law is indispensable for Aristotle, and it becomes particularly important in the question of what is equitable, which is what first really decides the law. But its function is a critical one in that the appeal to natural law is legitimate only where a discrepancy emerges between one law and another. The special question of natural law, which Aristotle answers in extenso, does not as such interest us here, except by reason of its fundamental significance. For what Aristotle shows here is true of all man's ideas of what he ought to be, and not only of the problem of law. All these concepts are not just arbitrary ideals conditioned by convention, but despite all the variety of moral ideas in the most different times and peoples, in this sphere there is still something like the nature of the thing. This is not to say that the nature of the thing, for example, the ideal of bravery, is a fixed standard that we could recognize and apply by ourselves. Rather, Aristotle affirms as true of the teacher of ethics precisely what is true, in his view, of all men, that he too is always already involved in a moral and political context and acquires his image of the thing from that standpoint. He does not himself regard the guiding principles that he describes as knowledge that can be taught. They are valid only as schemata. They are concretized only in the concrete situation of the person acting. Thus they are not norms to be found in the stars, nor do they have an unchanging place in a natural moral universe, so that all that would be necessary would be to perceive them. Nor are they mere conventions, but really do correspond to the nature of the thing, except that the latter is always itself determined in each case by the use the moral consciousness makes of them. 2. Here we see a fundamental modification of the conceptual relation between means and end, one that distinguishes moral from technical knowledge. It is not only that moral knowledge has no merely particular end but pertains to right living in general, whereas all technical knowledge is particular and serves particular ends. Nor is it the case simply that moral knowledge must take over where technical knowledge would be desirable but is unavailable. Certainly if technical knowledge were available, it would always make it unnecessary to deliberate with oneself about the subject. Where there is a techne, we must learn it and then we are able to find the right means. We see that moral knowledge, however, always requires this kind of self-deliberation. Even if we conceive this knowledge in ideal perfection, It is perfect deliberation with oneself, eubulia, and not knowledge in the manner of a techne. Thus we are dealing here with a fundamental relationship. It is not the case that extending technical knowledge would obviate the need for moral knowledge, this deliberating with oneself. Moral knowledge can never be knowable in advance like knowledge that can be taught. The relation between means and ends here is not such that one can know the right means in advance, and that is because the right end is not a mere object of knowledge either. There can be no anterior certainty concerning what the good life is directed toward as a whole. Hence Aristotle's definitions of phronesis have a marked uncertainty about them, in that this knowledge is sometimes related more to the end, and sometimes more to the means to the end. 75 In fact this means that the end toward which our life as a whole tends in its elaboration in the moral principles of action described in Aristotle's Ethics cannot be the object of a knowledge that can be taught. No more can ethics be used dogmatically than can natural law. Rather, Aristotle's theory of virtue describes typical forms of the true mean to be observed in human life and behavior, but the moral knowledge that is oriented by these guiding images is the same knowledge that has to respond to the demands of the situation of the moment. Hence also mere expediency cannot enter considerations about what might further moral ends. Rather, the consideration of the means is itself a moral consideration, and it is this that concretizes the moral rightness of the end. The self-knowledge of which Aristotle speaks is characterized by the fact that it includes perfect application and employs its knowledge in the immediacy of the given situation. Thus a knowledge of the particular situation, which is nevertheless not a perceptual seeing, is a necessary supplement to moral knowledge. For although it is necessary to see what a situation is asking of us, this seeing does not mean that we perceive in the situation what is visible as such, but that we learn to see it as the situation of action and hence in the light of what is right. Just as we see from the geometrical analysis of plane surfaces that the triangle is the simplest two-dimensional plane figure, so that we can go no further with our subdivisions, but must stop here, so also in moral deliberation, seeing what is immediately to be done is not a mere seeing but new. This is also confirmed by what constitutes the opposite of this kind of seeing. 76 The opposite of seeing what is right is not error or deception but blindness. A person who is overwhelmed by his passions suddenly no longer sees what is right to do in a given situation. He has lost his self-mastery and hence his own rightness, i.e., the right orientation within himself, so that, driven by the dialectic of passion, whatever his passion tells him is right seems so. Moral knowledge is really knowledge of a special kind. In a curious way it embraces both means and end, and hence differs from technical knowledge. That is why it is pointless to distinguish here between knowledge and experience, as can be done in the case of a techne. For moral knowledge contains a kind of experience in itself, and in fact we shall see that this is perhaps the fundamental form of experience, Erfahrung, compared with which all other experience represents an alienation, not to say a denaturing. 77. 3. The self-knowledge of moral reflection has, in fact, a unique relation to itself. We can see this from the modifications that Aristotle presents in the context of his analysis of phronesis. Beside phronesis, the virtue of thoughtful reflection, stands sympathetic understanding. 78 Being understanding is introduced as a modification of the virtue of moral knowledge, since in this case it is not I who must act. Accordingly synesis means simply the capacity for moral judgment. Someone's sympathetic understanding is praised, of course, when in order to judge he transposes himself fully into the concrete situation of the person who has to act. 79 The question here, then, is not about knowledge in general but its concretion at a particular moment. This knowledge also is not in any sense technical knowledge or the application of such. The man of the world, the man who knows all the tricks and dodges and is experienced in everything there is, does not really have sympathetic understanding for the person acting. He has it only if he satisfies one requirement, namely that he too is seeking what is right, i.e., that he is united with the other person in this commonality. The concrete example of this is the phenomenon of advice in questions of conscience. Both the person asking for advice and the person giving it assume that they are bound together in friendship. Only friends can advise each other, or, to put it another way, only a piece of advice that is meant in a friendly way has meaning for the person advised. Once again we discover that the person who is understanding does not know and judge as one who stands apart and unaffected, but rather he thinks along with the other from the perspective of a specific bond of belonging, as if he too were affected. This becomes fully clear when we consider other varieties of moral reflection listed by Aristotle, namely insight and fellow feeling. 80 Insight here means equality. We say that someone is insightful when they make a fair, correct judgment. An insightful person is prepared to consider the particular situation of the other person, and hence he is also most inclined to be forbearing or to forgive. Here again it is clear that this is not technical knowledge. Finally, Aristotle makes the special nature of moral knowledge and the virtue of possessing it particularly clear by describing a naturally debased version of this moral knowledge. 81 He says that the dienos is a man who has all the natural prerequisites and gifts for this moral knowledge, a man who is able, with remarkable skill, to get the most out of any situation, who is able to turn everything to his advantage and finds a way out of every situation. 82 But this natural counterpart to phronesis is characterized by the fact that the dienos is capable of anything. He uses his skills to any purpose and is without inhibition. He is onouretus. And it is more than accidental that such a person is given a name that also means terrible. Nothing is so terrible, so uncanny, so appalling, as the exercise of brilliant talents for evil. To summarize, if we relate Aristotle's description of the ethical phenomenon and especially the virtue of moral knowledge to our own investigation, we find that his analysis in fact offers a kind of model of the problems of hermeneutics. We too determined that application is neither a subsequent nor merely an occasional part of the phenomenon of understanding, but co-determines it as a whole from the beginning. Here too application did not consist in relating some pregiven universal to the particular situation. The interpreter dealing with the traditionary text tries to apply it to himself. But this does not mean that the text is given for him as something universal, that he first understands it per se, and then afterwards uses it for particular applications. Rather, the interpreter seeks no more than to understand this universal, the text, i.e., to understand what it says, what constitutes the text's meaning and significance. In order to understand that, he must not try to disregard himself and his particular hermeneutical situation. He must relate the text to this situation if he wants to understand at all. The exemplary significance of legal hermeneutics. If this is the case, the gap between hermeneutics of the human sciences and legal hermeneutics cannot be as wide as is generally assumed. The dominant view is, of course, that only with the rise of historical consciousness was understanding raised to a method of objective science and that hermeneutics came into its own when it was elaborated into a general theory of the understanding and interpretation of texts. Legal hermeneutics does not belong in this context, for its purpose is not to understand given texts, but to be a practical measure filling a kind of gap in the system of legal dogmatics. It is thought, then, that it has nothing to do with the task of hermeneutics in the human sciences, which is the understanding of traditionary material. But in that case theological hermeneutics cannot claim any independent systematic significance. Schleiermacher consciously placed it wholly within general hermeneutics and merely regarded it as a special application of it. Since then, scientific theology's claim to be a discipline on a par with the modern historical sciences seems to depend on the fact that no laws and rules are to be applied in interpreting scripture other than those used in understanding any other traditionary material. Thus there could no longer be any such thing as a specifically theological hermeneutics. It is a paradoxical position if we, nevertheless, try to revive the old truth and the old unity of hermeneutical discipline within modern science. It seems that methodology of the human sciences moves into modernity when it detaches itself from all dogmatic ties. Legal hermeneutics was separated from theory of understanding as a whole because it has a dogmatic purpose, just as, by giving up its dogmatic commitment, theological hermeneutics was united with philological historical method. In this situation we can take special interest in the divergence between legal and historical hermeneutics and consider those cases in which legal and historical hermeneutics are concerned with the same object, i.e., cases in which legal texts are interpreted legally, in court, and also understood historically. So we will consider the approaches taken by the legal historian and the jurist to the same legal text. We can turn here to the excellent writings of E. Betty 83 and pursue our own thinking from there. Our question is whether or not there is an unequivocal distinction between dogmatic and historical interest. That there is a difference is clear. The jurist understands the meaning of the law from the present case and for the sake of this present case. By contrast, the legal historian has no case from which to start, but he seeks to determine the meaning of the law by constructing the whole range of its applications. It is only in all its applications that the law becomes concrete. Thus the legal historian cannot be content to take the original application of the law as determining its original meaning. As a historian he will, rather, have to take account of the historical change that the law has undergone. In understanding, he will have to mediate between the original application and the present application of the law. In Madge's view it would not be enough to say that the task of the historian was simply to reconstruct the original meaning of the legal formula and that of the jurist to harmonize that meaning with the present living actuality. This kind of division would mean that the definition of the jurist is more comprehensive and includes the task of the legal historian. Someone who is seeking to understand the correct meaning of a law must first know the original one. Thus he must think in terms of legal history, but here historical understanding serves merely as a means to an end. On the other hand, the historian as such has no dogmatic task. As a historian he approaches the historical object in order to determine its historical value, whereas the jurist, in addition, applies what has been learned in this way to the legal present. This is what Betty says. We may ask, however, whether he has viewed and described the task of the historian in a sufficiently comprehensive way. In our particular example, where does the historical element come in? In regard to a law still in force, we naturally assume that its legal meaning is clear and that the legal practice of the present simply follows the original meaning. If this were always the case, the question about the meaning of a law would be both juridically and historically the same. For the jurist too, the hermeneutical task would be just to establish the original meaning of the law and apply it as the right one. Hence as late as 1840, Savigny, in his System des römischen Rechts, regarded the task of legal hermeneutics as purely historical. Just as Schleiermacher saw no problem in the interpreter's having to identify himself with the original reader, so Savigny ignores the tension between the original and the present legal sense. 84. It has emerged clearly enough in the course of time that this is a legally untenable fiction. Ernst Forsthoff has shown in a valuable study that for purely legal reasons it was necessary for an awareness of historical change to develop, which involved distinguishing between the original meaning of a law and that applied in current legal practice. 85 It is true that the jurist is always concerned with the law itself, but he determines its normative content in regard to the given case to which it is to be applied. In order to determine this content exactly, it is necessary to have historical knowledge of the original meaning, and only for this reason does the judge concern himself with the historical value that the law has through the act of legislation. But he cannot let himself be bound by what, say, an account of the parliamentary proceedings tells him about the intentions of those who first passed the law. Rather, he has to take account of the change in circumstances and hence define afresh the normative function of the law. It is quite different with the legal historian. He is apparently concerned only with the original meaning of the law, the way in which it was meant, and the validity it had when it was first promulgated. But how can he know this? Can he know it without being aware of the change in circumstances that separates his own present time from that past time? Must he not then do exactly the same thing as the judge does, i.e., distinguish between the original meaning of the text of the law and the legal meaning which he as someone who lives in the present automatically assumes? The hermeneutical situation of both the historian and the jurist seems to me to be the same in that, when faced with any text, we have an immediate expectation of meaning. There can be no such thing as a direct access to the historical object that would objectively reveal its historical value. The historian has to undertake the same reflection as the jurist. Thus the actual content of what is understood in each of the two ways is the same. The above description of the historian's approach, then, is inadequate. Historical knowledge can be gained only by seeing the past in its continuity with the present, which is exactly what the jurist does in his practical, normative work of ensuring the unbroken continuance of law and preserving the tradition of the legal idea. 86. We must consider, though, whether the case we have been discussing is really characteristic of the general problem of historical understanding. The model from which we started was the understanding of a law still in force. Here the historian and the dogmatist were concerned with the same object. But is this not a special case? A legal historian who turns to the legal cultures of the past, and certainly any other historian who is seeking to understand a past that no longer has any direct continuity with the present, would not recognize himself in the case we have been considering, namely a law still in force. He would say that legal hermeneutics has a special dogmatic task that is quite foreign to the context of historical hermeneutics. In fact, the situation seems to me just the opposite. Legal hermeneutics serves to remind us what the real procedure of the human sciences is. Here we have the model for the relationship between past and present that we are seeking. The judge who adapts the transmitted law to the needs of the present is undoubtedly seeking to perform a practical task, but his interpretation of the law is by no means merely for that reason an arbitrary revision. Here again, to understand and to interpret means to discover and recognize a valid meaning. The judge seeks to be in accord with the legal idea in mediating it with the present. This is, of course, a legal mediation. It is the legal significance of the law, and not the historical significance of the law's promulgation or of particular cases of its application, that he is trying to understand. Thus his orientation is not that of a historian, but he has an orientation to his own history, which is his present. Thus he can always approach as a historian those questions that he has implicitly concluded as a judge. On the other hand, the historian, who has no juridical task before him but is trying to discover the legal meaning of this law, like anything else that has been handed down in history, cannot disregard the fact that he is concerned with a legal creation that needs to be understood in a legal way. He must be able to think not only historically but also legally. It is true that it is a special case when a historian is examining a legal text that is still valid today. But this special case shows us what determines our relationship to any traditionary text. Trying to understand the law in terms of its historical origin, the historian cannot disregard its continuing effect. It presents him with the questions that he has to ask of historical tradition. Is this not true of every text, i.e., that it must be understood in terms of what it says? Does this not mean that it always needs to be restated? And does not this restatement always take place through its being related to the present? Inasmuch as the actual object of historical understanding is not events but their significance, it is clearly an incorrect description of this understanding to speak of an object existing in itself and of the subject's approach to it. The truth is that historical understanding always implies that the tradition reaching us speaks into the present and must be understood in this mediation, indeed, as this mediation. In reality then, legal hermeneutics is no special case but is, on the contrary, capable of restoring the hermeneutical problem to its full breadth and so re-establishing the former unity of hermeneutics, in which jurist and theologian meet the philologist. We saw above 87 that one of the conditions of understanding in the human sciences is belonging to tradition. Let us now try to verify this by seeing how this structural element of understanding obtains in the case of legal and theological hermeneutics. This condition is clearly not so much a limiting condition as one that makes understanding possible. The way the interpreter belongs to his text is like the way the point from which we are to view a picture belongs to its perspective. It is not a matter of looking for this viewpoint and adopting it as one standpoint. The interpreter similarly finds his point of view already given, and does not choose it arbitrarily. Thus it is an essential condition of the possibility of legal hermeneutics that the law is binding on all members of the community in the same way. Where this is not the case, for example in an absolutist state, where the will of the absolute ruler is above the law, hermeneutics cannot exist, since an absolute ruler can explain his words in a sense that abrogates the general rules of interpretation. 88 For in this instance the law is not interpreted in such a way that the particular case is decided justly according to the right sense of the law. On the contrary, the will of a monarch who is not bound by the law can effect whatever seems just to him without regard for the law, that is, without the effort of interpretation. The need to understand and interpret arises only when something is enacted in such a way that it is, as enacted, irrevocable and binding. The work of interpretation is to concretize the law in each specific case 89, i.e., it is a work of application. The creative supplementing of the law that is involved is a task reserved to the judge, but he is subject to the law in the same way as is every other member of the community. It is part of the idea of a rule of law that the judge's judgment does not proceed from an arbitrary and unpredictable decision, but from the just weighing up of the whole. Anyone who has immersed himself in the particular situation is capable of undertaking this just weighing up. This is why in a state governed by law, there is legal certainty, i.e., it is in principle possible to know what the exact situation is. Every lawyer and every counsel is able, in principle, to give correct advice, i.e., he can accurately predict the judge's decision on the basis of the existing laws. Applying the law is not simply a matter of knowing the law. If one has to give a legal judgment on a particular case, of course it is necessary to know the law and all the elements that have determined it. But the only belonging under the law necessary here is that the legal order is recognized as valid for everyone and that no one is exempt from it. Hence it is always possible to grasp the existing legal order as such, i.e., to assimilate dogmatically any past supplement to the law. Consequently there is an essential connection between legal hermeneutics and legal dogmatics, and in it hermeneutics has the more important place. For the idea of a perfect legal dogmatics, which would make every judgment a mere act of subsumption, is untenable. 90. Let us now consider the case of theological hermeneutics, as developed by Protestant theology, as it applies to our question. 91 Here there is a genuine parallel to legal hermeneutics, for here too dogmatics cannot claim any primacy. The proclamation is genuinely concretized in preaching, as is the legal order in judgment. But there is still a big difference between them. Unlike a legal verdict, preaching is not a creative supplement to the text it is interpreting. Hence the gospel acquires no new content in being preached that could be compared with the power of the judge's verdict to supplement the law. It is not the case that the gospel of salvation becomes more clearly determined only through the preacher's thoughts. As a preacher, he does not speak before the community with the same dogmatic authority that a judge does. Certainly preaching too is concerned with interpreting a valid truth, but this truth is proclamation, and whether it is successful or not is not decided by the ideas of the preacher, but by the power of the word itself, which can call men to repentance even though the sermon is a bad one. The proclamation cannot be detached from its fulfillment. The dogmatic establishment of pure doctrine is a secondary matter. Scripture is the Word of God, and that means it has an absolute priority over the doctrine of those who interpret it. Interpretation should never overlook this. Even as the scholarly interpretation of the theologian, it must never forget that Scripture is the divine proclamation of salvation. Understanding it, therefore, cannot simply be a scientific or scholarly exploration of its meaning. Bultmann once wrote, "The interpretation of the biblical writings is subject to exactly the same conditions as any other literature." 92 But the meaning of this statement is ambiguous, for the question is whether all literature is not subject to conditions of understanding other than those formal general ones that have to be fulfilled in regard to every text. Bultmann himself points out that all understanding presumes a living relationship between the interpreter and the text, his previous connection with the subject matter it deals with. He calls this hermeneutical requirement for understanding, because it is clearly not something to be attained through the process of understanding but is already presupposed. Thus Hoffman, whom Bultmann quotes with approval, writes that scriptural hermeneutics presupposes a relationship to the content of the Bible. We may ask, however, what kind of presupposition this is. Is it something that is given with human life itself? Does there exist in every man a prior connection with the truth of divine revelation because man as such is concerned with the question of God? Or must we say that it is first from God, i.e., from faith, that human existence experiences itself as being affected by the question of God? But then the sense of the presupposition implied in the concept of foreunderstanding becomes questionable. For then the presupposition would not be valid universally but only from the viewpoint of true faith. In regard to the Old Testament, this is a venerable hermeneutical problem. Which is the right interpretation of it, the Jewish one or the Christian one in light of the New Testament? Or are both legitimate interpretations, i.e., do they have something in common, and is this what is really being understood by the interpreter? The Jew who understands the text of the Old Testament in a different way than the Christian shares with him the presupposition that he too is concerned with the question of God. At the same time, he will hold that a Christian theologian misunderstands the Old Testament if he takes its truths as qualified by the New Testament. Hence the presupposition that one is moved by the question of God already involves a claim to knowledge concerning the true God and His revelation. Even unbelief is defined in terms of the faith that is demanded of one. The existential foreunderstanding from which Bultmann starts can only be a Christian one. We could perhaps try to escape this conclusion by saying that it is enough to know that religious texts are to be understood only as texts that answer the question of God. There need be no claim on the religious commitment of the interpreter himself. But what would a Marxist, who understands religious utterances only as the reflection of class interests, say? He will not accept the presupposition that human existence as such is moved by the question of God. This presupposition is obviously held only by someone who already recognizes the alternative of belief or unbelief in the true God. Thus the hermeneutical significance of foreunderstanding in theology seems itself theological. After all, the history of hermeneutics shows how the examination of the texts is determined by a very precise foreunderstanding. As a Protestant art of interpreting Scripture, modern hermeneutics is clearly related in a polemical way to the dogmatic tradition of the Catholic Church. It has itself a dogmatic denominational significance. This does not mean that such theological hermeneutics is dogmatically predisposed, so that it reads out of the text what it has put into it. Rather, it really risks itself. But it assumes that the word of Scripture addresses us and that only the person who allows himself to be addressed, whether he believes or doubts, understands. Hence the primary thing is application. We can, then, distinguish what is truly common to all forms of hermeneutics. The meaning to be understood is concretized and fully realized only in interpretation, but the interpretive activity considers itself wholly bound by the meaning of the text. Neither jurist nor theologian regards the work of application as making free with the text. The task of concretizing something universal and applying it to oneself seems, however, to have a very different function in the historical sciences. If we ask what application means here and how it occurs in the kind of understanding undertaken in the human sciences, we can acknowledge that a certain class of traditionary material is applied in the same way the jurist does in regard to the law and the theologian the proclamation. Just as in the one case the judge seeks to dispense justice and in the other the preacher to proclaim salvation, and as, in both, the meaning of what is proclaimed finds its fullest realization in the proclamation of justice and the proclamation of the gospel, so in the case of a philosophical text or a work of literature we can see that these texts require a special activity of the reader and interpreter, and that we do not have the freedom to adopt a historical distance toward them. It will be seen that here understanding always involves applying the meaning understood. But does application essentially and necessarily belong to understanding? From the point of view of modern science the answer will be that it does not. and it will be said that the kind of application that makes the interpreter the person to whom the text was originally addressed, as it were, is quite unscientific and is to be wholly excluded from the historical sciences. What makes modern scholarship scientific is precisely the fact that it objectifies tradition and methodically eliminates the influence of the interpreter and his time on understanding. It may often be difficult to attain this goal, and it will be difficult to preserve the distinction between historical and dogmatic interest in the case of texts that are addressed to no one in particular and claim to be valid for anyone who receives the tradition. A good example of this is the problem of scientific theology and its relation to the tradition of Scripture. It may seem in this case that the balance between historico-scientific and dogmatic interpretation is to be found in the private world of the person. It may be the same with the philosopher and also with our aesthetic consciousness when it finds itself addressed by a work of art. But according to this view, science claims to remain independent of all subjective applications by reason of its method. This is the kind of argument that would have to be presented by proponents of the modern theory of science. Those cases in which the interpreter cannot immediately substitute for the original addressee will be considered exemplary, i.e., where a text has a quite specific addressee, such as the partner to an agreement, or the recipient of a bill or an order. Here, to understand the meaning of the text fully, we must, as it were, put ourselves in the place of the addressee, and insofar as this transposition serves to give the text its full concrete form, we can regard this also as an achievement of interpretation. But this transposing of ourselves into the position of the original reader, Schleiermacher, is something quite different from application. It actually skips the task of mediating between then and now, between the thou and the I, which is what we mean by application and which legal hermeneutics also regards as its task. Let us take the example of understanding an order. An order exists only where there is someone to obey it. Here, then, understanding belongs to a relationship between persons, one of whom has to give the order. To understand the order means to apply it to the specific situation to which it pertains. It is true that one makes the other repeat the order to make sure it has been understood, but that does not alter the fact that it is given its real meaning when it is carried out and concretized in accordance with its meaning. This is why there is such a thing as an explicit refusal to obey that is not simply disobedience but derives from the meaning of the order and its concretization. A person who refuses to obey an order has understood it, and because he applies it to the situation and knows what obedience would mean in that situation, he refuses. The criterion of understanding is clearly not in the order's actual words, nor in the mind of the person giving the order, but solely in the understanding of the situation and in the responsible behavior of the person who obeys. Even when an order is written down so one can be sure it will be correctly understood and executed, no one assumes that it makes everything explicit. The comic situation in which orders are carried out literally but not according to their meaning is well known. Thus there is no doubt that the recipient of an order must perform a definite creative act in understanding its meaning. If we now imagine a historian who regards a traditionary text as such an order and seeks to understand it, he is, of course, in a situation quite different from that of the original addressee. He is not the person to whom the order is addressed and so cannot relate it to himself. But if he really wants to understand the order, then he must, ideally, perform the same act as that performed by the intended recipient of the order. The latter too, who applies the order to himself, is well able to distinguish between understanding and obeying an order. It is possible for him not to obey even when, indeed, precisely when, he has understood it. It may be difficult for the historian to reconstruct the original situation in which the order arose. But he will understand it fully only when he has thus made the order concrete. This, then, is the clear hermeneutical demand, to understand a text in terms of the specific situation in which it was written. According to the self-understanding of science, then, it can make no difference to the historian whether a text was addressed to a particular person or was intended to belong to all ages. The general requirement of hermeneutics is, rather, that every text must be understood according to the aim appropriate to it. But this means that historical scholarship first seeks to understand every text in its own terms and does not accept the content of what it says as true, but leaves it undecided. Understanding is certainly concretization, but one that involves keeping a hermeneutical distance. Understanding is possible only if one keeps oneself out of play. This is the demand of science. According to this self-interpretation of the methodology of the human sciences, it is generally said that the interpreter imagines an addressee for every text, whether expressly addressed by the text or not. This addressee is in every case the original reader, and the interpreter knows that this is a different person from himself. This is obvious, when thus negatively expressed. A person trying to understand a text, whether literary critic or historian, does not, at any rate, apply what it says to himself. He is simply trying to understand what the author is saying, And if he is simply trying to understand, he is not interested in the objective truth of what is said as such, not even if the text itself claims to teach truth. On this the philologist and the historian are in agreement. Hermeneutics and historical study, however, are clearly not the same thing. By examining the methodological differences between the two, we will discover that what they really have in common is not what they are generally thought to have. The historian has a different orientation to the texts of the past, in that he is trying to discover something about the past through them. He therefore uses other traditionary material to supplement and verify what the texts say. He considers it as more or less of a weakness when the philologist regards his text as a work of art. A work of art is a whole, self-sufficient world. But the interest of the historian knows no such self-sufficiency. Against Schleiermacher, Dilthey once said, "Philology would like to see self-contained existence everywhere." 93 If a work of literature from the past makes an impression on a historian, this will have no hermeneutical significance for him. It is fundamentally impossible for him to regard himself as the addressee of the text and accept its claim on him. Rather, he examines the text to find something it is not, of itself, attempting to provide. This is true even of traditionary material which itself purports to be historical representation. Even the writer of history is subject to historical critique. Thus the historian goes beyond hermeneutics, and the idea of interpretation acquires a new and more defined meaning. It no longer refers only to the explicit act of understanding a given text, as for the philologist. The concept of historical interpretation corresponds more to the idea of the expression, which is not understood by historical hermeneutics in its classical and traditional sense, i.e., as a rhetorical term that refers to the relation of language to thought. What the expression expresses is not merely what is supposed to be expressed in it, what is meant by it, but primarily what is also expressed by the words without its being intended, i.e., what the expression, as it were, betrays. In this wider sense the word expression refers to far more than linguistic expression, rather, it includes everything that we have to get behind, and that at the same time enables us to get behind it. Interpretation here, then, does not refer to the sense intended, but to the sense that is hidden and has to be disclosed. In this sense every text not only presents an intelligible meaning but, in many respects, needs to be interpreted. The text is primarily a phenomenon of expression. It is understandable that the historian is interested in this aspect. For the documentary value of, say, a report depends in part on what the text, as a phenomenon of expression, displays. From this, one can discover what the writer intended without saying, what party he belonged to, with what views he approached things, or even what degree of lack of principle or dishonesty is to be expected of him. These subjective elements affecting the credibility of the witness must be taken into consideration. But, above all, the content of the traditionary material must itself be interpreted, even if its subjective reliability is established, i.e., the text is understood as a document whose true meaning can be discovered only behind its literal meaning, by comparing it with other data that allow us to estimate its historical value. Thus for the historian it is a basic principle that tradition is to be interpreted in a sense different than the texts, of themselves, call for. He will always go back behind them and the meaning they express to inquire into the reality they express involuntarily. Texts must be treated in the same way as other available historical material, i.e., as the so-called relics of the past. Like everything else, they need explication, i.e., to be understood in terms of not only what they say but what they exemplify. The concept of interpretation reaches its culmination here. Interpretation is necessary where the meaning of a text cannot be immediately understood. It is necessary wherever one is not prepared to trust what a phenomenon immediately presents to us. The psychologist interprets in this way by not accepting the expressions of life in their intended sense but delving back into what was taking place in the unconscious. Similarly, the historian interprets the data of tradition in order to discover the true meaning that is expressed and, at the same time, hidden in them. Thus there is a natural tension between the historian and the philologist who seeks to understand a text for the sake of its beauty and its truth. The historian's interpretation is concerned with something that is not expressed in the text itself and need have nothing to do with the intended meaning of the text. There is a fundamental conflict here between the historical and the literary consciousness, although this tension scarcely exists now that historical consciousness has also altered the orientation of the critic. He has given up the claim that his texts have a normative validity for him. He no longer regards them as models of the best that has been thought and said, but looks at them in a way that they themselves did not intend to be looked at. He looks at them as a historian. This has made philology and criticism subsidiary disciplines of historical studies. This could be glimpsed already in classical philology when it began to call itself the science of antiquity, Willemowitz. It is a department of historical research concerned primarily with language and literature. The philologist is a historian, in that he discovers a historical dimension in his literary sources. Understanding, then, is for him a matter of placing a given text in the context of the history of language, literary form, style, and so on, and thus ultimately mediating it with the whole context of historical life. Only occasionally does his own original nature come through. Thus, in judging the ancient historians, he tends to give these great writers more credence than the historian finds justified. This ideological credulity, which makes the philologist overestimate the value of his texts as evidence, is the last vestige of his old claim to be the friend of eloquence and the mediator of classical literature. Let us now inquire whether this description of the procedure of the human sciences, in which the historian and the critic of today are one, is accurate, and whether the claim of historical consciousness to be universal is justified. In regard to philology, it seems questionable. 94 The critic is ultimately mistaking his own nature, as a friend of eloquence, if he bows to the standard of historical studies. If his texts possess an exemplary character for him, this may be primarily in regard to form. The older humanism fervently believed that everything in classical literature was said in an exemplary way, but what is said in such a way is actually more than an exemplar of form. Eloquence, schöne Reden, is not called such simply because what is said beautifully, but also because something beautiful is said. It seeks to be more than mere rhetoric. It is particularly true of the national poetic traditions that we admire not only their poetic power, the imagination and art of their expression, but above all the great truth that speaks in them. If in the work of the critic, then, there is still something of only acknowledging models, he is not in fact relating his texts merely to a reconstructed addressee but also to himself, though he is unwilling to accept this. But in accepting models there is always an understanding that does not leave their exemplarity undecided, but rather has already chosen and considers itself obligated to them. That is why relating oneself to an exemplar is always like following in someone's footsteps. And just as this is more than mere imitation, so this understanding is a continually new form of encounter and has itself the character of an event precisely because it does not simply leave things up in the air but involves application. The literary critic, as it were, weaves a little further on the great tapestry of tradition that supports us. If we acknowledge this, then criticism and philology can attain their true dignity and proper knowledge of themselves only by being liberated from history. Yet this seems to me to be only half the truth. Rather, we should ask whether the picture of the historical approach, as set out here, is not itself distorted. Perhaps not only the approach of the critic and philologist but also that of the historian should be oriented not so much to the methodological ideal of the natural sciences as to the model offered us by legal and theological hermeneutics. It may be that the historical approach to texts differs specifically from the original bond of the critic to his texts. It may be that the historian tries to get behind the texts in order to force them to yield information that they do not intend, and are unable of themselves to give. With regard to the individual text, this would seem to be the case. The historian approaches his texts the way an investigating magistrate approaches his witnesses. But simply establishing facts, elicited from possibly prejudiced witnesses, does not make the historian. What makes the historian is understanding the significance of what he finds. Thus the testimony of history is like that given before a court. It is no accident that in German the same word is used for both, Zeugnis, testimony, witness. In both cases testimony aids in establishing the facts. But the facts are not the real objects of inquiry, they are simply material for the real tasks of the judge and of the historian, that is, respectively, to reach a just decision and to establish the historical significance of an event within the totality of his historical self-consciousness. Thus the whole difference is possibly only a question of the criteria. One should not choose too nicely if one would reach the essentials. We have already shown that traditional hermeneutics artificially limited the dimensions of the phenomenon, and perhaps the same is true of the historical approach. Is it not the case here too that the really important things precede any application of historical methods? A historical hermeneutics that does not make the nature of the historical question the central thing, and does not inquire into a historian's motives in examining historical material, lacks its most important element. If we accept this, then the relation between literary criticism and historical study suddenly appears quite different. Although we spoke of the humanities as being under the alien control of historical studies, this is not the last word on the matter. Rather, it seems to me that the problem of application, of which we had to remind the critic, also characterizes the more complicated situation of historical understanding. All appearances seem to be against this, it is true, for historical understanding seems to fall entirely short of the traditionary text's claim to applicability. We have seen that history does not regard a text in terms of the text's intention but in terms of its own characteristic and different intention, i.e., as a historical source, using it to understand what the text did not at all intend to say but we nevertheless find expressed in it. On closer examination, however, the question arises whether the historian's understanding is really different in structure from the critic's. It is true that he considers the text from another point of view, but this difference of intention applies only to the individual text as such. For the historian, however, the individual text makes up, together with other sources and testimonies, the unity of the whole tradition. The whole unified tradition is his true hermeneutical object. It is this that he must understand in the same sense in which the literary critic understands his text in the unity of its meaning. Thus the historian too must perform a task of application. This is the important point. Historical understanding proves to be a kind of literary criticism writ large. But this does not mean that we share the hermeneutical approach of the historical school, the problems of which we outline above. We spoke of the dominance of the philological schema in historical self-understanding and used Dilthey's foundation of the human sciences to show that the historical school's aim of seeing history as reality and not simply as unfolding complexes of ideas could not be achieved. We, for our part, are not maintaining, with Dilthey, that every event is as perfectly meaningful as a text. When I called history criticism writ large, this did not mean that historical studies are to be understood as part of intellectual history, Geistesgeschichte. I am saying just the opposite. We have seen, I think more correctly, what is involved in reading a text. Of course the reader before whose eyes the great book of world history simply lies open does not exist. But neither does the reader exist who, when he has his text before him, simply reads what is there. Rather, all reading involves application, so that a person reading a text is himself part of the meaning he apprehends. He belongs to the text that he is reading. The line of meaning that the text manifests to him as he reads it always and necessarily breaks off in an open indeterminacy. He can, indeed he must, accept the fact that future generations will understand differently what he has read in the text. And what is true of every reader is also true of the historian. The historian is concerned with the whole of historical tradition, which he has to mediate with his own present existence if he wants to understand it, and which in this way he keeps open for the future. Thus we too acknowledge that there is an inner unity between philology and literary criticism on the one hand and historical studies on the other, but we do not see it in the universality of the historical method, nor in the objectifying replacement of the interpreter by the original reader, nor in historical critique of tradition as such, but, on the contrary, in the fact that both perform an active application that is different only in degree. If the philologist or critic understands the given text, i.e., understands himself in the text in the way we have said, the historian too understands the great text of world history he has himself discovered, in which every text handed down to us is but a fragment of meaning, one letter, as it were, and he understands himself in this great text. Both the critic and the historian thus emerge from the self-forgetfulness to which they had been banished by a thinking for which the only criterion was the methodology of modern science. Both find their true ground in historically affected consciousness. This shows that the model of legal hermeneutics was, in fact, a useful one. When a judge regards himself as entitled to supplement the original meaning of the text of a law, he is doing exactly what takes place in all other understanding. The old unity of the hermeneutical disciplines comes into its own again if we recognize that historically affected consciousness is at work in all hermeneutical activity, that of philologist as well as of the historian. The meaning of the application involved in all forms of understanding is now clear. Application does not mean first understanding a given universal in itself and then afterward applying it to a concrete case. It is the very understanding of the universal, the text, itself. Understanding proves to be a kind of effect and knows itself as such. Analysis of historically affected consciousness. The limitations of reflective philosophy 95. We must now ask how knowledge and effect belong together. I have already pointed out above 96 that historically affected consciousness is something other than inquiry into the history of a particular work's effect, as it were, the trace a work leaves behind. It is, rather, a consciousness of the work itself, and hence itself has an effect. The purpose of the whole account of the formation and fusion of horizons was to show how historically affected consciousness operates. But what sort of consciousness is this? That is the decisive problem. However much we emphasize that historically affected consciousness itself belongs to the effect, what is essential to it as consciousness is that it can rise above that of which it is conscious. The structure of reflexivity is fundamentally given with all consciousness. Thus this must also be the case for historically affected consciousness. We might also express it thus: When we speak of historically affected consciousness, are we not confined within the immanent laws of reflection, which destroy any immediate effect? Are we not forced to admit that Hegel was right and regard the basis of hermeneutics as the absolute mediation of history and truth? We cannot underestimate this point if we think of the historical worldview and its development from Schleiermacher to Dilthey. It was the same everywhere. Everywhere the claim of hermeneutics seems capable of being met only in the infinity of knowledge, in the thoughtful fusion of the whole of tradition with the present. We see it based on the ideal of perfect enlightenment, on the complete limitlessness of our historical horizon, on the abolition of our finiteness in the infinity of knowledge, in short, on the omnipresence of the historically knowing spirit. It is clearly of no fundamental significance that 19th-century historicism never expressly acknowledged this consequence. Ultimately it finds its justification in Hegel, even if the historians, filled with enthusiasm for experience, preferred to quote Schleiermacher and Wilhelm von Humboldt. But neither Schleiermacher nor Humboldt really thought through their positions fully. However much when a judge regards himself as entitled to supplement the original meaning of the text of a law, he is doing exactly what takes place in all other understanding. The old unity of the hermeneutical disciplines comes into its own again if we recognize that historically affected consciousness is at work in all hermeneutical activity, that of philologist as well as of the historian. The meaning of the application involved in all forms of understanding is now clear. Application does not mean first understanding a given universal in itself and then afterward applying it to a concrete case. It is the very understanding of the universal, the text, itself. Understanding proves to be a kind of effect and knows itself as such. Analysis of historically affected consciousness. The limitations of reflective philosophy 95. We must now ask how knowledge and effect belong together. I have already pointed out above 96 that historically affected consciousness is something other than inquiry into the history of a particular work's effect, as it were, the trace a work leaves behind. It is, rather, a consciousness of the work itself, and hence itself has an effect. The purpose of the whole account of the formation and fusion of horizons was to show how historically affected consciousness operates. But what sort of consciousness is this? That is the decisive problem. However much we emphasize that historically affected consciousness itself belongs to the effect, what is essential to it as consciousness is that it can rise above that of which it is conscious. The structure of reflexivity is fundamentally given with all consciousness. Thus this must also be the case for historically affected consciousness. We might also express it thus: when we speak of historically affected consciousness, are we not confined within the immanent laws of reflection, which destroy any immediate effect? Are we not forced to admit that Hegel was right and regard the basis of hermeneutics as the absolute mediation of history and truth? We cannot underestimate this point if we think of the historical worldview and its development from Schleiermacher to Dilthey. It was the same everywhere. Everywhere the claim of hermeneutics seems capable of being met only in the infinity of knowledge, in the thoughtful fusion of the whole of tradition with the present. We see it based on the ideal of perfect enlightenment, on the complete limitlessness of our historical horizon, on the abolition of our finiteness in the infinity of knowledge, in short, on the omnipresence of the historically knowing spirit. It is clearly of no fundamental significance that 19th-century historicism never expressly acknowledged this consequence. Ultimately it finds its justification in Hegel, even if the historians, filled with enthusiasm for experience, preferred to quote Schleiermacher and Wilhelm von Humboldt. But neither Schleiermacher nor Humboldt really thought through their positions fully. However much experience that the being in itself distinguished from consciousness is the other of itself, and is known in its truth when it is known as self, i.e., when it knows itself in full and absolute self-consciousness. We will consider the legitimacy and limitations of this argument. The varied critique of this philosophy of absolute reason by Hegel's critics cannot withstand the logical consequences of total dialectical self-mediation that Hegel has described, especially in his Phenomenology, the science of phenomenal knowledge. That the other must be experienced not as the other of myself grasped by pure self-consciousness, but as a thou, this prototype of all objections to the infiniteness of Hegel's dialectic, does not seriously challenge him. The dialectical process of the phenomenology of mind is perhaps determined by nothing so much as by the problem of the recognition of the thou. To mention only a few stages of this history, our own self-consciousness, for Hegel, attains to the truth of its self-consciousness only by fighting to be recognized by the other person. The immediate relationship between man and woman is the natural knowledge of mutual recognition, p. 325. 98. Beyond this, conscience represents the spiritual side of being recognized, and the mutual self-recognition in which the spirit is absolute can be attained only via confession and forgiveness. It cannot be denied that Feuerbach and Kierkegaard's objections are already anticipated when Hegel describes these forms of spirit. Polemics against an absolute thinker has itself no starting point. The Archimedean point from which Hegel's philosophy could be toppled can never be found through reflection. The formal superiority of reflective philosophy is precisely that every possible position is drawn into the reflective movement of consciousness coming to itself. The appeal to immediacy, whether of bodily nature, or the thou making claims on us, or the impenetrable factualness of historical accident, or the reality of the relations of production, has always been self-refuting, in that it is not itself an immediate relation, but a reflective activity. The left Hegelian critique of merely intellectual reconciliation that fails to take account of the real transformation of the world, the whole doctrine of the transformation of philosophy into politics, is inevitably the self-abolition of philosophy. 99. Thus the question arises how far the dialectical superiority of reflective philosophy corresponds to a substantive truth and how far it merely creates a formal appearance. For the arguments of reflective philosophy cannot ultimately obscure the fact that there is some truth in the critique of speculative thought based on the standpoint of finite human consciousness. This emerges, in particular, in the epigones of idealism, for example, the neo-Kantian critics of life philosophy and existentialism. Heinrich Rickert, who attempted in 1920 to destroy life philosophy through argument, was unable to come anywhere near the influence of Nietzsche and Dilthey, which was beginning to grow at that time. However clearly one demonstrates the inner contradictions of all relativist views, it is as Heidegger has said, all these victorious arguments have something of the attempt to bowl one over. 100. However cogent they may seem, they still miss the main point. In making use of them one is proved right, and yet they do not express any superior insight of value. That the thesis of skepticism or relativism refutes itself to the extent that it claims to be true is an irrefutable argument. But what does it achieve? The reflective argument that proves successful here rebounds against the arguer, for it renders the truth value of reflection suspect. It is not the reality of skepticism or of truth-dissolving relativism but the truth claim of all formal argument that is affected. Thus the formalism of such reflective argument is of specious philosophical legitimacy. In fact it tells us nothing. We are familiar with this kind of thing from the Greek sophists, whose inner hollowness Plato demonstrated. It was also he who saw clearly that there is no argumentatively adequate criterion by which to distinguish between truly philosophical and sophistic discourse. In particular, he shows in his seventh letter that the formal refutability of a proposition does not necessarily exclude its being true. 101. The model of all empty argument is the sophistic question how one can inquire into anything that one does not already know. This sophistical objection, which Plato formulates in the Meno, is not, characteristically enough, overcome there through superior argument, but by appealing to the myth of the pre-existence of the soul. 102. This is a very ironic appeal, since the myth of pre-existence and anamnesis, which is supposed to solve the mystery of questioning and seeking, does not present a religious certainty but depends on the certainty of the knowledge-seeking soul, which prevails against the emptiness of formal arguments. Nevertheless, it is characteristic of the weakness that Plato recognizes in the Logos that he bases his critique of the sophists' argument not on logic but myth. Just as true opinion is a divine favor and gift, so the search for and recognition of the true Logos is not the free self-possession of the human mind. We will see below that Plato's mythical justification of Socratic dialectic is of fundamental importance. Were not the sophists refuted, and this cannot be done through argument, their argument would lead to resignation. It is the argument of lazy reason and has a truly symbolic importance, since all empty reflection, despite its appearance of victory, leads to the discrediting of all reflective thought. But however convincing it seems, Plato's mythical refutation of dialectical sophism does not satisfy the modern mind. There is no mythical foundation of philosophy in Hegel, for him myth is part of pedagogy. Ultimately, reason is its own foundation. By working through the dialectic of reflection as the total self-mediation of reason, Hegel is fundamentally beyond the argumentative formalism that we, like Plato, call sophistical. Hence his dialectic is no less polemical toward the empty arguments of logic, which he calls external reflection, than are the arguments of Plato's Socrates. That is why it is of central importance that the hermeneutical problem come to grips with Hegel. For Hegel's whole philosophy of mind claims to achieve the total fusion of history with the present. It is concerned not with a reflective formalism but with the same thing as we are. Hegel has thought through the historical dimension in which the problem of hermeneutics is rooted. For this reason we will have to define the structure of historically affected consciousness with an eye to Hegel, setting it against his own approach. Hegel's spiritualistic interpretation of Christianity, which he uses to define the nature of mind, is not affected by the objection that it leaves no room for the experience of the other and the alterity of history. The life of the mind consists precisely in recognizing oneself in other being. The mind directed toward self-knowledge regards itself as alienated from the positive and must learn to reconcile itself with it, seeing it as its own, as its home. By dissolving the hard edge of positivity, it becomes reconciled with itself. In that this kind of reconciliation is the historical work of the mind, the historical activity of the mind is neither self-reflection nor the merely formal dialectical supersession of the self-alienation that it has undergone, but an experience that experiences reality and is itself real. The concept of experience, Erfahrung, and the essence of the hermeneutic experience. This is precisely what we have to keep in mind in analyzing historically affected consciousness. It has the structure of experience, Erfahrung. However paradoxical it may seem, the concept of experience seems to me one of the most obscure we have. Because it plays an important role in the natural sciences and logic of induction, it has been subjected to an epistemological schematization that, for me, truncates its original meaning. We may remember that Dilthey accused British empiricism of a lack of historical culture. Considering his unresolved hesitation between life philosophy and philosophy of science, we can regard this as a very half-hearted criticism. In fact, the main deficiency in theory of experience hitherto, and this includes Dilthey himself, is that it is entirely oriented toward science and hence takes no account of the inner historicity of experience. The aim of science is so to objectify experience that it no longer contains any historical element. Scientific experiment is this by its methodical procedure. The historico-critical method, moreover, does something similar in the human sciences. Through the objectivity of their approach, both methods are concerned to guarantee that these basic experiences can be repeated by anyone. Just as in the natural sciences experiments must be verifiable, so also must the whole process be capable of being checked in the human sciences also. Hence, there can be no place for the historicity of experience in science. In its methodology, modern science thus simply proceeds further toward a goal that experience has always striven after. Experience is valid only if it is confirmed, hence its dignity depends on its being in principle repeatable. But this means that by its very nature, experience abolishes its history and thus itself. This is true even of everyday experience, and much more so of any scientific version of it. Theory of experience is related exclusively teleologically to the truth that is derived from it, and this is not just an accidental one-sidedness in modern scientific theory but has a foundation in fact. In recent times Edmund Husserl, in particular, has directed his attention to this problem. In a series of many investigations he attempted to throw light on the one-sidedness of the scientific idealization of experience. 103 To this end he gives a genealogy of the experience which, as experience of the living world, precedes its being idealized by science. To me, however, he still seems dominated by the one-sidedness that he criticizes, for he projects the idealized world of exact scientific experience into the original experience of the world, in that he makes perception, as something directed toward merely external physical appearances, the basis of all other experience. To quote him, although, because of this sensible presence it also attracts our practical or effective interest, presenting itself to us at once as something useful, attractive, or repulsive, all this is based on the fact that there is a substratum with qualities that can be apprehended simply by the senses, to which there always leads a path of possible explication. 104. It is easy to see how much the ontological foreconception of presence dominates him. Husserl's attempt to go back genetically to the origin of experience, and to overcome its idealization by science, obviously has to struggle especially with the difficulty that the pure transcendental subjectivity of the ego is not really given as such but always given in the idealization of language. Moreover, language is already present in any acquisition of experience, and in it the individual ego comes to belong to a particular linguistic community. In fact, when we go back to the beginnings of modern scientific theory and logic, we find this same problem, the extent to which there can be such a thing as the pure use of our reason, proceeding according to methodological principles, superior to all prejudices and predispositions, especially verbalistic ones. The particular achievement of Bacon in this field is that he was not satisfied with the imminent logical task of elaborating the theory of experience as the theory of true induction. Instead, he discussed the whole moral difficulty and anthropological questionableness of this kind of experiential product. His method of induction seeks to rise above the irregular and accidental way daily experience occurs and certainly above its dialectical use. In this connection he undermined the theory of induction based on enumeratio simplex, still held by humanist scholasticism, an achievement that foreshadowed the new age of scientific method. The concept of induction makes use of the idea that we generalize on the basis of chance observation and, If we encounter no contrary instance, we pronounce it valid. Against anticipatio, this overhasty generalization of everyday experience, Bacon opposes what he calls interpretatio naturae, i.e., the expert interpretation of the true being of nature. 105 Methodically conducted experiments permit us to progress step by step toward the true and tenable universals, the simple forms of nature. This true method is characterized by the fact that the mind is not left to its own devices. 106 It cannot soar as it would like. Rather, it has to climb gradatum, step by step, from the particular to the universal in order to achieve an ordered experience that avoids all hasty conclusions. 107 Bacon himself describes the method he calls for as experimental. 108 But it must be remembered that by experiment Bacon does not always mean just the scientist's technical procedure of artificially inducing processes under conditions that isolate them and render them capable of being measured. An experiment is also, and primarily, the careful directing of our mind, preventing it from indulging in over-hasty generalizations, consciously confronting it with the most remote and apparently most diverse instances, so that gradually and continuously it can learn to work, via the process of exclusion, toward the axioms. 109 On the whole, we have to agree with the usual criticism of Bacon and admit that his methodological suggestions are disappointing. As we can see today, they are too vague and general and have produced little, especially when applied to the study of nature. It is true that this opponent of empty dialectical casuistry himself remained profoundly involved in the metaphysical tradition and in the dialectical forms of argument that he attacked. His goal of conquering nature through obedience, the new approach of attacking and forcing nature's secrets from it which makes him the predecessor of modern science, is only the programmatic side of his work, and his contribution has hardly been enduring. His real achievement is, rather, that he undertakes a comprehensive examination of the prejudices that hold the human mind captive and lead it away from the true knowledge of things. He thus carries out a methodical self-purification of the mind that is more a discipline than a method. Bacon's famous doctrine of the prejudices first and foremost makes the methodical use of reason possible. 110 This is precisely why he interests us, for he expresses, albeit with a critical and exclusionary intention, elements in experience that are not teleologically related to the goal of science. For example, among the idolatribus, Bacon speaks of the tendency of the human mind always to remember what is positive and forget all instantiae negativi. A case in point is the belief in oracles, which is based on this remarkable forgetfulness, which remembers only the true prophecies and forgets the false ones. Similarly, in Bacon's eyes the relation of the human mind to the conventions of language is a case of knowledge being distracted by empty conventional forms. It is one of the idolaphori. These two examples are enough to indicate that the teleological aspect, which dominates this question for Bacon, is not the only one possible. Whether the positive should always have priority in the memory, or whether the tendency of life to forget the negative is to be criticized in all respects, is a question that needs asking. Ever since the Prometheus of Aeschylus, hope has been such a clear mark of human experience that, in view of its human importance, we must regard as one-sided the principle that experience should be evaluated only teleologically, by the degree to which it ends in knowledge. We will probably come to a similar conclusion with regard to language, which precedes experience, and although illusory verbalistic problems can derive from the dominance of linguistic conventions, it is equally certain that language is at the same time a positive condition of, and guide to, experience itself. Even Husserl, like Bacon, noted more the negative than the positive side of language. In analyzing the concept of experience we will not let ourselves be guided by these models, since we cannot confine ourselves to the teleological perspective, which until now has largely governed consideration of the problem. This is not to say that this perspective has not correctly grasped a true element in the structure of experience. The fact that experience is valid so long as it is not contradicted by new experience, ubi non reparatur instantia contradictoria, is clearly characteristic of the general nature of experience, whether we are dealing with scientific procedure in the modern sense or with the experience of daily life that men have always had. Thus this characterization of experience is entirely in agreement with Aristotle's analysis of the concept of induction in the appendix to his Posterior Analytics. 111 There, as in Chapter 1 of his Metaphysics, he describes how various perceptions unite to form the unity of experience when many individual perceptions are retained. What sort of unity is this? Clearly it is the unity of a universal. But the universality of experience is not yet the universality of science. Rather, according to Aristotle, it occupies a remarkably indeterminate intermediate position between the many individual perceptions and the true universality of the concept. Science and technology start from the universality of the concept. But what is the universality of experience, and how does it evolve into the new universality of the logos? If experience shows us that a particular remedy has a particular effect, this means that something common has been noticed in a number of observations, and it is clear that the actual medical question, the scientific question, i.e., the question about the logos, is possible only on the basis of this kind of observation. Science knows why, for what reason, this remedy has a healing effect. Experience is not science itself, but it is a necessary condition of it. There must already be certainty, i.e., the individual observations must show the same regularity. Only when the universality found in experience has been attained can we look for the reason and hence begin a scientific inquiry. We ask again, what kind of universality is this? It is obviously concerned with the undifferentiated commonality of many single observations. It is because we retain these that we can make certain predictions. However, the relation among experience, retention, and the resulting unity of experience remains conspicuously vague. Aristotle is obviously basing what he says here on an argument that by his time already had a certain classic stamp. We find it first in Anaxagoras who, according to Plutarch, distinguished man from the beasts through his powers of empyrea, mneme, Sophia and techne. 112. We find a similar point in Aeschylus' emphasis on mneme in the Prometheus, 113, and although we do not find the corresponding emphasis on mneme in Plato's myth in the Protagoras, both Plato 114 and Aristotle indicate that it was already an established theory. The persistence of important perceptions, mona, is clearly the linking motif through which the knowledge of the universal can emerge from the experience of the individual. All animals that possess mneme in this sense, i.e., a sense of the past, of time, approximate the human in this respect. A separate investigation into this early theory of experience, whose traces we have outlined, would be necessary to discover how influential was the connection between memory, mneme, and language. It is clear that universal concepts are acquired by learning names and speech generally, and Themisthius exemplified Aristotle's analysis of induction simply by reference to learning to speak and form words. At any rate, the universality of experience of which Aristotle speaks is not that of the concept or of science. The problematic which we approach with this theory is undoubtedly that of the sophist's educational thought, for we find in all the available documents a connection between the distinctiveness of the human that concerns us here and the general arrangement of nature. But this motif, the contrast of man and beasts, was the natural basis for the sophist's educational ideal. Experience is always actually present only in the individual observation. It is not known in a previous universality. Here lies the fundamental openness of experience to new experience, not only in the general sense that errors are corrected, but that experience is essentially dependent on constant confirmation and necessarily becomes a different kind of experience where there is no confirmation, ubi reparator instantia contradictoria. Aristotle has a very fine image for the logic of this procedure. He compares the many observations someone makes to a fleeing army. They too hurry away, i.e., they do not stand fast. But if in this general flight an observation is confirmed by its being experienced repeatedly, then it does stand fast. At this point the general flight begins to stop. If others join it, then finally the whole fleeing host stops and again obeys a single command. The whole army under unified control is an image of science. The image is intended to show how science, i.e., universal truth, is possible, considering that it must not depend on the contingency of observations, but be valid in a really universal way. How is that possible on the basis of such contingent observations? The image is important for us because it illustrates the crucial element in the nature of experience. Like all images, it is not entirely perfect, however, the imperfection of a symbol is not a shortcoming but the other side of the work of abstraction that it performs. Aristotle's image of the fleeing army is imperfect because it starts from the wrong assumption, namely that before fleeing the army was standing fast. Of course this is not true of the tenor, namely the way knowledge is born. But this very lack shows clearly the only thing that the image is intended to illustrate, the birth of experience as an event over which no one has control and which is not even determined by the particular weight of this or that observation, but in which everything is coordinated in a way that is ultimately incomprehensible. The image captures the curious openness in which experience is acquired, suddenly, through this or that feature, unpredictably, and yet not without preparation, and it is valid from then on until there is a new experience, i.e., it holds not only for this or that instance but everything of the kind. According to Aristotle, it is through this universality of experience that the true universality of the concept and the possibility of science comes about. Thus the image illustrates the way the unprincipled universality of experience, its accretion, eventually leads to the unity of the arch, which means both command and principle. But if, like Aristotle, we think of the essence of experience only in regard to science, which in any case is not modern science but knowledge, then we are simplifying the process by which it comes about. His image describes this process, but it describes it under oversimplified conditions. As if one could automatically give a straightforward account of experience that contained no contradictions. Aristotle here presupposes that what persists in the flight of observations and emerges as a universal is, in fact, something common to them, for whom the universality of the concept is ontologically prior. What concerns Aristotle about experience is merely how it contributes to the formation of concepts. If we thus regard experience in terms of its result, we have ignored the fact that experience is a process. In fact, this process is essentially negative. It cannot be described simply as the unbroken generation of typical universals. Rather, this generation takes place as false generalizations are continually refuted by experience and what was regarded as typical is shown not to be so. 115 Language shows this when we use the word experience in two different senses, the experiences that conform to our expectation and confirm it and the new experiences that occur to us. This latter, experience in the genuine sense, is always negative. If a new experience of an object occurs to us, this means that hitherto we have not seen the thing correctly and now know it better. Thus the negativity of experience has a curiously productive meaning. It is not simply that we see through a deception and hence make a correction, but we acquire a comprehensive knowledge. We cannot, therefore, have a new experience of any object at random, but it must be of such a nature that we gain better knowledge through it, not only of itself, but of what we thought we knew before, i.e., of a universal. The negation by means of which it achieves this is a determinate negation. We call this kind of experience dialectical. It is not Aristotle but, most important, Hegel who testifies to the dialectical element in experience. With him the element of historicity comes into its own. He conceives experience as skepticism in action. We saw that one's experience changes one's whole knowledge. Strictly speaking, we cannot have the same experience twice. It is true, of course, that part of the nature of experience is to be continually confirmed, it is, as it were, acquired only by being repeated. But it is no longer a new experience when it is repeated and confirmed. When we have had an experience, this means that we possess it. We can now predict what was previously unexpected. The same thing cannot again become a new experience for us, only something different and unexpected can provide someone who has experience with a new one. Thus the experiencing consciousness has reversed its direction, i.e., it has turned back on itself. The experiencer has become aware of his experience, he is experienced. He has acquired a new horizon within which something can become an experience for him. This is the point at which Hegel becomes an important witness for us. In his Phenomenology of Mind he shows how the consciousness that would be certain of itself has new experiences. For consciousness its object is the in itself, but what is in itself can be known only as it presents itself to the experiencing consciousness. Thus the experiencing consciousness has precisely this experience, that the in-itselfness of the object is in itself for us. 116. Hegel here analyzes the concept of experience, an analysis that has drawn the special attention of Heidegger, who was both attracted and repulsed by it. 117 Hegel says, the dialectical movement that consciousness carries out in regard to itself, both in regard to its knowledge and to its object and as much as its new, true object emerges from this, is actually what is called experience. Remembering what we have said above, let us ask what Hegel means, since he is here clearly trying to say something about the general nature of experience. Heidegger has pointed out, rightly in my opinion, that here Hegel is not interpreting experience dialectically but rather conceiving what is dialectical in terms of the nature of experience. 118 According to Hegel, experience has the structure of a reversal of consciousness and hence it is a dialectical movement. Hegel behaves, of course, as if what is generally meant by experience were something else, in that in general we experience the falsehood of this first concept through another object, and not in such a way that the object itself changes. But it is only apparently different. Actually, the philosophical mind realizes what the experiencing mind is really doing when it proceeds from one to the other, it is reversing itself. Thus Hegel declares that the true nature of experience is to reverse itself in this way. In fact, as we saw, experience is initially always experience of negation, something is not what we supposed it to be. In view of the experience that we have of another object, both things change, our knowledge and its object. We know better now, and that means that the object itself does not pass the test. The new object contains the truth about the old one. What Hegel thus describes as experience is the experience that consciousness has of itself. The principle of experience contains the infinitely important element that in order to accept a content as true, the man himself must be present or, more precisely, He must find such content in unity and combined with the certainty of himself, writes Hegel in the Encyclopedia. 119 The concept of experience means precisely this, that this kind of unity with oneself is first established. This is the reversal that consciousness undergoes when it recognizes itself in what is alien and different. Whether experience moves by expanding into the manifoldness of the contents or as the continual emergence of new forms of mind, the necessity of which is understood by philosophical science, in any case it is a reversal of consciousness. Hegel's dialectical description of experience has some truth. For Hegel, it is necessary, of course, that conscious experience should lead to a self-knowledge that no longer has anything other than or alien to itself. For him the consummation of experience is science, the certainty of itself in knowledge. Hence his criterion of experience is self-knowledge. That is why the dialectic of experience must end in that overcoming of all experience which is attained in absolute knowledge, i.e., in the complete identity of consciousness and object. We can now understand why applying Hegel's dialectic to history, insofar as he regarded it as part of the absolute self-consciousness of philosophy, does not do justice to hermeneutical consciousness. The nature of experience is conceived in terms of something that surpasses it, for experience itself can never be science. Experience stands in an ineluctable opposition to knowledge and to the kind of instruction that follows from general theoretical or technical knowledge. The truth of experience always implies an orientation toward new experience. That is why a person who is called experienced has become so not only through experiences but is also open to new experiences. The consummation of his experience, the perfection that we call being experienced, does not consist in the fact that someone already knows everything and knows better than anyone else. Rather, the experienced person proves to be, on the contrary, someone who is radically undogmatic, who, because of the many experiences he has had and the knowledge he has drawn from them, is particularly well equipped to have new experiences and to learn from them. The dialectic of experience has its proper fulfillment not in definitive knowledge but in the openness to experience that is made possible by experience itself. But then this gives the concept of experience that we are concerned with here a qualitatively new element. It refers not only to experience in the sense of information about this or that. It refers to experience in general. This experience is always to be acquired, and from it no one can be exempt. Experience in this sense belongs to the historical nature of man. Although in bringing up children, for example, parents may try to spare them certain experiences, experience as a whole is not something anyone can be spared. Rather, experience in this sense inevitably involves many disappointments of one's expectations and only thus is experience acquired. That experience refers chiefly to painful and disagreeable experiences does not mean that we are being especially pessimistic, but can be seen directly from its nature. Only through negative instances do we acquire new experiences, as Bacon saw. Every experience worthy of the name thwarts an expectation. Thus the historical nature of man essentially implies a fundamental negativity that emerges in the relation between experience and insight. Insight is more than the knowledge of this or that situation. It always involves an escape from something that had deceived us and held us captive. Thus insight always involves an element of self-knowledge and constitutes a necessary side of what we called experience in the proper sense. Insight is something we come to. It too is ultimately part of the vocation of man, i.e., to be discerning and insightful. If we want to quote another witness for this third element in the nature of experience, the best is Aeschylus. He found the formula, or, rather, recognized its metaphysical significance as expressing the inner historicality of experience, of learning though suffering, pathia mathos. This phrase does not mean only that we become wise through suffering and that our knowledge of things must first be corrected through deception and undeception. Understood in this way, the formula is probably as old as human experience itself. But Aeschylus means more than this. 120 He refers to the reason why this is so. What a man has to learn through suffering is not this or that particular thing, but insight into the limitations of humanity, into the absoluteness of the barrier that separates man from the divine. It is ultimately a religious insight, the kind of insight that gave birth to Greek tragedy. Thus experience is experience of human finitude. The truly experienced person is one who has taken this to heart, who knows that he is master neither of time nor the future. The experienced man knows that all foresight is limited and all plans uncertain. In him is realized the truth value of experience. If it is characteristic of every phase of the process of experience that the experienced person acquires a new openness to new experiences, this is certainly true of the idea of being perfectly experienced. It does not mean that experience has ceased and a higher form of knowledge is reached, Hegel, but that for the first time experience fully and truly is. In it all dogmatism, which proceeds from the soaring desires of the human heart, reaches an absolute barrier. Experience teaches us to acknowledge the real. The genuine result of experience, then, as of all desire to know, is to know what is. But what is, here, is not this or that thing, but what cannot be destroyed, Renka. Real experience is that whereby man becomes aware of his finiteness. In it are discovered the limits of the power and the self-knowledge of his planning reason. The idea that everything can be reversed, that there is always time for everything and that everything somehow returns, proves to be an illusion. Rather, the person who is situated and acts in history continually experiences the fact that nothing returns. To acknowledge what is does not just mean to recognize what is at this moment, but to have insight into the limited degree to which the future is still open to expectation and planning, or, even more fundamentally, to have the insight that all the expectation and planning of finite beings is finite and limited. Genuine experience is experience of one's own historicity. Our discussion of the concept of experience thus arrives at a conclusion that is of considerable importance to our inquiry into the nature of historically affected consciousness. As a genuine form of experience, it must reflect the general structure of experience. Thus we will have to seek out in hermeneutical experience those elements that we have found in our analysis of experience in general. Hermeneutical experience is concerned with tradition. This is what is to be experienced. But tradition is not simply a process that experience teaches us to know and govern. It is language, i.e., it expresses itself like a thou. A thou is not an object, it relates itself to us. It would be wrong to think that this means that what is experienced in tradition is to be taken as the opinion of another person, a thou. Rather, I maintain that the understanding of tradition does not take the traditionary text as an expression of another person's life, but as meaning that is detached from the person who means it, from an I or a thou. Still, the relationship to the thou and the meaning of experience implicit in that relation must be capable of teaching us something about hermeneutical experience. For tradition is a genuine partner in dialogue, and we belong to it, as does the I with a thou. It is clear that the experience of the thou must be special because the thou is not an object but is in relationship with us. For this reason the elements we have emphasized in the structure of experience will undergo a change. Since here the object of experience is a person, this kind of experience is a moral phenomenon, as is the knowledge acquired through experience, the understanding of the other person. Let us therefore consider the change that occurs in the structure of experience when it is experience of the thou and when it is hermeneutical experience. There is a kind of experience of the thou that tries to discover typical behavior in one's fellow men and can make predictions about others on the basis of experience. We call this a knowledge of human nature. We understand the other person in the same way that we understand any other typical event in our experiential field, i.e., he is predictable. His behavior is as much a means to our end as any other means. From the moral point of view, this orientation toward the thou is purely self-regarding and contradicts the moral definition of man. As we know, in interpreting the categorical imperative, Kant said, inter alia, that the other should never be used as a means but always as an end in himself. If we relate this form of the I-thou relation, the kind of understanding of the thou that constitutes knowledge of human nature, to the hermeneutical problem, the equivalent is naive faith and method and in the objectivity that can be attained through it. Someone who understands tradition in this way makes it an object, i.e., he confronts it in a free and uninvolved way, and by methodically excluding everything subjective, he discovers what it contains. We saw that he thereby detaches himself from the continuing effect of the tradition in which he himself has his historical reality. It is the method of the social sciences, following the methodological ideas of the 18th century and their programmatic formulation by Hume, ideas that are a cliched version of scientific method. 121 But this covers only part of the actual procedure of the human sciences, and even that is schematically reduced, since it recognizes only what is typical and regular in behavior. It flattens out the nature of hermeneutical experience in precisely the same way as we have seen in the teleological interpretation of the concept of induction since Aristotle. A second way in which the thou is experienced and understood is that the thou is acknowledged as a person, but despite this acknowledgement the understanding of the thou is still a form of self-relatedness. Such self-regard derives from the dialectical appearance that the dialectic of the I-thou relation brings with it. This relation is not immediate but reflective. To every claim there is a counterclaim. This is why it is possible for each of the partners in the relationship reflectively to outdo the other. One claims to know the other's claim from his point of view and even to understand the other better than the other understands himself. In this way the thou loses the immediacy with which it makes its claim. It is understood, but this means it is co-opted and preempted reflectively from the standpoint of the other person. Because it is a mutual relationship, it helps to constitute the reality of the I-thou relationship itself. The inner historicity of all the relations in the lives of men consists in the fact that there is a constant struggle for mutual recognition. This can have very varied degrees of tension, to the point of the complete domination of one person by the other. But even the most extreme forms of mastery and slavery are a genuine dialectical relationship of the kind that Hegel has elaborated. 122. The experience of the thou attained here is more adequate than what we have called the knowledge of human nature, which merely seeks to calculate how the other person will behave. It is an illusion to see another person as a tool that can be absolutely known and used. Even a slave still has a will to power that turns against his master, as Nietzsche rightly said. 123 But the dialectic of reciprocity that governs all thou relationships is inevitably hidden from the consciousness of the individual. The servant who tyrannizes his master by serving him does not believe that he is serving his own aims by doing so. In fact, his own self-consciousness consists precisely in withdrawing from the dialectic of this reciprocity, in reflecting himself out of his relation to the other and so becoming unreachable by him. By understanding the other, by claiming to know him, one robs his claims of their legitimacy. In particular, the dialectic of charitable or welfare work operates in this way, penetrating all relationships between men as a reflective form of the effort to dominate. The claim to understand the other person in advance functions to keep the other person's claim at a distance. We are familiar with this from the teacher-pupil relationship, an authoritative form of welfare work. In these reflective forms the dialectic of the I-thou relation becomes more clearly defined. In the hermeneutical sphere the parallel to this experience of the thou is what we generally call historical consciousness. Historical consciousness knows about the otherness of the other, about the past in its otherness, just as the understanding of the thou knows the thou as a person. In the otherness of the past it seeks not the instantiation of a general law but something historically unique. By claiming to transcend its own conditionedness completely and knowing the other, it is involved in a false dialectical appearance, since it is actually seeking to master the past, as it were. This need not be accompanied by the speculative claim of a philosophy of world history, as an ideal of perfect enlightenment. It sheds light on the process of experience in the historical sciences, as we find, for example, in Dilthey. In my analysis of hermeneutical consciousness I have shown that the dialectical illusion which historical consciousness creates, and which corresponds to the dialectical illusion of experience perfected and replaced by knowledge, is the unattainable ideal of the Enlightenment. A person who believes he is free of prejudices, relying on the objectivity of his procedures and denying that he is himself conditioned by historical circumstances, experiences the power of the prejudices that unconsciously dominate him as a vis et ergo. A person who does not admit that he is dominated by prejudices will fail to see what manifests itself by their light. It is like the relation between I and thou. A person who reflects himself out of the mutuality of such a relation changes this relationship and destroys its moral bond. A person who reflects himself out of a living relationship to tradition destroys the true meaning of this tradition in exactly the same way. In seeking to understand tradition, historical consciousness must not rely on the critical method with which it approaches its sources, as if this preserved it from mixing in its own judgments and prejudices. It must, in fact, think within its own historicity. To be situated within a tradition does not limit the freedom of knowledge but makes it possible. Knowing and recognizing this constitutes the third, and highest, type of hermeneutical experience, the openness to tradition characteristic of historically affected consciousness. It too has a real analogue in the I's experience of the thou. In human relations the important thing is, as we have seen, to experience the thou truly as a thou, i.e., not to overlook his claim but to let him really say something to us. Here's where openness belongs. But ultimately this openness does not exist only for the person who speaks, rather, anyone who listens is fundamentally open. Without such openness to one another there is no genuine human bond. Belonging together always also means being able to listen to one another. When two people understand each other, this does not mean that one person understands the other. Similarly, to hear and obey someone, aufgemacht hören, does not mean simply that we do blindly what the other desires. We call such a person slavish, hörig. Openness to the other, then, involves recognizing that I myself must accept some things that are against me, even though no one else forces me to do so. This is the parallel to the hermeneutical experience. I must allow tradition's claim to validity, not in the sense of simply acknowledging the past in its otherness, but in such a way that it has something to say to me. This too calls for a fundamental sort of openness. Someone who is open to tradition in this way sees that historical consciousness is not really open at all, but rather, when it reads its texts historically, it has always thoroughly smoothed them out beforehand, so that the criteria of the historian's own knowledge can never be called into question by tradition. Recall the naive mode of comparison that the historical approach generally engages in. The 25th Lyceum fragment by Friedrich Schlegel reads, The two basic principles of so-called historical criticism are the postulate of the commonplace and the axiom of familiarity. The postulate of the commonplace is that everything that is really great, good, and beautiful is improbable, for it is extraordinary or at least suspicious. The axiom of familiarity is that things must always have been just as they are for us, for things are naturally like this. By contrast, historically affected consciousness rises above such naive comparisons and assimilations by letting itself experience tradition and by keeping itself open to the truth claim encountered in it. The hermeneutical consciousness culminates not in methodological sureness of itself, but in the same readiness for experience that distinguishes the experienced man from the man captivated by dogma. As we can now say more exactly in terms of the concept of experience, this readiness is what distinguishes historically affected consciousness. The hermeneutic priority of the question. The model of Platonic dialectic. This indicates the direction our inquiry must take. We will now examine the logical structure of openness that characterizes hermeneutical consciousness, recalling the importance of the concept of the question to our analysis of the hermeneutical situation. It is clear that the structure of the question is implicit in all experience. We cannot have experiences without asking questions. Recognizing that an object is different, and not as we first thought, obviously presupposes the question whether it was this or that. From a logical point of view, the openness essential to experience is precisely the openness of being either this or that. It has the structure of a question. And just as the dialectical negativity of experience culminates in the idea of being perfectly experienced, i.e., being aware of our finitude and limitedness, so also the logical form of the question and the negativity that is part of it culminate in a radical negativity, the knowledge of not knowing. This is the famous Socratic docta ignorantia which, amid the most extreme negativity of doubt, opens up the way to the true superiority of questioning. We will have to consider the essence of the question in greater depth if we are to clarify the particular nature of hermeneutical experience. The essence of the question is to have sense. Now sense involves a sense of direction. Hence the sense of the question is the only direction from which the answer can be given if it is to make sense. A question places what is questioned in a particular perspective. When a question arises, it breaks open the being of the object, as it were. Hence the logos that explicates this opened-up being is an answer. Its sense lies in the sense of the question. Among the greatest insights that Plato's account of Socrates affords us is that, contrary to the general opinion, it is more difficult to ask questions than to answer them. When the partners in the Socratic dialogue are unable to answer Socrates' awkward questions and try to turn the tables by assuming what they suppose is the preferable role of the questioner, they come to grief. 124 Behind this comic motif in the Platonic dialogues there is the critical distinction between authentic and inauthentic dialogue. To someone who engages in dialogue only to prove himself right and not to gain insight, asking questions will indeed seem easier than answering them. There is no risk that he will be unable to answer a question. In fact, however, the continual failure of the interlocutor shows that people who think they know better cannot even ask the right questions. In order to be able to ask, one must want to know, and that means knowing that one does not know. In the comic confusion between question and answer, knowledge and ignorance that Plato describes, there is a profound recognition of the priority of the question in all knowledge and discourse that really reveals something of an object. Discourse that is intended to reveal something requires that the thing be broken open by the question. For this reason, dialectic proceeds by way of question and answer or, rather, the path of all knowledge leads through the question. To ask a question means to bring into the open. The openness of what is in question consists in the fact that the answer is not settled. It must still be undetermined, awaiting a decisive answer. The significance of questioning consists in revealing the questionability of what is questioned. It has to be brought into this state of indeterminacy, so that there is an equilibrium between pro and contra. The sense of every question is realized in passing through this state of indeterminacy, in which it becomes an open question. Every true question requires this openness. Without it, it is basically no more than an apparent question. We are familiar with this from the example of the pedagogical question, whose paradoxical difficulty consists in the fact that it is a question without a questioner. Or from the rhetorical question, which not only has no questioner but no object. The openness of a question is not boundless. It is limited by the horizon of the question. A question that lacks this horizon is, so to speak, floating. It becomes a question only when its fluid indeterminacy is concretized in a specific this or that. In other words, the question has to be posed. Posing a question implies openness but also limitation. It implies the explicit establishing of presuppositions, in terms of which can be seen what still remains open. Hence a question can be asked rightly or wrongly, according as it reaches into the sphere of the truly open or fails to do so. We say that a question has been put wrongly when it does not reach the state of openness but precludes reaching it by retaining false presuppositions. It pretends to an openness and susceptibility to decision that it does not have. But if what is in question is not foregrounded, or not correctly foregrounded, from those presuppositions that are really held, then it is not brought into the open and nothing can be decided. This is shown clearly in the case of the slanted question that we are so familiar with in everyday life. There can be no answer to a slanted question because it leads us only apparently, and not really, through the open state of indeterminacy in which a decision is made. We call it slanted rather than wrongly put because there is a question behind it, i.e., there is an openness intended, but it does not lie in the direction in which the slanted question is pointing. The word slanted refers to something that has deviated from the right direction. The slant of a question consists in the fact that it does not give any real direction, and hence no answer to it is possible. Similarly, we say that statements which are not exactly wrong but also not right are slanted. This too is determined by their sense, i.e., by their relation to the question. We cannot call them wrong, since we detect something true about them, but neither can we properly call them right because they do not correspond to any meaningful question and hence have no correct meaning unless they are themselves corrected. Sense is always sense of direction for a possible question. Correct sense must accord with the direction in which a question points. Insofar as a question remains open, it always includes both negative and positive judgments. This is the basis of the essential relation between question and knowledge. For it is the essence of knowledge not only to judge something correctly but, at the same time and for the same reason, to exclude what is wrong. Deciding the question is the path to knowledge. What decides a question is the preponderance of reasons for the one and against the other possibility. But this is still not full knowledge. The thing itself is known only when the counter-instances are dissolved, only when the counter-arguments are seen to be incorrect. We are familiar with this especially from medieval dialectic, which lists not only the pro and contra and then its own decision, but finally sets out all the arguments. This form of medieval dialectic is not simply the consequence of an educational system emphasizing disputation, but on the contrary, it depends on the interconnection between knowledge and dialectic, i.e., between answer and question. There is a famous passage in Aristotle's Metaphysics 125 that has attracted a great deal of attention and can be explained in terms of what we have been saying. Aristotle says that dialectic is the power to investigate contraries independently of the object, and to see whether one and the same science can be concerned with contraries. Here it seems that a general account of dialectic, which corresponds exactly to what we find, for example, in Plato's Parmenides, is linked to a highly specialized logical problem which is familiar to us from the topics. 126 It does indeed seem a very curious question whether the same science can be concerned with contraries. Hence the attempt has been made to dismiss this as a gloss. 127 The connection between the two questions becomes clear, however, as soon as we accept the priority of the question over the answer, which is the basis of the concept of knowledge. Knowledge always means, precisely, considering opposites. Its superiority over preconceived opinion consists in the fact that it is able to conceive of possibilities as possibilities. Knowledge is dialectical from the ground up. Only a person who has questions can have knowledge, but questions include the antithesis of yes and no, of being like this and being like that. Only because knowledge is dialectical in this comprehensive sense can there be a dialectic that explicitly makes its object the antithesis of yes and no. Thus the apparently over-specialized question of whether or not it is possible to have one and the same science of contraries contains, in fact, the ground of the very possibility of dialectic. Even Aristotle's views on proof and argument, which, in fact, make dialectic a subordinate element in knowledge, accord the same priority to the question, as has been demonstrated by Ernst Kapp's brilliant work on the origin of Aristotle's syllogistic. 128 The priority of the question in knowledge shows how fundamentally the idea of method is limited for knowledge, which has been the starting point for our argument as a whole. There is no such thing as a method of learning to ask questions, of learning to see what is questionable. On the contrary, the example of Socrates teaches that the important thing is the knowledge that one does not know. Hence the Socratic dialectic, which leads, through its art of confusing the interlocutor, to this knowledge, creates the conditions for the question. All questioning and desire to know presuppose a knowledge that one does not know, so much so, indeed, that a particular lack of knowledge leads to a particular question. Plato shows in an unforgettable way where the difficulty lies in knowing what one does not know. It is the power of opinion against which it is so hard to obtain an admission of ignorance. It is opinion that suppresses questions. Opinion has a curious tendency to propagate itself. It would always like to be the general opinion, Just as the word that the Greeks have for opinion, doxa, also means the decision made by the majority in the council assembly. How, then, can ignorance be admitted and questions arise? Let us say first of all that it can occur only in the way any idea occurs to us. It is true that we do speak of ideas occurring to us less in regard to questions than to answers, for example, the solution of problems, and by this we mean to say that there is no methodical way to arrive at the solution. But we also know that such ideas do not occur to us entirely unexpectedly. They always presuppose an orientation toward an area of openness from which the idea can occur, i.e., they presuppose questions. The real nature of the sudden idea is perhaps less that a solution occurs to us like an answer to a riddle than that a question occurs to us that breaks through into the open and thereby makes an answer possible. Every sudden idea has the structure of a question. But the sudden occurrence of the question is already a breach in the smooth front of popular opinion. Hence we say that a question too occurs to us, that it arises or presents itself more than that we raise it or present it. We have already seen that, logically considered, the negativity of experience implies a question. In fact, we have experiences when we are shocked by things that do not accord with our expectations. Thus questioning too is more a passion than an action. A question presses itself on us, we can no longer avoid it and persist in our accustomed opinion. It seems to conflict with these conclusions, however, that the Socratic Platonic dialectic raises the art of questioning to a conscious art, but there is something peculiar about this art. We have seen that it is reserved to the person who wants to know, i.e., who already has questions. The art of questioning is not the art of resisting the pressure of opinion, it already presupposes this freedom. It is not an art in the sense that the Greeks speak of techne, not a craft that can be taught or by means of which we could master the discovery of truth. The so-called epistemological digression of the seventh letter is directed, rather, to distinguishing the unique art of dialectic from everything that can be taught and learned. The art of dialectic is not the art of being able to win every argument. On the contrary, it is possible that someone practicing the art of dialectic, i.e., the art of questioning and of seeking truth, comes off worse in the argument in the eyes of those listening to it. As the art of asking questions, dialectic proves its value because only the person who knows how to ask questions is able to persist in his questioning, which involves being able to preserve his orientation toward openness. The art of questioning is the art of questioning ever further, i.e., the art of thinking. It is called dialectic because it is the art of conducting a real dialogue. To conduct a dialogue requires first of all that the partners do not talk at cross purposes. Hence it necessarily has the structure of question and answer. The first condition of the art of conversation is ensuring that the other person is with us. We know this only too well from the reiterated yes of the interlocutors in the Platonic dialogues. The positive side of this monotony is the inner logic with which the subject matter is developed in the conversation. To conduct a conversation means to allow oneself to be conducted by the subject matter to which the partners in the dialogue are oriented. It requires that one does not try to argue the other person down but that one really considers the weight of the other's opinion. Hence it is an art of testing. 129 But the art of testing is the art of questioning. For we have seen that to question means to lay open, to place in the open. As against the fixity of opinions, questioning makes the object and all its possibilities fluid. A person skilled in the art of questioning is a person who can prevent questions from being suppressed by the dominant opinion. A person who possesses this art will himself search for everything in favor of an opinion. Dialectic consists not in trying to discover the weakness of what is said, but in bringing out its real strength. It is not the art of arguing, which can make a strong case out of a weak one, but the art of thinking, which can strengthen objections by referring to the subject matter. The unique and continuing relevance of the Platonic dialogues is due to this art of strengthening, for in this process what is said is continually transformed into the uttermost possibilities of its rightness and truth, and overcomes all opposition that tries to limit its validity. Here again it is not simply a matter of leaving the subject undecided. Someone who wants to know something cannot just leave it a matter of mere opinion, which is to say that he cannot hold himself aloof from the opinions that are in question. 130 The speaker, der Redent, is put to the question, zur Redgestellt, until the truth of what is under discussion, wovon der Redest, finally emerges. The medic productivity of the Socratic dialogue, the art of using words as a midwife, is certainly directed toward the people who are the partners in the dialogue, but it is concerned merely with the opinions they express, the immanent logic of the subject matter that is unfolded in the dialogue. What emerges in its truth is the logos, which is neither mine nor yours and hence so far transcends the interlocutor's subjective opinions that even the person leading the conversation knows that he does not know. As the art of conducting a conversation, dialectic is also the art of seeing things in the unity of an aspect, sonorenais hanatos, i.e., it is the art of forming concepts through working out the common meaning. What characterizes a dialogue, in contrast with the rigid form of statements that demand to be set down in writing, is precisely this, that in dialogue spoken language, in the process of question and answer, giving and taking, talking at cross purposes and seeing each other's point, performs the communication of meaning that, with respect to the written tradition, is the task of hermeneutics. Hence it is more than a metaphor, it is a memory of what originally was the case, to describe the task of hermeneutics as entering into dialogue with the text. That this interpretation is performed by spoken language does not mean that it is transposed into a foreign medium, rather, being transformed into spoken language represents the restoration of the original communication of meaning. When it is interpreted, written tradition is brought back out of the alienation in which it finds itself and into the living present of conversation, which is always fundamentally realized in question and answer. Thus we can appeal to Plato if we wanted to foreground the place of the question in hermeneutics. We can do this all the more readily since Plato himself manifests the hermeneutical phenomenon in a specific way. It would be worth investigating his critique of the written word as evidence that the poetic and philosophical tradition was becoming a literature in Athens. In Plato's dialogues we see how the kind of textual interpretation cultivated by the sophists, especially the interpretation of poetry for didactic ends, elicited Plato's opposition. We can see, further, how Plato tries to overcome the weakness of the logoi, especially the written logoi, through his own dialogues. The literary form of the dialogue places language and concept back within the original movement of the conversation. This protects words from all dogmatic abuse. The primacy of conversation can also be seen in derivative forms in which the relation between question and answer is obscured. Letters, for example, are an interesting intermediate phenomenon, a kind of written conversation that, as it were, stretches out the movement of talking at cross purposes and seeing each other's point. The art of writing letters consists in not letting what one says become a treatise on the subject but in making it acceptable to the correspondent. But on the other hand it also consists in preserving and fulfilling the standard of finality that everything stated in writing has. The time lapse between sending a letter and receiving an answer is not just an external factor, but gives this form of communication its special nature as a particular form of writing. So we note that speeding up the post has not improved this form of communication but, on the contrary, has led to a decline in the art of letter writing. The primacy of dialogue, the relation of question and answer, can be seen in even so extreme a case as that of Hegel's dialectic as a philosophical method. To elaborate the totality of the determinations of thought, which was the aim of Hegel's logic, is as it were the attempt to comprehend within the great monologue of modern method the continuum of meaning that is realized in every particular instance of dialogue. When Hegel sets himself the task of making the abstract determinations of thought fluid and subtle, this means dissolving and remolding logic into concrete language, and transforming the concept into the meaningful power of the word that questions and answers, a magnificent reminder, even if unsuccessful, of what dialectic really was and is. Hegel's dialectic is a monologue of thinking that tries to carry out and advance what matures little by little in every genuine dialogue. The logic of question and answer. Thus we return to the conclusion that the hermeneutic phenomenon too implies the primacy of dialogue and the structure of question and answer. That a historical text is made the object of interpretation means that it puts a question to the interpreter. Thus interpretation always involves a relation to the question that is asked of the interpreter. To understand a text means to understand this question. But this takes place, as we showed, by our attaining the hermeneutical horizon. We now recognize this as the horizon of the question within which the sense of the text is determined. Thus a person who wants to understand must question what lies behind what is said. He must understand it as an answer to a question. If we go back behind what is said, then we inevitably ask questions beyond what is said. We understand the sense of the text only by acquiring the horizon of the question, a horizon that, as such, necessarily includes other possible answers. Thus the meaning of a sentence is relative to the question to which it is a reply, but that implies that its meaning necessarily exceeds what is said in it. As these considerations show, then, the logic of the human sciences is a logic of the question. Despite Plato we are not very ready for such a logic. Almost the only person I find a link with here is R.G. Collingwood. In a brilliant and telling critique of the Oxford realist school, he developed the idea of a logic of question and answer, but unfortunately never elaborated it systematically. 131 He clearly saw what was missing in naive hermeneutics founded on the prevailing philosophical critique. In particular the practice that Collingwood found in English universities of discussing statements, though perhaps good practice for sharpening one's intelligence, obviously failed to take account of the historicity that is part of all understanding. Collingwood argues thus, We can understand a text only when we have understood the question to which it is an answer. But since this question can be derived solely from the text and accordingly the appropriateness of the reply is the methodological presupposition for the reconstruction of the question, any criticism of this reply from some other quarter is pure shadow boxing. It is like understanding works of art. A work of art can be understood only if we assume its adequacy as an expression of the artistic idea. Here too we have to discover the question which it answers, if we are to understand it as an answer. This is, in fact, an axiom of all hermeneutics. We described it above as the foreconception of completeness. 132. For Collingwood, this is the nerve of all historical knowledge. The historical method requires that the logic of question and answer be applied to historical tradition. We will understand historical events only if we reconstruct the question to which the historical actions of the persons involved were the answer. As an example, Collingwood cites the Battle of Trafalgar and Nelson's plan on which it was based. The example is intended to show that the course of the battle helps us to understand Nelson's real plan, because it was successfully carried out. Because his opponent's plan failed, however, it cannot be reconstructed from the events. Thus, understanding the course of the battle and understanding the plan that Nelson carried out in it are one and the same process. 133. But yet one cannot conceal the fact that the logic of question and answer has to reconstruct two different questions that have two different answers, the question of the meaning of a great event and the question of whether this event went according to plan. Clearly, the two questions coincide only when the plan coincides with the course of events. But we cannot suppose such coincidence as a methodological principle when we are concerned with a historical tradition which deals with men, like ourselves, in history. Tolstoy's celebrated description of the council of war before the battle, in which all the strategic possibilities are calculated and all the plans considered, thoroughly and perceptively, while the general sits there and sleeps, but in the night before the battle goes round all the sentry posts, is obviously a more accurate account of what we call history. Kutuzov gets nearer to the reality and the forces that determine it than the strategists of the war council. The conclusion to be drawn from this example is that the interpreter of history always runs the risk of hypostasizing the connectedness of events when he regards their significance as that intended by the actual actors and planners. 134. This is a legitimate undertaking only if Hegel's conditions hold good, i.e., the philosophy of history is made party to the plans of the world spirit and on the basis of this esoteric knowledge is able to mark out certain individuals as having world historical importance, since there is a real correlation between their particular ideas and the world historical meaning of events. But it is impossible to derive a hermeneutical principle for the knowledge of history from such conjunctions of the subjective and objective in history. In regard to historical tradition, Hegel's theory clearly has only a limited truth. The infinite web of motivations that constitutes history only occasionally and briefly acquires the clarity of what a single individual has planned. Thus what Hegel describes as an exception proves the rule that there is a disproportion between an individual's subjective thoughts and the meaning of the whole course of history. As a rule, we experience the course of events as something that continually changes our plans and expectations. Someone who tries to stick to his plans discovers precisely how powerless his reason is. There are rare occasions when everything happens, as it were, of its own accord, i.e., events seem to be automatically in accord with our plans and wishes. On these occasions we can say that everything is going according to plan. But to apply this experience to the whole of history is to make a great extrapolation that completely contradicts our experience. Collingwood's use of the logic of question and answer in hermeneutical theory is made ambiguous by this extrapolation. Our understanding of written tradition per se is not such that we can simply presuppose that the meaning we discover in it agrees with what its author intended. Just as the events of history do not in general manifest any agreement with the subjective ideas of the person who stands and acts within history, so the sense of a text in general reaches far beyond what its author originally intended. 135 The task of understanding is concerned above all with the meaning of the text itself. This is clearly what Collingwood had in mind when he denied that there is any difference between the historical question and the philosophical question to which the text is supposed to be an answer. Nevertheless, we must remember that the question we are concerned to reconstruct has to do not with the mental experiences of the author but simply with the meaning of the text itself. Thus if we have understood the meaning of a sentence, i.e., have reconstructed the question to which it really is the answer, it must be possible to inquire also about the questioner and his intended question, to which the text is perhaps only an imagined answer. Collingwood is wrong when he finds it methodologically unsound to differentiate between the question which the text is intended to answer and the question to which it really is an answer. He is right only insofar as understanding a text does not generally involve such a distinction, if we are concerned with the subject matter of which the text speaks. Reconstructing the author's ideas is quite a different task. We will have to ask what conditions apply to this different task. For it is undoubtedly true that, compared with the genuine hermeneutical experience that understands the meaning of the text, reconstructing what the author really had in mind is a limited undertaking. Historicism tempts us to regard such reduction as a scientific virtue and to regard understanding as a kind of reconstruction which in effect repeats the process whereby the text came into being. Hence it follows the cognitive ideal familiar to us from the knowledge of nature, where we understand a process only when we are able to reproduce it artificially. I have shown above 136 how questionable is Vico's statement that this ideal finds its purest culmination in history because there man encounters his own human historical reality. I have asserted, on the contrary, that every historian and philologist must reckon with the fundamental non-definitiveness of the horizon in which his understanding moves. Historical tradition can be understood only as something always in the process of being defined by the course of events. Similarly, the philologist dealing with poetic or philosophical texts knows that they are inexhaustible. In both cases it is the course of events that brings out new aspects of meaning in historical material. By being reactualized in understanding, texts are drawn into a genuine course of events in exactly the same way as are events themselves. This is what we described as the history of effect as an element in hermeneutical experience. Every actualization in understanding can be regarded as a historical potential of what is understood. It is part of the historical finitude of our being that we are aware that others after us will understand in a different way. And yet it is equally indubitable that it remains the same work whose fullness of meaning is realized in the changing process of understanding, just as it is the same history whose meaning is constantly in the process of being defined. The hermeneutical reduction to the author's meaning is just as inappropriate as the reduction of historical events to the intentions of their protagonists. However, we cannot take the reconstruction of the question to which a given text is an answer simply as an achievement of historical method. The most important thing is the question that the text puts to us, our being perplexed by the traditionary word, so that understanding it must already include the task of the historical self-mediation between the present and tradition. Thus the relation of question and answer is, in fact, reversed. The voice that speaks to us from the past, whether text, work, trace, itself poses a question and places our meaning in openness. In order to answer the question put to us, we the interrogated must ourselves begin to ask questions. We must attempt to reconstruct the question to which the traditionary text is the answer. But we will be unable to do so without going beyond the historical horizon it presents us. Reconstructing the question to which the text is presumed to be the answer itself takes place within a process of questioning through which we try to answer the question that the text asks us. A reconstructed question can never stand within its original horizon, for the historical horizon that circumscribed the reconstruction is not a truly comprehensive one. It is, rather, included within the horizon that embraces us as the questioners who have been encountered by the traditionary word. Hence it is a hermeneutical necessity always to go beyond mere reconstruction. We cannot avoid thinking about what the author accepted unquestioningly and hence did not consider, and bringing it into the openness of the question. This is not to open the door to arbitrariness in interpretation but to reveal what always takes place. Understanding the word of tradition always requires that the reconstructed question be set within the openness of its questionableness, i.e., that it merge with the question that tradition is for us. If the historical question emerges by itself, this means that it no longer arises as a question. It results from the cessation of understanding, a detour in which we get stuck. 137 Part of real understanding, however, is that we regain the concepts of a historical past in such a way that they also include our own comprehension of them. Above I called this the fusion of horizons. 138 With Collingwood, we can say that we understand only when we understand the question to which something is the answer, but the intention of what is understood in this way does not remain foregrounded against our own intention. Rather, reconstructing the question to which the meaning of a text is understood as an answer merges with our own questioning. For the text must be understood as an answer to a real question. The close relation between questioning and understanding is what gives the hermeneutic experience its true dimension. However much a person trying to understand may leave open the truth of what is said, however much he may dismiss the immediate meaning of the object and consider its deeper significance instead, and take the latter not as true but merely as meaningful, so that the possibility of its truth remains unsettled, this is the real and fundamental nature of a question, namely to make things indeterminate. Questions always bring out the undetermined possibilities of a thing. That is why we cannot understand the questionableness of something without asking real questions, though we can understand a meaning without meaning it. To understand the questionableness of something is already to be questioning. There can be no tentative or potential attitude to questioning, for questioning is not the positing but the testing of possibilities. Here the nature of questioning indicates what is demonstrated by the actual operation of the Platonic dialogue. 139 A person who thinks must ask himself questions. Even when a person says that such and such a question might arise, this is already a real questioning that simply masks itself, out of either caution or politeness. This is the reason why understanding is always more than merely recreating someone else's meaning. Questioning opens up possibilities of meaning, and thus what is meaningful passes into one's own thinking on the subject. Only in an inauthentic sense can we talk about understanding questions that one does not pose oneself, for example, questions that are outdated or empty. We understand how certain questions came to be asked in particular historical circumstances. Understanding such questions means, then, understanding the particular presuppositions whose demise makes such questions dead. An example is perpetual motion. The horizon of meaning of such questions is only apparently still open. They are no longer understood as questions. For what we understand, in such cases, is precisely that there is no question. To understand a question means to ask it. To understand meaning is to understand it as the answer to a question. The logic of question and answer that Collingwood elaborated puts an end to talk about permanent problems, as in the way the Oxford realists approach to the classics of philosophy, and hence also an end to the concept of history of problems developed by Neo-Kantianism. History of problems would truly be history only if it acknowledged that the identity of the problem is an empty abstraction and permitted itself to be transformed into questioning. There is no such thing, in fact, as a point outside history from which the identity of a problem can be conceived within the vicissitudes of the history of attempts to solve it. The fact is that understanding philosophical texts always requires recognizing what is cognized in them. Without this we would understand nothing at all. But this in no way means that we step outside the historical conditions in which we are situated and in which we understand. The problem that we recognize is not in fact simply the same if it is to be understood in a genuine act of questioning. We can regard it as the same only because of our historical short-sightedness. The standpoint that is beyond any standpoint, a standpoint from which we could conceive its true identity, is a pure illusion. We can understand the reason for this now. The concept of the problem is clearly an abstraction, namely the detachment of the content of the question from the question that in fact first reveals it. It refers to the abstract schema to which real and really motivated questions can be reduced and under which they can be subsumed. Such a problem has fallen out of the motivated context of questioning, from which it receives the clarity of its sense. Hence it is insoluble, like every question that has no clear, unambiguous sense, because it is not really motivated and asked. This also confirms the origin of the concept of the problem. It does not belong in the sphere of those honestly motivated refutations 140 in which the truth of the subject matter is advanced, but in the sphere of dialectic as a weapon to amaze or make a fool of one's opponent. In Aristotle, the word problema refers to those questions that present themselves as open alternatives because there is evidence for both views and we think that they cannot be decided by reasons, since the questions involved are too great. 141 Problems are not real questions that arise of themselves and hence acquire the pattern of their answer from the genesis of their meaning, but are alternatives that can only be accepted as themselves and thus can be treated only in a dialectical way. This dialectical sense of the problem has its proper place in rhetoric, not in philosophy. Part of the concept of the problem is that there can be no clear decision on the basis of reasons. That is why Kant sees the rise of the concept of the problem as limited to the dialectic of pure reason. Problems are tasks that emerge entirely from its own womb, i.e., products of reason itself, the complete solution of which it cannot hope to achieve. 142 It is interesting that in the 19th century, with the collapse of the unbroken tradition of philosophical questioning and the rise of historicism, the concept of the problem acquires a universal validity, a sign of the fact that an immediate relation to the questions of philosophy no longer exists. It is typical of the embarrassment of philosophical consciousness when faced with historicism that it took flight into an abstraction, the concept of the problem, and saw no problem about the manner in which problems actually exist. Neo-Kantian history of problems is a bastard of historicism. Critiquing the concept of the problem by appealing to a logic of question and answer must destroy the illusion that problems exist like stars in the sky. 143 Reflection on the hermeneutical experience transforms problems back to questions that arise and that derive their sense from their motivation. The dialectic of question and answer disclosed in the structure of hermeneutical experience now permits us to state more exactly what kind of consciousness historically affected consciousness is. For the dialectic of question and answer that we demonstrated makes understanding appear to be a reciprocal relationship of the same kind as conversation. It is true that a text does not speak to us in the same way as does a thou. We who are attempting to understand must ourselves make it speak. But we found that this kind of understanding, making the text speak, is not an arbitrary procedure that we undertake on our own initiative, but that, as a question, it is related to the answer that is expected in the text. Anticipating an answer itself presupposes that the questioner is part of the tradition and regards himself as addressed by it. This is the truth of historically affected consciousness. It is the historically experienced consciousness that, by renouncing the chimera of perfect enlightenment, is open to the experience of history. We described its realization as the fusion of the horizons of understanding, which is what mediates between the text and its interpreter. The guiding idea of the following discussion is that the fusion of horizons that takes place in understanding is actually the achievement of language. Admittedly, what language is belongs among the most mysterious questions that man ponders. Language is so uncannily near our thinking, and when it functions it is so little an object, that it seems to conceal its own being from us. In our analysis of the thinking of the human sciences, however, we came so close to this universal mystery of language that is prior to everything else, that we can entrust ourselves to what we are investigating to guide us safely in the quest. In other words, we are endeavoring to approach the mystery of language from the conversation that we ourselves are. When we try to examine the hermeneutical phenomenon through the model of conversation between two persons, the chief thing that these apparently so different situations, understanding a text and reaching an understanding in a conversation, have in common is that both are concerned with a subject matter that is placed before them. Just as each interlocutor is trying to reach agreement on some subject with his partner, so also the interpreter is trying to understand what the text is saying. This understanding of the subject matter must take the form of language. It is not that the understanding is subsequently put into words, rather, the way understanding occurs, whether in the case of a text or a dialogue with another person who raises an issue with us, is the coming into language of the thing itself. Thus we will first consider the structure of dialogue proper, in order to specify the character of that other form of dialogue that is the understanding of texts. Whereas up to now we have framed the constitutive significance of the question for the hermeneutical phenomenon in terms of conversation, we must now demonstrate the linguisticality of dialogue, which is the basis of the question, as an element of hermeneutics. Our first point is that the language in which something comes to speak is not a possession at the disposal of one or the other of the interlocutors. Every conversation presupposes a common language, or better, creates a common language. Something is placed in the center, as the Greeks say, which the partners in dialogue both share, and concerning which they can exchange ideas with one another. Hence reaching an understanding on the subject matter of a conversation necessarily means that a common language must first be worked out in the conversation. This is not an external matter of simply adjusting our tools, nor is it even right to say that the partners adapt themselves to one another, but, rather, in a successful conversation they both come under the influence of the truth of the object and are thus bound to one another in a new community. To reach an understanding in a dialogue is not merely a matter of putting oneself forward and successfully asserting one's own point of view, but being transformed into a communion in which we do not remain what we were. 144. Part 3. The ontological shift of hermeneutics guided by language. Everything presupposed in hermeneutics is but language. F. Schleiermacher. Chapter 5. Language and Hermeneutics. Language as the medium of hermeneutic experience. We say that we conduct a conversation, but the more genuine a conversation is, the less its conduct lies within the will of either partner. Thus a genuine conversation is never the one that we wanted to conduct. Rather, it is generally more correct to say that we fall into conversation, or even that we become involved in it. The way one word follows another, with the conversation taking its own twists and reaching its own conclusion, may well be conducted in some way, but the partners conversing are far less the leaders of it than the led. No one knows in advance what will come out of a conversation. Understanding or its failure is like an event that happens to us. Thus we can say that something was a good conversation or that it was ill-fated. All this shows that a conversation has a spirit of its own, and that the language in which it is conducted bears its own truth within it, i.e., that it allows something to emerge which henceforth exists. In our analysis of romantic hermeneutics we have already seen that understanding is not based on transposing oneself into another person, on one person's immediate participation with another. To understand what a person says is, as we saw, to come to an understanding about the subject matter, not to get inside another person and relive his experiences, Erlebnisse. We emphasize that the experience, Erfahrung, of meaning that takes place in understanding always includes application. Now we are to note that this whole process is verbal. It is not for nothing that the special problematic of understanding and the attempt to master it as an art, the concern of hermeneutics, belongs traditionally to the sphere of grammar and rhetoric. Language is the medium in which substantive understanding and agreement take place between two people. In situations where coming to an understanding is disrupted or impeded, we first become conscious of the conditions of all understanding. Thus the verbal process whereby a conversation in two different languages is made possible through translation is especially informative. Here the translator must translate the meaning to be understood into the context in which the other speaker lives. This does not, of course, mean external matter of simply adjusting our tools, nor is it even right to say that the partners adapt themselves to one another, but, rather, in a successful conversation they both come under the influence of the truth of the object and are thus bound to one another in a new community. To reach an understanding in a dialogue is not merely a matter of putting oneself forward and successfully asserting one's own point of view, but being transformed into a communion in which we do not remain what we were. 144. Part 3. The ontological shift of hermeneutics guided by language. Everything presupposed in hermeneutics is but language. F. Schleiermacher. Chapter 5. Language and Hermeneutics. Language as the medium of hermeneutic experience. We say that we conduct a conversation, but the more genuine a conversation is, the less its conduct lies within the will of either partner. Thus a genuine conversation is never the one that we wanted to conduct. Rather, it is generally more correct to say that we fall into conversation, or even that we become involved in it. The way one word follows another, with the conversation taking its own twists and reaching its own conclusion, may well be conducted in some way, but the partners conversing are far less the leaders of it than the led. No one knows in advance what will come out of a conversation. Understanding or its failure is like an event that happens to us. Thus we can say that something was a good conversation or that it was ill-fated. All this shows that a conversation has a spirit of its own, and that the language in which it is conducted bears its own truth within it, i.e., that it allows something to emerge which henceforth exists. In our analysis of romantic hermeneutics we have already seen that understanding is not based on transposing oneself into another person, on one person's immediate participation with another. To understand what a person says is, as we saw, to come to an understanding about the subject matter, not to get inside another person and relive his experiences, Erlebnisse. We emphasize that the experience, Erfahrung, of meaning that takes place in understanding always includes application. Now we are to note that this whole process is verbal. It is not for nothing that the special problematic of understanding and the attempt to master it as an art, the concern of hermeneutics, belongs traditionally to the sphere of grammar and rhetoric. Language is the medium in which substantive understanding and agreement take place between two people. In situations where coming to an understanding is disrupted or impeded, we first become conscious of the conditions of all understanding. Thus the verbal process whereby a conversation in two different languages is made possible through translation is especially informative. Here the translator must translate the meaning to be understood into the context in which the other speaker lives. This does not, of course, mean other, and a second between the interpreter and. Conversation is a process of coming to an understanding. Thus it belongs to every true conversation that each person opens himself to the other, truly accepts his point of view as valid and transposes himself into the other to such an extent that he understands not the particular individual but what he says. What is to be grasped is the substantive rightness of his opinion, so that we can be at one with each other on the subject. Thus we do not relate the other's opinion to him but to our own opinions and views. Where a person is concerned with the other as individuality, for example, in a therapeutic conversation or the interrogation of a man accused of a crime, this is not really a situation in which two people are trying to come to an understanding. 1. Everything we have said characterizing the situation of two people coming to an understanding in conversation has a genuine application to hermeneutics, which is concerned with understanding texts. Let us again start by considering the extreme case of translation from a foreign language. Here no one can doubt that the translation of a text, however much the translator may have dwelt with and empathized with his author, cannot be simply a reawakening of the original process in the writer's mind. Rather, it is necessarily a recreation of the text guided by the way the translator understands what it says. No one can doubt that what we are dealing with here is interpretation, and not simply reproduction. A new light falls on the text from the other language and for the reader of it. The requirement that a translation be faithful cannot remove the fundamental gulf between the two languages. However faithful we try to be, we have to make difficult decisions. In our translation, if we want to emphasize a feature of the original that is important to us, then we can do so only by playing down or entirely suppressing other features. But this is precisely the activity that we call interpretation. Translation, like all interpretation, is a highlighting. A translator must understand that highlighting is part of his task. Obviously he must not leave open whatever is not clear to him. He must show his colors. Yet there are borderline cases in the original, and for the original reader, where something is in fact unclear. But precisely these hermeneutical borderline cases show the straits in which the translator constantly finds himself. Here he must resign himself. He must state clearly how he understands. But since he is always in the position of not really being able to express all the dimensions of his text, he must make a constant renunciation. Every translation that takes its task seriously is at once clearer and flatter than the original. Even if it is a masterly recreation, it must lack some of the overtones that vibrate in the original. In rare cases of masterly recreation the loss can be made good or even mean a gain. Think, for example, of how Baudelaire's Les Fleurs du Mal seems to acquire an odd new vigor in Stéphane George's version. The translator is often painfully aware of his inevitable distance from the original. His dealing with the text is like the effort to come to an understanding in conversation. But translating is like an especially laborious process of understanding, in which one views the distance between one's own opinion and its contrary as ultimately unbridgeable. And, as in conversation, when there are such unbridgeable differences, a compromise can sometimes be achieved in the to and fro of dialogue. So in the to and fro of weighing and balancing possibilities, the translator will seek the best solution, a solution that can never be more than a compromise. As one tries in conversation to transpose oneself into the other person in order to understand his point of view, so also does the translator try to transpose himself completely into his author. But doing so does not automatically mean that understanding is achieved in a conversation, nor for the translator does such transposition mean success in recreating the meaning. The structures are clearly analogous. Reaching an understanding in conversation presupposes that both partners are ready for it and are trying to recognize the full value of what is alien and opposed to them. If this happens mutually, and each of the partners, while simultaneously holding on to his own arguments, weighs the counter-arguments, it is finally possible to achieve, in an imperceptible but not arbitrary reciprocal translation of the other's position. We call this an exchange of views, a common diction and a common dictum. Similarly, the translator must preserve the character of his own language, the language into which he is translating, while still recognizing the value of the alien, even antagonistic character of the text and its expression. Perhaps, however, this description of the translator's activity is too truncated. Even in these extreme situations where it is necessary to translate from one language into another, the subject matter can scarcely be separated from the language. Only that translator can truly recreate who brings into language the subject matter that the text points to, but this means finding a language that is not only his but is also proportionate to the original. To the situation of the translator and that of the interpreter are fundamentally the same. In bridging the gulf between languages, the translator clearly exemplifies the reciprocal relationship that exists between interpreter and text, and that corresponds to the reciprocity involved in reaching an understanding in conversation. For every translator is an interpreter. The fact that a foreign language is being translated means that this is simply an extreme case of hermeneutical difficulty, i.e., of alienness and its conquest. In fact, all the objects with which traditional hermeneutics is concerned are alien in the same unequivocally defined sense. The translator's task of recreation differs only in degree, not in kind, from the general hermeneutical task that any text presents. This is not to say, of course, that the hermeneutic situation in regard to texts is exactly the same as that between two people in conversation. Texts are enduringly fixed expressions of life that are to be understood, and that means that one partner in the hermeneutical conversation, the text, speaks only through the other partner, the interpreter. Only through him are the written marks changed back into meaning. Nevertheless, in being changed back by understanding, the subject matter of which the text speaks itself finds expression. It is like a real conversation in that the common subject matter is what binds the two partners, the text and the interpreter, to each other. When a translator interprets a conversation, he can make mutual understanding possible only if he participates in the subject under discussion, so also in relation to a text it is indispensable that the interpreter participate in its meaning. Thus it is perfectly legitimate to speak of a hermeneutical conversation. But from this it follows that hermeneutical conversation, like real conversation, finds a common language, and that finding a common language is not, any more than in real conversation, preparing a tool for the purpose of reaching understanding but, rather, coincides with the very act of understanding and reaching agreement. Even between the partners of this conversation a communication like that between two people takes place that is more than mere accommodation. The text brings a subject matter into language, but that it does so is ultimately the achievement of the interpreter. Both have a share in it. Hence the meaning of a text is not to be compared with an immovably and obstinately fixed point of view that suggests only one question to the person trying to understand it, namely how the other person could have arrived at such an absurd opinion. In this sense, understanding is certainly not concerned with understanding historically, i.e., reconstructing the way the text came into being. Rather, one intends to understand the text itself. But this means that the interpreter's own thoughts too have gone into reawakening the text's meaning. In this, the interpreter's own horizon is decisive, yet not as a personal standpoint that he maintains or enforces, but more as an opinion and a possibility that one brings into play and puts at risk, and that helps one truly to make one's own what the text says. I have described this above as a fusion of horizons. We can now see that this is what takes place in conversation, in which something is expressed that is not only mine or my author's, but common. We are indebted to German Romanticism for disclosing the systematic significance of the verbal nature of conversation for all understanding. It has taught us that understanding and interpretation are ultimately the same thing. As we have seen, this insight elevates the idea of interpretation from the merely occasional and pedagogical significance it had in the 18th century to a systematic position, as indicated by the key importance that the problem of language has acquired in philosophical inquiry. Since the Romantic period, we can no longer hold the view that, in the absence of immediate understanding, interpretive ideas are drawn, as needed, out of the linguistic storeroom where they are lying ready. Rather, language is the universal medium in which understanding occurs. Understanding occurs in interpreting. This statement does not mean that there is no special problem of expression. The difference between the language of a text and the language of the interpreter, or the gulf that separates the translator from the original, is not merely a secondary question. On the contrary, the fact is that the problems of verbal expression are themselves problems of understanding. All understanding is interpretation, and all interpretation takes place in the medium of a language that allows the object to come into words and yet is at the same time the interpreter's own language. Thus the hermeneutical phenomenon proves to be a special case of the general relationship between thinking and speaking, whose enigmatic intimacy conceals the role of language in thought. Like conversation, interpretation is a circle closed by the dialectic of question and answer. It is a genuine historical life comportment achieved through the medium of language, and we can call it a conversation with respect to the interpretation of texts as well. The linguisticality of understanding is the concretion of historically affected consciousness. The essential relation between language and understanding is seen primarily in the fact that the essence of tradition is to exist in the medium of language, so that the preferred object of interpretation is a verbal one. Language is determination of the hermeneutic object. The fact that tradition is essentially verbal in character has consequences for hermeneutics. The understanding of verbal tradition retains special priority over all other tradition. Linguistic tradition may have less perceptual immediacy than monuments of plastic art. Its lack of immediacy, however, is not a defect. Rather, this apparent lack, the abstract alienness of all texts, uniquely expresses the fact that everything in language belongs to the process of understanding. Linguistic tradition is tradition in the proper sense of the word, i.e., something handed down. It is not just something left over, to be investigated and interpreted as a remnant of the past. What has come down to us by way of verbal tradition is not left over but given to us, told us, whether through direct retelling, in which myth, legend, and custom have their life, or through written tradition, whose signs are, as it were, immediately clear to every reader who can read them. The full hermeneutical significance of the fact that tradition is essentially verbal becomes clear in the case of a written tradition. The detachability of language from speaking derives from the fact that it can be written. In the form of writing, all tradition is contemporaneous with each present time. Moreover, it involves a unique coexistence of past and present, insofar as present consciousness has the possibility of a free access to everything handed down in writing. No longer dependent on retelling, which mediates past knowledge with the present, understanding consciousness acquires, through its immediate access to literary tradition, a genuine opportunity to change and widen its horizon, and thus enrich its world by a whole new and deeper dimension. The appropriation of literary tradition even surpasses the experience connected with the adventure of traveling and being immersed in the world of a foreign language. At every moment the reader who studies a foreign language and literature retains the possibility of free movement back to himself, and thus is at once both here and there. A written tradition is not a fragment of a past world, but has already raised itself beyond this into the sphere of the meaning that it expresses. The ideality of the word is what raises everything linguistic beyond the finitude and transience that characterize other remnants of past existence. It is not this document, as a piece of the past, that is the bearer of tradition but the continuity of memory. Through it tradition becomes part of our own world, and thus what it communicates can be stated immediately. Where we have a written tradition, we are not just told a particular thing, a past humanity itself becomes present to us in its general relation to the world. That is why our understanding remains curiously unsure and fragmentary when we have no written tradition of a culture but only dumb monuments, and we do not call this information about the past history. Texts, on the other hand, always express a whole. Meaningless strokes that seem strange and incomprehensible prove suddenly intelligible in every detail when they can be interpreted as writing, so much so that even the arbitrariness of a corrupt text can be corrected if the context as a whole is understood. Thus written texts present the real hermeneutical task. Writing is self-alienation. Overcoming it, reading the text, is thus the highest task of understanding. Even the pure signs of an inscription can be seen properly and articulated correctly only if the text can be transformed back into language. As we have said, however, this transformation always establishes a relationship to what is meant, to the subject matter being discussed. Here the process of understanding moves entirely in a sphere of meaning mediated by the verbal tradition. Thus in the case of an inscription the hermeneutical task starts only after it has been deciphered, presumably correctly. Only in an extended sense do non-literary monuments present a hermeneutical task, for they cannot be understood of themselves. What they mean is a question of their interpretation, not of deciphering and understanding the wording of a text. In writing, language gains its true ideality, for in encountering a written tradition understanding consciousness acquires its full sovereignty. Its being does not depend on anything. Thus reading consciousness is in potential possession of its history. It is not for nothing that with the emergence of a literary culture the idea of philology, love of speech, was transferred entirely to the all-embracing art of reading, losing its original connection with the cultivation of speech and argument. A reading consciousness is necessarily a historical consciousness and communicates freely with historical tradition. Thus it is historically legitimate to say with Hegel that history begins with the emergence of a will to hand things down, to make memory last. For writing is no mere accident or mere supplement that qualitatively changes nothing in the course of oral tradition. Certainly, there can be a will to make things continue, a will to permanence, without writing. But only a written tradition can detach itself from the mere continuance of the vestiges of past life, remnants from which one human being can by inference piece out another's existence. The tradition of inscriptions has never shared in the free form of tradition that we call literature, since it depends on the existence of the remains, whether of stone or whatever material. But it is true of everything that has come down to us by being written down that here a will to permanence has created the unique forms of continuance that we call literature. It does not present us with only a stock of memorials and signs. Rather, literature has acquired its own contemporaneity with every present. To understand it does not mean primarily to reason one's way back into the past, but to have a present involvement in what is said. It is not really a relationship between persons, between the reader and the author, who is perhaps quite unknown, but about sharing in what the text shares with us. The meaning of what is said is, when we understand it, quite independent of whether the traditionary text gives us a picture of the author and of whether or not we want to interpret it as a historical source. Let us here recall that the task of hermeneutics was first and foremost the understanding of texts. Schleiermacher was the first to downplay the importance of writing for the hermeneutical problem because he saw that the problem of understanding was raised, and perhaps in its fullest form, by oral utterance too. We have outlined above 5 how the psychological dimension he gave hermeneutics concealed its historical dimension. In actual fact, writing is central to the hermeneutical phenomenon insofar as its detachment both from the writer or author and from a specifically addressed recipient or reader gives it a life of its own. What is fixed in writing has raised itself into a public sphere of meaning in which everyone who can read has an equal share. Certainly, in relation to language, writing seems a secondary phenomenon. The sign language of writing refers to the actual language of speech. But that language is capable of being written is by no means incidental to its nature. Rather, this capacity for being written down is based on the fact that speech itself shares in the pure ideality of the meaning that communicates itself in it. In writing, the meaning of what is spoken exists purely for itself, completely detached from all emotional elements of expression and communication. A text is not to be understood as an expression of life but with respect to what it says. Writing is the abstract ideality of language. Hence the meaning of something written is fundamentally identifiable and repeatable. What is identical in the repetition is only what was actually deposited in the written record. This indicates that repetition cannot be meant here in its strict sense. It does not mean referring back to the original source where something is said or written. The understanding of something written is not a repetition of something past but the sharing of a present meaning. Writing has the methodological advantage of presenting the hermeneutical problem in all its purity, detached from everything psychological. However, what is from our point of view and for our purpose a methodological advantage is at the same time the expression of a specific weakness that is even more characteristic of writing than of speaking. The task of understanding is presented with particular clarity when we recognize the weakness of all writing. We need only recall what Plato said, namely that the specific weakness of writing was that no one could come to the aid of the written word if it falls victim to misunderstanding, intentional or unintentional. 6. In the helplessness of the written word, Plato discerned a more serious weakness than the weakness of speech, to asthins ton laugon, and when he calls on dialectic to come to the aid of the weakness of speech, while declaring the condition of the written word beyond hope, this is obviously an ironic exaggeration with which to conceal his own writing and his own art. In fact, writing and speech are in the same plight. Just as in speech there is an art of appearances and a corresponding art of true thought, sophistry and dialectic, so in writing there are two arts, one serving sophistic, the other dialectic. There is, then, an art of writing that comes to the aid of thought, and it is to this that the art of understanding, which affords the same help to what is written, is allied. As we have said, all writing is a kind of alienated speech, and its signs need to be transformed back into speech and meaning. Because the meaning has undergone a kind of self-alienation through being written down, this transformation back is the real hermeneutical task. The meaning of what has been said is to be stated anew, simply on the basis of the words passed on by means of the written signs. In contrast to the spoken word, there is no other aid in interpreting the written word. Thus in a special sense everything depends on the art of writing. 7. The spoken word interprets itself to an astonishing degree, by the manner of speaking, the tone of voice, the tempo, and so on, and also by the circumstances in which it is spoken. 8. But there is also such a thing as writing that, as it were, reads itself. A remarkable debate on the spirit and the letter in philosophy between two great German philosophical writers, Schiller and Fichte, 9 starts from this fact. It is interesting that the dispute cannot be resolved with the aesthetic criteria used by the two men. Fundamentally this is not a question of the aesthetics of good style, but a hermeneutical question. The art of writing in such a way that the thoughts of the reader are stimulated and held in productive movement has little to do with the conventional rhetorical or aesthetic means. Rather, it consists entirely in one's being drawn into the course of thought. The art of writing does not try to be understood and noticed as such. The art of writing, like the art of speaking, is not an end in itself and therefore not the fundamental object of hermeneutical effort. Understanding is drawn on entirely by the subject matter. Hence unclear thinking and bad writing are not exemplary cases where the art of hermeneutics can show itself in its full glory but, on the contrary, limiting cases which undermine the basic presupposition of all hermeneutical success, namely the clear unambiguity of the intended meaning. All writing claims it can be awakened into spoken language, and this claim to autonomy of meaning goes so far that even an authentic reading, for example, a poet's reading of his poem, becomes questionable when we're listening to something other than what our understanding should really be directed toward. Because the important thing is communicating the text's true meaning, interpreting it is already subject to the norm of the subject matter. This is the requirement that the Platonic dialectic makes when it tries to bring out the logos as such, and in doing so often leaves behind the actual partner in the conversation. In fact, the particular weakness of writing, its greater helplessness as compared to speech, has another side to it, in that it demonstrates with redoubled clarity the dialectical task of understanding. As in conversation, understanding here too must try to strengthen the meaning of what is said. What is stated in the text must be detached from all contingent factors and grasped in its full ideality, in which alone it has validity. Thus, precisely because it entirely detaches the sense of what is said from the person saying it, the written word makes the understanding reader the arbiter of its claim to truth. The reader experiences what is addressed to him and what he understands in all its validity. What he understands is always more than an unfamiliar opinion, it is always possible truth. This is what emerges from detaching what is spoken from the speaker and from the permanence that writing bestows. This is the deeper hermeneutical reason for the fact, mentioned above, 10, that it does not occur to people who are not used to reading that what is written down could be wrong, since to them anything written seems like a self-authenticating document. Everything written is, in fact, the paradigmatic object of hermeneutics. What we found in the extreme case of a foreign language and in the problems of translation is confirmed here by the autonomy of reading. Understanding is not a psychic transposition. The horizon of understanding cannot be limited either by what the writer originally had in mind or by the horizon of the person to whom the text was originally addressed. It sounds at first like a sensible hermeneutical rule, and is generally recognized as such, that nothing should be put into a text that the writer or the reader could not have intended. But this rule can be applied only in extreme cases. For texts do not ask to be understood as a living expression of the subjectivity of their writers. This, then, cannot define the limits of a text's meaning. However, it is not only limiting a text's meaning to the actual thoughts of the author that is questionable. Even if one tries to determine the meaning of a text objectively by regarding it as a contemporary document and in relation to its original reader, as was Schleiermacher's basic procedure, one does not get beyond an accidental delimitation. The idea of the contemporary addressee can claim only a restricted critical validity. For what is contemporaneity? Listeners of the day before yesterday as well as of the day after tomorrow are always among those to whom one speaks as a contemporary. Where are we to draw the line that excludes a reader from being addressed? What are contemporaries and what is a text's claim to truth in the face of this multifarious mixture of past and future? The idea of the original reader is full of unexamined idealization. Furthermore, our conception of the nature of literary tradition contains a fundamental objection to the hermeneutical legitimacy of the idea of the original reader. We saw that literature is defined by the will to hand on. But a person who copies and passes on is doing it for his own contemporaries. Thus the reference to the original reader, like that to the meaning of the author, seems to offer only a very crude historico-hermeneutical criterion that cannot really limit the horizon of a text's meaning. What is fixed in writing has detached itself from the contingency of its origin and its author and made itself free for new relationships. Normative concepts such as the author's meaning or the original reader's understanding in fact represent only an empty space that is filled from time to time in understanding. Language is determination of the hermeneutic act. This brings us to the second aspect of the relationship between language and understanding. Not only is the special object of understanding, namely tradition, of a verbal nature, understanding itself has a fundamental connection with language. We started from the proposition that understanding is already interpretation because it creates the hermeneutical horizon within which the meaning of a text comes into force. But in order to be able to express a text's meaning and subject matter, we must translate it into our own language. However, this involves relating it to the whole complex of possible meanings in which we linguistically move. We have already investigated the logical structure of this in relation to the special place of the question as a hermeneutical phenomenon. In now considering the verbal nature of all understanding, we are expressing from another angle what we already saw in considering the dialectic of question and answer. Here we are emphasizing a dimension that is generally ignored by the dominant conception that the historical sciences have of themselves. For the historian usually chooses concepts to describe the historical particularity of his objects without expressly reflecting on their origin and justification. He simply follows his interest in the material and takes no account of the fact that the descriptive concepts he chooses can be highly detrimental to his proper purpose if they assimilate what is historically different to what is familiar and thus, despite all impartiality, subordinate the alien being of the object to his own preconceptions. Thus, despite his scientific method, he behaves just like everyone else, as a child of his time who is unquestioningly dominated by the concepts and prejudices of his own age. 11. Insofar as the historian does not admit this naivete to himself, he fails to reach the level of reflection that the subject matter demands. But his naivete becomes truly abysmal when he starts to become aware of the problems it raises and so demands that in understanding history one must leave one's own concepts aside and think only in the concepts of the epoch one is trying to understand. 12 This demand, which sounds like a logical implementation of historical consciousness is, as will be clear to every thoughtful reader, a naive illusion. The naivete of this claim does not consist in the fact that it goes unfulfilled because the interpreter does not sufficiently attain the ideal of leaving himself aside. This would still mean that it was a legitimate ideal, and one should strive to reach it as far as possible. But what the legitimate demand of the historical consciousness, to understand a period in terms of its own concepts, really means is something quite different. The call to leave aside the concepts of the present does not mean a naive transposition into the past. It is, rather, an essentially relative demand that has meaning only in relation to one's own concepts. Historical consciousness fails to understand its own nature if, in order to understand, it seeks to exclude what alone makes understanding possible. To think historically means, in fact, to perform the transposition that the concepts of the past undergo when we try to think in them. To think historically always involves mediating between those ideas and one's own thinking. To try to escape from one's own concepts in interpretation is not only impossible but manifestly absurd. To interpret means precisely to bring one's own preconceptions into play so that the text's meaning can really be made to speak for us. In our analysis of the hermeneutical process we saw that to acquire a horizon of interpretation requires a fusion of horizons. This is now confirmed by the verbal aspect of interpretation. The text is made to speak through interpretation. But no text and no book speaks if it does not speak a language that reaches the other person. Thus interpretation must find the right language if it really wants to make the text speak. There cannot, therefore, be any single interpretation that is correct in itself, precisely because every interpretation is concerned with the text itself. The historical life of a tradition depends on being constantly assimilated and interpreted. An interpretation that was correct in itself would be a foolish ideal that mistook the nature of tradition. Every interpretation has to adapt itself to the hermeneutical situation to which it belongs. Being bound by a situation does not mean that the claim to correctness that every interpretation must make is dissolved into the subjective or the occasional. We must not here abandon the insights of the Romantics, who purified the problem of hermeneutics from all its occasional elements. Interpretation is not something pedagogical for us either, it is the act of understanding itself, which is realized, not just for the one for whom one is interpreting but also for the interpreter himself, in the explicitness of verbal interpretation. Thanks to the verbal nature of all interpretation, every interpretation includes the possibility of a relationship with others. There can be no speaking that does not bind the speaker and the person spoken to. This is true of the hermeneutic process as well. But this relationship does not determine the interpretative process of understanding, as if interpreting were a conscious adaptation to a pedagogical situation. Rather, this process is simply the concretion of the meaning itself. Let us recall our emphasis on the element of application, which had completely disappeared from hermeneutics. We saw that to understand a text always means to apply it to ourselves and to know that, even if it must always be understood in different ways, it is still the same text presenting itself to us in these different ways. That this does not in the least relativize the claim to truth of every interpretation is seen from the fact that all interpretation is essentially verbal. The verbal explicitness that understanding achieves through interpretation does not create a second sense apart from that which is understood and interpreted. The interpretive concepts are not, as such, thematic in understanding. Rather, it is their nature to disappear behind what they bring to speech and interpretation. Paradoxically, an interpretation is right when it is capable of disappearing in this way. And yet at the same time it must be expressed as something that is supposed to disappear. The possibility of understanding is dependent on the possibility of this kind of mediating interpretation. This is also true in those cases when there is immediate understanding and no explicit interpretation is undertaken. For in these cases too interpretation must be possible. But this means that interpretation is contained potentially within the understanding process. It simply makes the understanding explicit. Thus interpretation is not a means through which understanding is achieved, rather, it enters into the content of what is understood. Let us recall that this means not only that the sense of the text can be realized as a unity but that the subject matter of which the text speaks is also expressed. The interpretation places the object, as it were, on the scales of words. There are a few characteristic variations on this general statement that indirectly confirm it. When we are concerned with understanding and interpreting verbal texts, interpretation in the medium of language itself shows what understanding always is, assimilating what is said to the point that it becomes one's own. Verbal interpretation is the form of all interpretation, even when what is to be interpreted is not linguistic in nature, i.e., is not a text but a statue or a musical composition. We must not let ourselves be confused by forms of interpretation that are not verbal but in fact presuppose language. It is possible to demonstrate something by means of contrast, for example, by placing two pictures alongside each other or reading two poems one after the other, so that one is interpreted by the other. In these cases demonstration seems to obviate verbal interpretation. But in fact this kind of demonstration is a modification of verbal interpretation. In such demonstration we have the reflection of interpretation, and the demonstration is used as a visual shortcut. Demonstration is interpretation in much the same sense as is a translation that embodies an interpretation, or the correct reading aloud of a text that has already decided the questions of interpretation, because one can only read aloud what one has understood. Understanding and interpretation are indissolubly bound together. Obviously connected with the fact that interpretation and understanding are bound up with each other is that the concept of interpretation can be applied not only to scholarly interpretation but to artistic reproduction, for example, musical or dramatic performance. We have shown above that this kind of reproduction is not a second creation recreating the first, rather, it makes the work of art appear as itself for the first time. It brings to life the signs of the musical or dramatic text. Reading aloud is a similar process, in that it awakens a text and brings it into new immediacy. 13. From this it follows that the same thing must be true of understanding in silent reading. Reading fundamentally involves interpretation. This is not to say that understanding as one reads is a kind of inner production in which the work of art would acquire an independent existence, as in a production visible to all, although remaining in the intimate sphere of one's own inner life. Rather, we are stating the contrary, namely that a production that takes place in the external world of space and time does not in fact have any existence independent of the work itself and can acquire such only through a secondary aesthetic differentiation. Interpreting music or a play by performing it is not basically different from understanding a text by reading it. Understanding always includes interpretation. The work of the philologist too consists in making texts readable and intelligible, i.e., safeguarding a text against misunderstandings. Thus there is no essential difference between the interpretation that a work undergoes in being performed and that which the scholar produces. A performing artist may feel that justifying his interpretation in words is very secondary, rejecting it as inartistic, but he cannot want to deny that such an account can be given of his reproductive interpretation. He too must want his interpretation to be correct and convincing, and it will not occur to him to deny that it is tied to the text he has before him. But this text is the same one that presents the scholarly interpreter with his task. Thus the performing artist will be unable to deny that his own understanding of the work, expressed in his reproductive interpretation, can itself be understood, i.e., interpreted and justified, and this interpretation will take place in verbal form. But even this is not a new creation of meaning. Rather, it too disappears again as an interpretation and preserves its truth in the immediacy of understanding. This insight into the way interpretation and understanding are bound together will destroy the false romanticism of immediacy that artists and connoisseurs have pursued, and still do pursue, under the banner of the aesthetics of genius. Interpretation does not try to replace the interpreted work. It does not, for example, try to draw attention to itself by the poetic power of its own utterance. Rather, it remains fundamentally accidental. This is true not only of the interpreting word but also of performative interpretation. The interpreting word always has something accidental about it insofar as it is motivated by the hermeneutic question, not just for the pedagogical purposes to which it was limited in the Enlightenment but because understanding is always a genuine event. 14 Similarly, performative interpretation is accidental in a fundamental sense, i.e., not just when something is played, imitated, translated, or read aloud for didactic purposes. These cases, where performance is interpretation in a special demonstrative sense, where it includes demonstrative exaggeration and highlighting, in fact differ only in degree, and not in kind, from other sorts of reproductive interpretation. However much it is the literary work or musical composition itself that acquires its mimic presence through the performance, every performance still has its own emphasis. There is little difference between this emphasis and using emphasis for didactic ends. All performance is interpretation. All interpretation is highlighting. It is only because the performance has no permanent being of its own and disappears in the work which it reproduces that this fact does not emerge clearly. But if we take a comparable example from the plastic arts, for example, drawings after old masters made by a great artist, we find the same interpretive highlighting in them. The same effect is experienced in watching revivals of old films or seeing for a second time a film that one has just seen and remembers clearly. Everything seems overplayed. Thus it is wholly legitimate for us to speak of the interpretation that lies behind every reproduction, and it must be possible to give a fundamental account of it. The interpretation as a whole is made up of 1,000 little decisions which all claim to be correct. Argumentative justification and interpretation do not need to be the artist's proper concern. Moreover, an explicit interpretation in language would only approximate correctness and fall short of the rounded concreteness achieved by an artistic reproduction. But this precludes neither the fact that all understanding has an intrinsic relation to interpretation nor the basic possibility of an interpretation in words. We must rightly understand the fundamental priority of language asserted here. Indeed, language often seems ill-suited to express what we feel. In the face of the overwhelming presence of works of art, the task of expressing in words what they say to us seems like an infinite and hopeless undertaking. The fact that our desire and capacity to understand always go beyond any statement that we can make seems like a critique of language. But this does not alter the fundamental priority of language. The possibilities of our knowledge seem to be far more individual than the possibilities of expression offered by language. Faced with the socially motivated tendency toward uniformity with which language forces understanding into particular schematic forms which hem us in, our desire for knowledge tries to escape from these schematizations and predecisions. However, the critical superiority which we claim over language pertains not to the conventions of verbal expression but to the conventions of meaning that have become sedimented in language. Thus that superiority says nothing against the essential connection between understanding and language. In fact it confirms this connection. For all critique that rises above the schematism of our statements in order to understand finds its expression in the form of language. Hence language always forestalls any objection to its jurisdiction. Its universality keeps pace with the universality of reason. Hermeneutical consciousness only participates in what constitutes the general relation between language and reason. If all understanding stands in a necessary relation of equivalence to its possible interpretation, And if there are basically no bounds set to understanding, then the verbal form in which this understanding is interpreted must contain within it an infinite dimension that transcends all bounds. Language is the language of reason itself. One says this, and then one hesitates. For this makes language so close to reason, which means, to the things it names, that one may ask why there should be different languages at all, since all seem to have the same proximity to reason and to objects. When a person lives in a language, he is filled with the sense of the unsurpassable appropriateness of the words he uses for the subject matter he is talking about. It seems impossible that other words in other languages could name the things equally well. The suitable word always seems to be one's own and unique, just as the thing referred to is always unique. The agony of translation consists ultimately in the fact that the original words seem to be inseparable from the things they refer to, so that to make a text intelligible one often has to give an interpretive paraphrase of it rather than translate it. The more sensitively our historical consciousness reacts, the more it seems to be aware of the untranslatability of the unfamiliar. But this makes the intimate unity of word and thing a hermeneutical scandal. How can we possibly understand anything written in a foreign language if we are thus imprisoned in our own? It is necessary to see the speciousness of this argument. In actual fact, the sensitivity of our historical consciousness tells us the opposite. The work of understanding and interpretation always remains meaningful. This shows the superior universality with which reason rises above the limitations of any given language. The hermeneutical experience is the corrective by means of which the thinking reason escapes the prison of language, and it is itself verbally constituted. From this point of view, the problem of language does not present itself in the same way as philosophy of language raises it. Certainly the variety of languages in which linguistics is interested presents us with a question, but this question is simply how every language, despite its difference from other languages, can say everything it wants. Linguistics teaches us that every language does this in its own way. But we then ask how, amid the variety of these forms of utterance, there is still the same unity of thought and speech, so that everything that has been transmitted in writing can be understood. Thus we are interested in the opposite of what linguistics tries to investigate. The intimate unity of language and thought is the premise from which linguistics too starts. It is this alone that has made it a science. For only because this unity exists is it worthwhile for the investigator to make the abstraction which causes language to be the object of his research. Only by breaking with the conventionalist prejudices of theology and rationalism could Herder and Humboldt learn to see languages as views of the world. By acknowledging the unity of thought and language they could envision the task of comparing the various forms of this unity. We are starting from the same insight but going, as it were, in the opposite direction. Despite the multiplicity of ways of speech, we are trying to keep in mind the indissoluble unity of thought and language as we encounter it in the hermeneutical phenomenon, namely as the unity of understanding and interpretation. Thus the question that concerns us is the conceptual character of all understanding. This only appears to be a secondary question. We have seen that conceptual interpretation is the realization of the hermeneutical experience itself. That is why our problem is so difficult. The interpreter does not know that he is bringing himself and his own concepts into the interpretation. The verbal formulation is so much part of the interpreter's mind that he never becomes aware of it as an object. Thus it is understandable that this side of the hermeneutic process has been wholly ignored. But there is the further point that the situation has been confused by incorrect theories of language. It is obvious that an instrumentalist theory of signs which sees words and concepts as handy tools has missed the point of the hermeneutical phenomenon. If we stick to what takes place in speech and, above all, in every dialogue with tradition carried on by the human sciences, we cannot fail to see that here concepts are constantly in the process of being formed. This does not mean that the interpreter is using new or unusual words. But the capacity to use familiar words is not based on an act of logical subsumption, through which a particular is placed under a universal concept. Let us remember, rather, that understanding always includes an element of application and thus produces an ongoing process of concept formation. We must consider this now if we want to liberate the verbal nature of understanding from the presuppositions of philosophy of language. The interpreter does not use words and concepts like a craftsman who picks up his tools and then puts them away. Rather, we must recognize that all understanding is interwoven with concepts and reject any theory that does not accept the intimate unity of word and subject matter. Indeed, the situation is even more difficult. It is doubtful that the concept of language that modern linguistics and philosophy of language take as their starting point is adequate to the situation. It has recently been stated by some linguists, and rightly so, that the modern concept of language presumes a verbal consciousness that is itself a product of history and does not apply to the beginning of the historical process, especially to what language was for the Greeks. 15 From the complete unconsciousness of language that we find in classical Greece, the path leads to the instrumentalist evaluation of language that we find in modern times. This process of increasing consciousness, which also involves a change in the attitude to language, makes it possible for language as such, i.e., its form, separated from all content, to become an independent object of attention. We can doubt whether this view's characterization of the relation between language behavior and language theory is correct, but there is no doubt that the science and philosophy of language operate on the premise that their only concern is the form of language. Is the idea of form still appropriate here? Is language a symbolic form, as Gadamer calls it? Does this take account of the fact that language is unique in embracing everything, myth, art, law, and so on, that Gadamer also calls symbolic form? 16. In analyzing the hermeneutical phenomenon, we have stumbled upon the universal function of language. In revealing the verbal nature of the hermeneutical phenomenon, we see that it has a universal significance. Understanding and interpretation are related to verbal tradition in a specific way. But at the same time they transcend this relationship, not only because all the creations of human culture, including the nonverbal ones, can be understood in this way, but more fundamentally because everything that is intelligible must be accessible to understanding and to interpretation. What is true of understanding is just as true of language. Neither is to be grasped simply as a fact that can be empirically investigated. Neither is ever simply an object but instead comprehends everything that can ever be an object. 17. If we recognize this basic connection between language and understanding, we will not be able to view the development from unconsciousness of language via consciousness of language to the devaluation of language 18 even as an unequivocally correct description of the historical process. This schema does not seem to me to be adequate even for the history of theories of language, as we shall see, let alone for the life of language. The language that lives in speech, which comprehends all understanding, including that of the interpreter of texts, is so much bound up with thinking and interpretation that we have too little left if we ignore the actual content of what language is handed down to us and try to consider language only as form. Unconsciousness of language has not ceased to be the genuine mode of being of speech. Let us, therefore, turn our attention to the Greeks, who did not have a word for what we call language, when the all-embracing unity of word and thing became problematical for them and hence worthy of attention. We will also consider Christian thought in the Middle Ages, which, because of its interest in dogmatic theology, rethought the mystery of this unity. The development of the concept of language in the history of Western thought. Language and logos. In the earliest times the intimate unity of word and thing was so obvious that the true name was considered to be part of the bearer of the name, if not indeed to substitute for him. In Greek the expression for word, onyma, also means name, and especially proper name i.e., the name by which something is called. The word is understood primarily as a name. But a name is what it is because it is what someone is called and what he answers to. It belongs to its bearer. The rightness of the name is confirmed by the fact that someone answers to it. Thus it seems to belong to his being. Greek philosophy more or less began with the insight that a word is only a name, i.e., that it does not represent true being. This is precisely the breakthrough of philosophical inquiry into the territory over which the name had undisputed rule. Belief in the word and doubt about it constitute the problem that the Greek Enlightenment saw in the relationship between the word and thing. Thereby the word changed from presenting the thing to substituting for it. The name that is given and can be altered raises doubt about the truth of the word. Can we speak of the rightness of names? But must we not speak of the rightness of words, i.e., insist on the unity of word and thing? Did not the most profound of all early thinkers, Heraclitus, discover the depth of meaning contained in the play on words? This is the background of Plato's Cratylus, the fundamental statement of Greek thought on language, which covers the whole range of problems so thoroughly that later Greek discussion, of which we have, in any case, only an imperfect knowledge, adds scarcely anything essential. 19. Two theories discussed in Plato's Cratylus try in different ways to describe the relationship between word and thing. The conventionalist theory regards unambiguous linguistic usage, reached by agreement and practice, as the only source of the meaning of words. The opposed theory holds that there is a natural agreement between word and object that is described by the idea of correctness, orthos. It is clear that both of these positions are extremes and so do not necessarily exclude each other in fact. At any rate, the ordinary speaker knows nothing of the correctness of the word that this position presumes. The mode of being of language that we call customary usage sets a limit to both theories. The limit of conventionalism is that we cannot arbitrarily change the meaning of words if there is to be language. The problem of special languages shows the conditions that apply to this kind of renaming. In the Cratylus, Hermogenes himself gives an example: the renaming of a servant. 20 The dependency of a servant's life world, the coincidence of his person with his function, makes possible the renaming that a free man's claim to independence and the preservation of his honor would make impossible. Children and lovers likewise have their language, by which they communicate with each other in a world that belongs to them alone. But even this is not so much because they have arbitrarily agreed on it, but because a verbal custom has grown up between them. Language always presupposes a common world, even if it is only a play world. The limitation of the similarity theory is also clear. We cannot look at the things referred to and criticize the words for not correctly representing them. Language is not a mere tool we use, something we construct in order to communicate and differentiate. 21 Both these interpretations of language start from the existence and instrumentality of words, and regard the subject matter as something we know about previously from an independent source. Thus they start too late. We must then ask if, in showing the two extreme positions to be untenable, Plato is questioning a presupposition common to them both. Plato's intention seems quite clear to me, and this cannot be emphasized sufficiently in view of the fact that the Cratylus is constantly misused in discussing the systematic problems of the philosophy of language. In this discussion of contemporary theories of language, Plato wants to demonstrate that no truth, aletheia ton onton, can be attained in language's claim to correctness, orthos ton onomaton, and that without words, onu ton onomaton, being must be known purely from itself, auta ex heauton. 22 This radically displaces the problem to another plane. The dialectic which aims to achieve this obviously claims to make thought dependent on itself alone and to open it to its true objects, the ideas, so that the power of words, dunamis ton onomaton, and their demonic technologization in sophistical argument are overcome. The conquest of the sphere of words, onomata, by dialectic does not of course mean that there really is such a thing as knowledge without words, but only that it is not the word that opens up the way to truth. Rather, on the contrary, the adequacy of the word can be judged only from the knowledge of the thing it refers to. We can grant that this is true and yet feel there is something missing. Plato avoids considering the real relationship between words and things. Here he clarifies the question of how one can know that something is too big, and where he does speak about it, where he does describe the true nature of dialectic, as in the excursus of the 7th letter. 23 Language is regarded only as an external and equivocal element. Like the sensible appearance of things, it is one of those specious things, protinomena, that insinuate themselves and that the true dialectician must leave behind. The pure thought of ideas, dianoia, is silent, for it is a dialogue of the soul with itself, anophones. The logos 24 is the stream that flows from this thought and sounds out through the mouth, rheuma diatostomatos metaphthongu. It is obvious that, of itself, audible perceptibility involves no claim that what is said is true. Plato undoubtedly did not consider the fact that the process of thought, if conceived as a dialogue of soul, itself involves a connection with language, and although we find that there is something about this in the 7th letter, it is in relation to the dialectic of knowledge, i.e., to the orientation of the whole movement of knowing toward the one, auto. Although there is here a fundamental recognition of the connection with language, its significance does not really emerge. It is only one of the elements of knowing, and its dialectical provisionality emerges from the subject matter itself toward which the act of knowing is directed. The net result, then, is that Plato's discovery of the ideas conceals the true nature of language even more than the theories of the sophists, who developed their own art, techne, in the use and abuse of language. Even where Plato moves beyond the level of discussion in the Cratylus and points forward to his dialectic, we find no other relation to language than that already discussed there. Language is a tool, a copy constructed and judged in terms of the original, the things themselves. Thus even when he assigns no independent function to the sphere of words, onomata, and calls for transcending it, he stays within the horizon in which the question of the correctness of the name presents itself. Even when, as in the context of the 7th letter, he does not accept a natural correctness of names, he still retains resemblance, homon, as the criterion. For him the copy and the original constitute the metaphysical model for everything within the noetic sphere. In their various media the craftsman and the divine demiurge, the orator and the philosophical dialectician, copy the true being of ideas. There is always a gap, apechii, even if the true dialectician bridges it for himself. The element of true speech remains the word, onoma and rheuma, the same word in which truth is hidden to the point of unrecognizability and even complete disappearance. 25. If against this background we consider the dispute about the correctness of names, as settled by the Critylus, the theories discussed there suddenly acquire an interest that goes beyond Plato and his own particular purpose. For neither of the theories that Plato's Socrates disproves is considered in its full weight. The conventionalist theory bases the idea of the correctness of words on giving names to things, christening them, as it were. This theory obviously does not regard names as having any claim to purvey knowledge of the thing. Socrates refutes the exponent of this view by starting from the distinction between the true and the false logos, then making him admit that the constituents of the logos, the words, onomata, are also true or false, thus relating naming, as part of speaking, to the revelation of being, visa, that takes place in speaking. 26 This is a proposition so incompatible with the conventionalist view that it is easy to see that it implies, on the contrary, a nature that is the criterion of the true name and correct naming. Socrates himself admits that understanding the correctness of names in this way leads to etymological intoxication, among other absurd consequences. But the same is true of his treatment of the opposed view, according to which words are part of nature, physe. Although we might expect this view to be refuted by revealing the faultiness of arguing from the truth of discourse to that of the words of which it is made up, the sophist rectifies this. We are disappointed. The discussion stays entirely within the fundamental assumptions of the nature theory, i.e., the similarity principle, demolishing it only by progressive limitation. If the correctness of names really depends on finding the right name, i.e., the name that is adequate to the thing, then, as with all such adequacy, there are grades and degrees of correctness. If a name with only a small degree of correctness still conveys the outline, typos, of a thing, then it may still be good enough to be usable. 27 But we must be even more generous. A word can be understood, obviously from habit and convention, if it contains sounds that bear no resemblance to what it names, so that the whole principle of similarity falters and is refuted by such examples as the words for numbers. There can be no similarity at all here, because numbers do not belong to the visible and moved world, so that they obviously come under the principle of convention alone. The abandonment of the physe theory seems very conciliatory, for the convention principle has to act as a complement when the similarity principle fails. Plato seems to hold that the similarity principle is reasonable, but it needs to be applied in a very liberal way. Convention, which operates in practical usage and alone constitutes the correctness of words, can make use of the similarity principle but is not bound to it. 28 This is a very moderate point of view, but it involves the basic assumption that words have no real cognitive significance of their own, a conclusion that points beyond the whole sphere of words and the question of their correctness to the knowledge of the thing. This is obviously Plato's sole concern. And yet, by keeping within the framework of finding and giving names, the Socratic argument against Critylus suppresses a number of insights. To say that the word is a tool we construct in order to deal with things for purposes of instruction and differentiation, and so that it is a being that can be more or less adequate to and in accord with its being, fixes the nature of the inquiry into the nature of the word in a dubious manner. The specific way of dealing with the thing that we are concerned with here is that of making the thing meant apparent. The word is correct if it brings the thing to presentation, Darstellung, i.e., if it is a representation, mimesis. What is involved here is certainly not an imitative representation in the sense of a direct copy, depicting the visual or oral appearance of something, but it is the being, visa, that which is considered worthy of the attribute to be, ani, that is to be revealed by the word. But we must ask whether the concepts used in the dialogue, the concepts of mimema and of diloma understood as mimema, are correct. The word that names an object names it as what it is because the word itself has the meaning whereby the object intended is named. But that does not necessarily imply that the two are related as original and copy. Certainly the nature of mimema consists in part in representing something different from what it itself contains. Thus, mere imitation, being like, always offers a starting point for reflecting on the ontological gap between the imitation and the original. But words name things in a much too intimate and intellectual way for the question of the degree of similarity to be appropriate here. Critylus is quite right when he resists this notion. He is likewise quite right when he says that inasmuch as a word is a word, it must be correct, must fit correctly. If not, it has no meaning, and it is merely sounding brass. 29 It makes no sense to speak of wrongness in such a case. Of course it can also happen that we do not address someone by his right name because we confuse him with someone else, or that we do not use the right word for something because we do not recognize the thing. It is not the word that is wrong here but its use. It only seems to fit the thing for which it is used. In fact it is the word for something else and, as such, is correct. Likewise, someone learning a foreign language assumes that words have real meanings, that are displayed in usage and conveyed in the dictionary. One can always confuse these meanings, but that always means using the right words wrongly. Thus we may speak of an absolute perfection of the word, inasmuch as there is no perceptible relationship, i.e., no gap, between its appearance to the senses and its meaning. Hence there is no reason why Cratylus should allow himself to be subjected to the yoke of the schema of original and copy. It is true that a copy, without being a mere duplicate of the original, resembles the original. It is a different thing that, because of its imperfect similarity, points to the other that it represents. But this obviously does not pertain to the relationship between the word and its meaning. Thus it is like the revelation of a wholly obscured truth when Socrates says that words, unlike pictures, zoa, can be not only correct but true, alethi. 30 The truth of a word does not depend on its correctness, its correct adequation to the thing. It lies rather in its perfect intellectuality, i.e., the manifestness of the word's meaning and its sound. In this sense all words are true i.e., their being is wholly absorbed in their meaning, whereas a copy is only more or less similar and thus, judged by reference to the appearance of the original, only more or less correct. But, as always with Plato, there is a reason for Socrates being so blind to what he refutes. Cratylus is unaware that the meaning of words is not simply identical with the objects named, and still less is he aware, and this is the reason for Socrates' tacit superiority, that logos, discourse and speech, and the manifestation of things that takes place in it, is something different from the act of intending the meanings contained in words, and it is here, in speaking, that the actual capacity of language to communicate what is correct and true has its locus. The sophists' misuse of speech arises from their failure to recognize its capacity for truth, the contrary capacity of which is falseness, pseudos. If logos is understood as a thing's presentation, diloma, as its manifestation, without making a fundamental distinction between this truth function of speech and the significant character of words, then there opens up a kind of confusion peculiar to language. We can then imagine that in the word we have the thing. The legitimate path to knowledge will seem to be to stick to the word. But the reverse is also true. Where we have knowledge, the truth of an utterance must be built up out of the truth of words, as if out of its elements, and just as we assume the correctness of these words, i.e., their natural adequation to what they name, we should be able to interpret even the elements of these words, namely the letters, in terms of their copying function in relation to things. This is the conclusion to which Socrates compels his partner. But all this misses the point that the truth of things resides in discourse, which means, ultimately, in intending a unitary meaning concerning things, and not in the individual words, not even in a language's entire stock of words. It is this error that enables Socrates to refute the objections of Cratylus, even though they are so apt in relation to the truth of the word, i.e., to its significance. Against him Socrates employs the usage of words, that is speech, logos, with its possibility of being either true or false. The name, the word, seems to be true or false to the extent that it is used rightly or wrongly, i.e., rightly or wrongly associated with something. This association, however, is not that of the word, rather, it is already logos and in such a logos can find its adequate expression. For example, to name someone Socrates is to say that this person is called Socrates. Thus the relational ordering that is logos is much more than the mere correspondence of words and things, as is ultimately assumed in the Eleatic doctrine of being and in the copy theory. The truth contained in the logos is not that of mere perception, of noein, not just letting being appear, rather, it always places being in a relationship, assigning something to it. For precisely this reason, it is not the word, anima, but the logos that is the bearer of truth, and also error. From this it necessarily follows that being expressed, and thus being bound to language, is quite secondary to the system of relations within which logos articulates and interprets the thing. We see that it is not word but number that is the real paradigm of the noetic, number, whose name is obviously pure convention and whose exactitude consists in the fact that every number is defined by its place in the series, so that it is a pure structure of intelligibility, an intrationis, not in the weak sense of a being validity but in the strong sense of perfect rationality. This is the real conclusion to which the Cratylus is drawn, and it has one very important consequence, which in fact influences all further thinking about language. If the sphere of the logos represents the sphere of the noetic in the variety of its associations, then the word, just like the number, becomes the mere sign of a being that is well defined and hence pre-known. This is, fundamentally, to turn the question around. Now we are not starting from the thing and inquiring into the being of the word as a means of conveying it. Rather, beginning from the word as a means, we are asking what and how it communicates to the person who uses it. By nature, the sign has its being only in application, and so itself consists only in pointing to something other. It must be foregrounded from the context in which it is encountered and taken as a sign, in order for its own being as an object to be superseded and for it to dissolve, disappear, into its meaning. It is the abstraction of pointing itself, Verweisung, also, referring. A sign, then, is not something that insists on its own content. It does not even need to have any similarity to its referent, and if it has, then it need be only schematic. But this means again that all visible content of its own is reduced to the minimum necessary to assist its pointing function. The more univocally a sign thing signifies, the more the sign is a pure sign, i.e., it is exhausted in the coordination. Thus for example, written signs are coordinated with particular sounds, numerical signs with particular numbers, and they are the most ideal signs because their position in the order completely exhausts them. Badges, marks, ciphers, and so on have ideality insofar as they are taken as signs, i.e., are reduced to their referential function. Here a sign being subsists only in something else, which, as a sign thing, both exists in itself and has its own meaning on the one hand and on the other has the meaning that it signifies as a sign. In this case the sign acquires meaning as a sign only in relation to the subject who takes it as a sign. It does not have its absolute significance within itself, i.e., the subject is not superseded in it. 31 It is still an immediate entity, it still subsists in the context of other entities. In a decorative context, for example, even written signs have ornamental value, and only on the basis of its own immediate being is it at the same time something referential, ideal. The difference between what it is and what it means is absolute. At the other extreme, the copy, the situation is quite different. Certainly the copy implies the same contradiction between its being and its meaning, but it does so in such a way that it supersedes this contradiction within itself precisely by means of the resemblance that lies within itself. It does not acquire the function of pointing or representing from the subject who takes it as a sign but from its own content. It is not a mere sign. For in it the thing copied is itself represented, caught, and made present. That is why it can be judged by the standard of resemblance, i.e., by the extent to which it makes present in itself what is not present. The legitimate question whether the word is nothing but a pure sign or instead something like a copy or an image is thoroughly discredited by the Critialists. Since there the argument that the word is a copy is driven ad absurdum, the only alternative seems to be that it is a sign. Although it is not especially emphasized, this consequence results from the negative discussion of the Critialists and is sealed by knowledge being banished to the intelligible sphere. Thus, in all discussion of language ever since, the concept of the image, icon, has been replaced by that of the sign, seman or semenon. This is not just a terminological change, it expresses an epoch-making decision about thought concerning language. 32 That the true being of things is to be investigated without names means that there is no access to truth in the proper being of words as such, even though, of course, no questioning, answering, instructing, and differentiating can take place without the help of language. This is to say that thought is so independent of the being of words, which thought takes as mere signs through which what is referred to, the idea, the thing, is brought into view, that the word is reduced to a wholly secondary relation to the thing. It is a mere instrument of communication, the bringing forth, ekaphirin, and uttering, logos prophorikos, of what is meant in the medium of the voice. It follows that an ideal system of signs, whose sole purpose is to coordinate all signs in an unambiguous system, makes the power of words, dunamis ton onomaton, the range of variation of the contingent in the historical languages as they have actually developed, appear as a mere flaw in their utility. This is the ideal of a characteristica universalis. The exclusion of what a language is beyond its efficient functioning as sign material, i.e., the self-conquest of language by a system of artificial, unambiguously dense symbols, this ideal of the 18th and 20th century Enlightenments, represents the ideal language, because to it would correspond the totality of the knowable, being as absolutely available objectivity. We cannot object that no such mathematical sign language is conceivable without a language that would introduce its conventions. This problem of a metalanguage may be unsolvable because it involves a reiterative regress. But the interminability of this process constitutes no fundamental objection to accepting the ideal it approaches. It must also be admitted that every development of scientific terminology, however confined its use may be, constitutes a phase of this process. For what is a technical term? A word whose meaning is univocally defined, inasmuch as it signifies a defined concept. A technical term is always somewhat artificial insofar as either the word itself is artificially formed or, as is more frequent, a word already in use has the variety and breadth of its meanings excised and is assigned only one particular conceptual meaning. in contrast to the living meaning of the words in spoken language, to which, as Wilhelm von Humboldt rightly showed, 33 a certain range of variation is essential. A technical term is a word that has become ossified. Using a word as a technical term is an act of violence against language. Unlike the pure sign language of symbolic logic, however, the use of technical terminology, even if often in the guise of a foreign word, passes into the spoken language. There is no such thing as purely technical discourse, but the technical term, created artificially and against the spirit of language, returns into its stream, as we can see even from the artificial terms of modern advertising. This is indirectly confirmed by the fact that sometimes a technical distinction does not catch on and is constantly denied in common usage. Obviously this means that it must bow to the demands of language. We need think only of the impotent pedantry with which Neo-Kantianism castigated the use of transcendental for transcendent, or the use of ideology in a positive, dogmatic sense which has become general despite its being originally coined for polemical and instrumental purposes. Hence, in interpreting scientific texts, one must always count on finding the technical and the freer use of a word juxtaposed. 34 Modern interpreters of classical texts easily underestimate the need to do so because in modern scientific usage a concept is more artificial and hence more fixed than in the ancient world, which had no foreign words and very few artificial ones. Only through mathematical symbolism would it be possible to rise entirely above the contingency of the historical languages and the vagueness of their concepts. Through the permutations and combinations of such a sign system, Leibniz believed, we would acquire new, mathematically certain truths, because the ordo imaged in such a sign system would find an echo in all languages. 35 Leibniz's claim that the characteristica universalis as an ars inveniendi clearly depends on the artificiality of its symbols. This is what makes calculation possible, i.e., the discovery of relations from the formal laws of the system of combinations, independently of whether or not experience presents us with relationships between things corresponding to those combinations. By thinking ahead in this way into the sphere of possibilities, thinking reason is itself brought to its absolute perfection. For human reason there is no more adequate form of knowledge than the notitia numerorum, 36, and all calculation proceeds on its model. But it is a universal truth that human imperfection precludes adequate knowledge a priori, and that experience is indispensable. Knowledge acquired through these symbols is not clear and distinct, for a symbol gives nothing to the senses to perceive. Rather, such knowledge is blind, inasmuch as the symbol is a substitute for a real piece of knowledge, merely indicating that it could be acquired. Thus the ideal of language that Leibniz is pursuing is a language of reason, an analysis notionum which, starting from first concepts, would develop the whole system of true concepts and so be a copy of the universe of beings, just as is the divine reason. 37 In this way, the world, conceived as the calculation of God, who works out the best among all the possibilities of being, would be recalculated by human reason. From this ideal it becomes clear that language is something other than a mere sign system denoting the totality of objects. A word is not just a sign. In a sense that is hard to grasp, it is also something almost like a copy or image. We need only think of the other extreme possibility, of a purely artificial language, to see the relative justification of such an archaic theory of language. A word has a mysterious connection with what it images, it belongs to its being. This is meant in a fundamental way. It is not just that mimesis has a certain share in creating language, for no one denies that. Plato obviously thought so, as does philology today when it assigns a certain function to onomatopoeia in the history of language. But fundamentally language is taken to be something wholly detached from the being of what is under consideration. It is taken to be an instrument of subjectivity. To say this is to follow a path of abstraction that ultimately leads to the rational construction of an artificial language. In my view this path leads us away from the nature of language. 38 Language and thinking about things are so bound together that it is an abstraction to conceive of the system of truths as a pregiven system of possibilities of being for which the signifying subject selects corresponding signs. A word is not a sign that one selects, nor is it a sign that one makes or gives to another. It is not an existent thing that one picks up and gives an ideality of meaning in order to make another being visible through it. This is mistaken on both counts. Rather, the ideality of the meaning lies in the word itself. It is meaningful already. But this does not imply, on the other hand, that the word precedes all experience and simply advenes to an experience in an external way, by subjecting itself to it. Experience is not wordless to begin with, subsequently becoming an object of reflection by being named, by being subsumed under the universality of the word. Rather, experience of itself seeks and finds words that express it. We seek the right word, i.e., the word that really belongs to the thing, so that in it the thing comes into language. Even if we keep in mind that this does not imply any simple copying, the word still belongs to the thing insofar as a word is not a sign coordinated to the thing ex post facto. Aristotle's analysis of how concepts are formed by induction, which we considered above, offers an indirect proof of this. Admittedly, Aristotle himself does not explicitly connect the formation of concepts with the problem of the formation of words and the learning of language, but in his paraphrase Themistaius exemplifies the formation of concepts by children's learning to speak. 39 So much is the logos bound up with language. If Greek philosophy does not want to admit this relationship between word and thing, speech and thought, the reason no doubt is that thought had to protect itself against the intimate relationship between word and thing in which the speaker lives. The dominion of this most speakable of all languages, Nietzsche, over thought was so great that the chief concern of philosophy was to free itself from it. Thus from early on, the Greek philosophers fought against the anima as the source of the seduction and confusion of thought, and instead embraced the ideality that is constantly created in language. This was already true when Parmenides conceived the truth of the thing from the logos, and certainly after the Platonic turn to discourse, followed by Aristotle's orienting the forms of being to the forms of assertion, schemata tes categorias. Because here orientation to the eidos was conceived as determining the logos, the notion that language should have a being of its own could only be regarded as a confusion, and to banish and control it was the purpose of thought. Hence the critique of the correctness of names in the Cratylus is the first step toward modern instrumental theory of language and the ideal of a sign system of reason. Wedged in between image and sign, the being of language could only be reduced to the level of pure sign. Language and verbum. There is, however, an idea that is not Greek which does more justice to the being of language, and so prevented the forgetfulness of language in Western thought from being complete. This is the Christian idea of incarnation. Incarnation is obviously not embodiment. Neither the idea of the soul nor of God that is connected with embodiment corresponds to the Christian idea of incarnation. The relation between soul and body as conceived in these theories, for instance, in Platonic and Pythagorean philosophy, and corresponding to the religious idea of the migration of souls, assumes that soul and body are completely different. The soul retains its own separate nature throughout all its embodiments, and the separation from the body is regarded as a purification, i.e., as a restoration of its true and real being. Even the appearance of the divine in human form, which makes Greek religion so human, has nothing to do with incarnation. God does not become man, but rather shows himself to men in human form while wholly retaining his superhuman divinity. By contrast, the fact that God became man, as the Christian religion teaches, implies the sacrifice that the crucified Christ accepts as the Son of Man. But this is a relationship that is strangely different from embodiment and is expressed theologically in the doctrine of the Trinity. This cornerstone of Christian thought is all the more important for us because for Christian thought too the Incarnation is closely connected to the problem of the Word. First in the Fathers and then in the systematic elaboration of Augustinianism during the scholastic period, the interpretation of the mystery of the Trinity, the most important task confronting the thinking of the Middle Ages, had to do with the relationship between human speech and thought. Here dogmatic theology relied chiefly on the prologue to the Gospel of John and, although theology was applying Greek ideas to its own theological tasks, philosophy acquired by this very means a dimension foreign to Greek thought. If the Word became flesh and if it is only in the Incarnation that Spirit is fully realized, then the Logos is freed from its spirituality, which means, at the same time, from its cosmic potentiality. The uniqueness of the redemptive event introduces the essence of history into Western thought, brings the phenomenon of language out of its immersion in the ideality of meaning, and offers it to philosophical reflection. For, in contrast to the Greek logos, the word is pure event, verbum propridicitur personaliter tantum. 40. Of course human language thereby only indirectly becomes an object of reflection. The human word is used only as a counterpart to the theological problem of the word, the verbum Dei, i.e., the unity of God the Father and God the Son. But the important thing for us is precisely that the mystery of this unity is reflected in the phenomenon of language. Even the way the Fathers connect theological speculation about the mystery of the Incarnation to Hellenistic thought is interesting because of the new dimension which they envisage. Thus initially they tried to make use of the Stoic antithesis of the inner and the outer logos and diathetos, prophorikos. 41 This distinction was originally intended to distinguish the Stoic world principle of the logos from the externality of merely repeating a word. 42 But now the contrary immediately acquires a positive significance for the Christian doctrine of incarnation. The analogy between the inner and the outer word, speaking the word aloud in the vox, now acquires an exemplary value. Creation once took place through the Word of God. In this way the early fathers used the miracle of language to explain the UN Greek idea of the creation. But most important, the actual redemptive act, the sending of the Son, the mystery of the Incarnation, is described in St. John's prologue itself in terms of the Word. Exegesis interprets the speaking of the Word to be as miraculous as the incarnation of God. In both cases the act of becoming is not the kind of becoming in which something turns into something else. Neither does it consist in separating one thing from the other, katapakopen, nor in lessening the inner word by its emergence into exteriority, nor in becoming something different, so that the inner word is used up. 43 Even in the earliest applications of Greek thought we can discern a new orientation toward the mysterious unity of Father and Son, of Spirit and Word. And if direct reference to the act of uttering, to speaking the word aloud, is ultimately rejected in Christian dogmatics, in the rejection of subordinationism, it is still necessary, because of this very decision, to reconsider philosophically the mystery of language and its connection to thought. The greater miracle of language lies not in the fact that the word becomes flesh and emerges in external being, but that that which emerges and externalizes itself in utterance is always already a word. That the Word is with God from all eternity is the victorious doctrine of the Church in its defense against subordinationism, and it situates the problem of language, too, entirely within inner thought. The external word, and with it the whole problem of the variety of languages, was explicitly devalued by Augustine, though he still discusses it. 44 The external word, just like the word that is reproduced only inwardly, is tied to a particular tongue, lingua. The fact that the verbum is spoken differently in different languages, however, means only that it cannot reveal itself through the human tongue in its true being. In a depreciation of sensible appearance that is entirely Platonic, Augustine says, "We do not say a thing as it is but as it can be seen or heard by our senses." The true word, the verbum cordis, is completely independent of such an appearance. It is neither prolativum, brought forth, nor cogitativum in similitude insoni, thought in the likeness of sound. Hence this inner word is the mirror and the image of the divine word. When Augustine and the scholastics consider the problem of the verbum in order to attain the conceptual means to elucidate the mystery of the Trinity, they are concerned exclusively with this inner word, the word of the heart, and its relation to the intelligentsia, lot. Thus it is a quite specific side of the nature of language that comes to light here. The mystery of the Trinity is mirrored in the miracle of language insofar as the word that is true, because it says what the thing is nothing by itself and does not seek to be anything, nihil diswohibans, sed totum de illusientia de que nascitur. It has its being in its revealing. Exactly the same thing is true of the mystery of the Trinity. Here too the important thing is not the earthly appearance of the Redeemer as such, but rather his complete divinity, his consubstantiality with God. To grasp the independent personal existence of Christ within this sameness of being is the task of theology. Here human analog, the mental word, the verbum intellectus, is helpful. This is more than a mere metaphor, for the human relationship between thought and speech corresponds, despite its imperfections, to the divine relationship of the Trinity. The inner mental word is just as consubstantial with thought as is God the Son with God the Father. One might well ask whether we are not here using the unintelligible to explain the unintelligible. What sort of word is it that remains the inner dialogue of thought and finds no outer form and sound? Does such a thing exist? Does not all our thinking always follow the paths of a particular language, and do we not know perfectly well that one has to think in a language if one really wants to speak it? Even if we remember that our reason preserves its freedom in the face of the bond of our thinking with language, either by inventing and using artificial sign languages or by translating from one language into another, which presume a capacity to rise above bondage to language to attain the sense intended, nevertheless this capacity itself is, as we have seen, linguistic. The language of reason is not a special language. So, given that the bond to language cannot be superseded, what sense does it make to talk about an inner word that is spoken, as it were, in the pure language of reason? How does the word of reason, if we can translate intellectus here by reason, prove itself a real word, if it is not a word with a sound nor even the image of one, but that tongue in its true being? In a depreciation of sensible appearance that is entirely Platonic, Augustine says, "We do not say a thing as it is but as it can be seen or heard by our senses." The true word, the verbum cordis, is completely independent of such an appearance. It is neither prolativum, brought forth, nor cogitativum in similitude insoni, thought in the likeness of sound. Hence this inner word is the mirror and the image of the divine word. When Augustine and the scholastics consider the problem of the verbum in order to attain the conceptual means to elucidate the mystery of the Trinity, they are concerned exclusively with this inner word, the word of the heart, and its relation to the intelligentsia, lot. Thus it is a quite specific side of the nature of language that comes to light here. The mystery of the Trinity is mirrored in the miracle of language insofar as the word that is true, because it says what the thing is nothing by itself and does not seek to be anything, nihil de suo habens, sed totum de illusientia de que nascitur. It has its being in its revealing. Exactly the same thing is true of the mystery of the Trinity. Here too the important thing is not the earthly appearance of the Redeemer as such, but rather his complete divinity, his consubstantiality with God. To grasp the independent personal existence of Christ within this sameness of being is the task of theology. Here human analog, the mental word, the verbum intellectus, is helpful. This is more than a mere metaphor, for the human relationship between thought and speech corresponds, despite its imperfections, to the divine relationship of the Trinity. The inner mental word is just as consubstantial with thought as is God the Son with God the Father. One might well ask whether we are not here using the unintelligible to explain the unintelligible. What sort of word is it that remains the inner dialogue of thought and finds no outer form and sound? Does such a thing exist? Does not all our thinking always follow the paths of a particular language, and do we not know perfectly well that one has to think in a language if one really wants to speak it? Even if we remember that our reason preserves its freedom in the face of the bond of our thinking with language, either by inventing and using artificial sign languages or by translating from one language into another, which presume a capacity to rise above bondage to language to attain the sense intended, nevertheless this capacity itself is, as we have seen, linguistic. The language of reason is not a special language. So, given that the bond to language cannot be superseded, what sense does it make to talk about an inner word that is spoken, as it were, in the pure language of reason? How does the word of reason, if we can translate intellectus here by reason, prove itself a real word, if it is not a word with a sound nor even the image of one, but that? Greek logos philosophy undoubtedly knew this. Plato described thought as an inner dialogue of the soul with itself. 46 And the infiniteness of the dialectical effort that he requires of the philosopher expresses the discursiveness of our finite understanding. However much he called for pure thought, Plato always recognized too that the medium of onoma and logos remained essential for thought about an object. But if the doctrine of the inner word means nothing more than the discursiveness of human thought and speech, how can the word be analogous to the process of the divine persons expressed in the doctrine of the Trinity? Does not the very antithesis between intuition and discursiveness get in the way here? What is common to both processes? It is true that no temporality enters into the relations of the divine persons to one another. But the successiveness characteristic of the discursiveness of human thought is not basically temporal in nature either. When human thought passes from one thing to another, i.e., thinks first this thing and then that, it is still not just a series of one thought after another. It does not think in a simple succession, first one thing and then another, which would mean that it would itself constantly change in the process. If it thinks first of one thing and then of another, that means it knows what it is doing, and knows how to connect the one thing with the next. Hence what is involved is not a temporal relation but a mental process, an emanatio intellectualis. Thomas uses this Neoplatonic concept to describe both the processual character of the inner word and the process of the Trinity. This brings out a point not implied in Plato's logos philosophy. The idea of emanation in Neoplatonism implies more than the physical movement of flowing out. The primary image, rather, is that of a fountain. 47 In the process of emanation, that from which something flows, the one, is not deprived or depleted. The same is true of the birth of the Son from the Father, who does not use up anything of himself but takes something to himself. And this is likewise true of the mental emergence that takes place in the process of thought, speaking to oneself. This kind of production is at the same time a total remaining within oneself. If it can be said of the divine relationship between word and intellect that the word originates not partially but wholly, totaliter, in the intellect, then it is true also that one word originates totaliter from another, i.e., has its origin in the mind, like the deduction of a conclusion from the premises, a conclusio ex principiis. Thus the process and emergence of thought is not a process of change, modus, not a transition from potentiality into action, but an emergence ad actus ex actu. The word is not formed only after the act of knowledge has been completed, in scholastic terms, after the intellect has been informed by the species, it is the act of knowledge itself. Thus, the word is simultaneous with this formatio, of the intellect. Thus we can see how the creation of the word came to be viewed as a true image of the Trinity. It is a true generatio, a true birth, even though, of course, there is no receptive part to go with the generating one. It is precisely the intellectual nature of the generation of the word, however, that is of decisive importance for its function as a theological model. The process of the divine persons and the process of thought really have something in common. Nevertheless, it is the differences rather than the similarities between the divine and human word that are important to us. This is theologically sound. The mystery of the Trinity, which the analogy with the inner word is supposed to illuminate, must ultimately remain incomprehensible in terms of human thought. If the whole of the divine mind is expressed in the divine word, then the processual element in this word signifies something for which we basically have no analogy. Insofar as, in knowing itself, the divine mind likewise knows all beings, the Word of God is the word of the Spirit that knows and creates everything in one intuition, intuitus. The act of production disappears in the immediacy of divine omniscience. Creation is not a real process, but only interprets the structure of the universe in a temporal scheme. 48 If we want to grasp the processual element in the word more exactly, which is the important thing for our inquiry into the connection between language and understanding, we cannot rest content with the theologian's way of stating this difference. Rather, we will have to linger over the imperfection of the human mind and its difference from the divine. Here we can follow Thomas, who specifies three differences. 1. The first thing is that the human word is potential before it is actualized. It is capable of being formed, though it is not yet formed. The process of thought begins with something coming into our mind from our memory. But even this is an emanation, for the memory is not plundered and does not lose anything. But what comes into our mind in this way is not yet something finished and thought out to its conclusion. Rather, the real movement of thought now begins. The mind hurries from one thing to the other, turns this way and that, considering this and that, and seeks the perfect expression of its thoughts through inquiry, inquisitio, and thoughtfulness, cogitatio. The perfect word, therefore, is formed only in thinking, like a tule, but once it exists as the full perfection of the thought, nothing more is created with it. Rather, the thing is then present in it. Thus it is not a real tool. Thomas found a brilliant metaphor for this: the word is like a mirror in which the thing is seen. The curious thing about this mirror, however, is that it nowhere extends beyond the image of the thing. In it nothing is mirrored except this one thing, so that the whole mirror reflects only the image, similitudo. What is remarkable about this metaphor is that the word is understood here entirely as the perfect reflection of the thing, i.e., as the expression of the thing, and has left behind it the path of the thought to which alone, however, it owes its existence. This does not happen with the divine mind. 2. Unlike the divine word, the human word is essentially incomplete. No human word can express our mind completely. But as the image of the mirror shows, this does not mean that the word as such is incomplete. The word reflects completely what the mind is thinking. Rather, the imperfection of the human mind consists in its never being completely present to itself but in being dispersed into thinking this or that. From this essential imperfection it follows that the human word is not one, like the divine word, but must necessarily be many words. Hence the variety of words does not in any way mean that the individual word has some remediable deficiency, in that it did not completely express what the mind is thinking, but because our intellect is imperfect, i.e., is not completely present to itself in what it knows, it needs the multiplicity of words. It does not really know what it knows. 3. The third difference is connected with this point. Whereas God completely expresses His nature and substance in the word in pure immediacy, every thought that we think, and therefore every word in which the thought expresses itself, is a mere accident of the mind. The word of human thought is directed toward the thing, but it cannot contain it as a whole within itself. Thus thought constantly proceeds to new conceptions and is fundamentally incapable of being wholly realized in any. This incapacity for completeness has a positive side. It reveals the true infinity of the mind, which constantly surpasses itself in a new mental process and in doing so also finds the freedom for constantly new projects. Summing up what we have learned from the theology of the verbum, first let us make a point that has hardly come to the fore in the preceding analysis, nor was it expressed in scholastic thought. Yet it is of particular importance for the hermeneutical phenomenon. The inner unity of thinking and speaking to oneself, which corresponds to the Trinitarian mystery of the Incarnation, implies that the inner mental word is not formed by a reflective act. A person who thinks something, i.e., says it to himself, means by it the thing that he thinks. His mind is not directed back toward his own thinking when he forms the word. The word is, of course, the product of the work of his mind. It forms the word in itself by thinking the thought through. But unlike other products, it remains entirely within the mental sphere. This gives the impression that what is involved is a relationship to itself and that speaking to oneself is a reflexive act. This is not so, in fact, but this structure of thought undoubtedly explains why thought can direct itself reflectively toward itself and can thus become an object to itself. The inwardness of the word, which constitutes the inner unity of thought and speech, is the reason for its being easy to miss the direct and unreflective character of the word. In thinking, a person does not move from the one thing to the other, from thinking to speaking to himself. The word does not emerge in a sphere of the mind that is still free of thought, in aliquo sui nudo. Hence the appearance is created that the formation of the word arises from the mind's being directed toward itself. In fact, there is no reflection when the word is formed, for the word is not expressing the mind but the thing intended. The starting point for the formation of the word is the substantive content, the species, that fills the mind. The thought-seeking expression refers not to the mind but to the thing. Thus the word is not the expression of the mind but is concerned with the similitudo rei. The subject matter that is thought, the species, and the word belong as closely together as possible. Their unity is so close that the word does not occupy a second place in the mind beside the species, lot, rather, the word is that in which knowledge is consummated, i.e., that in which the species is fully thought. Thomas points out that in this respect the word resembles light, which is what makes color visible. But there is a second thing that scholastic thinking teaches us. The difference between the unity of the divine word and the multiplicity of human words does not exhaust the matter. Rather, unity and multiplicity are fundamentally in dialectical relationship to each other. The dialectic of this relationship conditions the whole nature of the word. Even the divine word is not entirely free of the idea of multiplicity. It is true that the divine word is one unique word that came into the world in the form of the Redeemer, but insofar as it remains an event, and this is the case, despite the rejection of subordinationism, as we have seen, there is an essential connection between the unity of the divine word and its appearance in the Church. The proclamation of salvation, the content of the Christian gospel, is itself an event that takes place in sacrament and preaching, and yet it expresses only what took place in Christ's redemptive act. Hence it is one word that is proclaimed ever anew in preaching. Its character as gospel, then, already points to the multiplicity of its proclamation. The meaning of the word cannot be detached from the event of proclamation. Quite the contrary, being an event is a characteristic belonging to the meaning itself. It is like a curse, which obviously cannot be separated from the act of uttering it. What we understand from it is not an abstractable logical sense like that of a statement, but the actual curse that occurs in it. 49 The same holds for the unity and the multiplicity of the word proclaimed by the Church. The saving message preached in every sermon is the crucifixion and resurrection of Christ. The Christ of the resurrection and the Christ of the kerygma are one and the same. Modern Protestant theology, in particular, has elaborated the eschatological character of the faith that depends on this dialectical relationship. The human word puts the dialectical relationship between the multiplicity of words and the unity of the word in a new light. Plato recognized that the human word is essentially discursive, i.e., that the association of a multiplicity of words expresses one meaning. This structure of the logos he developed dialectically. Then Aristotle demonstrated the logical structure of the proposition, the judgment, the syllogism, and the argument. But even this does not exhaust the matter. The unity of the word that explicates itself in the multiplicity of words manifests something that is not covered by the structure of logic and that brings out the character of language as event, the process of concept formation. In developing the doctrine of the verbum, scholastic thought is not content with viewing concept formation as simply the reflection of the order of things. Language and concept formation. The natural concept formation that keeps pace with language does not always simply follow the order of things, but very often takes place as a result of accidents and relations. This is confirmed by a glance at Plato's analysis of concepts and at Aristotle's definitions. But the precedence of the logical order established by the concepts of substance and accidents makes language's natural concept formation appear only as an imperfection of our finite mind. It is because we know only the accidents that we follow them in forming concepts. Even if this is right, a curious advantage follows from this imperfection, as Thomas seems correctly to have pointed out, the freedom to form an infinite number of concepts and to penetrate what is meant ever more deeply. 50 Because the process of thought is conceived as the process of explication in words, a logical achievement of language becomes apparent that cannot be fully understood in terms of an order of things as they would appear to an infinite mind. The subordination of the natural concept formation that occurs in language to the structure of logic, as taught by Aristotle and, following him, Thomas, thus has only a relative truth. Rather, when the Greek idea of logic is penetrated by Christian theology, something new is born, the medium of language, in which the mediation of the incarnation event achieves its full truth. Christology prepares the way for a new philosophy of man, which mediates in a new way between the mind of man and its finitude and the divine infinity. Here what we have called the hermeneutical experience finds its own, special ground. Thus we turn to the natural formation of concepts that takes place in language. Even if each particular case of speech involves subordinating what is meant to the universality of a pre-established verbal meaning, it is obvious that speaking cannot be thought of as the combination of these acts of subsumption, through which something particular is subordinated to a general concept. A person who speaks, that is to say, uses the general meanings of words, is so oriented toward the particularity of what he is perceiving that everything he says acquires a share in the particularity of the circumstances he is considering. 51. But that means, on the other hand, that the general concept meant by the word is enriched by any given perception of a thing, so that what emerges is a new, more specific word formation which does more justice to the particularity of that act of perception. However, certainly speaking implies using pre-established words with general meanings. At the same time, a constant process of concept formation is going on, by means of which the life of a language develops. The logical schema of induction and abstraction is very misleading here, since in verbal consciousness there is no explicit reflection on what is common to different things, nor does using words in their general meaning regard what they designate as a case subsumed under a universal. The universality of the genus and the formation of classificatory concepts are far removed from verbal consciousness. Even disregarding all formal similarities that have nothing to do with the generic concept, if a person transfers an expression from one thing to the other, he has in mind something that is common to both of them, but this in no way needs to be generic universality. Rather, he is following his widening experience, which looks for similarities, whether in the appearance of things or in their significance for us. The genius of verbal consciousness consists in being able to express these similarities. This is its fundamental metaphorical nature, and it is important to see that to regard the metaphorical use of the word as not its real sense is the prejudice of a theory of logic that is alien to language. 52. It is obvious that the particularity of an experience finds expression in metaphorical transference, and is not at all the fruit of a concept formed by means of abstraction. But it is equally obvious that knowledge of what is common is obtained in this way. Thus thought can turn for its own instruction. 53 to this stock that language has built up. Plato explicitly did so with his flight into the logoi. But classificatory logic also starts from the logical advance work that language has done for it. 54. This is confirmed by a look at its prehistory, especially at the theory of concept formation in the Platonic Academy. We have seen that Plato's call to rise above names assumes that the cosmos of ideas is fundamentally independent of language. But since rising above names takes place in regard to the idea and is a dialectic, i.e., an insight into the unity of what is observed, seeing what is common to various phenomena, it follows the natural direction in which language itself develops. Rising above names means simply that the truth of the thing is not contained in the name itself. It does not mean that thinking can dispense with the use of name and logos. On the contrary, Plato always recognized that these intermediaries of thought are necessary, even though they must always be regarded as susceptible of improvement. The idea, the true being of the thing, cannot be known in any other way than by passing through these intermediaries. But is there a knowledge of the idea itself as this particular and individual thing? Is not the nature of things a whole in the same way that language too is a whole? Just as individual words acquire their meaning and relative unambiguity only in the unity of discourse, so the true knowledge of being can be achieved only in the whole of the relational structure of the ideas. This is the thesis of Plato's Parmenides. This, however, raises the following question: in order to define a single idea, i.e., to be able to distinguish it from everything else that exists, do we not need to know the whole? We can hardly escape this consequence if, like Plato, we regard the cosmos of ideas as the true structure of being. We are told that the Platonist Speusippus, Plato's successor as the head of the Academy, did not escape it. 55 We know that he was particularly concerned with discovering what is common, homo, and that he far exceeded what generic logic called universalization by using analogy, i.e., proportional correspondence, as a method of research. Here the dialectical capacity of discovering similarities and seeing one quality common to many things is still very close to the free universality of language and its principles of word formation. Analogies, which Speusippus sought everywhere, correspondences such as wings are to birds what fins are to fish, thus serve the definition of concepts because at the same time these correspondences constitute the most important developmental principles in the formation of words. Transference from one sphere to another not only has a logical function, it corresponds to the fundamental metaphoricity of language. The well-known stylistic figure of metaphor is only the rhetorical form of this universal, both linguistic and logical, generative principle. Thus Aristotle says, to make a good metaphor means to recognize similarity. 56 Aristotle's Topics offers many confirmations of the indissolubility of the connection between concept and language. There, the common genus is derived explicitly from the observation of similarity. 57 Thus at the beginning of generic logic stands the advance work of language itself. Accordingly, Aristotle himself always assigns the greatest importance to the way in which the order of things becomes apparent in speaking about them. The categories, and not only what Aristotle explicitly calls such, are forms of statement. The formation of concepts by language is not only used by philosophical thought, it is developed further in certain directions. We have already referred above to the fact that Aristotle's theory of concept formation, the theory of the epigoge, could be illustrated by children learning to speak. 58 In fact, however fundamental Plato's demystification of speech was for Aristotle, however great its influence on his own development of logic, however much he was concerned to reflect the order of things and to detach it from all verbal contingencies by the conscious use of a logic of definition, especially in the classificatory description of nature, nevertheless for him speech and thought remained completely unified. Hence the few places where he speaks of language as such hardly isolate the sphere of verbal meaning from the world of things it names. When Aristotle says of sounds or written signs that they describe when they become a symbolon, this means, certainly, that they do not exist naturally but by convention, kata sundakan. But his is not an instrumental theory of signs. Rather, the convention according to which the sounds of language or the signs of writing mean something is not an agreement on a means of understanding, that would already presuppose language, it is the agreement on which human community, its harmony with respect to what is good and proper, is founded. 59 Agreement in using verbal sounds and signs is only an expression of that fundamental agreement in what is good and proper. It is true that the Greeks liked to consider what was good and proper, what they called the nama, as the decree and the achievement of divine men. But for Aristotle this derivation of the nomos characterizes more its value than its actual origin. This is not to say that Aristotle no longer acknowledges the religious tradition, but that this, like every question of origin, is for him a way to the knowledge of being and value. The convention of which Aristotle speaks in regard to language characterizes its mode of being and implies nothing about its origin. If we recall the analysis of the epigoge, we shall find further evidence of this. 60 There, we saw, Aristotle ingeniously left open the question of how universal concepts are formed. We can see now that he was taking account of the fact that the natural process of concept formation by language is always already going on. Thus even according to Aristotle the formation of concepts by language possesses a perfectly undogmatic freedom, for experiencing similarity among the things one encounters, which then leads to a universal, is merely a preliminary achievement. It stands at the beginning of science but is not yet science. This is what Aristotle emphasizes. If science erects compelling proof as its ideal, then it must advance beyond such modes of procedure. Thus, in accord with this ideal of proof, Aristotle criticized both Speusippus' doctrine of the common and the dialectical dialectic of Plato. The consequence of accepting the ideal of logical proof as a yardstick, however, is that the Aristotelian critique has robbed the logical achievement of language of its scientific legitimacy. That achievement is recognized only from the point of view of rhetoric and is understood there as the artistic device of metaphor. The logical ideal of the ordered arrangement of concepts takes precedence over the living metaphoricity of language, on which all natural concept formation depends. For only a grammar based on logic will distinguish between the proper and the metaphorical meaning of a word. What originally constituted the basis of the life of language and its logical productivity, the spontaneous and inventive seeking out of similarities by means of which it is possible to order things, is now marginalized and instrumentalized into a rhetorical figure called metaphor. The struggle between philosophy and rhetoric for the training of Greek youth, which was decided with the victory of Attic philosophy, has also this side to it, namely that thinking about language becomes the matter of a grammar and rhetoric that have already acknowledged scientific concept formation as an ideal. Thus the sphere of verbal meanings begins to become detached from the sphere of things encountered in verbal form. Stoic logic speaks of incorporeal meanings by means of which talk about things occurs, telekton. It is highly significant that these meanings are put on the same level as topos, i.e., space. 61 Just as empty space is first given to thought only by mentally removing the objects related to each another within it. 62 So meanings as such are now conceived by themselves for the first time, and a concept is created for them by mentally removing the things that are named by the meaning of words. Meanings, too, are like a space in which things are related to one another. Such ideas obviously become possible only when the natural relationship, i.e., the intimate unity of speech and thought, is upset. We can mention the connection between Stoic thought and the grammatical and syntactical structure of the Latin language, which Lohmann has pointed out. 63 Undoubtedly, the fact that two languages were beginning to be used throughout the Hellenistic oikoumene had a beneficial influence on thinking about language. But perhaps this development originates far earlier, and it is the birth of science itself that initiates this process. If so, its beginnings go back to the early days of Greek science. That this is so is suggested by the development of scientific concepts in the fields of music, mathematics, and physics, because there a field of rational objectivities is marked out, the construction of which calls into being corresponding terms that can no longer really be called words. It can be stated as a fundamental principle that wherever words assume a mere sign function, the original connection between speaking and thinking, with which we are concerned, has been changed into an instrumental relationship. This changed relationship of word and sign is at the basis of concept formation in science and has become so self-evident to us that it requires a special effort of memory to recall that, alongside the scientific ideal of unambiguous designation, the life of language itself continues unchanged. There is no lack of reminders, of course, when we consider the history of philosophy. Thus we show that in medieval thought the problem of language as it pertains to theology constantly points back to the problem of the unity of thinking and speaking, and also brings out an aspect of the problem that classical Greek philosophy was unaware of. That the word is a process in which the unity of what is meant is fully expressed, as in speculation on the verbum, is something new that goes beyond the Platonic dialectic of the one and the many. For Plato sees the logos itself as moving within this dialectic and being nothing but the undergoing of the dialectic of the ideas. There is no real problem of interpretation here, in that its means, word and speech, are constantly being overtaken by the thinking mind. In contrast, we found that in Trinitarian speculation the procession of the divine persons involves the Neoplatonic inquiry into explication, unfolding, i.e., the proceeding from the one, and hence for the first time does justice to the processual character of the word. But the problem of language could not emerge fully until the scholastic combination of Christian thought with Aristotelian philosophy was supplemented by a new element that turned the distinction between the divine and the human mind into something positive and was to acquire the greatest importance for modern times. This is the element, common to both, of the creative. This, it seems to me, is the real importance of Nicholas of Cusa, who has recently been so much discussed. 64. Of course the analogy between the two modes of creativity has its limits. They correspond to the differences stressed above between the divine and the human word. Certainly, the divine word creates the world, but not in a temporal succession of creative thoughts and creative days. The human mind, on the other hand, possesses the whole of its thoughts only in temporal succession. It is true that this is not a purely temporal relationship, as we have seen already in St. Thomas. Nicholas of Cusa also points this out. It is like the number series, whose production is not really a temporal occurrence either but a movement of reason. Nicholas of Cusa discerns the same movement of reason operating when genera and species are developed from out of the sphere of the sensible and explicated in individual concepts and words. They, too, are encheirotiones. However Platonic and Neoplatonic this talk of unfolding may sound, in actual fact Nicholas of Cusa has decisively overcome the emanistic scheme of the Neoplatonic doctrine of explication. He opposes to it the Christian doctrine of the verbum. 65 The word is for him no less than the mind itself, not a diminished or weakened manifestation of it. Knowing this constitutes the superiority of the Christian philosopher over the Platonist. Accordingly, the multiplicity in which the human mind unfolds itself is not a mere fall from true unity and not a loss of its home. Rather, there has to be a positive justification for the finitude of the human mind, however much this finitude remains related to the infinite unity of absolute being. This is prepared for in the idea of complicatio, and from this point of view the phenomenon of language also acquires a new aspect. It is the human mind that both complicates and explicates. The unfolding into discursive multiplicity is not only conceptual, but also extends into the verbal sphere. It is the variety of possible appellations, according to the various languages, that potentiates conceptual differentiation. With the nominalist break-up of the classical logic of essence, the problem of language enters a new stage. Suddenly it is of positive significance that things can be articulated in various ways, though not in any way at all, according to their similarities and their differences. If the relationship of genus and species can be justified not only with regard to the nature of things, on the model of the genuine species in the self-construction of living nature, but also in another way with regard to man and his power to give names, then languages as they have grown up historically, with their history of meanings, their grammar and their syntax, can be seen as the varied forms of a logic of experience, of natural, i.e., historical, experience, which even includes supernatural experience. The thing itself is quite clear. 66 The articulation of words and things that each language performs in its own way always constitutes a primary natural way of forming concepts that is much different from the system of scientific concept formation. It exclusively follows the human aspect of things, the system of man's needs and interests. What a linguistic community regards as important about a thing can be given the same name as other things that are perhaps of a quite different nature in other respects, so long as they all have the same quality that is important to the community. A nomenclature, impositio nominis, in no way corresponds to the concepts of science and its classificatory system of genus and species. Rather, compared to the latter, it is often accidental attributes from which the general meaning of a word is derived. Moreover, we must take account of the fact that science has a certain influence on language. For example, we no longer call whales fish because now everyone knows that whales are mammals. On the other hand, the rich variety of popular names for certain things is being ironed out, partly as a result of modern communications and partly by scientific and technological standardization, just as our vocabulary has generally contracted rather than expanded in such areas. There is said to be an African language that has 200 different words for camel, according to the camel's particular circumstances and relationships to the desert dwellers. The specific meaning that camel has in all these different denominations makes it seem an entirely different creature. 67 In such cases we can say that there is an extreme tension between the genus and the linguistic designation. But we can also say that the tendency toward conceptual universality and that toward pragmatic meaning are never completely harmonized in any living language. That is why it is always artificial and contrary to the nature of language to measure the contingency of natural concept formation against the true order of things and to see the former as purely accidental. This contingency comes about, in fact, through the human mind's necessary and legitimate range of variation in articulating the essential order of things. Despite the scriptural importance of the confusion of tongues, the fact that the Latin Middle Ages did not really pursue this aspect of the problem of language can be explained chiefly by the unquestioned dominance of Latin among scholars and by the continued influence of the Greek doctrine of the Logos. It was only with the Renaissance, when the laity became important and the national language as part of cultivated learning, that people began to think productively about the relation of these languages to the inner, i.e., natural word. But we must be careful not to ascribe the posture of inquiry characteristic of modern linguistic philosophy and its instrumental concept of language to the Renaissance. The significance of the first emergence of the problem of language in the Renaissance lies rather in the fact that the Greco-Christian heritage was still automatically accepted as valid. This is quite clear in Nicholas of Cusa. As an explication of the unity of the spirit, the concepts expressed in words still retain their connection with the natural word, vocabulum naturale, which is reflected, relucit, in all of them, however arbitrary the individual name may be, impositio nominis fit ad beneplacitum. 68 We may ask ourselves what this connection is and what this natural word is supposed to be. But it makes methodological sense to say that the individual words of each language are in an ultimate harmony with those of every other one, in that all languages are explications of the one unity of the mind. Nicholas of Cusa, too, does not mean by the natural word the word of an original language that preceded the confusion of tongues. This kind of language of Adam, in the sense of the doctrine of a primal state, is far removed from his thinking. He starts, rather, from the fundamental inexactness of all human knowledge. Combining Platonic and nominalist elements, Cusa's theory of knowledge is that all human knowledge is mere conjecture and opinion, conjectura, opinio. 69 It is this doctrine that he now applies to language. Thus he can acknowledge the differences among national languages and the apparent arbitrariness of their vocabularies, without for that reason falling into a purely conventionalist theory of language and an instrumentalist conception of language. Just as human knowledge is essentially inexact i.e., admits of a more or a less, so also is human language. Something for which there is a proper expression in one language, propria vocabula, is expressed in another by a more barbarous and remote word, magis barbara et remotiora vocabula. Thus expressions are more or less proper, propria vocabula. In a certain sense, all actual designations are arbitrary, and yet they have a necessary connection with the natural expression, nomen naturale, that corresponds to the thing itself, forma. Every expression is fitting, congruum, but not every one is exact, precisum. Such a theory of language presupposes not that the things, formae, to which the words are attached belong to a pre-established order of original models that human knowledge is gradually approaching, but that this order is created by differentiation and combination out of the given nature of things. In this Nicholas of Cusa's thought has been influenced by nominalism. If the genera and species are themselves in this way intelligible being, entia rationis, then it is clear that the words can be in agreement with the perception of the thing to which they give expression, even if different languages use different words. For in this case it is not a question of variations in expression but of variations in the perception of the thing and of the formation of concepts that follows it, i.e., there is an essential inexactness. Nevertheless, this variability does not preclude all expressions from being a reflection of the thing itself, forma. This kind of essential inexactness can be overcome only if the mind rises to the infinite. In the infinite there is, then, only one single thing, forma, and one single word, vocabulum, namely the ineffable word of God, verbum Dei, that is reflected in everything, relucit. If we thus regard the human mind as related to the divine as a copy to the original, we can accept the range of variation in human languages. As at the beginning, in the discussion about the search for analogies in the Platonic Academy, so also at the end, in the medieval discussion of universals, there is the idea of a real affinity between word and concept. We are still a long way here from the relativity of worldviews that modern thought considers a consequence of the variation of languages. Despite all their differences, Nicholas of Cusa still preserves their concordance, and that is what the Christian Platonist is concerned with. Essential for him is the fact that all human speech is related to the thing, and not so much the fact that human knowledge of things is bound to language. The latter represents only a prismatic refraction in which there shines the one truth. Language is horizon of a hermeneutic ontology. Language is experience of the world. We have considered in depth some phases of the history of the problem of language in order to present certain points of view that are remote from the modern philosophy and science of language. Since Herder and Humboldt, modern thinking about language has been governed by a quite different interest. It tries to study the way in which natural language unfolds in the range of experience of differences between human languages, an insight painfully won against the forces of rationalism and orthodoxy. Regarding every language as an organism, it undertakes a comparative study of the large variety of means which the human mind has used to exercise its capacity for language. Nicholas of Cusa was still a long way from this kind of empirical comparative inquiry. He remained a Platonist, since for him differences within the inexact imply no truth of their own and hence are deserving of interest only insofar as they are in agreement with the true. For him the national peculiarities of the emergent national languages are without interest. In this respect he differed from Wilhelm von Humboldt, for example. If we are to do justice to this founder of the modern philosophy of language, however, we must beware of the over-resonance created by comparative linguistics and the psychology of peoples that Humboldt inaugurated. With him the problem of the truth of the word 70 is not yet entirely obscured. Humboldt does not examine the empirical variety of the structure of human language merely in order to penetrate the individual peculiarities of different peoples by means of this tangible field of human expression. 71 His interest in individuality, like that of his age, is not to be regarded as a turning away from the universality of the concept. Rather, for him there exists an indissoluble connection between individuality and universal nature. Together with the feeling of individuality, the sense of a totality is given as well. 72 And so the study of the individuality of linguistic phenomena is itself intended as a means of insight into the whole of human language. He starts from the position that languages are the products of man's mental power. Wherever there is language, the originary verbal power of the human mind is at work, and every language is capable of attaining the general goal toward which this natural power of man is directed. This does not preclude but rather legitimates the fact that comparing languages calls for a criterion of perfection according to which they are differentiated. For the effort to realize the idea of the perfect language is common to all languages, and the business of the linguist is to investigate to what extent and with what means the various languages approximate this idea. For Humboldt, then, there are undoubtedly differences in the perfection of the various languages, but he does not force a preconceived criterion on the variety of phenomena he is studying. Rather, he derives this criterion from the inner nature of language itself and its rich variety. Thus his normative interest in comparing the structure of human languages does not get in the way of acknowledging the individuality, and that means the relative perfection, of each language. It is well known that Humboldt taught that every language should be seen as a particular view of the world, and he investigated the inner form in which the originary event of human language formation is, in each instance, differentiated. Behind this view there lies not only idealistic philosophy, which emphasizes the part played by the subject in understanding the world, but also the metaphysics of individuality first developed by Leibniz. This is expressed both in the concept of mental power, which is the corollary of the phenomenon of language, and especially in Humboldt's claim that this mental power, that is, the interior sense of language differentiates not only sounds but also whole languages. He speaks of the individuality of intimate sense in the phenomenon and means by this the energy of the power by means of which the inner sense acts on the sound. 73 To him it is self-evident that this energy cannot be everywhere the same. Thus, as we see, he shares the principle of the Enlightenment, namely to see the principle of individuation in the approach to the true and the perfect. It is the monadological universe of Leibniz, of which the differences in the structure of human language are a part. The path of investigation that Humboldt follows is characterized by abstraction down to form. Although Humboldt revealed the significance of human languages as mirrors of the individual mentalities of the nations, nevertheless he thereby limited the universality of the connection between language and thought to the formalism of a faculty. Humboldt sees the main significance of the problem when he says that language is really situated in relation to an infinite and truly boundless sphere, the epitome of everything that can be thought. Thus it must make an infinite use of finite means and is able to do so through the identity of the faculty that generates thoughts and language. 74 The actual essence of a faculty that is aware of itself is to be able to make infinite use of finite means. It embraces everything on which it can act. Thus the linguistic faculty is also superior to any content to which it can be applied. Hence, as the formalism of a faculty, it can always be detached from the determinate content of what is said. To this Humboldt owes brilliant insights, especially since he does not fail to see that, however limited the power of the individual when compared with the might of language, there is a reciprocal relationship between the individual and language which allows man a certain freedom with respect to language. That this freedom is limited he is aware, and as much as every language has a life of its own vis-à-vis what is said at any given time, so that in it one vividly senses the way in which the distant past is still connected with the feeling of the present since language has passed through the sensations of earlier generations and has preserved their inspiration. 75 In language conceived as form, Humboldt has still been able to perceive the historical life of the mind. To base the phenomenon of language on the concept of a linguistic faculty gives the concept of inner form a special legitimacy justified by the historical vicissitudes of the life of language. Nevertheless, this concept of language constitutes an abstraction that has to be reversed for our purposes. Verbal form and traditionary content cannot be separated in the hermeneutic experience. If every language is a view of the world, it is so not primarily because it is a particular type of language, in the way that linguists view language, but because of what is said or handed down in this language. An example will illustrate how the problem is shifted, or, rather, comes into the right focus, when the unity between language and tradition is acknowledged. Wilhelm von Humboldt once remarked that to learn a foreign language involves acquiring a new standpoint in regard to one's previous worldview, and he went on to say, only because we always more or less totally carry over our own worldview, even our own language view, into a foreign language, is this achievement not experienced in a pure and perfect way. 76 What is here considered a limitation and a shortcoming, and rightly so, from the point of view of the linguist, who is concerned with his own way of knowledge, is, in fact, the way hermeneutical experience is consummated. It is not learning a foreign language as such but its use, whether in conversation with its speakers or in the study of its literature, that gives one a new standpoint on one's previous worldview. However thoroughly one may adopt a foreign frame of mind, one still does not forget one's worldview and language view. Rather, the other world we encounter is not only foreign but is also related to us. It has not only its own truth in itself but also its own truth for us. The other world that is experienced here is not simply an object of research and knowledge. Someone who exposes himself to the literary tradition of a foreign language so that it comes to speak to him has no objective relationship to the language as such, any more than has the traveler who uses it. He has quite a different attitude from the philologist, to whom linguistic tradition is material for the history of language and comparative linguistics. We know this only too well from our experience of learning foreign languages and the strange way that the works of literature our teachers used to introduce us to these languages got killed in the process. Obviously we cannot understand a traditionary work if we thematize the language as such. But the other side of the question, which must not be ignored, is that it is impossible to understand what the work has to say if it does not speak into a familiar world that can find a point of contact with what the text says. Thus to learn a language is to increase the extent of what one can learn. Only on the reflective level of the linguist could one imagine saying that this point of contact prevents the achievement of learning a foreign language from being experienced in a pure and perfect way. The hermeneutical experience is exactly the reverse of this, to have learned a foreign language and to be able to understand it. This formalism of a faculty means nothing else than to be in a position to accept what is said in it as said to oneself. The exercise of this capacity for understanding always means that what is said has a claim over one, and this is impossible if one's own worldview and language view is not also involved. It would be worth investigating the extent to which Humboldt's own actual familiarity with the literary traditions of different peoples played a part in his abstract concern with language as such. His real importance for the problem of hermeneutics lies elsewhere, namely in showing that a language view is a worldview. He recognized that the living act of speech, verbal energia, is the essence of language, and thus overcame the dogmatism of the grammarians. On the basis of the concept of mental power, which dominates all his thinking about language, he was able to correctly formulate the question of the origin of language, which had been weighed down with theological considerations. He showed how mistaken this question is if it implies a human world without language, which subsequently emerged into language somehow at some time in the past. By contrast, Humboldt rightly emphasized that language was human from its very beginning. 77 This not only alters the meaning of the question of the origin of language, it is the basis of a far-reaching anthropological insight. Language is not just one of man's possessions in the world, rather, on it depends the fact that man has a world at all. The world as world exists for man as for no other creature that is in the world. But this world is verbal in nature. This is the real heart of Humboldt's assertion, which he intended quite differently, that languages are worldviews. 78 By this Humboldt means that language maintains a kind of independent life vis-à-vis the individual member of a linguistic community, and as he grows into it, it introduces him to a particular orientation and relationship to the world as well. But the ground of this statement is more important, namely that language has no independent life apart from the world that comes to language within it. Not only is the world only insofar as it comes into language, but language, too, has its real being only in the fact that the world is presented in it. Thus, that language is originarily human means at the same time that man's being in the world is primordially linguistic. We will have to investigate the relation between language and world in order to attain the horizon adequate to the fact that hermeneutic experience is verbal in nature. 79 To have a world means to have an orientation, verhalten, toward it. To have an orientation toward the world, however, means to keep oneself so free from what one encounters of the world that one can present it to oneself as it is. This capacity is at once to have a world and to have language. The concept of world is thus opposed to the concept of environment, which all living beings in the world possess. It is true that the concept of environment was first used for the purely human world, and for it alone. The environment is the milieu in which man lives, and its importance consists in its influence on his character and way of life. Man is not independent of the particular aspect that the world shows him. Thus the concept of environment is originally a social concept that tries to express the individual's dependence on society, i.e., it is related only to man. In a broad sense, however, this concept can be used to comprehend all the conditions on which a living creature depends. But it is thus clear that man, unlike all other living creatures, has a world, for other creatures do not in the same sense have a relationship to the world, but are, as it were, embedded in their environment. Thus extending the concept of environment to all living things has in fact changed its meaning. Moreover, unlike all other living creatures, man's relationship to the world is characterized by freedom from environment. This freedom implies the linguistic constitution of the world. Both belong together. To rise above the pressure of what impinges on us from the world means to have language and to have world. It is in this form that recent philosophical anthropology, in its confrontation with Nietzsche, has worked out the special position of man and shown that the verbal constitution of the world is far from meaning that man's relationship to the world is imprisoned within a verbally schematized environment. 80 On the contrary, wherever language and men exist, there is not only a freedom from the pressure of the world, but this freedom from the environment is also freedom in relation to the names that we give things, as stated in the profound account in Genesis, according to which God gave Adam the authority to name creatures. Once we realize the full importance of this, it becomes clear why man has a multiplicity of diverse languages, as well as a general verbal relationship to the world. Man's freedom in relation to the environment is the reason for his free capacity for speech and also for the historical multiplicity of human speech in relation to the one world. When myth speaks of a primal language and the subsequent confusion of languages, this idea meaningfully reflects the genuine riddle that the multiplicity of languages presents for reason. But in what it says, this mythical account turns things on their head when it conceives mankind as originally unified and using an original language later sundered in a confusion of languages. The truth is that because man can always rise above the particular environment in which he happens to find himself, and because his speech brings the world into language, he is, from the beginning, free for variety in exercising his capacity for language. To rise above the environment has from the outset a human, i.e., a verbal, significance. Animals can leave their environment and move over the whole earth without severing their environmental dependence. For man, however, rising above the environment means rising to world itself, to true environment. This does not mean that he leaves his habitat but that he has another posture toward it, a free, distanced orientation, that is always realized in language. Animals have a language only per equivocation for language is a human possibility that is free and variable in its use. For man, language is variable not only in the sense that there are foreign languages that one can learn but also variable in itself, for it contains various possibilities for saying the same thing. Even in exceptional cases like deaf and dumb language, there is not a real, expressive language of gesture but a substitution of an articulated use of gesture that represents articulated vocalized language. Animals do not have this variability when making themselves understood to one another. This means, ontologically, that they make themselves understood, but not about matters of fact, the epitome of which is the world. Aristotle saw this with full clarity. Whereas the call of animals induces particular behavior in the members of the species, men's coming to a linguistic understanding with one another through the logos reveals the existent itself. 81. From the relation of language to world follows its unique factualness, Sachlichkeit. It is matters of fact, Sachverhalt, that come into language. That a thing behaves, eine Sache verhält sich, in various ways permits one to recognize its independent otherness, which presupposes a real distance between the speaker and the thing. That something can foreground itself as a genuine matter of fact and become the content of an assertion that others can understand depends on this distance. In the structure of a matter of fact that foregrounds itself, there is always a negative aspect as well. To be this and not that constitutes the determinacy of all beings. Fundamentally, therefore, there are also negative matters of fact. This is the aspect of language that Greek philosophy conceived for the first time. Even in the silent monotony of the Eleatic principle of the association of being and knowing, Greek thought followed the fundamental factualness of language, and then, in overcoming the Eleatic conception of being, Plato saw the element of non-being in being as what really made it possible to speak of the existent at all. In the elaborate articulation of the logos of the Eidos, the question of the real being of language could not be properly developed, since Greek thought was so full of the sense of the factualness of language. By pursuing the natural experience of the world in its linguistic form, it conceives the world as being. Whatever it conceives as existent emerges as logos, as an expressible matter of fact, from the surrounding whole that constitutes the world horizon of language. What is thus conceived of as existing is not really the object of statements, but it comes to language in statements. It thereby acquires its truth, its being evident in human thought. Thus Greek ontology is based on the factualness of language, in that it conceives the essence of language in terms of statements. On the other hand, however, it must be emphasized that language has its true being only in dialogue, in coming to an understanding. This is not to be understood as if that were the purpose of language. Coming to an understanding is not a mere action, a purposeful activity, a setting up of signs through which I transmit my will to others. Coming to an understanding as such, rather, does not need any tools, in the proper sense of the word. It is a life process in which a community of life is lived out. To that extent, coming to an understanding through human conversation is no different from the understanding that occurs between animals. But human language must be thought of as a special and unique life process since, in linguistic communication, world is disclosed. Reaching an understanding in language places a subject matter before those communicating like a disputed object set between them. Thus the world is the common ground, trodden by none and recognized by all, uniting all who talk to one another. All kinds of human community are kinds of linguistic community, even more, they form language. For language is by nature the language of conversation, it fully realizes itself only in the process of coming to an understanding. That is why it is not a mere means in that process. For this reason invented systems of artificial communication are never languages. For artificial languages, such as secret languages or systems of mathematical symbols, have no basis in a community of language or life, they are introduced and applied only as means and tools of communication. For this reason they always presuppose a prior agreement, which is that of language. It is well known that the consensus by which an artificial language is introduced necessarily belongs to another language. In a real community of language, on the other hand, we do not first decide to agree but are always already in agreement. As Aristotle showed. 82 The object of understanding is not the verbal means of understanding as such but rather the world that presents itself to us in common life and that embraces everything about which understanding can be reached. Agreeing about a language is not the paradigmatic case but rather a special case, agreeing about an instrument, a system of signs, that does not have its being in dialogue but serves rather to convey information. The fact that human experience of the world is verbal in nature broadens the horizon of our analysis of hermeneutical experience. What we saw in the case of translation and the possibility of communication across the frontiers of our own languages is confirmed. The verbal world in which we live is not a barrier that prevents knowledge of being in itself but fundamentally embraces everything in which our insight can be enlarged and deepened. It is true that those who are brought up in a particular linguistic and cultural tradition see the world in a different way from those who belong to other traditions. It is true that the historical worlds that succeed one another in the course of history are different from one another and from the world of today, but in whatever tradition we consider it, it is always a human, i.e., verbally constituted, world that presents itself to us. As verbally constituted, every such world is of itself always open to every possible insight and hence to every expansion of its own world picture, and is accordingly available to others. This is of fundamental importance, for it makes the expression world in itself problematical. The criterion for the continuing expansion of our own world picture is not given by a world in itself that lies beyond all language. Rather, the infinite perfectibility of the human experience of the world means that, whatever language we use, we never succeed in seeing anything but an ever more extended aspect, a view of the world. Those views of the world are not relative in the sense that one could oppose them to the world in itself, as if the right view from some possible position outside the human, linguistic world could discover it in its being in itself. No one doubts that the world can exist without man and perhaps will do so. This is part of the meaning in which every human, linguistically constituted view of the world lives. In every worldview the existence of the world in itself is intended. It is the whole to which linguistically schematized experience refers. The multiplicity of these worldviews does not involve any relativization of the world. Rather, the world is not different from the views in which it presents itself. The relationship is the same in the perception of things. Seen phenomenologically, the thing in itself is, as Husserl has shown, 83 nothing but the continuity with which the various perceptual perspectives on objects shade into one another. A person who opposes being in itself to these aspects must think either theologically, in which case the being in itself is not for him but only for God, or he will think like Lucifer, like one who wants to prove his own divinity by the fact that the whole world has to obey him. In this case the world's being in itself is a limitation of the omnipotence of his imagination. 84 In the same way as with perception we can speak of the linguistic shadings that the world undergoes in different language worlds. But there remains a characteristic difference: every shading of the object of perception is exclusively distinct from every other, and each helps co-constitute the thing in itself as the continuum of these nuances, whereas, in the case of the shadings of verbal worldviews, each one potentially contains every other one within it, i.e., each worldview can be extended into every other. It can understand and comprehend, from within itself, the view of the world presented in another language. Thus, we hold, the fact that our experience of the world is bound to language does not imply an exclusiveness of perspectives. If, by entering foreign language worlds, we overcome the prejudices and limitations of our previous experience of the world, this does not mean that we leave and negate our own world. Like travelers we return home with new experiences. Even if we emigrate and never return, we still can never wholly forget. Even if, as people who know about history, we are fundamentally aware that all human thought about the world is historically conditioned, and thus are aware that our own thought is conditioned too, we still have not assumed an unconditional standpoint. In particular, it is no objection to affirming that we are thus fundamentally conditioned to say that this affirmation is intended to be absolutely and unconditionally true, and therefore cannot be applied to itself without contradiction. The consciousness of being conditioned does not supersede our conditionedness. It is one of the prejudices of reflective philosophy that it understands matters that are not at all on the same logical level as standing in propositional relationships. Thus the reflective argument is out of place here. For we are not dealing with relationships between judgments which have to be kept free from contradictions but with life relationships. Our verbal experience of the world has the capacity to embrace the most varied relationships of life. 85. Thus the sun has not ceased to set for us, even though the Copernican explanation of the universe has become part of our knowledge. Obviously we can keep seeing things in a certain way while at the same time knowing that doing so is absurd in the world of understanding. And is it not language that operates in a creative way, reconciling these stratified living relationships? When we speak of the sun setting, this is not an arbitrary phrase, it expresses what really appears to be the case. It is the appearance presented to a man who is not himself in motion. It is the sun that comes and goes as its rays reach or leave us. Thus, to our vision, the setting of the sun is a reality, it is relative to Dasein. Now, by constructing another model, We can mentally liberate ourselves from the evidence of our senses, and because we can do this we can see things from the rational viewpoint of the Copernican theory. But we cannot try to supersede or refute natural appearances by viewing things through the eyes of scientific understanding. This is pointless not only because what we see with our eyes has genuine reality for us, but also because the truth that science states is itself relative to a particular world orientation and cannot at all claim to be the whole. But what really opens up the whole of our world orientation is language, and in this whole of language, appearances retain their legitimacy just as much as does science. Of course this does not mean that language is the cause of this intellectual power of persistence, but only that the immediacy of our worldview and view of ourselves, in which we persist, is preserved and altered within language because we finite beings always come from afar and stretch into the distance. In language the reality beyond every individual consciousness becomes visible. Thus the verbal event reflects not only what persists but what changes in things. From the way that words change, we can discover the way that customs and values change. In the German language world, for example, the word Tugend, virtue, now nearly always has an ironic significance. 86 If we use other words instead to discreetly express the continuance of moral norms in a world that has turned away from established conventions, then such a process is a mirror of what is real. Poetry, too, often becomes a test of what is true, in that the poem awakens a secret life in words that had seemed to be used up and worn out, and tells us of ourselves. Obviously language can do all this because it is not a creation of reflective thought, but itself helps to fashion the world orientation in which we live. We have, then, a confirmation of what we stated above, namely that in language the world itself presents itself. Verbal experience of the world is absolute. It transcends all the relative ways being is posited because it embraces all being in itself, in whatever relationships, relativities, it appears. Our verbal experience of the world is prior to everything that is recognized and addressed as existing. That language and world are related in a fundamental way does not mean, then, that world becomes the object of language. Rather, the object of knowledge and statements is always already enclosed within the world horizon of language. That human experience of the world as verbal does not imply that a world in itself is being objectified. 87. The world of objects that science knows, and from which it derives its own objectivity, is one of the relativities embraced by language's relation to the world. In it the concept of being in itself acquires the character of a determination of the will. What exists in itself is independent of one's own willing and imagining. But in being known and its being in itself, it is put at one's disposal in the sense that one can reckon with it, i.e., use it for one's own purposes. As we can see, this idea of being in itself is only the apparent equivalent of the Greek concept of kathauto. The latter means primarily the ontological difference between what an entity is in its substance and its essence and what can exist in it and is subject to change. What belongs to the permanent nature of an entity can certainly always, in a preeminent sense, be known, i.e., it always has a prior association with the human mind. But what exists in itself in the sense of modern science has nothing to do with this ontological difference between the essential and the inessential, rather, it is determined as certain knowledge, which permits us to control things. The certified facts are like the object, Gegenstand, and its resistance, Widerstand, in that one has to reckon with them. What exists in itself, then, as Max Scheler has shown, is relative to a particular way of knowing and willing. 88. This does not imply that some particular science is concerned in a special way with dominating what exists and, on the basis of this will to dominate, determining the real meaning of being in itself. Scheler rightly emphasized that the world model of mechanics is related in a special way to the capacity to make things. 89 But the knowledge of all the natural sciences is knowledge for domination. This can be seen with particular clarity where modern science sets new goals of research that not only try to be methodologically different from the unitary method of modern physics, but also claim to embody a different attitude to research. Thus, for example, the environmental studies of the biologist von Uxkall contrasted the world of physics to a universe of life composed of the manifold living worlds of plants, animals, and men. Such biological inquiry claims to overcome the naive anthropocentricity of the earlier study of animals by investigating the particular structures of the habitats in which living things have their being. Like animal environments, the human world is built of elements that are available to human senses. If worlds are to be thought of as biological plans, however, this not only assumes the existence of the world of being in itself that is made available through physics, in that one is working out the selective principles according to which the various creatures construct their worlds out of material that exists in itself, it also derives the biological universe from the physical universe by a kind of restyling, and it indirectly assumes the existence of the latter. Certainly this constitutes a new kind of inquiry. It is a line of research generally known today as behavioral biology. Logically it would embrace the human species as well. It has now developed a physics by means of which one can conceive human beings' perceptions of time and space as a special case, distinctive to a specifically human orientation, of much more complicated mathematical structures, much as today we perceive the world of bees, whose capacity to orient themselves we explain by recourse to their sensitivity to ultraviolet light. This creates the impression that the world of physics is the true world that exists in itself, the absolute reality, as it were, to which all living things are related, each in its own way. But is it really the case that this world is a world of being in itself where all relativity to Dasein has been surpassed and where knowledge can be called an absolute science? Is not the very concept of an absolute object a contradiction in terms? Neither the biological nor the physical universe can, in fact, deny its concrete existential relativity. In this, physics and biology have the same ontological horizon, which it is impossible for them, as science, to transcend. They know what is, and this means, as Kant has shown, as it is given in space and time and as an object of experience. This even defines the progressive knowledge that science aims for. The world of physics cannot seek to be the whole of what exists. For even a world equation that contained everything, so that the observer of the system would also be included in the equations, would still assume the existence of a physicist who, as the calculator, would not be an object calculated. A physics that calculated itself and was its own calculation would be self-contradictory. The same thing is true of biology, which investigates the environments of all living things, including, therefore, the human environment. What is known in it certainly also embraces the being of the scientist, for he too is a living creature and a man. But from this it in no way follows that biological science is a mere product of life and only has meaning as such. Rather, biology studies what exists in exactly the same way as does physics. It is not itself what it studies. The being in itself toward which research, whether in physics or biology, is directed is relative to the way being is posited in its manner of inquiry. There is not the slightest reason, beyond this, to admit science's metaphysical claim to no being in itself. Each science, as a science, has in advance projected a field of objects such that to know them is to govern them. We find quite another situation when we consider man's relationship to the world as a whole, as it is expressed in language. The world that appears in language and is constituted by it does not have, in the same sense, being in itself, and is not relative in the same sense as the object of the natural sciences. It is not being in itself, insofar as it is not characterized by objectivity and can never be given in experience as the comprehensive whole that it is. But as the world that it is not relative to a particular language either. For to live in a linguistic world, as one does as a member of a linguistic community, does not mean that one is placed in an environment as animals are. We cannot see a linguistic world from above in this way, for there is no point of view outside the experience of the world and language from which it could become an object. Physics does not provide this point of view, because the world, i.e., the totality of what exists, is not the object of its research and calculation. Nor does comparative linguistics, which studies the structure of languages, have any non-linguistic point of view from which we could know the in itself quality of what exists and for which the various forms of the linguistic experience of the world could be reconstructed, as a schematized selection, from what exists in itself, in a way analogous to animal habitats, the principles of whose structure we study. Rather, every language has a direct relationship to the infinity of beings. To have language involves a mode of being that is quite different from the way animals are confined to their habitat. By learning foreign languages men do not alter their relationship to the world, like an aquatic animal that becomes a land animal. Rather, while preserving their own relationship to the world, they extend and enrich it by the world of the foreign language. Whoever has language has the world. If we keep this in mind, we will no longer confuse the factualness, Sachlichkeit, of language with the objectivity, Objektivität, of science. The distance involved in a linguistic relationship to the world does not, as such, produce the objectivity that the natural sciences achieve by eliminating the subjective elements of the cognitive process. The distance and the factualness of language, of course, are also genuine achievements and do not just happen automatically. We know how putting an experience into words helps us cope with it. It is as if its threatening, even annihilating, immediacy is pushed into the background, brought into proportion, made communicable, and hence dealt with. Such coping with experience, however, is obviously something different from the way science works on it, objectivizing it and making it available for whatever purposes it likes. Once a scientist has discovered the law of a natural process, he has it in his power. No such thing is possible in the natural experience of the world expressed in language. Using language by no means involves making things available and calculable. It is not just that the statement or judgment is merely one particular form among the many other linguistic orientations, they themselves remain bound up with man's life orientation. Consequently, objectivizing science regards the linguisticality of the natural experience of the world as a source of prejudices. With its methods of precise mathematical measurement, the new science, as we learn from the example of Bacon, had to make room for its own constructs by directly opposing the prejudice of language and its naive teleology. 90. On the other hand, there is a positive connection between the factualness of language and man's capacity for science. This becomes especially clear in ancient science, whose specific merit and specific weakness was that it originated in the linguistic experience of the world. In order to overcome this weakness, its naive anthropocentrism, modern science has also renounced its merit, namely its place in man's natural world orientation. The concept of theory can illustrate this very well. It would seem that what modern science calls theory has scarcely anything to do with the way the Greeks approached seeing and knowing the order of the world. Modern theory is a tool of construction by means of which we gather experiences together in a unified way and make it possible to dominate them. We are said to construct a theory. This already implies that one theory succeeds another, and from the outset each commands only conditional validity, namely insofar as further experience does not make us change our mind. Ancient theoria is not a means in the same sense, but the end itself, the highest manner of being human. 91. Nevertheless, there are close connections between the two. In both cases, the practical or pragmatic interest that views whatever happens in the light of one's aims and purposes is overcome. Aristotle tells us that the theoretical attitude could emerge only when all the necessities of life were already available. 92. Even the theoretical attitude of modern science does not direct its questions to nature for particular practical purposes. True, the manner of its questions and investigations is aimed at dominating what exists and so must in itself be called practical. But the application of his knowledge is secondary in the mind of the individual scientist, in the sense that the application follows from the knowledge yet only comes afterward, so that no one who discovers a piece of knowledge needs to know for what purpose it is to be used. Nevertheless, despite the similarities, the meaning of the words theory and theoretical is now obviously different. In modern usage, the idea of the theoretical is almost a privative idea. Something is meant only theoretically when it does not have the definitively binding quality of a goal of action. On the other hand, the projected theories themselves are dominated by the idea of construction, i.e., theoretical knowledge is itself conceived in terms of the will to dominate what exists. It is a means and not an end. Theory in the ancient sense, however, is something quite different. There it is not just that existing orders as such are contemplated, but theory means sharing in the total order itself. 93. This difference between Greek theoria and modern science is based, in my opinion, on different orientations to verbal experience of the world. Greek knowledge, as I pointed out above, was so much within language, so exposed to its seductions, that its fight against the dunamis ton onomata never led it to develop the ideal of a pure symbolic language, whose purpose would be to overcome entirely the power of language, as is the case with modern science and its orientation toward dominating the existent. Both the letter symbols Aristotle uses in logic and his proportional and relative way of describing the course of movements in physics are obviously quite different from the way in which mathematics comes to be applied in the 17th century. We cannot ignore this fact, however much we emphasize that the Greeks were the founders of science. The days should be finally past when modern scientific method was taken as a criterion, when Plato was interpreted in terms of Kant, the idea in terms of natural law, Neo-Kantianism, or when Democritus was praised as the founder of the true, mechanical knowledge of nature. We have only to consider Hegel's fundamental refutation of the rationalist position by means of the idea of life in order to see the limitations of this approach. 94 As F. see it, in Being and Time, Heidegger attains a position from which both the differences and the similarities between Greek science and modern science can be considered. When he showed that the concept of presence at hand is a deficient mode of being and viewed it as the background of classical metaphysics and its continuance in the modern concept of subjectivity, he was pursuing an ontologically correct connection between Greek theoria and modern science. Within the horizon of his temporal interpretation of being, classical metaphysics as a whole is an ontology of the present at hand, and modern science is, unbeknownst to itself, its heir. But in Greek theoria there was undoubtedly another element as well. Theoria grasps not so much the present at hand as the thing itself, which still has the dignity of a thing. The later Heidegger himself emphasized that the experience of the thing has as little to do with merely establishing simple presence at hand as with the experience of the so-called experimental sciences. 95 Thus we must keep the dignity of the thing and the referentiality of language free from the prejudice originating in the ontology of the present at hand as well as in the concept of objectivity. Our starting point is that verbally constituted experience of the world expresses not what is present at hand, that which is calculated or measured, but what exists, what man recognizes as existent and significant. The process of understanding practiced in the moral sciences can recognize itself in this, and not in the methodological ideal of rational construction that dominates modern mathematically based natural science. If we said that historically affected consciousness is realized in language, this was because language characterizes our human experience of the world in general. As little as world is objectified in language, so little is historical affect the object of hermeneutical consciousness. Just as things, those units of our experience of the world that are constituted by their suitability and their significance, are brought into language, so the tradition that has come down to us is again brought to speak in our understanding and interpretation of it. The linguistic nature of this bringing into language is the same as that of the human experience of the world in general. This is what has finally led our analysis of the hermeneutical phenomenon to the discussion of the relationship between language and world. Language as medium and its speculative structure. That human experience of the world is linguistic in nature was the thread underlying Greek metaphysics in its thinking about being since Plato's flight into the logoi. We must inquire how far the answer given there, an answer that lasted until Hegel, does justice to the question we are concerned with. This answer is theological. In considering the being of beings, Greek metaphysics regarded it as a being that fulfilled itself in thought. This thought is the thought of Nu, which is conceived as the highest and most perfect being, gathering within itself the being of all beings. The articulation of the logos brings the structure of being into language, and this coming into language is, for Greek thought, nothing other than the presenting of the being itself, its aletheia. Human thought regards the infinity of this presence as its fulfilled potential, its divinity. We do not follow this way of thinking and its splendid self-forgetfulness, and so we will have to consider to what extent we can follow its revival based on the modern idea of subjectivity as found in Hegel's absolute idealism. For we are guided by the hermeneutical phenomenon, and its ground, which determines everything else, is the finitude of our historical experience. In order to do justice to it, we follow the trail of language, in which the structure of being is not simply reflected, rather, in language the order and structure of our experience itself is originally formed and constantly changed. Language is the record of finitude not because the structure of human language is multifarious but because every language is constantly being formed and developed the more it expresses its experience of the world. It is finite not because it is not at once all other languages, but simply because it is language. We have considered important turning points in European thought concerning language, and from these we have learned that the event of language corresponds to the finitude of man in a far more radical sense than is brought out in Christian thinking about the word. It is from language as a medium that our whole experience of the world, and especially hermeneutical experience, unfolds. A word is not simply the perfection of the species, lot, as medieval thought held. When a being is represented in the thinking mind, this is not the reflection of a pregiven order of being, the true nature of which is apparent to an infinite mind, that of the Creator. But neither is a word an instrument, like the language of mathematics, that can construct an objectified universe of beings that can be put at our disposal by calculation. No more than an infinite mind can an infinite will surpass the experience of being that is proportionate to our finitude. It is the medium of language alone that, related to the totality of beings, mediates the finite, historical nature of man to himself and to the world. Only now can the great dialectical puzzle of the one and the many, which fascinated Plato as the negation of the logos and which received a mysterious affirmation in medieval speculation on the Trinity, be given its true and fundamental ground. When Plato realized that the word of language is both one and many, he took only the first step. It is always one word that we say to one another and that is said to us, theologically, the word of God, but the unity of this word, as we saw, always unfolds step by step in articulated discourse. This structure of the logos and the verbum, as recognized by the Platonic and Augustinian dialectic, is simply the reflection of its logical contents. But there is another dialectic of the word, which accords to every word an inner dimension of multiplication. Every word breaks forth as if from a center and is related to a whole, through which alone it is a word. Every word causes the whole of the language to which it belongs to resonate and the whole worldview that underlies it to appear. Thus every word, as the event of a moment, carries with it the unsaid, to which it is related by responding and summoning. The occasionality of human speech is not a casual imperfection of its expressive power, it is, rather, the logical expression of the living virtuality of speech that brings a totality of meaning into play, without being able to express it totally. 96 All human speaking is finite in such a way that there is laid up within it an infinity of meaning to be explicated and laid out. That is why the hermeneutical phenomenon also can be illuminated only in light of the fundamental finitude of being, which is wholly verbal in character. Above we spoke of the way the interpreter belongs to his text and described the close relationship between tradition and history that is expressed in the concept of historically affected consciousness. We can now define more exactly the idea of belonging on the basis of the linguistically constituted experience of world. As was to be expected, this involves us in a number of questions with which philosophy has long been familiar. In metaphysics, belonging refers to the transcendental relationship between being and truth, and it conceives knowledge as an element of being itself and not primarily as an activity of the subject. That knowledge is incorporated in being is the presupposition of all classical and medieval thought. What is of its nature true, i.e., present before an infinite mind, and only for this reason is it possible for finite human thought to know beings. Thus, here thought does not start from the concept of a subject that exists in its own right and makes everything else an object. On the contrary, Plato defines the being of the soul as participating in true being, i.e., as belonging to the same sphere of being as the idea, and Aristotle says that the soul is, in a certain sense, everything that exists. 97 In this thinking there is no question of a self-conscious spirit without world which would have to find its way to worldly being, both belong originally to each other. The relationship is primary. Earlier thought took account of this by giving teleology a universal ontological function. In a practical context, it is not by chance that the intermediate agencies through which something is achieved prove suited to achieve the end, rather, they are chosen from the outset as suitable means. Thus the ordering of means to ends is prior. We call this purposiveness, and we know that not only rational human action is purposive in this way, but also where there is no question of setting up goals and choosing means, as in all living relationships. Such relationships can be conceived only within the concept of purposiveness, as the reciprocal harmony of all the parts with one another. 98 Here, too, the whole in its relations is more original than the parts. Even in the theory of evolution we may use the concept of adaptation only with caution, inasmuch as this theory assumes that the natural situation is one of lack of adaptation, as if creatures were placed within a world to which they had belatedly to adapt themselves. 99 Just as being already adapted actually constitutes the creature's relation to life, so the concept of knowledge, dominated by thought of ends and means, is defined as the natural coordination of the human mind to the nature of things. In modern science, this metaphysical conception of how the knowing subject belongs to the object of knowledge is without justification. 100 Its methodological ideal ensures that every one of its steps can be retraced to the elements from which its knowledge is built up, while the teleological units of significance such as thing or organic whole lose their legitimacy. In particular, the critique of the verbalism of Aristotelian and scholastic science that we touched on above dissolved the old coordination between man and world that lay at the basis of logos philosophy. But modern science has never entirely denied its Greek ancestry, however much, since the 17th century, it has become conscious of itself and of the boundless possibilities that open up before it. Descartes' real treatise on method, his rules, the veritable manifesto of modern science, did not appear, as we know, until a long time after his presupposition of all classical and medieval thought. What is of its nature true, i.e., present before an infinite mind, and only for this reason is it possible for finite human thought to know beings. Thus, here thought does not start from the concept of a subject that exists in its own right and makes everything else an object. On the contrary, Plato defines the being of the soul as participating in true being, i.e., as belonging to the same sphere of being as the idea, and Aristotle says that the soul is, in a certain sense, everything that exists. 97 In this thinking there is no question of a self-conscious spirit without world which would have to find its way to worldly being. Both belong originally to each other. The relationship is primary. Earlier thought took account of this by giving teleology a universal ontological function. In a practical context, it is not by chance that the intermediate agencies through which something is achieved prove suited to achieve the end, rather, they are chosen from the outset as suitable means. Thus the ordering of means to ends is prior. We call this purposiveness, and we know that not only rational human action is purposive in this way, but also where there is no question of setting up goals and choosing means, as in all living relationships. Such relationships can be conceived only within the concept of purposiveness, as the reciprocal harmony of all the parts with one another. 98 Here, too, the whole in its relations is more original than the parts. Even in the theory of evolution we may use the concept of adaptation only with caution, inasmuch as this theory assumes that the natural situation is one of lack of adaptation, as if creatures were placed within a world to which they had belatedly to adapt themselves. 99 Just as being already adapted actually constitutes the creature's relation to life, so the concept of knowledge, dominated by thought of ends and means, is defined as the natural coordination of the human mind to the nature of things. In modern science this metaphysical conception of how the knowing subject belongs to the object of knowledge is without justification. 100 Its methodological ideal ensures that every one of its steps can be retraced to the elements from which its knowledge is built up, while the teleological units of significance such as thing or organic whole lose their legitimacy. In particular, the critique of the verbalism of Aristotelian and scholastic science that we touched on above dissolved the old coordination between man and world that lay at the basis of logos philosophy. But modern science has never entirely denied its Greek ancestry, however much, since the 17th century, it has become conscious of itself and of the boundless possibilities that open up before it. Descartes' real treatise on method, his rules, the veritable manifesto of modern science, did not appear, as we know, until a long time after his idea of the object and the objectivity of understanding toward the idea that subject and object belong together. Our critique of aesthetic and historical consciousness drove us to critique the concept of the objective, to detach ourselves from the Cartesian basis of modern science, and to revive ideas from Greek thought. But we cannot simply follow the Greeks or the identity philosophy of German idealism, we are thinking out the consequences of language as. From this viewpoint the concept of belonging is no longer regarded as the teleological relation of the mind to the ontological structure of what exists, as this relation is conceived in metaphysics. Quite a different state of affairs follows from the fact that the hermeneutical experience is linguistic in nature, that there is dialogue between tradition and its interpreter. The fundamental thing here is that something occurs, etwas geschieht. 102 Neither is the mind of the interpreter in control of what words of tradition reach him, nor can one suitably describe what occurs here as the progressive knowledge of what exists, so that an infinite intellect would contain everything that could ever speak out of the whole of tradition. Seen from the point of view of the interpreter, occurrence means that he is not a knower seeking an object, discovering by methodological means what was really meant and what the situation actually was, though slightly hindered and affected by his own prejudices. This is only an external aspect of the actual hermeneutical occurrence. It motivates the indispensable methodological discipline one has toward oneself. But the actual occurrence is made possible only because the word that has come down to us as tradition and to which we are to listen really encounters us and does so as if it addressed us and is concerned with us. I have elaborated this aspect of the situation above as the hermeneutical logic of the question and shown how the questioner becomes the one who is questioned and how the hermeneutical occurrence is realized in the dialectic of the question. I recall this here in order to define correctly the meaning of belonging as it pertains to our hermeneutical experience. For on the other side, that of the object, this occurrence means the coming into play, the playing out, of the content of tradition in its constantly widening possibilities of significance and resonance, extended by the different people receiving it. Inasmuch as the tradition is newly expressed in language, something comes into being that had not existed before and that exists from now on. We can illustrate this with any historical example. Whether a given traditionary text is a poem or tells us of a great event, in each case what is transmitted re-emerges into existence just as it presents itself. There is no being in itself that is increasingly revealed when Homer's Iliad or Alexander's Indian campaign speaks to us in the new appropriation of tradition, but, as in genuine dialogue, something emerges that is contained in neither of the partners by himself. If we are trying to define the idea of belonging, Zugehörigkeit, as accurately as possible, we must take account of the particular dialectic implied in hearing, hören. It is not just that he who hears is also addressed, but also that he who is addressed must hear whether he wants to or not. When you look at something, you can also look away from it by looking in another direction, but you cannot hear away. This difference between seeing and hearing is important for us because the primacy of hearing is the basis of the hermeneutical phenomenon. As Aristotle saw. 103 There is nothing that is not available to hearing through the medium of language. Whereas all the other senses have no immediate share in the universality of the verbal experience of the world, but only offer the key to their own specific fields, hearing is an avenue to the whole because it is able to listen to the logos. In the light of our hermeneutical inquiry, this ancient insight into the priority of hearing over sight acquires a new emphasis. The language in which hearing shares is not only universal in the sense that everything can be expressed in it. The significance of the hermeneutical experience is rather that, in contrast to all other experience of the world, language opens up a completely new dimension, the profound dimension from which tradition comes down to those now living. This has always been the true essence of hearing, even before the invention of writing, that the hearer can listen to the legends, the myths, and the truth of the ancients. In comparison, the written, literary transmission of tradition, as we know it, is nothing new, it only changes the form and makes the task of real hearing more difficult. Here the concept of belonging takes on a new definition. Belonging is brought about by traditions addressing us. Everyone who is situated in a tradition, and this is true, as we know, even of the man who is released into a new apparent freedom by historical consciousness, must listen to what reaches him from it. The truth of tradition is like the present that lies immediately open to the senses. The mode of being of tradition is, of course, not sensible immediacy. It is language, and in interpreting its texts, the hearer who understands it relates its truth to his own linguistic orientation to the world. This linguistic communication between present and tradition is, as we have shown, the event that takes place in all understanding. Hermeneutical experience must take everything that becomes present to it as a genuine experience. It does not have prior freedom to select and reject. Nor can it maintain an absolute freedom by leaving undecided matters specific to what one is trying to understand. It cannot unmake the event that it is itself. This structure of the hermeneutical experience, which so totally contradicts the idea of scientific methodology, itself depends on the character of language as event that we have described at length. It is not just that the use and development of language is a process which has no single knowing and choosing consciousness standing over against it. Thus it is literally more correct to say that language speaks us, rather than that we speak it, so that, for example, the time at which a text was written can be determined more exactly from its linguistic usage than from its author. A more important point is the one to which we have constantly referred, namely that what constitutes the hermeneutical event proper is not language as language, whether as grammar or as lexicon. It consists in the coming into language of what has been said in the tradition, an event that is at once appropriation and interpretation. Thus here it really is true to say that this event is not our action upon the thing, but the act of the thing itself. This confirms the similarity of our approach to that of Hegel and the Greek world, which we have already noted. Our inquiry started from our dissatisfaction with the modern concept of methodology. But this dissatisfaction found its most significant philosophical justification in Hegel's explicit appeal to the Greek concept of methodology. He criticized the concept of a method that dealt with the thing but was alien to it, calling it external reflection. The true method was an action of the thing itself. 104 This assertion does not, of course, mean that philosophical cognition is not also an activity, even an effort that calls for the effort of the concept. But this activity and this effort consist in not interfering arbitrarily, latching onto this or that ready-made notion as it strikes one, with the imminent necessity of the thought. Certainly, the thing does not go its own course without our thinking being involved, but thinking means unfolding what consistently follows from the subject matter itself. It is part of this process to suppress ideas that tend to insinuate themselves and to insist on the logic of the thought. Since the Greeks we have called this dialectic. In describing the true method, which is the activity of the thing itself, Hegel quotes Plato, who loved to show his Socrates in conversation with young men, because they were ready to follow where Socrates' questions led, without regard for current opinions. He illustrated his own method of dialectical development by these malleable youths, who did not parade their own ideas but rather avoided obstructing the path on which the subject matter led them. Here dialectic is nothing but the art of conducting a conversation and especially of revealing the mistakes in one's opinions through the process of questioning and yet further questioning. Here, then, the dialectic is negative, it confuses one's opinions. But this kind of confusion means at the same time a clarification, for it opens one's eyes to the thing. Just as in the famous scene in the Meno where, after all the slave's untenable suppositions have collapsed, he is led out of his confusion to the right solution of the mathematical task he has been set, so also all dialectical negativity contains an adumbration of what is true. Not only in all pedagogical dialogue but in all thought, only pursuing what consistently follows from the subject matter can bring out what lies in it. It is the thing itself that asserts its force, if we rely entirely on the power of thought and disregard obvious appearances and opinions. Thus Plato linked the Eleatic dialectic, which we know chiefly from Zeno, with the Socratic art of dialogue and raised it in his Parmenides to a new reflective level. That things change and become their opposite as one consistently thinks them through, that thought acquires the power of testing what follows from contraries, without knowing the what. 105 is the experience of thought Hegel appeals to when he conceives of method as the self-unfolding of pure thought to become the systematic whole of truth. Now the hermeneutical experience that we are endeavoring to think from the viewpoint of language as medium is certainly not an experience of thinking in the same sense as this dialectic of the concept, which seeks to free itself entirely from the power of language. Nevertheless, there is something resembling dialectic in hermeneutical experience, an activity of the thing itself, an action that, unlike the methodology of modern science, is a passion, an understanding, an event that happens to one. The hermeneutical experience also has its own rigor, that of uninterrupted listening. A thing does not present itself to the hermeneutical experience without an effort special to it, namely that of being negative toward itself. A person who is trying to understand a text has to keep something at a distance, namely everything that suggests itself, on the basis of his own prejudices, as the meaning expected, as soon as it is rejected by the sense of the text itself. Even the experience of reversal, which happens unceasingly in talking, and which is the real experience of dialectic, has its equivalent here. Explicating the whole of meaning towards which understanding is directed forces us to make interpretive conjectures and to take them back again. The self-cancellation of the interpretation makes it possible for the thing itself, the meaning of the text, to assert itself. The movement of the interpretation is dialectical not primarily because the one-sidedness of every statement can be balanced by another side, this is, as we shall see, a secondary phenomenon in interpretation, but because the word that interpretatively fits the meaning of the text expresses the whole of this meaning, i.e., allows an infinity of meaning to be represented within it in a finite way. That this is dialectic, conceived on the basis of the medium of language, needs more exact discussion, as does the way in which this dialectic differs from the metaphysical dialectic of Plato and Hegel. Following a usage that we can find in Hegel, we call what is common to the metaphysical and the hermeneutical dialectic the speculative element. The word speculative here refers to the mirror relation. 106 Being reflected involves a constant substitution of one thing for another. When something is reflected in something else, say, the castle in the lake, it means that the lake throws back the image of the castle. The mirror image is essentially connected with the actual sight of the thing through the medium of the observer. It has no being of its own, it is like an appearance that is not itself and yet allows the thing to appear by means of a mirror image. It is like a duplication that is still only the one thing. The real mystery of the reflection is the intangibility of the image, the sheer reproduction hovering before the mind's eye. If we now use the word speculative as it was coined by philosophers around 1800 and say, for example, that someone has a speculative mind or that a thought is rather speculative, behind this usage lies the notion of reflection in a mirror. Speculative means the opposite of the dogmatism of everyday experience. A speculative person is someone who does not abandon himself directly to the tangibility of appearances or to the fixed determinateness of the ment, but who is able to reflect or, to put it in Hegelian terms, who sees that the in itself is aphrony. And a thought is speculative if the relationship it asserts is not conceived as a quality unambiguously assigned to a subject, a property to a given thing, but must be thought of as a mirroring, in which the reflection is nothing but the pure appearance of what is reflected, just as the one is the one of the other, and the other is the other of the one. Hegel has described speculative thought in his masterly analysis of the logic of the philosophical proposition. 107 He shows that only in its external form is the philosophical proposition a judgment, i.e., a predicate ascribed to a subject concept. In fact, the philosophical proposition does not pass over from the subject concept to another concept that is placed in relation to it, it states the truth of the subject in the form of the predicate. God is one does not mean that it is a property of God's to be one, but that it is God's nature to be unity. Here the movement of definition is not tied to the fixed base of the subject, from which it runs back and forth. The subject is not defined both as this and as that, in one respect like this, and in another like that. This would be the mode of imagistic thinking, not of the concept. In conceptual thinking, by contrast, the natural movement of definition beyond the subject of the proposition is prevented and suffers a setback, as it were. Starting from the subject, as if this remained the basis throughout, it finds that, since the predicate is rather the substance, the subject has passed into the predicate and has thus been superseded. And since what seems to be predicate has become the whole independent mass, thought cannot roam freely, but is stopped by this weight. 108 Thus the form of the proposition destroys itself since the speculative proposition does not state something about something, rather, it presents the unity of the concept. The philosophical proposition has, as it were, two peaks. By reason of this counterthrust of the predicate, Hegel compares it to the rhythm that follows from the two elements of meter and accent, and produces the same floating harmony. The unaccustomed blockage that thought undergoes when the contents of a proposition compel thought to give up its cognitive habits constitutes, in fact, the speculativeness of all philosophy. Hegel's great history of philosophy shows that from the beginning, philosophy is speculation in this sense. If it expresses itself in the form of predication, i.e., using fixed ideas of God, soul, and world, then it fails to understand its own nature and is pursuing a one-sided view of the understanding of the objects of reason. According to Hegel, this is the nature of pre-Kantian dogmatic metaphysics and is characteristic of the modern ages of non-philosophy. Plato is certainly not such a metaphysician, still less is Aristotle, although sometimes the contrary is thought to be true. 109. For Hegel, the important thing is to represent expressly this inner block that thought undergoes when its habit of running away with ideas is interrupted by the concept. Non-speculative thought can, as it were, demand this. It has a valid right that is not, however, respected in the mode of the speculative proposition. What it can demand is that the dialectical self-destruction of the proposition be expressed. With other knowledge, the proof constitutes this side of expressed inwardness. But since dialectic has been separated from proof, the concept of philosophical proof has, in fact, been lost. Whatever Hegel means by this, 110, he is, at any rate, trying to re-establish the meaning of philosophical proof. This takes place in the account of the dialectical movement of the proposition. This is what is really speculative, and speculative presentation consists in expressing this alone. The speculative relation, then, must pass into dialectical presentation. This, for Hegel, is the demand of philosophy. What is here called expression and presentation is not actually someone's act of demonstration or proof, rather, the object itself demonstrates itself, by so expressing and presenting itself. Thus dialectic is truly experienced when thought undergoes the incomprehensible reversal into its opposite. The very act of holding on to what consistently follows in the thought leads to this surprising movement of the reversal, as when, for example, a person seeking justice discovers that adhering strictly to the idea of justice becomes abstract and proves to be the greatest injustice, summum jus summa injuria. Hegel here distinguishes between the speculative and the dialectical. The dialectical is the expression of the speculative, the presentation of what is actually contained in the speculative, and to this extent it is the truly speculative. But since, as we have seen, the presentation is no adventitious activity but the emergence of the thing itself, the philosophical proof itself belongs to the thing. It is true that it emerges, as we have seen, from a demand of ordinary thinking and imagining. Hence it is a presentation for the external reflection of the understanding. But despite this, such a presentation is in fact by no means external. It considers itself such only as long as thought does not know that it proves finally to be the reflection of the thing in itself. Accordingly, Hegel emphasizes the difference between speculative and dialectical only in the preface to his Phenomenology. Because this distinction is in fact superseded, Hegel no longer retains it subsequently, from the viewpoint of absolute knowledge. This is the point at which the proximity of our own inquiry to the speculative dialectic of Plato and Hegel meets a fundamental barrier. The supersession of the distinction between speculative and dialectical that we find in Hegel's speculative science of the concept shows how much he considered himself as the heir to the Greek philosophy of the Logos. What he calls dialectic and what Plato called dialectic depends, in fact, on subordinating language to the statement. The concept of the statement, dialectically accentuated to the point of contradiction, however, is antithetical to the nature of hermeneutical experience and the verbal nature of human experience of the world. In fact, Hegel's dialectic also follows the speculative spirit of language, but according to Hegel's self-understanding he is trying to take a hint from the way language playfully determines thought and to raise it by the mediation of the dialectic in the totality of known knowledge, to the self-consciousness of the concept. In this respect his dialectic remains within the dimension of statements and does not attain the dimension of the linguistic experience of the world. These are just a few indications of the way in which the dialectical nature of language pertains to the problems of hermeneutics. Language itself, however, has something speculative about it in a quite different sense, not only in the sense Hegel intends, as an instinctive prefiguring of logical reflection, but, rather, as the realization of meaning, as the event of speech, of mediation, of coming to an understanding. Such a realization is speculative in that the finite possibilities of the word are oriented toward the sense intended as toward the infinite. A person who has something to say seeks and finds the words to make himself intelligible to the other person. This does not mean that he makes statements. Anyone who has experienced an interrogation, even if only as a witness, knows what it is to make a statement and how little it is a statement of what one means. In a statement the horizon of meaning of what is to be said is concealed by methodical exactness, what remains is the pure sense of the statements. That is what goes on record. But meaning thus reduced to what is stated is always distorted meaning. To say what one means, on the other hand, to make oneself understood, means to hold what is said together with an infinity of what is not said in one unified meaning and to ensure that it is understood in this way. Someone who speaks in this way may well use only the most ordinary and common words and still be able to express what is unsaid and is to be said. Someone who speaks is behaving speculatively when his words do not reflect beings, but express a relation to the whole of being. This is connected with the fact that someone who repeats what is said, just like someone who takes down statements, does not need to distort consciously, and yet he will change the meaning of what is said. Even in the most everyday speech there appears an element of speculative reflection, namely the intangibility of that which is still the purest reproduction of meaning. All this is epitomized in the poetic word. Here, of course, it is legitimate to see the actual reality of poetic speech in the poetic statement. For here it is really meaningful and necessary that the sense of the poetic word is expressed in what is said as such, without invoking the aid of occasional knowledge. If in the process of reaching understanding between people the notion of the statement is distorted, here the concept of the statement achieves its fulfillment. The detachment of what is said from any subjective opinion and experience of the author constitutes the reality of the poetic word. But what does this statement state? It is clear, first of all, that everything that constitutes everyday speech can recur in the poetic word. If poetry shows people in conversation, then what is given in the poetic statement is not the statement that a written report would contain, but in a mysterious way the whole of the conversation is as if present. The words put into the mouth of a literary character are speculative in the same way that the speech of daily life is speculative. As we said above, in his speech the speaker expresses a relationship to being. Moreover, when we speak of a poetic statement, we do not mean the statement that is put into someone's mouth in a work of literature, but the statement that the work itself, as poetic word, is. But the poetic statement as such is speculative, in that the verbal event of the poetic word expresses its own relationship to being. If we take the poetic spirit's mode of proceeding, as, say, Hölderlin has described it, then it becomes immediately clear in what sense the verbal event of literature is speculative. Hölderlin has shown that finding the language of a poem involves totally dissolving all customary words and modes of expression. In that the poet feels himself seized in his whole inner and outer life by the pure tone of his original sensation, and he looks about him and his world, it is new and unknown to him, the sum of all his experiences, his knowledge, his intuitions and memories, art and nature, as it presents itself within and without him, everything is present to him as if for the first time, for this very reason ungrasped, undetermined, dissolved into sheer material and life. And it is supremely important that he does not at this moment accept anything as given, does not start from anything positive, that nature and art, as he has learned to know and see them, do not speak before a language is there for him. Note how close this is to Hegel's critique of positivity. As a successful work in creation, the poem is not the ideal but the spirit reawakened from infinite life. This is also reminiscent of Hegel. It does not describe or signify an entity, but opens up a world of the divine and the human for us. The poetic statement is speculative inasmuch as it does not reflect an existent reality, does not reproduce the appearance of the species, lot, in the order of essence, but represents the new appearance of a new world in the imaginary medium of poetic invention. We have discerned the speculative structure of the event of language both in daily speech and poetic speech. The inner resemblance that thus appears, linking the poetic word with everyday speech as an intensification of the latter, has already been noted, from its subjective, psychological side, in idealistic philosophy and its revival in Croce and Vossler. 111. If we stress the other aspect, the fact of something's coming into language, as what really occurs in the event of language, we are preparing a place for the hermeneutical experience. As we have seen, the way tradition is understood and expressed ever anew in language is an event no less genuine than living conversation. What distinguishes them is only that the productivity of the verbal orientation to the world finds new application to an already verbally mediated content. The hermeneutical relation is a speculative relation, but it is fundamentally different from the dialectical self-unfolding of the mind, as described by Hegel's philosophical science. Since hermeneutic experience implies an event of language that corresponds to dialectical presentation in Hegel, it too partakes of dialectic, namely the dialectic, elaborated above, 112 of Question and Answer. As we have seen, the understanding of a traditionary text has an essential inner relationship to its interpretation, and although this is always a relative and incomplete movement, understanding still finds its relative fulfillment there. Accordingly, as Hegel teaches, the speculative content of a philosophical statement needs the corresponding dialectical presentation of the contradictions it contains if it is to become genuine science. There is a real correspondence here, for interpretation shares in the discursiveness of the human mind, which is able to conceive the unity of the object only in successiveness. Thus interpretation has the dialectical structure of all finite, historical being, insofar as every interpretation must begin somewhere and seeks to supersede the one-sidedness which that inevitably produces. It seems to the interpreter that some particular must necessarily be said and made explicit. All interpretation is motivated in this way and derives its significance from the context of its motivation. Through its one-sidedness it puts too much emphasis on one side of the thing, so that something else has to be said to restore the balance. As philosophical dialectic presents the whole truth by superseding all partial propositions, bringing contradictions to a head and overcoming them, so also hermeneutics has the task of revealing a totality of meaning in all its relations. The individuality of the sense intended corresponds to the totality of all definitions. One thinks here of Schleiermacher, who based his dialectic on the metaphysics of individuality and in his hermeneutical theory constructed the process of interpretation from antithetical directions of thought. However, the correspondence between hermeneutical and philosophical dialectic, as it seems to follow from Schleiermacher's dialectical construction of individuality and Hegel's dialectical construction of totality, is not a real correspondence. For this parallel fails to take account of the real nature of the hermeneutic experience and the radical finitude that is its basis. It is true that interpretation has to start somewhere, but it does not start just anywhere. It is not really a beginning. We saw that the hermeneutical experience always includes the fact that the text to be understood speaks into a situation that is determined by previous opinions. The hermeneutical situation is not a regrettable distortion that affects the purity of understanding, but the condition of its possibility. Only because between the text and its interpreter there is no automatic accord can a hermeneutical experience make us share in the text. Only because a text has to be brought out of its alienness and assimilated is there anything for the person trying to understand it to say. Only because the text calls for it does interpretation take place, and only in the way called for. The apparently thetic beginning of interpretation is, in fact, a response, and the sense of an interpretation is determined, like every response, by the question asked. Thus the dialectic of question and answer always precedes the dialectic of interpretation. It is what determines understanding as an event. From this it follows that hermeneutics cannot have any problem of a beginning, as the problem of the beginning of science is found in Hegel's Logic. 113. Wherever it arises, the problem of the beginning is, in fact, the problem of the end. For it is with respect to an end that a beginning is defined as a beginning of an end. Given infinite knowledge, given speculative dialectic, this may lead to the fundamentally unsolvable problem of what one is to start with. For every beginning is an end, and every end is a beginning. At any rate, given this kind of perfect circularity, the speculative question of the beginning of philosophical science is seen fundamentally in terms of its fulfillment. It is quite different with historically affected consciousness, in which hermeneutical experience reaches its consummation. It knows about the absolute openness of the event of meaning in which it shares. Here too, certainly, there is a standard by which understanding is measured and which it can meet. The content of the tradition itself is the sole criterion and it expresses itself in language. But there is no possible consciousness, we have repeatedly emphasized this, and it is the basis of the historicity of understanding. There is no possible consciousness, however infinite, in which any traditionary subject matter would appear in the light of eternity. Every appropriation of tradition is historically different, which does not mean that each one represents only an imperfect understanding of it. Rather, each is the experience of an aspect of the thing itself. The paradox that is true of all traditionary material, namely of being one and the same and yet of being different, proves that all interpretation is, in fact, speculative. Hence hermeneutics has to see through the dogmatism of a meaning in itself in exactly the same way critical philosophy has seen through the dogmatism of experience. This certainly does not mean that every interpreter considers himself speculative, i.e., he is conscious of the dogmatism contained in his own interpretative intention. What is meant, rather, is that all interpretation is speculative as it is actually practiced, quite apart from its methodological self-consciousness. This is what emerges from the linguistic nature of interpretation. For the interpreting word is the word of the interpreter, it is not the language and the dictionary of the interpreted text. This means that assimilation is no mere reproduction or repetition of the traditionary text, it is a new creation of understanding. If emphasis has been, rightly, placed on the fact that all meaning is related to the I, 114, this means, as far as the hermeneutical experience is concerned, that all the meaning of what is handed down to us finds its concretion, i.e., is understood, in its relation to the understanding I, and not in reconstructing the originally intending I. The intimate unity of understanding and interpretation is confirmed by the fact that the interpretation that reveals the implications of a text's meaning and brings it into language seems, when compared with a given text, to be a new creation, but yet does not maintain any proper existence apart from the understanding process. I have already pointed out above 115 that the interpretive concepts are superseded in the fullness of understanding because they are meant to disappear. This means that they are not just tools that we take up and then throw aside when we are done using them, but that they belong to the inner articulation of the subject matter, which is meaning. What is true of every word in which thought is expressed, is true also of the interpreting word, namely that it is not, as such, objective. As the realization of the act of understanding, it is the actuality of the historically affected consciousness, and as such it is truly speculative, having no tangible being of its own and yet reflecting the image that is presented to it. Compared with the immediacy of understanding between people or the word of the poet, the language of the interpreter is undoubtedly a secondary phenomenon. It is language related again to language. And yet the language of the interpreter is at the same time the comprehensive manifestation of language, embracing all forms of language usage and structure. Our starting point was that understanding is inseparable from language and that language is related to reason of every kind, and we can now see how the whole of our investigation is subsumed under this rubric. The development of the problem of hermeneutics from Schleiermacher, through Dilthey, to Husserl and Heidegger, which we have outlined, confirms from the historical side what we have now found to be the case, namely that philology's conceiving itself as a method raises a fundamental philosophical problem. The universal aspect of hermeneutics. Our inquiry has been guided by the basic idea that language is a medium where I and world meet or, rather, manifest their original belonging together. We have also shown that this speculative medium that language is represents a finite process in contrast to the infinite dialectical mediation of concepts. In all the cases we analyzed, in the language of conversation, of poetry, and also of interpretation, the speculative structure of language emerged, not as the reflection of something given but as the coming into language of a totality of meaning. This drew us toward the dialectic of the Greeks, because they did not conceive understanding as a methodic activity of the subject, but as something that the thing itself does and which thought suffers. This activity of the thing itself is the real speculative movement that takes hold of the speaker. We have sought the subjective reflection of it in speech. We can now see that this activity of the thing itself, the coming into language of meaning, points to a universal ontological structure, namely to the basic nature of everything toward which understanding can be directed. Being that can be understood is language. The hermeneutical phenomenon here projects its own universality back onto the ontological constitution of what is understood, determining it in a universal sense as language and determining its own relation to beings as interpretation. Thus we speak not only of a language of art but also of a language of nature, in short, of any language that things have. Above we have already brought out the curious link between literary interpretation and the study of nature that accompanied the beginnings of modern science. 116 Here we are getting to the foundations. It is not by accident that one could talk about the book of nature, which contained just as much truth as the book of books. That which can be understood is language. This means that it is of such a nature that of itself it offers itself to be understood. Here too is confirmed the speculative structure of language. To come into language does not mean that a second being is acquired. Rather, what something presents itself as belongs to its own being. Thus everything that is language has a speculative unity, it contains a distinction, that between its being and its presentations of itself, but this is a distinction that is really not a distinction at all. The speculative mode of being of language has a universal ontological significance. To be sure, what comes into language is something different from the spoken word itself. But the word is a word only because of what comes into language in it. Its own physical being exists only in order to disappear into what is said. Likewise, that which comes into language is not something that is pregiven before language, rather, the word gives it its own determinateness. We can now see that this speculative movement was what we were aiming at in the critique of both aesthetic and historical consciousness that introduced our analysis of hermeneutical experience. The being of the work of art is not a being in itself that is different from its reproduction or the contingency of its appearance. Only by a secondary thematization of the two things is it possible to make this kind of aesthetic differentiation. Similarly, whatever offers itself for our historical study from tradition or as tradition, the significance of an event or the meaning of a text, is not a fixed object existing in itself, which we have simply to establish. In fact, historical consciousness too involves mediation between past and present. By seeing that language is the universal medium of this mediation, we were able to expand our inquiry from its starting point, the critiques of aesthetic and historical consciousness and the hermeneutics that would replace them, to universal dimensions. For man's relation to the world is absolutely and fundamentally verbal in nature, and hence intelligible. Thus hermeneutics is, as we have seen, a universal aspect of philosophy, and not just the methodological basis of the so-called human sciences. The objectifying procedures of natural science and the concept of being in itself, which is intended in all knowledge, prove to be an abstraction when viewed from the medium that language is. Abstracted from the fundamental relation to the world that is given in the linguistic nature of our experience of it, science attempts to become certain about entities by methodically organizing its knowledge of the world. Consequently, it condemns as heresy all knowledge that does not allow of this kind of certainty and that therefore cannot serve the growing domination of being. By contrast, we have endeavored to liberate the mode of being of art and history, and the experience corresponding to them, from the ontological prejudice implied in the ideal of scientific objectivity, and, in view of the experience of art and history, we were led to a universal hermeneutics that was concerned with the general relationship of man to the world. We formulated this universal hermeneutics on the basis of the concept of language not only in order to guard against a false methodologism that infects the concept of objectivity in the human sciences but also to avoid the idealistic spiritualism of a Hegelian metaphysics of infinity. The fundamental hermeneutical experience was articulated for us not merely by the tension between strangeness and familiarity, misunderstanding and correct understanding, such as dominated Schleiermacher's project. Rather, it was ultimately apparent that because of his doctrine that understanding is consummated in divination, Schleiermacher came close to Hegel. If we start from the fact that understanding is verbal, we are emphasizing, on the contrary, the finitude of the verbal event in which understanding is always in the process of being concretized. The language that things have, whatever kind of things they may be, is not the logos ousias, and it is not fulfilled in the self-contemplation of an infinite intellect. It is the language that our finite, historical nature apprehends when we learn to speak. This is true of the language of the texts handed down to us in tradition, and that is why it was necessary to have a truly historical hermeneutics. It is as true of the experience of art as of the experience of history. In fact, the concepts of art and history are modes of understanding that emerge from the universal mode of hermeneutical being as forms of hermeneutic experience. Obviously, it is not peculiar to the work of art that it has its being in its presentation, nor is it a peculiarity of the being of history that it is to be understood in its significance. Self-presentation and being understood belong together not only in that the one passes into the other, and the work of art is one with the history of its effects, and tradition is one with the present of its being understood, speculative language, distinguishing itself from itself, presenting itself, language that expresses meaning is not only art and history but everything insofar as it can be understood. The speculative character of being that is the ground of hermeneutics has the same universality as do reason and language. With the ontological turn that our hermeneutical inquiry has taken, we are moving toward a metaphysical idea whose significance we can show by going back to its origins. The concept of the beautiful, which shared the central place in 18th century aesthetics with the sublime, and which was to be entirely eliminated in the course of the 19th century by the aesthetic critique of classicism, was once a universal metaphysical concept and had a function in metaphysics, the universal doctrine of being, that was by no means limited to the aesthetic in the narrower sense. We will see that this ancient conception of the beautiful can also be of service to the comprehensive hermeneutics that has emerged from the critique of the methodologism of the human sciences. Even an analysis of the word's meaning shows that the concept of the beautiful has a close connection with the inquiry we have been pursuing. The Greek word for beautiful is kalon. There is no exact equivalent for this in German, not even if we use pulchrum as an intermediary term. But Greek thought in part determines the history of the meaning of the German word schön, so that the meanings of the two words overlap to some extent. Thus we say, for example, die schönen Künste, the fine arts. By adding the adjective schön we distinguish these arts from what we call technologia, from mechanical arts that make useful things. It is the same with phrases such as schöne Sittlichkeit, superior morality, schöne Literatur, belles Lettres, schönggeistig, Ästhete. In all these usages the word is in the same antithesis as is the Greek kalon to the idea of chrysimon. Everything that is not part of the necessities of life but is concerned with the how, the eusen, i.e., everything that the Greeks reckon part of paideia, is called kalon. Beautiful things are those whose value is of itself evident. You cannot ask what purpose they serve. They are desirable for their own sake, die Autoherten, and not, like the useful, for the sake of something else. Thus even linguistic usage shows the special status accorded to what is called kalon. But even the ordinary antithesis that determines the idea of the beautiful, the antithesis to the ugly, ikon, points in the same direction. The ikon is what cannot be looked at. The beautiful is what can be looked at, what is good-looking in the widest sense of the word. In German ansehnlich, good-looking, is also used to express magnitude, cf. fair-sized. And in fact the use of the word schön, both in Greek and in German, always implies a certain majestic size. Because the element of the English points to the whole sphere of the decorous, the moral, its meaning comes close to being defined by its antithesis to the useful, Simon. Hence the idea of the beautiful closely approximates that of the good, agathon, insofar as it is something to be chosen for its own sake, as an end that subordinates everything else to it as a means. For what is beautiful is not regarded as a means to something else. Thus Platonic philosophy exhibits a close connection, and sometimes even a confusion, between the idea of the good and the idea of the beautiful. Both transcend everything that is conditional and multiform. The loving soul encounters the beautiful in itself at the end of a path that leads through the beautiful that is multiform. The beautiful in itself is the one, the uniform, the boundless, symposium, just like the idea of the good that lies beyond everything that is conditional and multiform, i.e., good only in a certain respect, republic. The beautiful in itself shows itself to be as much beyond all beings as is the good in itself, epikina. Thus the order of being that consists in the orientation toward the one good agrees with the order of the beautiful. The path of love that Diotima teaches leads beyond beautiful bodies to beautiful souls, and from there to beautiful institutions, customs, and laws, and finally to the sciences, for example, to the beautiful relations of numbers found in mathematics, to this wide ocean of beautiful utterance 117, and leads beyond all that. We may ask whether the movement beyond the sphere of what is perceptually visible into that of the intelligible really involves a differentiation and increase of the beauty of the beautiful and not just of the being that is beautiful. But Plato obviously means that the teleological order of being is also an order of beauty, that beauty appears more purely and clearly in the sphere of the intelligible than in that of the visible, which is muddied by the inharmonious and the imperfect. Similarly, medieval philosophy linked the idea of the beautiful so closely with that of the good, the bonum, that it failed to understand a classical passage from Aristotle on the kalon. The translation here simply rendered the word kalon as bonum. 118. The basis of the close connection between the idea of the beautiful and that of the ideological order of being is the Pythagorean and Platonic concept of measure. Plato defines the beautiful in terms of measure, appropriateness, and right proportions, and Aristotle states that the elements, ida, of the beautiful are order, taxis, right proportions, symmetria, and definition, horismonon, and he finds these paradigmatically exemplified in mathematics. Further, the close connection between the mathematical orders of the beautiful and the order of the heavens means that the cosmos, the model of all visible harmony, is at the same time the supreme example of beauty in the visible sphere. Harmonious proportion, symmetry, is the decisive condition of all beauty. As we can see, this kind of definition of the beautiful is a universal ontological one. Here nature and art are not in antithesis to each other. This means, of course, that in regard to beauty the priority of nature is unquestioned. Art may take advantage of gaps in the natural order of being to perfect its beauties. But that certainly does not mean that beauty is to be found primarily in art. As long as the order of being is itself seen as divine or as God's creation, and the latter is the case until the 18th century, the exceptional case of art can be seen only within the horizon of this order of being. We have described above how it was only in the 19th century that the problems of aesthetics were transferred to art. We can now see that there was a metaphysical process behind this. This switch to the point of view of art ontologically presupposes a mass of being thought of as formless or ruled by mechanical laws. The artistic mind of man, which mechanically constructs useful things, will ultimately understand all beauty in terms of the work of his own mind. Accordingly, only at the frontiers of the mechanical constructibility of being has modern science been reminded of the independent ontological value of the Gestalt and now introduces the idea of the Gestalt as a supplementary principle of knowledge into the explanation of nature, chiefly into the explanation of living nature, biology and psychology. This does not mean science abandons its fundamental attitude but only that it tries to reach its goal, the domination of being, in a more subtle way. This must be emphasized against the self-conception of modern natural science. 119 At the same time, however, science accepts the beauty of nature, the beauty of art, and the disinterested pleasure they give, but only at its own frontiers, the frontiers of the achieved domination of nature. When describing the reversal of the relationship between the beauty of nature and the beauty of art, we discussed the shift whereby the beauty of nature finally lost its priority to such an extent that it is conceived as a reflection of the mind. We might have added that nature came to be conceived in the way it has been ever since Rousseau, as the mirror image of the concept of art. As the counterpart of the mind, as the non-if, nature became a polemical concept, and as such it has none of the universal ontological dignity possessed by the cosmos, the order of beautiful things. 120. Certainly no one will want simply to reverse this development and try to re-establish the metaphysical dignity of the beautiful that we find in Greek philosophy by reviving the last embodiment of this tradition, the 18th century aesthetics of perfection. However unsatisfactory is the development of aesthetics towards subjectivism that began with Kant, he has convincingly proved the untenability of aesthetic rationalism. Still, it is incorrect to base the metaphysics of the beautiful solely on the ontology of measure and the teleological order of being to which the rationalist aesthetic of rules, which seems so classical, ultimately appeals. The metaphysics of the beautiful is not, in fact, identical to this application of aesthetic rationalism. The return to Plato brings out quite a different aspect of the phenomenon of the beautiful, and this is what is of interest in our hermeneutical inquiry. However closely Plato has linked the idea of the beautiful with that of the good, he is still aware of a difference between the two, and this difference involves the special advantage of the beautiful. We have seen that the intangibility of the good finds an analogue in the beautiful, i.e., in the harmony between the thing and its attendant disclosure, aletheia, in that it too has an ultimate effulgence. But Plato can say, moreover, that in the attempt to grasp the good itself, the good takes flight into the beautiful. 121 Thus the beautiful is distinguished from the absolutely intangible good in that it can be grasped. Foot is part of its own nature to be something that is visibly manifest. The beautiful reveals itself in the search for the good. It is the mark distinguishing the good for the human soul. That which manifests itself in perfect form attracts the longing of love to it. The beautiful disposes people in its favor immediately, whereas models of human virtue can be only obscurely described in the unclear medium of appearances, because they have, as it were, no light of their own. Thus we often succumb to impure imitations and appearances of virtue. The case of the beautiful is different. It has its own radiance, so that we are not seduced here by deceptive copies. For beauty alone has this quality, that it is what is most radiant, ekphanestodon, and lovely. 122. Through the anagogical function of the beautiful, which Plato has described in unforgettable terms, a structural characteristic of the being of the beautiful becomes visible, and with it an element of the structure of being in general. Obviously what distinguishes the beautiful from the good is that the beautiful of itself presents itself, that its being is such that it makes itself immediately evident, einleuchtend. This means that beauty has the most important ontological function, that of mediating between idea and appearance. This is the metaphysical crux of Platonism. It finds its concrete form in the concept of participation, methexis, and concerns both the relation of the appearance to the idea and the relation of the ideas to one another. As we learn from the Phaedrus, it is not accidental that Plato likes to illustrate this controversial relation of participation by the example of the beautiful. The idea of the beautiful is truly present, whole and undivided, in what is beautiful. Hence, through the example of the beautiful, the parousia of the eidos that Plato has in mind can be made evident and, by contrast to the logical difficulties of participation in the being of becoming, the thing itself can be offered in evidence. Being present belongs in a convincing way to the being of the beautiful itself. However much beauty might be experienced as the reflection of something superterrestrial, it is still there in the visible world. That it really is something different, a being of another order, is seen in its mode of appearance. It appears suddenly, and just as suddenly, without any transition, it disappears again. If we must speak with Plato of a hiatus, chorismos, between the world of the senses and the world of ideas, this is where it is and this is where it is also overcome. The beautiful appears not only in what is visibly present to the senses, but it does so in such a way that it really exists only through it, i.e., emerges as one out of the whole. The beautiful is of itself truly most radiant, to ekphanestodon. The sharp division between the beautiful and what has no share in the beautiful is, moreover, a fact that is well established phenomenologically. Aristotle 123 says of well-formed works that nothing can be added to them and nothing taken away. The sensible mean, exactness of proportion, is part of the oldest definition of the beautiful. We need only think of the sensitivity to the tonal harmonies from which music is constructed. Radiance, then, is not only one of the qualities of the beautiful but constitutes its actual being. The distinguishing mark of the beautiful, namely that it immediately attracts the desire of the human soul to it, is founded in its mode of being. The proportionateness of the thing does not simply let it be what it is but also causes it to emerge as a harmonious whole that is proportioned within itself. This is the disclosure, aletheia, of which Plato speaks in the Philebus and which is part of the nature of the beautiful. 124 Beauty is not simply symmetry but appearance itself. It is related to the idea of shining, shinen, also, to appear. To shine means to shine on something, and so to make that on which the light falls appear. Beauty has the mode of being of light. This means not only that without light nothing beautiful can appear, Nothing can be beautiful. It also means that the beauty of a beautiful thing appears in it as light, as a radiance. It makes itself manifest. In fact, the universal mode of being of light is to be reflected in itself in this way. Light is not only the brightness of that on which it shines, by making something else visible, it is visible itself, and it is not visible in any other way than by making something else visible. The reflective nature of light was already brought out in classical thought, 125, and correlatively the idea of reflection that plays such an important role in modern philosophy originally belongs to the sphere of optics. Obviously it is because of its reflective nature that light combines seeing and the visible, so that without light there can be neither seeing nor anything visible. We recognize the consequences of this trivial observation when we consider the relation of light to the beautiful and the extent of the meaning covered by the beautiful. It is actually light that makes visible things into shapes that are both beautiful and good. But the beautiful is not limited to the sphere of the visible. It is, as we saw, the mode of appearance of the good in general, of being as it ought to be. The light in which not only the realm of the visible but also that of the intelligible is articulated, is not the light of the sun but the light of the mind, of new. Plato's profound analogy 126 already alluded to this. From it Aristotle developed the doctrine of new and, following him, medieval Christian thought developed that of the intellectus agens. The mind that unfolds from within itself a multiplicity of what is thought as present to itself and what is thought. The Christian doctrine of the word, the verbum creans, which we have considered at some length above, follows the Platonic and Neoplatonic metaphysics of light. We have described the ontological structure of the beautiful as the mode of appearing that causes things to emerge in their proportions and their outline, and the same holds for the realm of the intelligible. The light that causes everything to emerge in such a way that it is evident and comprehensible in itself is the light of the word. Thus the close relationship that exists between the shining forth, Vorscheinen, of the beautiful and the evidentness, das Einleuchtend, of the understandable is based on the metaphysics of light. 127 This was precisely the relation that guided our hermeneutical inquiry. The reader will recall that the analysis of the nature of the work of art led to the question of hermeneutics and that this expanded into a universal inquiry. All this took place without any reference to the metaphysics of light. If we now consider the connection between the latter and our inquiry, we are helped by the fact that the structure of light can obviously be detached from the Neoplatonic and Christian metaphysical theory of the at once sensible and intellectual source of light. This is already clear from Augustine's dogmatic interpretation of the creation story. Augustine notes 128 that light is created before the differentiation of things and the creation of the light-giving heavenly bodies. But he puts special emphasis on the fact that the first creation of heaven and earth takes place without the divine word. Only when light is created does God speak for the first time. Augustine interprets this speech, by means of which light is commanded and created, as the coming into being of mental light, by means of which the difference among created things is made possible. It is only through light that the formlessness of the first created mass of heaven and earth is rendered capable of being shaped into a multiplicity of forms. In Augustine's ingenious interpretation of Genesis we can discern the first hint of the speculative interpretation of language that we have elaborated in the structural analysis of the hermeneutical experience of the world, according to which the multiplicity of what is thought proceeds only from the unity of the word. We can also see that the metaphysics of light brings out a side of the classical concept of the beautiful that is justified apart from the context of substance metaphysics and the metaphysical relationship to the infinite divine mind. Thus our analysis of the place of the beautiful in classical Greek philosophy shows that this aspect of metaphysics has a productive significance for us also. 129 That being is self-presentation and that all understanding is an event, this first and last insight transcends the horizon of substance metaphysics as well as the metamorphosis of the concept of substance into the concepts of subjectivity and scientific objectivity. Thus the metaphysics of the beautiful has implications for our inquiry. Now it is no longer a question, as it seemed in the 19th century, of justifying the truth claim of art and the artistic, or even that of history and the methodology of the human sciences, in terms of theory of science. Now we are concerned, rather, with the much more general task of establishing the ontological background of the hermeneutical experience of the world. The metaphysics of the beautiful can be used to illuminate 2 points that follow from the relation between the radiance of the beautiful and the evidentness of the intelligible. The first is that both the appearance of the beautiful and the mode of being of understanding have the character of an event. The second, that the hermeneutical experience, as the experience of traditionary meaning, has a share in the immediacy which has always distinguished the experience of the beautiful, as it has that of all evidence of truth. 1. First, against the background of traditional speculation on light and beauty, let us justify our assigning primacy to the activity of the thing in hermeneutical experience. It is now clear that we are not concerned here with either mythology or a mere dialectical reversal in the manner of Hegel, but with the continuing influence of an ancient truth that has been able to assert itself against modern scientific methodology. This is seen from the very etymology of the concepts we use. We have said that, like everything meaningful, the beautiful is einleuchtend, clearly evident, shining in. This concept of evidentness belongs to the tradition of rhetoric. The eikos, the verisimilar, the probable, wahrscheinliche, true shining, the evident, belong in a series of things that defend their rightness against the truth and certainty of what is proved and known. Let us recall that we assigned a special importance to the sensus communis. 130 Also there may be an echo of the mystical, pietistic sounding illuminatio, illumination, Erleuchtung, in the idea of einleuchten, an echo that can also be heard in the sensus communis, for instance in Oetinger 131. At any rate, it is not by chance that the metaphor of light is used in both spheres. The thing itself compels us to speak of an event and of an activity of the thing. What is evident, einleuchtend, is always something that is said, a proposal, a plan, a conjecture, an argument, or something of the sort. The idea is always that what is evident has not been proved and is not absolutely certain, but it asserts itself by reason of its own merit within the realm of the possible and probable. Thus we can even admit that an argument has something evidently true about it, even though we are presenting a counter-argument. How it is to be reconciled with the whole of what we ourselves consider correct is left open. It is only said that it is evident in itself, i.e., that there is something in its favor. The connection with the beautiful is manifest. The beautiful charms us, without its being immediately integrated with the whole of our orientations and evaluations. Indeed, just as the beautiful is a kind of experience that stands out like an enchantment and an adventure within the whole of our experience and presents a special task of hermeneutical integration, what is evident is always something surprising as well, like a new light being turned on, expanding the range of what we can take into consideration. The hermeneutical experience belongs in this sphere because it too is the event of a genuine experience. This is in fact always the case when something speaks to us from tradition. There is something evident about what is said, though that does not imply it is, in every detail, secured, judged, and decided. The tradition asserts its own truth in being understood, and disturbs the horizon that had, until then, surrounded us. It is a real experience in the sense we have shown. The event of the beautiful and the hermeneutical process both presuppose the finiteness of human life. We might even ask whether the beautiful can be experienced by an infinite mind in the same way that it can be by us. Can this mind see anything other than the beauty of the whole that lies before it? The radiance of the beautiful seems to be something reserved to finite human experience. There was a similar problem in medieval thought, namely how beauty can be in God if he is one and not many. Only Nicholas of Cusa's theory of the complicatio of the many in God offers a satisfactory solution, cf. The Sermo de Pulchritude of Nicholas of Cusa, cited above, p. 473. From this it seems to follow that, as in Hegel's philosophy of infinite knowledge, art is a form of representation that is superseded in the concept and in philosophy. Similarly, the universality of the hermeneutical experience would not be available to an infinite mind, for it develops out of itself all meaning, all noeton, and thinks all that can be thought in the perfect contemplation of itself. The God of Aristotle, as well as the spirit of Hegel, has left philosophy, this movement of finite existence, behind. None of the gods philosophizes, says Plato. 132. The fact that we have been able to refer several times to Plato, even though Greek logos philosophy revealed the ground of hermeneutical experience only in a very fragmentary way, is due to this feature of the Platonic view of beauty, which is like an undercurrent in the history of Aristotelian and scholastic metaphysics, sometimes rising to the surface, as in Neoplatonic and Christian mysticism and in theological and philosophical spiritualism. It was in this tradition of Platonism that the conceptual vocabulary required for thought about the finiteness of human life was developed. 133 The continuity of this Platonic tradition is attested by the affinity between the Platonic theory of beauty and the idea of a universal hermeneutics. 2. If we start from the basic ontological view that being is language, i.e., self-presentation, as revealed to us by the hermeneutical experience of being, then there follows not only the event character of the beautiful and the event structure of all understanding. Just as the mode of being of the beautiful proved to be characteristic of being in general, so the same thing can be shown to be true of the concept of truth. We can start from the metaphysical tradition, but here too we must ask what aspects of it apply to hermeneutical experience. According to traditional metaphysics, the truth of what exists is one of its transcendental qualities and is closely related to goodness, which again brings in beauty. Thus we may recall St. Thomas' statement that the beautiful is to be defined in terms of knowledge, The good in terms of desire. 134 The beautiful is that in the vision of which desire comes to rest, cuius ipsa apprehensio placet. The beautiful has an orientation not only toward goodness but towards the cognitive faculty, addit supra bonum quemdem ordinum ad vim cognoscitivum. The radiance of the beautiful appears here like a light that shines over what is formed, lux splendens super formatum. By again appealing to Plato, we can again attempt to free this statement from its connection to the metaphysical doctrine of forma. Plato was the first to show that the essential element in the beautiful was aletheia, and it is clear what he means by this. The beautiful, the way in which goodness appears, reveals itself in its being, it presents itself. What presents itself in this way is not different from itself in presenting itself. It is not one thing for itself and another for others, nor is it something that exists through something else. Beauty is not radiance shed on a form from without. Rather, the ontological constitution of the form itself is to be radiant, to present itself in this way. From this, then, it follows that in regard to beauty the beautiful must always be understood ontologically as an image. It makes no difference whether it itself or its copy appears. As we have seen, the metaphysical distinction of the beautiful was that it closed the gap between the idea and the appearance. It is certainly an idea i.e., it belongs to an order of being that rises above the flux of appearances as something constant in itself. But equally certain is that it is itself that appears. As we saw, this is by no means an objection to the doctrine of ideas but the concentrated exemplification of its problem. Where Plato appeals to the evidentness of the beautiful, he does not need to insist on the contrast between the thing itself and its copy. It is the beautiful itself that both creates and supersedes this contrast. Plato is likewise important for the problem of truth. In analyzing the work of art we have endeavored to show that self-presentation is to be regarded as the true being of the work of art. To this end we invoked the concept of play, and this directed us into more general contexts. For we saw there that the truth of what presents itself in play is properly neither believed nor not believed outside the play situation. 135. In the aesthetic sphere this is obvious. Even when the poet is honored as a seer, his poetry, for example, Hölderlin's Song of the Return of the Gods, is not actually regarded as a prophecy. Rather, the poet is a seer because he himself presents what is, was, and will be, and hence he himself attests to what he proclaims. It is true that poetic utterance has something ambiguous about it, like an oracle. But this is precisely where its hermeneutical truth lies. If we regard it as something that is simply aesthetic, non-binding, and lacking in existential seriousness, we are obviously failing to see how fundamental is the finitude of man for the hermeneutical experience of the world. It is not the weakness but the strength of the oracle that it is ambiguous. Whoever would put Hölderlin or Rilke to the proof to see if they really believe in their gods or angels is missing the point. 136. Kant's fundamental definition of aesthetic pleasure as disinterested pleasure has not only the negative implication that the pleasurable object cannot be employed as something useful or desired as something good but also the positive one that really existing can add nothing to the aesthetic content of pleasure, to the sheer sight of a thing, because aesthetic being is, precisely, self-presentation. Only from the moral standpoint is there an interest in the real, factual existence of the beautiful, for example, in the Song of the Nightingale, the imitation of which was, for Kant, somehow morally offensive. Whether, from the fact that aesthetic being is so constituted, it really follows that truth must not be sought here because nothing is known here, is the question. In our analyses of the aesthetic we discuss the narrowness of the concept of knowledge that limited Kant's position in this matter, and from the question of the truth of art we found our way into hermeneutics, where art and history were combined for us. Even with regard to the hermeneutical phenomenon it seemed an unjustified limitation to regard the process of understanding solely as the immanent effort of a philological consciousness that is indifferent to the truth of its texts. On the other hand, it was clear that the understanding of texts did not mean that the question of truth was decided in advance from the standpoint of a superior knowledge of the subject matter, or that in understanding one was enjoying one's own superior knowledge of the object. Rather, the whole value of hermeneutical experience, like the significance of history for human knowledge in general, seemed to consist in the fact that here we are not simply filing things in pigeonholes but that what we encounter in a tradition says something to us. Understanding, then, does not consist in a technical virtuosity of understanding everything written. Rather, it is a genuine experience, a Erfahrung, i.e., an encounter with something that asserts itself as truth. The fact that such an encounter takes place in verbal interpretation, for reasons we have discussed, and that the phenomenon of language and understanding proves to be a universal model of being and knowledge in general, enables us to define more exactly the meaning of the truth at play in understanding. We have seen that the words that bring something into language are themselves a speculative event. Their truth lies in what is said in them, and not in an intention locked in the impotence of subjective particularity. Let us remember that understanding what someone says is not an achievement of empathy in which one divines the inner life of the speaker. Certainly it is true of all understanding that what is said acquires its determinacy in part through a supplementing of meaning from occasional sources. But this determination by situation and context, which fills out what is said to a totality of meaning and makes what is said really said, pertains not to the speaker but to what is spoken. Accordingly, poetic utterance proved to be the special case of a meaning that has dissolved into and been embodied in the utterance. The coming into language that occurs in a poem is like entering into relationships of order that support and guarantee the truth of what is said. All coming into language, and not just the poetic, has about it something of this quality of self-attestation. Where the word breaks off, no thing may be. As we emphasized, speaking is never just subsuming individual things under universal concepts. In using words, what is given to the senses is not put at our disposal as an individual case of a universal, it is itself made present in what is said, just as the idea of the beautiful is present in what is beautiful. What we mean by truth here can best be defined again in terms of our concept of play. The weight of the things we encounter in understanding plays itself out in a linguistic event, a play of words playing around and about what is meant. Language games exist where we, as learners, and when do we cease to be that? Rise to the understanding of the world. Here it is worth recalling what we said about the nature of play, namely that the player's actions should not be considered subjective actions, since it is, rather, the game itself that plays, for it draws the players into itself and thus itself becomes the actual subjectum of the playing. 137 The analog in the present case is neither playing with language nor with the contents of the experience of the world or of tradition that speak to us, but the play of language itself, which addresses us, proposes and withdraws, asks and fulfills itself in the answer. Thus, understanding is not playing, in the sense that the person understanding playfully holds himself back and refuses to take a stand with respect to the claim made on him. The freedom of self-possession necessary for one to withhold oneself in this way is not given here, and this, in fact, is what applying the concept of play to understanding implies. Someone who understands is always already drawn into an event through which meaning asserts itself. So it is well founded for us to use the same concept of play for the hermeneutical phenomenon as for the experience of the beautiful. When we understand a text, what is meaningful in it captivates us just as the beautiful captivates us. It has asserted itself and captivated us before we can come to ourselves and be in a position to test the claim to meaning that it makes. What we encounter in the experience of the beautiful and in understanding the meaning of tradition really has something of the truth of play about it. In understanding we are drawn into an event of truth and arrive, as it were, too late, if we want to know what we are supposed to believe. Thus there is undoubtedly no understanding that is free of all prejudices, however much the will of our knowledge must be directed toward escaping their thrall. Throughout our investigation it has emerged that the certainty achieved by using scientific methods does not suffice to guarantee truth. This especially applies to the human sciences, but it does not mean that they are less scientific. On the contrary, it justifies the claim to special humane significance that they have always made. The fact that in such knowledge the knower's own being comes into play certainly shows the limits of method, but not of science. Rather, what the tool of method does not achieve must, and really can, be achieved by a discipline of questioning and inquiring, a discipline that guarantees truth. Appendices. Appendix I, to p.34. The concept of style is one of the undiscussed assumptions on which historical consciousness lives. A brief glance at the fairly unexplored history of the word will tell us why this is so. The concept has arisen, as generally happens, by a word being lifted out of the original sphere of its application. Now this new sense is not primarily historical but normative. Thus in the modern tradition of classical rhetoric, the word style replaces what was called in the latter the genera dicendi and is therefore a normative concept. Different modes of speaking and writing are appropriate to particular purposes and contents, and their special demands. These are called different styles. It is clear that this view of different styles and their right application also implies the possibility of a wrong application. A person who possesses the art of writing and expressing himself needs to observe a correct style. It appears that the concept of style first emerged in French jurisprudence and meant the manière de procéder, i.e., the way of conducting a trial that satisfied particular legal requirements. After the 16th century the word is used in a general way to describe the manner in which something is presented in language. One obviously behind this usage is the view that certain a priori demands, especially, for example, unity, are made of artistic representation, and these are independent of the content of what is represented. The examples compiled by Panofsky 2 and W. Hoffman 3 mention, apart from the word style, the words maniera and gusto for this normative idea, which establishes a generic ideal of style. But beyond this there is also, from the outset, the personal use of the word. A style is also the individual hand that is recognizable everywhere in the works of the same artist. This transferred meaning probably comes from the ancient practice of canonizing classical representatives of particular genera discendi. Viewed in terms of the concept, the use of the word style for a so-called personal style is in fact a logical application of the same meaning, for style in this sense also designates a unity in the variety of the works, i.e., the way in which an artist's characteristic mode of representation distinguishes him from any other. This emerges also in Goethe's use of the word, which became generally accepted. Goethe derives his concept of style from a distinction between it and the concept of manner and obviously combines both elements. For an artist creates a style when he is no longer just engaged in imitation but is also fashioning a language for himself. Although he ties himself to the given phenomenon, this is not a fetter for him. He can still express himself in the process. Rare though the correspondence is between faithful imitation and an individual manner, or way of understanding, this is precisely what constitutes style. Thus a normative element is also included in the idea of personal style. The nature, the essence of things remains the basic foundation of knowledge and art, from which the great artist cannot move away, and because of this connection with the nature of things, for Goethe the personal use of the word style still clearly retains a normative sense. Here it is easy to recognize the classicist ideal. But Goethe's usage reveals the conceptual content that the word style always has. Style is by no means a mere peculiarity of expression, it always refers to something fixed and objective that is binding on individual forms of expression. This also explains how this idea comes to be applied as a historical category. For the retrospective historical gaze regards the taste of a particular time as something binding, and hence applying the concept of style to the history of art is a natural consequence of historical consciousness. It is true, however, that here the sense of the aesthetic norm that was originally implied in the concept of style, verostyle, has been lost in favor of a descriptive function. This by no means settles the question whether the idea of style deserves the exclusive place it has won in the history of art, nor whether it can be applied, apart from the history of art, to other historical phenomena, for example, political action. As far as the first of these questions is concerned, the historical concept of style seems undoubtedly legitimate wherever the only aesthetic criterion is the connection with a dominant taste. Thus it is true primarily of all decoration, the fundamental purpose of which is not to exist for itself but for something else, and to bring it into conformity with the unity of a life context. It is obvious that the decorative is a subsidiary quality that belongs to something that has another purpose, i.e., a use. We may ask ourselves, however, whether it is right to extend the point of view of the history of style to so-called free works of art. We have already seen that even a so-called free work of art has its original place in a life context. A person who wants to understand it cannot use it to give him particular experiences, but must find the right attitude, and that means primarily the right historical attitude, to it. Therefore even here there are stylistic demands that cannot be infringed. But this does not mean that a work of art has significance only in terms of a history of style. Here Zedelmeier is quite right with his critique of the history of style. 5 The classificatory interest satisfied by the history of style really has nothing to do with the artistic element. Nevertheless the concept of style still retains its significance for the proper study of art. For even the aesthetic structural analysis that Zedelmeier calls for must obviously, through what it calls the right attitude, Einstellung, take account of the demands made by the history of style. This is quite clear in the case of arts that require performance, music, theater, dance, etc. The performance must be stylistically faithful. We must know what is called for both by the style of the time and by the personal style of a master. Of course this knowledge is not everything. A performance that was historically faithful would not be a genuine artistic performance, i.e., the work would not present itself to us in it as a work of art, rather, it would be, insofar as such a thing is at all possible, a didactic product or merely material for historical research, which the recordings conducted by the master himself will finally become. Nevertheless, even the most vital recreation of a work is subject to certain limitations as a result of the question of the right historical style, and it must not fail to take account of these. Style belongs, in fact, to the fundamental basis of art, it is one of its inevitable conditions, and what emerges in the question of performance is obviously true also for our general receptive attitude to art of all kinds. Performance, after all, is nothing but a particular kind of mediation facilitating our reception of art. Like that of taste, with which it is related, cf. the word stilgefühl, feeling for style. The concept of style is inadequate to describe the experience of art and the scholarly understanding of it. It is adequate only in the sphere of decoration, but it is necessarily presupposed wherever art is to be understood. This concept can now also be applied to political history. Actions can have style, and a style can be expressed even in a series of events. The word is meant here primarily in a normative sense. If we say of an action that it has great style or real style, then we are judging it from an aesthetic point of view. 6 Even if we are trying to describe a particular style of political action, this is fundamentally an aesthetic concept of style. In manifesting this style in action, we are making ourselves visible to others, so that they know with whom they have to deal. Here, too, style means a unity of expression. However, let us consider whether we can use this concept of style as a historical category. Transferring the concept of style from the history of art to history in general involves viewing historical events not in their own significance but in relation to a totality of forms of expression characteristic of their time. But the historical significance of an event does not have to be identical with its cognitive value as an expression of its time, and it is misleading to imagine that we have understood it if we have understood it solely in this way, as an expressive phenomenon. If, in fact, we extend the concept of style to history in general, as has been discussed by Erich Rothacker in particular, and expect this to yield us historical knowledge, then we are compelled to assume that history itself obeys an inner logos. This may be true for particular lines of development that we pursue, but this kind of history is not really history. It is the construction of ideal types which, as Max Weber's critique of the organologues has shown, is legitimate only as a description. Viewing events in terms of the history of style, like viewing art only in terms of the history of style, fails to take account of the essential fact that something is taking place in it and we are not just being presented with an intelligible series of events. Here we have reached the limits of intellectual history, Geistesgeschichte. Appendix 2, to p. 141. Occasionality must appear as a meaningful element within a work's total claim to meaning and not as the trace of the particular circumstances that are, as it were, hidden behind the work and are to be revealed by interpretation. If the latter were the case, this would imply that it would be possible to understand the meaning of the whole only by re-establishing the original situation. If, however, occasionality is an element of meaning within the work itself, then the reverse is the case, namely that understanding the meaning of the work also makes it possible for the historian to experience something of the original situation into which the work speaks. Our fundamental analyses of the nature of aesthetic being have given the idea of occasionality a new justification that goes beyond all its particular forms. The play of art is not as transcendent of space and time as the aesthetic consciousness maintains. Even if we recognize this in principle, however, we cannot speak of time erupting into the game, as does Carl Schmitt in regard to Hamlet in his book Der Einbruch der Zeit in das Spiel. No doubt the historian can take an interest in investigating those relations in the forming of the play of art that weave it into its time. But in my view Schmitt underestimates the difficulty of this task. He thinks that it is possible to recognize that fissure in the work through which contemporary reality shines and which reveals the contemporary function of the work. But this procedure is full of methodological difficulties, as the example of Platonic scholarship teaches us. Although it is right, in principle, to exclude the prejudices of a pure aesthetics of experience, Erlebnis, and to situate the play of art within its historical and political context, it seems to me wrong to expect one to read Hamlet like a Roman octave. An eruption of time into the play which would be recognizable as a fissure within it is, it seems to me, precisely what we do not have here. For the play itself there is no antithesis of time and art, as Schmitt assumes. Rather, the play draws time into its play. This is the great power of literature which makes it possible for it to belong, ungehört, to its own time and through which its time listens, hört, to it. In this general sense, it is true, Hamlet is full of political relevance. But if we are reading out of it the poet's concealed support for Essex and James, then the work can hardly prove this. Even if the poet really belonged to this party, the play he has written would conceal his partisanship so that even the perspicacity of Schmitt would fail to see it. If he wanted to reach his public, the poet undoubtedly had to consider the counterparty within it. So what we are really seeing here is the eruption of play into time. Since the play is ambiguous, it can have its effect, which cannot be predicted, only in being played. Its nature is not to be an instrument of masked goals that need only have been unmasked in order to be unambiguously understood, but it remains, as an artistic play, in an indissoluble ambiguity. The occasionality it contains is not a per-given relation through which alone everything acquires its true significance. On the contrary, it is the work itself whose expressive power fills out this, like every other, occasion. Thus, in my opinion, Schmidt falls victim to a false historicism when, for example, he interprets politically the fact that Shakespeare leaves the question of the Queen's guilt open, and sees this as a taboo. In fact, it is part of the reality of a play that it leaves an indefinite space around its real theme. A play in which everything is completely motivated creaks like a machine. It would be a false reality if the action could all be calculated out like an equation. Rather, it becomes a play of reality when it does not tell the spectator everything, but only a little more than he customarily understands in his daily round. The more that remains open, the more freely does the process of understanding succeed, i.e., the process of transposing what is shown in the play to one's own world and, of course, also to the world of one's own political experience. To leave an enormous amount open seems to me the essence of a fruitful fable and myth. Thanks precisely to its open indeterminacy, myth is able to produce constant new invention from within itself, with the thematic horizon continuously shifting in different directions. We need only think of the many attempts to treat the Faust theme, from Marlowe to Paul Valéry. If we see a political intention in leaving things open, as Carl Schmitt does when he speaks of the taboo of the Queen, then we are failing to recognize the nature of artistic play, namely the playing itself out by trying out possibilities. The self-playing out of play does not take place in a closed world of aesthetic appearance, but as a constant integration in time. The productive ambiguity that constitutes the essence of a work of art is only another way of expressing the play's essential characteristic of continually becoming a new event. In this fundamental sense, understanding in the human sciences moves very close to the immediate experience of the work of art. Scholarly understanding too allows the meaningful dimension of tradition to play itself out and consists in testing it. Precisely for this reason it is itself an event, as is shown in the course of our present investigation. Appendix 3, to p. 253. Leuth's discussion of Heidegger's interpretation 7 of Nietzsche, though it raises some objections that are justified in detail, suffers from the general weakness that, without realizing it, he is playing off Nietzsche's ideal of naturalness against the principle of the formation of ideals. This is to make unintelligible what Heidegger means when, with conscious exaggeration, he places Nietzsche in the same line as Aristotle, and this does not mean that he places him at the same point. On the other hand, however, Leuth is led by this short circuit to the absurdity of himself treating Nietzsche's doctrine of the eternal return as a kind of Aristotle redivivus. Indeed, for Aristotle the eternal cycle of nature was a self-evident aspect of being. For him the moral and this, like every other, occasion. Thus, in my opinion, Schmitt falls victim to a false historicism when, for example, he interprets politically the fact that Shakespeare leaves the question of the Queen's guilt open, and sees this as a taboo. In fact, it is part of the reality of a play that it leaves an indefinite space around its real theme. A play in which everything is completely motivated creaks like a machine. It would be a false reality if the action could all be calculated out like an equation. Rather, it becomes a play of reality when it does not tell the spectator everything, but only a little more than he customarily understands in his daily round. The more that remains open, the more freely does the process of understanding succeed, i.e., the process of transposing what is shown in the play to one's own world and, of course, also to the world of one's own political experience. To leave an enormous amount open seems to me the essence of a fruitful fable and myth. Thanks precisely to its open indeterminacy, myth is able to produce constant new invention from within itself, with the thematic horizon continuously shifting in different directions. We need only think of the many attempts to treat the Faust theme, from Marlowe to Paul Valéry. If we see a political intention in leaving things open, as Carl Schmitt does when he speaks of the taboo of the Queen, then we are failing to recognize the nature of artistic play, namely the playing itself out by trying out possibilities. The self-playing out of play does not take place in a closed world of aesthetic appearance, but as a constant integration in time. The productive ambiguity that constitutes the essence of a work of art is only another way of expressing the play's essential characteristic of continually becoming a new event. In this fundamental sense, understanding in the human sciences moves very close to the immediate experience of the work of art. Scholarly understanding too allows the meaningful dimension of tradition to play itself out and consists in testing it. Precisely for this reason it is itself an event, as is shown in the course of our present investigation. Appendix 3, to p. 253. Leuth's discussion of Heidegger's interpretation 7 of Nietzsche, though it raises some objections that are justified in detail, suffers from the general weakness that, without realizing it, He is playing off Nietzsche's ideal of naturalness against the principle of the formation of ideals. This is to make unintelligible what Heidegger means when, with conscious exaggeration, he places Nietzsche in the same line as Aristotle, and this does not mean that he places him at the same point. On the other hand, however, Lowith is led by this short circuit to the absurdity of himself treating Nietzsche's doctrine of the eternal return as a kind of Aristotle redivivus. Indeed, for Aristotle the eternal cycle of nature was a self-evident aspect of being. For him the moral and that of those great figures who have been responsible for the development of intellectual life and who, before the development of historical consciousness, assimilated tradition uncritically. It is only the fact that Heidegger takes account of the criteria of science and from time to time tries by literary critical means to justify his productive assimilation of tradition which challenges such criticism. This does not affect the accuracy of his analysis of understanding, but is a fundamental confirmation of it. It is always part of understanding that the view that has to be understood must assert itself against the power of those tendencies of meaning that dominate the interpreter. Precisely because the thing itself makes a claim on us, it is necessary for us to exert ourselves hermeneutically. But on the other hand, it is impossible to understand tradition without accepting the claim of its subject matter, unless in the total indifference of psychological or historical interpretation to the subject matter which supervenes when we no longer in fact. Appendix V. To p.421 It is strange that such a fine Plotinus scholar as Richard Harder criticizes, in his last lecture before his death, the idea of the source because of its scientific origin, Keloter tradition. Sources de Platon, Entretien Fondation Hart v. 7, 1960, 325-39. However justified the criticism of a superficial source study, the concept of the source has a better justification than that. As a philosophical metaphor it is of Platonic and Neoplatonic origin. The dominant image is that of the springing up of pure and fresh water from invisible depths. This is seen in, among other things, the frequent combination of Pachkai Arch, Phaedrus 245c, as well as often in Philo and Plotinus. As a philological term the concept of fons was first introduced in the age of humanism, but there it does not primarily refer to the concept that we know from the study of sources, rather, the maxim ad fontes, the return to the sources, is to be understood as a reference to the original undistorted truth of the classical authors. 10 This, again, confirms our observation that, in its dealings with texts, philology understands what is found in them as truth. The transition of the concept into the technical meaning familiar to us doubtless retains something of the original connotation, in that the source is distinguished from a faulty reproduction or assimilation. This explains, in particular, why we use the concept of source only in regard to the tradition of literature. Only what has come down to us in language gives us constant and full information about what it contains. It is not merely to be interpreted, like other documents and remnants, but allows us to draw directly from the source, i.e., to measure later derivations against and by the source. These are not scientific images, but come from the spirit of language. They offer fundamental confirmation of Harder's remark that sources need not become muddied by being used. There is always fresh water pouring out of a source, and it is the same with the true sources of the human spirit that we find in tradition. Studying them is so rewarding precisely because they always have something more to yield than has yet been taken from them. Appendix Phi, on the concept of expression, to pp.330 and 462. The whole of our investigation shows why the concept of expression must be purified of its modern subjectivist flavor and referred back to its original grammatical and rhetorical sense. The word expression corresponds to the Latin expressio, exprimere, which is used to describe the mental origin of speech and writing, verbus exprimere. But in German the word Ausdruck has an early history in the language of mysticism, pointing back to Neoplatonic coinage, that is still in need of investigation. Outside the writings of mysticism the word comes into general usage only in the 18th century. Then its meaning is expanded and it passes into aesthetic theory also, where it supplants the concept of imitation. But there is still no trace of the subjectivist element that an expression is the expression of something interior, namely of an experience, Erlebnis. 11 The dominant aspect is that of communication and communicability, i.e., it is a question of finding the expression. 12 But to find the expression means to find an expression that aims at making an impression, that is, it is not an expression in the sense of an expression of an experience. This is particularly true in the terminology of music. 13 18th century musical theory of the emotions does not imply that one expresses oneself in music, but that music expresses something, namely emotions, which, in their turn, are to make an impression. We find the same thing in aesthetics with, say, Sulzer, 1765, expression is not to be understood primarily as an expression of one's own feelings, but as an expression that arouses feelings. Nevertheless, the second half of the 18th century is already far along the path toward the subjectification of the concept of expression. When, for example, Sulzer attacks the younger Riccoboni, who regards the art of the actor as that of representation and not of feeling, he is already considering sincerity of feeling as essential in aesthetic representation. Similarly, he supplements the espressivo of music with the psychological substructure of the composer's feeling. We are here confronted with a transition from the rhetorical tradition to the psychology of experience, Erlebnis. However, the concern with the essence of the expression, and of aesthetic expression in particular, still remains related to the metaphysical context, which is of Neoplatonic origin. For an expression is never merely a sign that points back to something else, something within. Rather, what is expressed is itself present in the expression. For example, anger is present in angry furrows in the face. The modern diagnostics of expression knows this as well as Aristotle did. Obviously, it is part of the nature of living things that the one is present in the other in this way. This has been specifically recognized in philosophical usage, as when Spinoza sees exprimere and expressio as a fundamental ontological concept, and when, following him, Hegel sees the true reality of the mind and the objective significance of expression as representation and utterance, and uses this to support his critique of the subjectivism of reflection. So also do Hölderlin and Sinclair, for whom the concept of the expression acquires a central place. 14 Language as the product of creative reflection, which produces a poem, is the expression of a living, but particular whole. The meaning of this theory of expression has obviously been wholly distorted by the subjectivizing and psychologizing process of the 19th century. In fact, both with Hölderlin and Hegel, the rhetorical tradition is far more important. In the 18th century, expression replaces the act of expression and refers to the lasting form that remains behind as, for example, the impression of a seal. The context of this image becomes quite clear from a passage in Gellert which refers to the fact that our language is not capable of certain kinds of beauty and is a brittle wax that often shatters when we seek to impress on it the images of the spirit. 15. This is ancient Neoplatonic tradition. 16 The point of the metaphor is that the impressed form is not partially but wholly present in all the impressions. This is also the basis of the application of the idea in the emanationist thinking which, according to Rothacker, 17 is everywhere the basis of our historical view of the world. It is clear that the critique of the psychologization of the concept of expression runs through the whole of our present investigation and is at the basis of our critique both of the art of experience, Erlebnis, and of romantic hermeneutics. 18. Supplement I, Hermeneutics and Historicism, 1965. In previous philosophical reflection on the basis of the human sciences there has been hardly any mention of hermeneutics. Hermeneutics was merely an ancillary discipline, a canon of rules regarding the way to handle texts. The only distinctions made were to account for the special nature of particular texts, for example, biblical hermeneutics. And finally there was a rather different ancillary discipline called hermeneutics in the form of legal hermeneutics. It contained the rules for filling gaps in a codified law, and hence had a normative character. But the central philosophical problem presented by the human sciences was considered to be epistemological, by analogy to the natural sciences and their foundation in Kantian philosophy. Kant's critique of pure reason had justified the a priori elements in the experiential knowledge of the natural sciences. Thus the task was to provide a corresponding theoretical justification for the mode of knowledge of the historical sciences. In his Historic J. G. Droysen outlined a very influential methodology of the historical sciences that was to be the equivalent of the Kantian task, and from the outset W. Dilthey, who was to work out the philosophy proper of the historical school, consciously pursued the task of a critique of historical reason. Thus even his own self-conception was epistemological. As we know, he viewed the epistemological foundation of the so-called human sciences in terms of a descriptive and analytical psychology purified of all alien domination by the natural sciences. In carrying out this task, however, Dilthey was led beyond his original epistemological starting point, and so it was he who introduced hermeneutics into philosophy. True, he never entirely gave up the epistemological foundation that he had sought in psychology. His view that experiences, Erlebnisse, are characterized by inner awareness, so that there is not the problem of knowledge of the other, of the non-I, that lay behind Kant's inquiry, remained the basis on which he sought to construct the historical world and the human sciences. But the historical world is not a coherent experience in the way that, in autobiography, history presents itself to the inner world of the subjective consciousness. Historical coherence must, in the end, be understood as a coherence of meanings that wholly transcends the horizon of the individual's experience. It is like an enormous alien text that one needs the help of hermeneutics to decipher. Thus Dilthey is compelled by the nature of the subject matter to search for the passage from psychology to hermeneutics. In endeavoring to provide this hermeneutical foundation for the human sciences, Dilthey found himself in marked contrast to that epistemological school that was attempting at the time to establish a foundation of the human sciences on a neo-Kantian basis, the philosophy of value developed by Windelband and Rickert. The epistemological subject seemed to him a bloodless abstraction, but however much he was himself inspired by the desire for objectivity in the human sciences, he could not get away from the fact that the knowing subject, the understanding historian, does not simply stand over against his object, historical life, but is himself part of the same movement of historical life. Especially in his later years, Dilthey did more and more justice to the idealistic philosophy of identity, because the idealistic concept of the mind contained the same substantial communion between the subject and the object, between the I and the thou, that was contained in his own concept of life. What Georg shrewdly defended against both Husserl and Heidegger as the standpoint of life philosophy, one obviously shared with phenomenology the critique of a naive historical objectivism and the latter's epistemological justification by the philosophy of value promulgated in southwest Germany. The constitution of historical fact by a value relation, convincing as it was, took no account of the way historical knowledge is interwoven with historical events. 2. Let us recall here that the monumental body of work left by Max Weber and first published under the title Wirtschaft und Gesellschaft in 1921 had been planned by him as a Grundrichterverstand den Soziologie. 3. Those parts of this sociological study, prepared for the outline of social economics, that were almost completed are concerned with the sociology of religion, law, and music, whereas political sociology, for example, is treated only in a very fragmentary way. Here we are concerned primarily with the introductory section, written between 1918 and 1920, which is now called a sociological theory of categories. It is an impressive catalogue of concepts on an extremely nominalistic basis, which incidentally, unlike his well-known essay on the logos of 1913, avoids the concept of value, and hence a total reliance on Southwest German neo-Kantianism. Max Weber calls this interpretive, Verstehend, sociology inasmuch as its object is the common meaning of social action. It is true that the meaning that is subjectively intended in the area of social and historical life cannot be only that which is actually meant by the individual actors. Thus, instead of the hermeneutical and methodological concept, we have the conceptually constructed pure type, the ideal typical construction. The whole edifice rests on this basis, which Max Weber calls rationalistic, an edifice which is, in its conception, value-free and neutral, a monumental bastion of objective science, which defends its methodological clarity by a classificatory system and, in those parts that he completed, leads to a great systematic survey of the world of historical experience, Erfahrung. Genuine involvement in the problematic of historicism is avoided by the ascetic approach of his methodology. But the further development of hermeneutical reflection is, in fact, dominated by the question of historicism and hence starts from Dilthey, whose collected works in the 20s soon overshadowed even Ernst Trilch's influence. The fact that Dilthey started with romantic hermeneutics, which in our century was combined with the revival of the speculative philosophy of Hegel, introduced a multi-pronged criticism of historical objectivism, Georg, Heidegger, Rothacker, Betty, and others. It also left visible traces in historical philological research, for the romantic ideas that had been hidden by the scientific positivism of the 19th century again emerged within science. For example, the problem of classical mythology is taken up again in the spirit of Schelling by Walter F. Otto, Karl Kerényi, and others. Even such an abstruse scholar as J. Bachofen, a victim of the monomania of his own intuitions and whose ideas fostered modern ersatz religions, for instance, via Alfred Schuler and Ludwig Clegg as they influenced Stefan Georg, won new scientific respect. In 1925 there appeared, under the title Der Mythos von Orient und Occident, Eine Metaphysik der alten Welt, a systematically edited collection of Bachofen's main writings, for which Alfred Baumler wrote an eloquent and significant introduction. 5. Even if we open the historical collection of De Vries Forschungsgeschichte der Mythologie, 6 we gain the same impression, namely of how the crisis of historicism has brought about a revival of mythology. De Vries' survey is noted for its breadth of horizon and well-chosen texts, which give a good illustration of the modern period in particular, with the omission of the history of religion, though there is sometimes an over-slavish and sometimes an overly free observance of chronology. It is interesting to see how Walter F. Otto and Karl Kerényi are clearly recognized as forerunners of a new development in scholarship that takes myth seriously. The example of mythology is only one among many. In the concrete work of the human sciences, it would be possible to show many places where there is the same turning away from a naive methodologism, the equivalent of which in philosophical reflection is the explicit criticism of historical objectivism or positivism. This development became particularly important where originally normative aspects are combined with science. This is the case both in theology and jurisprudence. Theological discussion in recent decades has placed the problem of hermeneutics in the foreground precisely because it has had to combine the heritage of historical theology with new theological and dogmatic departures. Karl Barth's commentary on Paul's epistle to the Romans was the first revolutionary eruption. 7. A critique of liberal theology, which was less concerned with critical history as such than with the inadequacy of a theology that regarded its findings as an understanding of Scripture. Thus, despite all his disaffection for methodological reflection, Barth's Romans is a kind of hermeneutical manifesto. 8. Though he has not much time for Rudolf Bultmann and his thesis of the demythologization of the New Testament, it is not his interests that separate him from Bultmann. Rather, I think, Bultmann's combination of historical critical research with theological exegesis and his reliance on philosophy, Heidegger, for methodological self-awareness prevents Barth from recognizing himself in Bultmann's method. What the situation requires, however, is not simply denying the heritage of liberal theology but mastering it. Contemporary discussion of the hermeneutical problem within theology, and not of the hermeneutical problem only, is, therefore, determined by the conflict between the inalienable intention of theology and critical history. Some consider it necessary to find a new defense of historical inquiry in the face of this situation, while others, for example, the work of Ott, Ebeling, and Fuchs, place less emphasis on the importance of theology as research than on its hermeneutical assistance to the proclamation. If a layman wants to consider the development within the legal discussion of the hermeneutical problem, it will not be possible for him to study in detail the legal works in this field. All he can do is make the general observation that in every field jurisprudence is retreating from legal positivism, as it is called, and it regards as a central question the extent to which the concrete application of law presents a special juridical problem. Kurt Engist, 1953, gives a comprehensive survey of this problem. 9. That this problem is emerging into the foreground in reaction to extreme forms of legal positivism is also historically understandable, as we can see from Franz Wiaker's Privatrechtsgleichheit der Neuzeit or Karl Lorenz's Methodenlehre der Rechtswissenschaft. And thus we can see in the three fields in which hermeneutics has played a part from the beginning, in the historical and philological sciences, in theology, and in jurisprudence, that the critique of historical objectivism or positivism has given new importance to the hermeneutical aspect. Fortunately for us, the extent of the hermeneutical problem has recently been surveyed and systematized in the important work of an Italian scholar. The legal historian Emilio Betti has produced an enormous work, Teoria Generale della Interpretazione, 11 the main ideas of which have been developed in German in a hermeneutical manifesto under the title of Zur Grundlegung einer allgemeinen Ausllegungslehre. 12 It provides an account of the issue that is remarkable for the breadth of its horizon, its impressive knowledge of detail, and its clear systematic arrangement. As a legal historian who is also himself a teacher of law, and as a compatriot of Croce and Gentile who is equally at home in German philosophy, so that he speaks and writes perfect German, he was, in any case, safe from the dangers of naive historical objectivism. He is in a position to reap the great harvest of hermeneutical reflection that has ripened over the years since Wilhelm von Humboldt and Schleiermacher. Clearly reacting against Benedetto Croce's extreme position, Betti seeks the mean between the objective and the subjective element in all understanding. He formulates a complete canon of hermeneutical principles, at the head of which stands the text's autonomy of meaning, according to which the meaning, i.e., what the author intended to say, can be gained from the text itself. But he also emphasizes with equal clarity the principle of the currency of understanding, i.e., its adequacy to the object. This implies that he views the interpreters being inevitably tied to a particular perspective as an integrating element in hermeneutical truth. As a lawyer he is safe from overestimating subjective intention, for example, the historical accidents that have led to formulating a particular law, and from automatically equating this with the meaning of law. On the other hand, he follows the psychological interpretation founded by Schleiermacher, to the extent that his hermeneutical position is constantly in danger of becoming vague. However much he tries to overcome this psychological narrowness and recognizes the task of reconstructing the mental context of values and significant contents, he is able to justify this task, which is the real hermeneutical one, only by a kind of analogy with psychological interpretation. Thus he writes, for example, that understanding is a recognition and reconstruction of the meaning, and he explains this by saying that it is an understanding of a mind speaking through the forms of its subjectification to another thinking mind, with the former considering itself related to the latter in their common humanity. It is a process of leading back and together, and reuniting those forms with the inner whole that has brought them forth and from which they have become separated, an interiorizing of these forms, in which process their content passes into a subjectivity that is different from the one that originally contained them. Accordingly, in the process of interpretation we are concerned with a reversal or inversion of the creative process, a reversal in which the interpreter has to make his hermeneutical way back along the creative path, carrying on this process of rethinking within himself. p. 93f. Here Betty is following Schleiermacher, Bock, Croce, and others. 13 Curiously, he imagines that he is ensuring the objectivity of understanding by this strict psychologism with its romantic flavor, an objectivity that he regards as threatened by all those who, following Heidegger, regard binding meaning to subjectivity as mistaken. In his debate with me, which has also been presented in Germany, 14 he sees nothing in my work but equivocations and conceptual confusions. This generally means that the critic is relating the author to a question that he does not intend. And this seems to be the case here. He was fearful for the scientific nature of interpretation, as I presented it in my book. I showed him in a private letter that this concern was unnecessary, and he was good enough to print the following passage from it in his treatise. Fundamentally I am not proposing a method, I am describing what is the case. That it is as I describe it cannot, I think, be seriously questioned. For example, when you read a classic essay by Mommsen you immediately know its era, the only era when it could have been written. Even a master of the historical method is not able to keep himself entirely free from the prejudices of his time, his social environment, and his national situation, etc. Is this a failing? And even if it were, I regard it as a necessary philosophical task to consider why this failure always occurs wherever anything is achieved. In other words, I consider the only scientific thing is to recognize what is, instead of starting from what ought to be or could be. Hence I am trying to go beyond the concept of method held by modern science, which retains its limited justification, and to envisage in a fundamentally universal way what always happens. But what does Betty say to this? That I am, then, limiting the hermeneutical problem to a quaestio facti, phenomenologically, descriptively, and do not at all pose the quaestio juris. As if when Kant raised the quaestio juris he intended to prescribe what the pure natural sciences ought to be, rather than to justify their transcendental possibility as they already were. In the sense of this Kantian distinction, to think beyond the concept of method in the human sciences, as my book attempts, is to ask the question of the possibility of the human sciences, which certainly does not mean what they really ought to be. This fine scholar is here confused by a strange resentment against phenomenology. That he can conceive the problem of hermeneutics only as a problem of method shows that he is profoundly involved in the subjectivism which we are endeavoring to overcome. Obviously I have not succeeded in convincing Betty that a philosophical theory of hermeneutics is not a methodology, right or wrong, dangerous, as the case may be. It may be misleading when Bohl now calls understanding an essentially creative act, although Betty does not hesitate to so describe the elaborative interpretation of law. But it is quite certain that to follow the aesthetics of genius, as Betty himself does, is not sufficient. The theory of inversion cannot really overcome what Betty, following Droysen, rightly recognizes as a psychologizing constriction. And so he does not quite get beyond the ambiguity between psychology and hermeneutics that held Dilthey captive. If, in order to explain the possibility of understanding in the human sciences, he has to presuppose that only a mind on the same level can understand another mind, the inadequacy of this psychological hermeneutical ambiguity becomes apparent. 15. Even if we are basically clear about the difference between psychic particularity and historical significance, it obviously remains difficult to find the transition from the narrowness of psychology to a historical hermeneutics. Even Droysen was already clear about the task, Historics section 41, but up to now that transition has been given a firm basis only in Hegel's dialectical combination of subjective and objective mind and absolute mind. Even where one remains very close to Hegel, as does R. G. Collingwood, who is strongly influenced by Croce, we find the same thing. We now have two works by Collingwood in German translation, his autobiography, which has been published in Germany under the title Denken after having had a great success in the original, 16, and also his posthumous work, The Idea of History, translated into German under the title Philosophie der Geschichte. 17. I have made some observations on the autobiography in the introduction to the German edition, and therefore will not repeat them here. The posthumous work contains a history of historical writing from classical times to the present day, ending significantly with Croce. Part 5 comprises a separate theoretical discussion. I shall limit myself to this last part, since the historical sections are, as often happens, so influenced by national traditions of thinking that they are almost unintelligible to a reader of another nationality. For a German reader, the chapter on Wilhelm Dilthey, for example, is most disappointing. Dilthey has come up against the question which Windelband and the rest had not the penetration to recognize, the question how there can be knowledge, as distinct from an immediate experience, of the individual. He has answered that question by admitting that there cannot be such a knowledge, and falling back on the positivistic view that the only way in which the universal, the proper object of knowledge, can be known is by means of natural science or a science constructed on naturalistic principles. Thus in the end he, like the rest of his generation, surrenders to positivism, pages 173 to 174. Whatever truth there is in this judgment is made almost unrecognizable by the reason that Collingwood gives for it. The kernel of the systematic theory of historical knowledge is undoubtedly the theory of the reenactment of the experience of the past. In this Collingwood stands in the ranks of those who protest against what may be called a positivistic conception, or rather misconception of history, p. 228. The proper task of the historian is that of penetrating to the thought of the agents whose acts they are studying, p. 228. It is particularly difficult in German translation to decide exactly what Collingwood means here by thought, denken. Obviously the concept of act in German, act in English, has quite a different connotation from what the English author intends. The reenactment of the thought of the protagonists of history, or of the thinkers also, does not mean, for Collingwood, actually the real psychic acts of these people but their thoughts, i.e., that which can be rethought. Now thought includes the corporate mind of a community or an age, p. 219. But this thought seems to have a strange life of its own, as when Collingwood describes biography as anti-historical because it is not based on thought but on a natural process. Through this framework, the bodily life of the man, with his childhood, maturity and senescence, his diseases and all the accidents of animal existence, the tides of thought, his own and others, flow crosswise, regardless of its structure, like seawater through a stranded wreck, p. 304. Who is actually behind this thinking? Who are the protagonists of history whose thinking we have to penetrate? Is it the particular intention that a man is pursuing in his action? This is what Collingwood 18 seems to mean. This depends on the assumption that his acts were done on purpose. If they were not, there can be no history of them, p. 310. But is the reconstruction of intention really an understanding of history? We can see how Collingwood gets involved, against his will, in psychological particularity. He cannot get out of it without a theory of someone who acts as representative of the world spirit i.e., without Hegel. He would not be pleased to hear that. For all metaphysics of history, even that of Hegel, seems to him nothing more than a system of pigeonholes, p. 264, without any genuine historical truth value. Moreover, I am not quite clear how his thesis on a radical historicism is compatible with his theory of reenactment, when he rightly sees, on the other hand, that the historian himself is a part of the process he is studying, has his own place in the process, and can see it only from the point of view which at this present moment he occupies within it, p. 248. How does that fit with the defense of the reenactment of a transmitted thought, which Collingwood illustrates by the example of Plato's critique of sensualism in the Theaetetus? I am afraid that the example is wrong and proves the opposite. If in the Theaetetus Plato proposes the thesis that knowledge is exclusively perception by the senses, then, according to Collingwood, I do not, as a reader today, know the context that led him to this view. In my mind this context is a different one, namely the discussion that emerges from modern sensualism. But since we are concerned with a thought, this does not matter. Thought can be placed in different contexts without losing its identity, p. 301. One should like to remind Collingwood here of the critique of statements in his own Logic of Question and Answer, Denken, pages 30 to 43. Is not the reenactment of Plato's idea, in fact, successful only if we grasp the true Platonic context, which I think is that of a mathematical theory of evidence that is not yet quite clear about the intelligible mode of being of mathematics. 19 And who will be able to grasp this context if they do not explicitly hold in abeyance the preconceptions of modern sensualism? 20. In other words, Collingwood's theory of reenactment avoids the particularity of psychology, but the dimension of hermeneutical mediation which is passed through in every act of understanding still escapes him. In the context of a critique of historical objectivism the works of Erich Rothacker are remarkable. In one of his last writings in particular, Die dogmatische Denkform und den Geisteswissenschaften und das Problem des Historismus. 21 He developed his earlier ideas, which maintained Dilthey's hermeneutical concern against all psychologism, like Hans Freyer in the Theorie des objektiven Geistes. The concept of the dogmatic thought form is intended entirely as a hermeneutical concept. 22 Dogmatics is defended as a productive method of knowledge in the human sciences, insofar as it elaborates the immanent context that determines an area of significance. Rothacker appeals to the fact that the concept of dogmatics has by no means a merely critical and pejorative sense in theology and jurisprudence. But unlike the case of these systematic disciplines, the concept of dogmatics is not intended here to be merely a synonym for systematic knowledge, i.e., for philosophy, but signifies another attitude, to be defended as something separate from the historical inquiry, which tries to understand processes of development. But then, for Rothacker, the concept of dogmatics has its fundamental place within the total historical attitude and receives its relative justification from it. It is ultimately what Dilthey's concept of the structural context had formulated in general, in its particular application to historical methodology. Such dogmatics, then, exercises its corrective function where there is historical thinking and knowledge. There can be no dogmatics of Roman law until there is a history of law. Walter F. Otto's Guter Griechenlands was possible only after historical research had made of Greek mythology a multiplicity of different pieces of knowledge concerning the history of religion and myth, and if Wolf Flynn's classical art, unlike his fundamental concepts of art history, is described by Rothacker as dogmatics, this kind of description seems to me only relative. The difference between it and Baroque aesthetics, especially mannerism, is the secret starting point of this dogmatics, but this implies that, from the outset, it is less believed and known than meant historically. In this sense, dogmatics is, in fact, an element in our historical knowledge. Indeed, Rothacker has emphasized this element as the only source of our intellectual knowledge, p. 25. We must establish a comprehensive context of meaning, as presented in this dogmatic approach, and find it self-evident. We must, at least, not find it impossible that it might be true if we really want to understand it. Of course, as Rothacker shows, this poses the problem of the multiplicity of such dogmatic systems or styles, and this is the problem of historicism. Rothacker proves to be an energetic defender of the latter. Dilthey tried to banish the danger of historicism by deriving different worldviews from the complexity of life. Rothacker follows him in this by calling dogmatic systems explanations of lived worldviews or of stylistic directions, and basing the latter on the fact that man acts within a perspective and is tied to a particular view. Thus they are all, from different perspectives, irrefutable, p. 35. Applied to science, this means that relativism has clear limitations rather than boundless sway. It does not endanger the immanent objectivity of research. Its starting point is the variability and freedom of scientific inquiries, which develop from the variable ways in which lived worldviews create significance. From this point of view, modern science itself is seen as the dogmatics of a quantifying worldview, p. 53. As soon as we allow that there can be another way of knowing nature. 23. It is by no means self-evident that legal hermeneutics belongs within the context of the problem of general hermeneutics. It is not, properly speaking, concerned with any question of methodological reflection, as is the case with philology and scriptural hermeneutics, but of a subsidiary legal principle itself. It is not its task to understand valid legal propositions but to discover law, i.e., to so interpret the law that the legal order fully penetrates reality. Because interpretation has a normative function here, it is sometimes, for example by Beatty, entirely separated from literary interpretation, and even from that historical understanding whose object is legal, constitutions, laws, and so on. That the interpretation of the law is, in a juridical sense, an act that creates law cannot be contested. The different principles that are to be applied in this act, for example, the principle of analogy or the principle of filling in gaps in the law, or finally the productive principle that lies in the legal decision itself, i.e., that depends on the particular legal case, do not merely present methodological problems but reach deeply into the matter of law itself. 24. Obviously, a legal hermeneutics cannot seriously be satisfied with using the subjective principle of the meaning and original intention of the lawgiver as a canon of interpretation. Often it cannot avoid applying objective concepts, for example, that of the notion of law expressed in a particular law. It is obviously an entirely lay idea to regard applying the law to a concrete case as the logical process of subsuming the individual under the universal. Legal positivism, which would like to limit legal reality entirely to the established law and its correct application, probably has no supporters today. The distance between the universality of the law and the concrete legal situation in a particular case is obviously essentially indissoluble. Nor does it seem satisfactory to consider the power of the individual case to create law as something deductively predetermined, an ideal dogmatics in the sense of a dogmatics that would contain, at least potentially, all possible legal truths in a coherent system. Even the idea of this kind of perfect dogmatics seems senseless, quite apart from the consideration that the power of the individual case to create law is, in fact, responsible for constantly new codifications. What is remarkable about the situation is this, that the hermeneutical task of bridging the distance between the law and the particular case still pertains, even if no change in social conditions or other historical variations cause the current law to appear old-fashioned or inappropriate. The distance between the law and the individual case seems to be absolutely indissoluble. To this extent, it is possible to divorce the hermeneutical problem from the consideration of the historical dimension. It is no mere unavoidable imperfection in the process of legal codification when it leaves free play for its application to concrete instances, as if this free play could, in principle, be reduced at will. To be elastic enough to leave this kind of free play seems rather to be in the nature of legal regulation as such, indeed of legal order generally. If I am not mistaken, Aristotle was quite clear about this when he ascribed an exclusively critical function to the idea of natural law rather than a positive, dogmatic one. It has always been felt to be shocking, when it was not denied outright, by misinterpreting Aristotle's text, that he distinguishes between conventional and natural law, yet goes on to claim that natural law can be changed. 25. Natural law and law established by statute are not equally changeable. Rather, by considering comparable phenomena it is explained that even what is just by nature is changeable, without on that account ceasing to be different from that which is established by mere statute. Obviously traffic regulations, for example, are not changeable to the same but to a much higher degree than something naturally just. Aristotle seeks not to detract from this view but to explain how to distinguish what is naturally just in the unstable human world, in contrast to that of the gods. Thus he says that the distinction between what is naturally right and what is legal or conventional is as evident, despite the changeability of both, as the distinction between the right hand and the left. Thereto by nature the right is the stronger, and yet this natural priority cannot be described as unchangeable, since, within limits, it can be removed by training the other hand. 26. Within limits, that is, within a certain area of free play. To leave this kind of area, far from destroying the meaning of right order, belongs rather to the essential nature of the situation. The law is universal and cannot therefore answer to every single case. 27. The disposition of the case does not result from the codification of laws but, on the contrary, the codification of laws is possible only because laws are, in themselves and by nature, universal. Perhaps we must ask at this point whether the interconnection between hermeneutics and writing is not to be regarded as a secondary one. 28. It is not the fact of its being written as such that makes an idea need interpretation, but the fact of its being in language, but that includes the universality of meaning from which, in turn, follows the possibility of its being written down. Thus both codified law and written tradition point to a deeper connection that is concerned with the relation between understanding and application, as I think I have shown. It should not surprise us that Aristotle is the supreme witness to this. His critique of the Platonic idea of the good is, in my opinion, the root of the whole of his own philosophy. Without being nominalism, it contains a radical revision of the relation between the universal and the particular, as it is implied in the Platonic doctrine of the idea of the good, at least as it is presented in the Platonic dialogues. 29. But this does not exclude the fact that in addition to this essential distance between the universal and the concrete, there is also the historical distance, which has its own hermeneutical productivity. I am not so bold as to decide whether this is also true of legal hermeneutics, in the sense that a legal order which historical change has rendered in need of interpretation, for example, with the aid of the principle of analogy, contributes to a more just application in general, namely to a refinement of the feeling for law that is guiding interpretation. In other fields, however, the matter is clear. It is beyond all doubt that the significance of historical events or the rank of works of art becomes more apparent with the passage of time. At present, discussion of the hermeneutical problem is probably nowhere so lively as in the area of Protestant theology. Here also the concern, in a certain sense, as in legal hermeneutics, is with interests that go beyond science, in this case with faith and its right proclamation. Consequently the hermeneutical discussion is interwoven with exegetical and dogmatic questions on which the layman can make no comment. But as with legal hermeneutics the advantage of this situation is clear, that it is not possible to limit the meaning of the text to be understood to the supposed opinion of its author. In his great work Church Dogmatics, Karl Barth contributes to the hermeneutical problem explicitly nowhere and indirectly everywhere. 30 It is a somewhat different matter in the case of Rudolf Bultmann, who favors methodological discussions and who, in his collected essays, often refers explicitly to the problem of hermeneutics. 31 But in his case too the emphasis is eminently theological, not only in the sense that his exegetical work constitutes the experiential basis and sphere of application of his hermeneutical principles, but above all also in the sense that a major issue in contemporary theological debate, the question of a demythologization of the New Testament, is too much bound up with dogmatic tensions to be conducive to methodological reflection. I am convinced that the principle of demythologization has a purely hermeneutical aspect. According to Bultmann, this program is not supposed to decide dogmatic questions in advance, for example, how much of the contents of the scriptural writings are essential for the Christian proclamation and hence for faith and how much might be sacrificed. Rather, it is a question of understanding the Christian proclamation itself, of the sense in which it must be understood if it is to be understood at all. Perhaps, indeed certainly, it is possible to understand more in the New Testament than Bultmann has understood. But this can only emerge by understanding this more equally well, i.e., really understanding it. Historical biblical criticism and its scientific elaboration in the 18th and 19th centuries have created a situation that requires constant readjustment between the general principles of the scientific understanding of a text and the particular tasks of the self-understanding of the Christian faith. It is good to remind ourselves of the history of these harmonizing efforts. 32 At the beginning of the 19th century development stands Schleiermacher's hermeneutic, which offers a systematic basis for the essential similarity among interpretive procedures in relation to Scripture and to all other texts, which Semler had already envisaged. Schleiermacher's special contribution was psychological interpretation, according to which every idea in a text has to be related to its context and the personal life of its author, as a moment in his life, if it is to be fully understood. In the meantime, we have acquired a more detailed insight into the history of the growth of Schleiermacher's hermeneutical ideas since the Berlin manuscripts, from which Lucke composed his edition, had been excellently reproduced by the Heidelberg Academy of Sciences. 33 The exploitation of the original manuscripts in this way is not revolutionary, but it is not without significance. In his introduction, Kimmerl shows that the early manuscripts emphasize the identity of thought and speech, while the later elaboration views speech as individualizing utterance. In line with this, there is also the slow emergence and final domination of a psychological viewpoint over the genuinely linguistic viewpoints of technical interpretation, style. We know well enough that even in the dogmatic system of Schleiermacher, which has been made available to us in a fine edition produced by Martin Redeker, Der Christliche Glaube, 34 Schleiermacher's psychological and subjective orientation challenges theological criticism. The self-consciousness of faith is a dangerous basis for dogma. Christoph Senf's book discusses the development from Schleiermacher to the liberal theology of ritual with great insight and gives us a good idea of this. 35 On page 42, Senft writes of Schleiermacher, despite his effort to obtain living concepts in order to grasp the historical, the dialectic between speculation and empiricism remains for him a static one. The reciprocal influence between history and the person studying it is unproblematic and critical. Those who examine history are safe from any fundamental cross-examination. Nor has F. C. Bauer, as Senft shows, advanced the hermeneutical problem any more in this direction, even though he has made the historical process the subject of his investigation, for he maintains the autonomy of self-consciousness as an unrestricted basis. But Hoffman, and this comes out well in Senft's account, in his hermeneutics takes the historicality of revelation hermeneutically seriously. The doctrine that he develops is the explanation of the Christian faith, the presupposition of which lies outside us yet not outside us in a legal sense, but in such a way that what lies outside us is revealed experientially as its own history. Senft p. 105. But this ensures at the same time that as the monument of a history, i.e., of a particular nexus of events, and not as a textbook of general doctrines, the Bible is the book of revelation. Thus we may say that by making the dogmatic unity of the Bible highly problematical and by destroying the rationalistic dogmatic assumption of a scriptural doctrine, the criticism that historical scriptural studies have exercised on the canon has set the theological task of recognizing biblical history as history. In my view, modern hermeneutical debate gets its orientation from this. Faith in this history must itself be understood as a historical event, as an appeal of the Word of God. This is true even for the relationship between the Old and the New Testaments. It can be understood, according to Hoffman, as the relationship between prophecy and fulfillment, so that the prophecy that fails in history is determined in its significance only by its fulfillment. But the historical understanding of the Old Testament's prophecies in no way impairs the New Testament's significance as proclamation. On the contrary, the redemptive event that the New Testament proclaims can be understood as a real event only if prophecy is not a mere image of future fact. Hoffman and Senft, p. 101. But especially with respect to the concept of the self-understanding of faith, basic to Bultmann's theology, is it true that it has a historical, and not an idealistic, sense? 36. Self-understanding refers to a historical decision and not to something one possesses and controls. Bultmann has constantly emphasized this. Hence it is quite wrong to understand Bultmann's concept of foreunderstanding, being caught up in prejudices, as a kind of pre-knowledge. 37 This is a purely hermeneutical concept, developed by Bultmann on the basis of Heidegger's analysis of the hermeneutical circle and the general force structure of human Dasein. It refers to the openness of the horizon of inquiry within which alone understanding is possible, but it does not mean that one's own foreunderstanding should not be corrected by the encounter with the Word of God, or, indeed, with any other word. On the contrary, the purpose of this concept is to display the movement of understanding as precisely this process of correction. It must be noted that this corrective process is, in the case of the call of faith, a specific one that is of hermeneutic universality only in its formal structure. 38. This is where the theological concept of self-understanding comes in. This idea also has obviously been derived from Heidegger's transcendental analysis of existence. The being that is concerned with its being presents itself, through its understanding of being, as a means of access to the question of being. The movement of the understanding of being is itself seen to be historical, as the basic nature of historicity. This is of decisive importance for Bultmann's concept of self-understanding. This concept is different from that of self-knowledge not only in the psychologistic sense that what is known in self-knowledge is already present, but in the deeper speculative sense that is behind the concept of mind or spirit in German idealism, according to which perfect self-consciousness knows itself and other being. Certainly the development of this self-consciousness in Hegel's phenomenology is decisively made possible by the recognition of the other. The growth of the self-conscious mind is a fight for recognition. What it is what it has become. However, the idea of self-understanding appropriate to theology is concerned with something else. 39. What is extra knows, other than us and not at our disposal, is part of the inevitable essence of this self-understanding. The self-understanding that we acquire in constantly new experiences of the other and of others remains, from a Christian point of view, non-understanding in an essential sense. All human self-understanding has its absolute boundary in death. This really cannot be used as a serious argument against Bultmann, p. 163, in an attempt to find a sense of conclusion in Bultmann's idea of self-understanding. As if the self-understanding of faith were not precisely the experience of the eventual failure of human self-understanding. This experience of failure need not necessarily be understood in Christian terms. Human self-understanding is deepened by every such experience. In every case it is an event and the concept of self-understanding a historical concept. But according to Christian doctrine, there is a final failure. The Christian meaning of proclamation, the promise of resurrection that sets us free from death, consists precisely in bringing the constantly repeated failure of self-understanding, its eventual collapse in death and finiteness, to an end in faith in Christ. Certainly this does not mean that one steps outside one's own historicity, but rather that faith is the eschatological event. In his History and Eschatology Bultmann writes, the paradox that Christian existence is at once eschatological, unworldly, and historical has the same meaning as Luther's statement, simul justus simul peccator. 40 It is in this sense that self-understanding is a historical concept. The contemporary hermeneutical discussion that starts from Bultmann seems in one particular direction to be moving beyond him. If, according to Bultmann, the appeal of the Christian proclamation to man is that he should give up his right to dispose of himself as he chooses, this appeal is like a privative experience of human self-determination. In this way Bultmann has interpreted Heidegger's concept of the inauthenticity of Dasein in a theological way. In Heidegger, of course, authenticity is connected with inauthenticity not only in the sense that fallenness is as much part of human life as resoluteness, sin, unbelief, just as much as belief. The fact that for Heidegger authenticity and inauthenticity have the same origin points quite beyond the starting point in self-understanding. This is the first form in which, in Heidegger's thought, being itself has come into language as the antithesis of disclosure and concealment. 41. Just as Bultmann relied on the existential analysis of Dasein in Heidegger in order to explain the eschatological existence of man between belief and unbelief, so it is possible to use as a theological starting point this dimension of the question of being that has been worked out more exactly by the later Heidegger, namely by going into the central significance that language has, in this event of being, for the language of faith. Already in Ott's very skillful speculative hermeneutical discussion, there is, following Heidegger's letter on humanism, a critique of Bultmann. It corresponds to his own positive thesis on page 107, the language in which reality comes into language, in and with which all reflection on existence takes place, accompanies existence in all epochs of its realization. The hermeneutical ideas of the theologians Fuchs and Ebeling seem, similarly, to start from the late Heidegger by putting more emphasis on the concept of language. Ernst Fuchs has given us a hermeneutics that he calls a Sprache des Glaubens I.e., a grammar of faith. 42. His starting point is that language is the illumination of being. Language contains the decision about what stands open to us as existence, as the possibility of what can become of us if we remain responsive as men. Thus he starts from Heidegger in order to get over the modem entanglement in the subject-object schema. But while Heidegger is thinking of the attraction of language itself that comes from its original source and returns to it, Fuchs thinks of the inner attraction of language in listening to the New Testament as the attraction of the Word of God. With this listening is associated the awareness that we cannot say that we are the last for whom God's Word is intended. But from this there follows that we must let ourselves be shown our historical limitations, as they emerge in our historical understanding of the world. But this means that we have the selfsame task that has always existed for the self-understanding of faith. We share this task with the authors of the New Testament. Thus Fuchs acquires a hermeneutical basis that can be justified by New Testament scholarship itself. The proclamation of the Word of God in preaching is a translation of the statements of the New Testament, the justification of which is theology. Theology here almost becomes hermeneutics, since, following the development of modern biblical criticism, it does not take as its object the truth of revelation itself, but the truth of the statements or communications that are related to God's revelation. p. 98. Hence the chief category is communication. Fuchs follows Bultmann in seeing that the hermeneutical principle and the understanding of the New Testament must be neutral in regard to faith, for its only presupposition is the question about ourselves. But it reveals itself as God's question to us. A grammar of faith must deal with what actually happens when the call of God's Word is heard. To know what takes place in this encounter does not mean that one can automatically say what one knows. p. 86. Thus the task is finally not only to hear the Word, but also to find the word that is a response. We are concerned with the language of faith. An essay, Übersetzung und Verkündigung, makes it clearer how this hermeneutical theory seeks to get beyond the existential interpretation of Bultmann. 43. It is the hermeneutical principle of translation that shows the direction. It cannot be denied that translation should create the same space as a text intended to create when the Spirit was speaking in it. p. 409. But the bold and yet unavoidable consequence is that the word has primacy over against the text, for it is a linguistic event. Here he obviously means to say that the relation between word and thought is not that the word expressing it belatedly catches up to the thought. The word, rather, is like a flash of lightning, it strikes. Accordingly, as Ebeling once put it, the hermeneutical problem is epitomized in the act of preaching. 44. We cannot here go into the way in which the hermeneutical movements in the New Testament are presented on this basis. We can see that the real point is that, for Fuchs, theology in the New Testament already starts from the struggle between language itself and a thinking in terms of law or order that is a threat from the start. 45. The task of proclamation is that of transformation into the Word. 46. There is one thing common to all contemporary criticism of historical objectivism or positivism, namely the insight that the so-called subject of knowledge has the same mode of being as the object, so that object and subject belong to the same historical movement. The subject-object antithesis is legitimate where the object, the res extensa, is the absolute other of the res cogitans. But historical knowledge cannot be appropriately described by this concept of object and objectivity. The important thing, to use Count York's words, is to grasp the generic difference between ontic and historical i.e., to recognize the so-called subject in the mode of being of historicity that is appropriate to it. We saw that Dilthey did not break through to the full consequence of this insight, even if it is in his wake that the consequence is drawn. Moreover, the conceptual presuppositions for the problem of overcoming historicism, as expounded by, say, Ernst Rielch, were lacking. Here the work of the phenomenological school has proved fruitful. Today, Now that the various stages in the development of Husserl's phenomenology can be seen, 47 it seems clear to me that Husserl was the first to take the radical step in this direction, by showing the mode of being of subjectivity as absolute historicity, i.e., as temporality. Heidegger's epoch-making work Being and Time, to which one generally refers on this point, had a quite different and far more radical intention, namely of revealing the inadequate ontological preconception that dominates modern understanding of subjectivity or of consciousness even in its extreme form of the phenomenology of temporality and historicity. This critique served the positive task of asking in a new way the question of being, to which the Greeks gave, as a first answer, metaphysics. Being and time, however, was not understood in this, its real intention, but in what Heidegger had in common with Husserl. It was seen as a radical defense of the absolute historicity of Dasein, which is, in fact, a consequence of Husserl's analysis of the primal phenomenality of temporality, flowing. The argument runs, more or less, thus: the mode of being of Dasein is defined in an ontologically positive way. It is not presence at hand but futurity. There are no eternal truths. Truth is the disclosure of being that is given with the historicity of Dasein. 48 Here, then, were the foundations from which the critique of historical objectivism occurring in the sciences themselves could receive its ontological justification. It is, as it were, a second-degree historicism which not only opposes the historical relativity of all knowledge to the absolute claim of truth but works out its ground, namely the historicity of the knowing subject, and hence can no longer see historical relativity as a limitation of the truth. 49. Even if this is correct, it still does not follow that all philosophical knowledge has only the significance and value of a historical expression in the sense of Dilthey's philosophy of worldviews, or that it is therefore on the same plane as art, which is concerned with genuineness and not with truth. Heidegger's own question is far from seeking to sacrifice metaphysics to history, or the question of truth to that of the genuineness of expression. Rather, he seeks to inquire back behind the problematic of metaphysics. The fact that the history of philosophy thereby appears in a new way as the interior of world history, namely as the history of being, or better the history of the forgetfulness of being, still does not mean that this is a metaphysics of history of the kind that Lowith has shown to be a secular form of Christian history. 50 The most logical elaboration of which idea, on the basis of the modern Enlightenment, is Hegel's philosophy of history. Nor is Husserl's historical critique of the objectivism of modern philosophy in the crisis of metaphysics of history. Historicity is a transcendental concept. If one adopts the standpoint of a theological metaphysics, it is very easy to argue against this kind of transcendental historicism which, in the style of Husserl's transcendental reduction, takes its stand in the absolute historicalness of subjectivity, in order to understand, on this basis, everything accorded existential status as an objectification by this subjectivity. If being in itself exists, which alone could limit the universal historical movement of successive views of the world, it must obviously be something that surpasses all finite human perspectives, as it appears to an infinite spirit. But this is the order of creation, which thus remains an ordering prior to all human projections. It is thus that some years ago Gerhard Krüger interpreted the dual aspect of Kant's philosophy, namely the idealism of phenomena and the realism of the thing in itself. 51 And even in his latest works has sought to defend the rights of teleological metaphysics against modern subjectivism on the basis of mythical or religious experience. The question becomes much more difficult, however, if we are not prepared to accept the consequences that culminate in the Christian account of creation, and yet would still like to oppose the old teleological cosmos, for which the so-called natural awareness of the world continues to argue, to the mutability of human history. 52 It is obviously the case that the nature of historicity became conscious to the human mind only with the Christian religion and its emphasis on the absolute moment of the saving action of God, and that, nevertheless, the same phenomena of historical life were known before that. But they were understood in an unhistorical way, whether by deriving the present from a mythical past or by seeing the present in relation to an ideal and eternal order. It is true that the historical writing of, say, Herodotus, even of Plutarch, is able to describe very well the ebb and flow of human history, as a great variety of moral exempla, without reflecting on the historicity of their own present and on the historicity of human life in general. The model of the cosmic order, in which everything that is divergent and opposed to the norm passes quickly away, as it is ironed out in the great harmonizing process of a natural cycle, can also be used as a description of the course of human affairs. The best order of things, the ideal state, is in conception just as permanent an order as the cosmos, and even if an ideal realization of it does not endure, but is superseded by the new confusion and disorder that we call history, this is the result of an error in calculation by human reason, which knows what the right thing is. The right order has no history. History is always a history of disintegration and, sometimes, of the restoration of the right order. 53. In regard to actual human history, then, historical skepticism, even in the Christian, Reformed view, is the only attitude that can be taken. This was the intention and insight behind Lowith's revelation of the theological, and especially eschatological, assumptions on which the European philosophy of history is based, which he expounded in his Weltgeschichte und Heilsgeschichte. For Lowith, to conceive a unity of world history is the false need of the Christian and modernistic spirit. For him the eternal God and his plan of salvation for man need not be sought if we really take the finitude of man seriously. We should look at the eternal cycle of nature, in order to learn from it the equanimity that alone is appropriate to the minuteness of human life in the universe. The natural concept of the world that Lowith uses against both modern historicism and modern science, is clearly of Stoic origin. 54 No other Greek text seems to illustrate Lowith's intention as well as the pseudo-Aristotelian, Hellenistic Stoic, work on the cosmos. This is not surprising, for obviously the modern author is, like his Hellenistic predecessor, interested in the course of nature only insofar as it is the antithesis of the desperate disorder of human affairs. A person who defends the naturalness of this natural view of the world in this way no more starts from the eternal return of the same than did Nietzsche, but from the absolute finitude of human life. His rejection of history is a reflection of fatalism, i.e., despair of this life having any meaning. It is not a denial of the significance of history but of the possibility of its being interpreted at all. Leo Strauss' criticism of modern faith in history, which appears in a number of outstanding books on political philosophy, seems to me more radical. He is professor of political philosophy at Chicago, and it is one of the encouraging features of our WRF, increasingly restricted as it is in its area of freedom, that such a radical critic of the political thought of our contemporary world works there. We are familiar with the Querelle des Anciennes et des Modernes, which dominated the minds of the literary public in 17th and 18th century France. Although it is primarily a literary quarrel that displayed the defenders of the excellence of the Greek and Roman classical poets competing with the literary self-confidence of the writers who were at that time introducing a new classical period of literature at the court of the Sun King, the tension of this argument finally ended in a sense of historical awareness. For it was necessary to limit the absolute exemplariness of the classical world. That querelle was, as it were, the last form of an unhistorical debate between tradition and the modern age. It is not by accident that one of Leo Strauss' first works, Spinoza's Critique of Religion, 1930, was concerned with this quarrel. His whole impressive and learned life's work is devoted to the task of reviving this quarrel in a more radical sense, i.e., confronting modern historical self-consciousness with the clear tightness of classical philosophy. When Plato inquires into the best state, and even the extended political empiricism of Aristotle preserves the priority of this question, this may have little to do with the concept of politics that dominates modern thought since Machiavelli. And in his book Natural Law and History Strauss apparently goes back to the antithesis of the modern historical worldview, namely natural law. The purpose of his book is, in fact, to exhibit the Greek classics of philosophy, Plato and Aristotle, as the true founders of natural law, and to accept neither the Stoic nor the medieval form of natural law, to say nothing of that of the Enlightenment, as being philosophically correct. Strauss is motivated here by his insight into the catastrophe of modern times. So elementary a human concern as the distinction between right and wrong assumes that man is able to raise himself above his historical conditionedness. When classical philosophy foregrounds the unconditional nature of this distinction in its inquiry into justice, it is clearly right, and a radical historicism that historically relativizes all unconditional values cannot be right. Thus one's arguments have to be tested in the light of classical philosophy. Now Strauss cannot, of course, mean that he could undertake this task in the same way that Plato undertakes his critique of sophism. He is himself too familiar with the modern historical awareness to defend classical philosophy in a naive way. Thus his argument against what he calls historicism is itself based primarily on historical grounds. He appeals to the fact, as does Lowith after him, that historical thought itself has historical conditions of growth. This is true both of naive historicism, i.e., of the development of a historical sense in the study of tradition, and of its refined form, which takes account of the existence of the knowing subject in his historicity. Although this is unquestionably correct, so is the conclusion that the historical phenomenon of historicism, just as it has had its hour, could also one day come to an end. This is quite certain, not because historicism would otherwise contradict itself, but because it takes itself seriously. Thus we cannot argue that a historicism that maintains the historical conditionedness of all knowledge for all eternity is basically self-contradictory. This kind of self-contradiction is a special problem. 55 Here also we must ask whether the two propositions, all knowledge is historically conditioned and this piece of knowledge is true unconditionally, are on the same level, so that they could contradict each other. For the thesis is not that this proposition will always be considered true, any more than that it has always been so considered. Rather, historicism that takes itself seriously will allow for the fact that one day its thesis will no longer be considered true, i.e., that people will think unhistorically. And yet not because asserting that all knowledge is conditioned is meaningless and logically contradictory. Strauss, however, does not take up the question thus. Simply to show that the classical philosophers thought differently, i.e., unhistorically, says nothing about the possibility of thinking unhistorically today. There are sufficient reasons for regarding the possibility of thinking unhistorically not simply as a mere possibility. The many correct physiognomic observations that Ernst Jünger has made on this subject suggest that humanity has reached the time wall. 56 What Strauss is concerned with is still conceived within historical thought and has the significance of a corrective. What he criticizes is that the historical interpretation of traditional thought claims to be able to understand the thought of the past better than it understood itself. 57 Whoever thinks like this excludes from the outset the possibility that the thoughts that are handed down to us could simply be true. This is the practically universal dogmatism of this way of thought. The image of the historicist that Strauss here outlines and opposes corresponds, it seems to me, to that ideal of complete enlightenment that I described in my own inquiry into philosophical hermeneutics as the guiding idea behind the historical irrationalism of Dilthey in the 19th century. Is it not the utopian ideal of a present in the light of which the whole of the past will, as it were, be entirely revealed? Historical thinking does not at all seem best characterized as applying the superior perspective of the present to the whole of the past, that is rather the obstinate positivity of a naive historicism. Historical thinking has its dignity and its value as truth in the acknowledgement that there is no such thing as the present, but rather constantly changing horizons of future and past. It is by no means settled, and can never be settled, that any particular perspective in which traditionary thoughts present themselves is the right one. Historical understanding, whether today's or tomorrow's, has no special privilege. It is itself embraced by the changing horizons and moved with them. By contrast, the view of literary hermeneutics that one must understand an author better than he understood himself comes, as I have shown, from the aesthetics of genius, but it is originally a simple formulation of the Enlightenment ideal of clarifying obscure ideas by conceptual analysis. 58 Its application by historical consciousness is secondary and creates the false appearance of an unsurpassable superiority in the particular interpreter of the moment, which Strauss rightly criticizes. But I think when Strauss argues that in order to understand better it is necessary first to understand an author as he understood himself, he underestimates the difficulties of understanding, because he ignores what might be called the dialectic of the statement. We have seen this in another place, where he defends the ideal of objective interpretation by saying that the author, at any rate, understood what he said in only one way, assuming that he was not confused in his mind. p. 67. We must still ask whether the contrast implied here between clear and confused is as obvious as Strauss assumes. Does he not here, in fact, share the point of view of full historical enlightenment and miss the real hermeneutic problem? He seems to consider it possible to understand what one does not understand oneself but what someone else understands, and to understand only in the way that the other person himself understood. And he also seems to think that if a person says something, he has necessarily and fully understood himself in the process. In my view these cannot both be true. In order to grasp its valid meaning, it is necessary to detach the dubious hermeneutical principle of having to understand an author better than he understood himself, from the presupposition of perfect enlightenment. Let us then consider Strauss' defense of classical philosophy from a hermeneutic point of view. We will consider one example. Strauss shows very well that the I-thou-we relation, as it is called in modern thinking, is known in classical political philosophy by a quite different name, friendship. He sees correctly that the modern way of talking about the problem of the thou is based on the fundamental primacy of the Cartesian ego cogito. Strauss now thinks he sees why the ancient concept of friendship is correct and the modern formulation false. It is quite legitimate for someone who is attempting to discover the nature of the state and society to consider the role of friendship. But he cannot talk with the same legitimacy about the thou. The thou is not something about which one speaks but that to which one speaks. By taking the function of the thou as a basis, instead of the role of friendship, one is missing the objective communicative nature of the state and society. I find this a very happy example. In Aristotelian ethics, the indeterminate position of the concept of friendship between the doctrine of virtue and of the good has long been for me, and for very similar reasons, A basis for recognizing the limitations of modern as compared with classical ethics. 59 Thus I fully agree with Strauss' example, but I ask, does this insight emerge because we read the classics with an eye that is trained by historical science, reconstructing their meaning, as it were, and then considering it possible, trusting that they are right? Or do we see truth in them because we ourselves are thinking as we try to understand them, i.e., because what they say seems true to us when we consider the corresponding modern theories that are invoked? Do we understand them at all without at the same time understanding them as more correct? If the answer is no, then I go on to ask, is it not then meaningful to say of Aristotle that he could not understand himself in the way that we understand him if we find what he says more correct than those modern theories, which he could not know? The same thing could be shown to hold for the distinction Strauss rightly insists on between the concept of the state and that of the polis. That the institution of the state is something very different from the natural living community of the polis is not merely correct, something is revealed here, again from this experience of difference, that would remain incomprehensible not only from modern theory, but also in our understanding of the classical texts, were these not understood in terms of the contrast with modern times. If this is called revitalization or reliving, these terms seem to me just as inexact as Collingwood's reenactment. The life of the spirit is not like that of the body. It is no false historicism to admit this, but in the closest accord with Aristotle's epidosis eis auto. In this respect I do not seriously differ from Strauss, inasmuch as he also regards the fusion of history and philosophical questions as inevitable in our thought today. I agree with him that it would be a dogmatic assertion to regard this as an absolute prerogative of the modern age. Indeed, how many unacknowledged assumptions govern us when we think in our concepts, so full of traditional ideas, and how much can we learn by going back to the fathers of thought? This is shown clearly by the instances we have mentioned, instances that can be multiplied from Strauss' writings. In any case, we must not be led into the error of thinking that the problem of hermeneutics is posed only from the viewpoint of modern historicism. It is true that the classic authors did not discuss the opinions of their predecessors as historically different but as contemporary. But the task of hermeneutics, i.e., the task of interpreting transmitted texts, would still present itself, and if such interpretation always includes the question of truth, then this is perhaps not as far from our own experience in dealing with texts as the methodology of historical and philological science would have it. The word hermeneutics points back, as we know, to the task of the interpreter, which is that of interpreting and communicating something that is unintelligible because it is spoken in a foreign language, even if it is the language of the signs and symbols of the gods. The capacity to perform this task has always been the object of possible reflection and conscious training. This can, of course, take the form of an oral tradition as, for example, with the Delphic priesthood, but when it is a question of writing, the task of interpretation is quite clearly imposed. Everything that is set down in writing is to some extent foreign and strange, and hence it poses the same task of understanding as what is spoken in a foreign language. The interpreter of what is written, like the interpreter of divine or human utterance, has the task of overcoming and removing strangeness and making its assimilation possible. It may be the case that this task is complicated when the historical distance between the text and the interpreter becomes conscious, for this means that the tradition that supports both the transmitted text and its interpreter has become fragile and fissured. But I think that under the weight of the false methodological analogies suggested by the natural sciences, historical hermeneutics is separated far too much from prehistorical hermeneutics. I tried to show that they have at least one important trait in common, the structure of application. 60. It would be fascinating to investigate the Greek beginnings of the essential connection between hermeneutics and writing. It is not just that according to Plato both Socrates and his opponents, the sophists, engaged in the interpretation of poets. It is more important that Plato himself explicitly relates the whole of Platonic dialectics to the problems of writing, and that even within the dialogue it often explicitly assumes a hermeneutical character, whether the dialectical dialogue is introduced by a mythical tradition through priests and priestesses, by Diotima's instruction, or simply by the observation that the ancients did not worry at all that we should understand them, and hence left us as helpless as if we were dealing with fairy tales. We need to consider the reverse as well. Namely the extent to which Plato's own myths belong to the dialectic and hence themselves have the character of interpretation. Thus constructing a Platonic hermeneutics that would advance the beginnings made by Hermann Gundert could be extremely instructive. 61. But Plato is still more important as the object of hermeneutical reflection. As an artistic creation, the dialogue form of the Platonic writings curiously stands halfway between the variety of characters of dramatic writing and the authenticity of the pedagogical work. In this respect the last decades have given us a high degree of hermeneutical awareness, and Strauss astonishes us by often brilliantly deciphering hidden relationships in the Platonic dialogues. However much we have been helped by form analysis and other linguistic methods, the proper hermeneutical basis here is our own relation to the actual problems that concern Plato. Even Plato's artistic irony can be understood only by someone who shares his knowledge of the subject matter, as is the case with all irony. The result of this situation is that such deciphering interpretation remains uncertain. Its truth cannot be demonstrated objectively, except in terms of that agreement about the subject matter that links us with the interpreted text. Strauss indirectly made a further important contribution to hermeneutic theory by investigating a particular problem, namely the question of how far in trying to understand a text one should take into account the conscious camouflaging of the true meaning due to the threat of persecution by the authorities or by the Church. 62 It was mainly studies on Maimonides, Alevi, and Spinoza that gave rise to this question. I do not want to question Strauss' interpretations, I largely agree with them, but I should like to make a counter-suggestion that is perhaps justified in these cases, but is quite certainly so in others. For example, in the case of Plato, is not conscious distortion, camouflage, and concealment of the proper meaning in fact the rare extreme case of a frequent, even normal situation? Just as persecution, whether by civil authority or the Church, the Inquisition, or any other agency, is only an extreme case compared to the intentional or unintentional pressure that society and public opinion exert on human thought. Only if we are conscious of the uninterrupted transition from one to the other are we able to estimate the hermeneutic difficulty of Strauss' problem. How are we able to establish clearly that a distortion has taken place? Thus, in my opinion it is by no means clear that when we find contradictory statements in a writer, it is correct to take the hidden meaning, as Strauss thinks, as his true opinion. There is an unconscious conformism of the human mind to considering what is universally evident as really true. And there is, by contrast, an unconscious tendency to try out extreme possibilities, even if they cannot always be combined into a coherent whole. The experimental extremism of Nietzsche bears irrefutable witness to this. Contradictions are an excellent criterion of truth but, unfortunately, they are not an unambiguous criterion when we are dealing with hermeneutics. Hence, for example, it is quite clear to me that despite its apparent obviousness, Strauss' statement that if an author contains contradictions that a schoolboy of today could spot immediately, then these are intentional and even meant to be seen through, cannot be applied to the so-called mistakes in argument by Plato's Socrates. Not because we are concerned here with the beginnings of logic, to say this is to confuse logical thought with logical theory, but because it is the nature of a dialogue directed toward an object to risk logicality. 63. The question has general hermeneutical consequences. We are concerned with the concept of the author's meaning. I am disregarding the help that jurisprudence might offer here with its doctrine of legal interpretation. All I want to say is that at any rate Platonic dialogue is a model of writing that embraces many meanings and inner relationships, among which Strauss is often able to make important discoveries. Are we to so underestimate the mimetic truth that the Socratic dialogue has for Plato that we do not see this multifariousness of meaning in itself, even in Socrates himself? Does an author really know so exactly and in every sentence what he means? The curious chapter of philosophical self-interpretation, I think, for example, of Kant, Fichte, and Heidegger seems to speak for itself. If the alternative suggested by Strauss is true, namely that a philosophical author has either an unambiguous meaning or is confused, then there is, I fear, in many controversial points of interpretation only one hermeneutical consequence: we must concede that there is confusion. In considering the structure of the hermeneutical process I have explicitly referred to the Aristotelian analysis of phronesis. 64 Basically, I have followed here a line that Heidegger began in his early years in Freiburg, when he was concerned with a hermeneutics of facticity, against neo-Kantianism and value philosophy, and, probably ultimately, against Husserl himself. It is true that Aristotle's ontological basis became suspect for Heidegger even in his early investigations, a basis on which the whole of modern philosophy, especially the idea of subjectivity and that of consciousness, as well as the aporias of historicism, is founded, what in being and time is called the ontology of the present at hand. But in one point Aristotelian philosophy was at that time much more than a mere countermodel for Heidegger, it was a real vindicator of his own philosophical purposes, in the Aristotelian critique of Plato's universal ethos and, positively, in the demonstration of the analogical structure of the good and the knowledge of the good that is required in the situation of action. What surprises me most about Strauss' defense of classical philosophy is the degree to which he tries to understand it as a unity, so that the extreme contrast that exists between Plato and Aristotle with regard to the nature and the significance of the good does not seem to cause him any trouble. 65 The early stimulation that I received from Heidegger has been valuable to me, for, among other reasons, Aristotelian ethics quite unexpectedly made it easier to understand the hermeneutical problem more deeply. I think it is true to say that this is not a misuse of Aristotelian thought, but shows what can be learned from it, a critique of the abstract and universal that, without being driven to a dialectical extreme, as in the manner of Hegel, and hence without the untenable consequence presented by the concept of absolute knowledge, has become essential for the hermeneutical situation after the rise of historical consciousness. In his book Die Wiedererweckung des Geschichtlichen Bewusstseins, which appeared in 1956, Theodor Litt has presented under the title Der Historismus und sein Widersacher, Historicism and its Opponents, an energetic critique of Krüger and Loweth, though unfortunately not of Strauss, that seems to have a difficulty at this point. 66 I think that Litt is right when he sees the danger of a new dogmatism in the philosophical opposition to history. The desire for a fixed, constant criterion that points the way for those called to action always has particular force if failures in moral and political judgment have had grave consequences. The question of justice, the question of the perfect state, seem to spring from an elementary need of human existence. Nevertheless, everything depends on the way this question is intended and asked, if it is to bring clarification. Litt shows that it cannot refer to any universal norm under which the particular case of practical political action could be subsumed. 67 It is, however, a pity that he does not avail himself of Aristotle's assistance, for Aristotle made the same objection to Plato. I am convinced of the fact that, quite simply, we need to learn from the classics, and it is greatly to be appreciated that Strauss not only makes this demand but also in large measure fulfills it. However, among the things that we need to learn from them is that there is an absolute distinction between a politica techne and a politica phronesis. Strauss does not, in my opinion, give this sufficient weight. Here too Aristotle can help us avoid falling into an apotheosis of nature, naturalness, and natural law that would be nothing but an impotently doctrinaire critique of history, and he can help us acquire instead a more appropriate relationship to the historical tradition and a better understanding of what is. Incidentally, I do not regard the problem raised by Aristotle as in any way disposed of. It might well be that Aristotle's critique, like so many critiques, is right in what it says, but not against whom it says it. 68 But that is a large, and different, question. Supplement 2. To what extent does language preform thought? We may begin by explaining why the question in the title is asked at all. What suspicion, what critique of our thought, is hidden behind it? It is, in fact, the fundamental doubt about the possibility of our escaping from the sphere of influence of our education which is linguistic, of our socialization which is linguistic, and of our thought which is transmitted through language, as well as the doubt about our capacity for openness to a reality which does not correspond to our opinions, our fabrications, our previous expectations. In our contemporary situation, faced as we are with an increasingly widespread anxiety about the future of mankind, the issue is the suspicion slowly seeping into the consciousness of all that, if we go on this way, if we pursue industrialization, think of work only in terms of profit, and turn our earth into one vast factory as we are doing at the moment, then we threaten the conditions of human life in both the biological sense and in the sense of our own ideals for being human, even to the extreme of self-destruction. So we are led to ask with increasing urgency whether a primordial falsity may not be hidden in our relation to the world, whether, in our linguistically mediated experience, we may not be prey to prejudices or, worse still, to necessities which have their source in the linguistic structuring of our first experience of the world and which would force us to run with open eyes, as it were, down a path whence there was no other issue than destruction. Slowly this becomes clear. If we continue thus, we can, without, of course, being able to calculate the precise day, predict with certainty the fact that life on this planet will become impossible, predict it with as much certainty as we can. Practical political action could be subsumed. 67 It is, however, a pity that he does not avail himself of Aristotle's assistance, for Aristotle made the same objection to Plato. I am convinced of the fact that, quite simply, we need to learn from the classics, and it is greatly to be appreciated that Strauss not only makes this demand but also in large measure fulfills it. However, among the things that we need to learn from them is that there is an absolute distinction between a politica techne and a politica phronesis. Strauss does not, in my opinion, give this sufficient weight. Here too Aristotle can help us avoid falling into an apotheosis of nature, naturalness, and natural law that would be nothing but an impotently doctrinaire critique of history, and he can help us acquire instead a more appropriate relationship to the historical tradition and a better understanding of what is. Incidentally, I do not regard the problem raised by Aristotle as in any way disposed of. It might well be that Aristotle's critique, like so many critiques, is right in what it says, but not against whom it says it. 68 But that is a large, and different, Question. Supplement 2. To what extent does language preform thought? We may begin by explaining why the question in the title is asked at all. What suspicion, what critique of our thought, is hidden behind it? It is, in fact, the fundamental doubt about the possibility of our escaping from the sphere of influence of our education, which is linguistic, of our socialization, which is linguistic, and of our thought, which is transmitted through language, as well as the doubt about our capacity for openness to a reality which does not correspond to our opinions, our fabrications, our previous expectations. In our contemporary situation, faced as we are with an increasingly widespread anxiety about the future of mankind, the issue is the suspicion slowly seeping into the consciousness of all that, if we go on this way, if we pursue industrialization, think of work only in terms of profit, and turn our earth into one vast factory as we are doing at the moment, then we threaten the conditions of human life in both the biological sense and in the sense of our own ideals for being human, even to the extreme of self-destruction. So we are led to ask with increasing urgency whether a primordial falsity may not be hidden in our relation to the world, whether, in our linguistically mediated experience, we may not be prey to prejudices or, worse still, to necessities which have their source in the linguistic structuring of our first experience of the world, and which would force us to run with open eyes, as it were, down a path whence there was no other issue than destruction. Slowly this becomes clear. If we continue thus, we can, without, of course, being able to calculate the precise day, predict with certainty the fact that life on this planet will become impossible, predict it with as much certainty as we can. Socialization, growth into the social. Of necessity it is likewise growth into conventions, into a social life regulated by conventions, and so language is open to the charge of being an ideology. Just as learning language means constantly practicing modes of expression and arguments, so our formation of convictions and opinions is also a way of introducing us into a set of preformed articulations of meanings. Where is truth in all this? How are we to succeed in making these preformed expressions and phrases into living, fluid speech? How can we attain to that rare feeling of having said fully what we wanted to? As for language, so for the rest of living, a world conventionally preformed becomes familiar, and the question is to know whether or not, in our understanding of ourselves, we can ever arrive at that point to which, in those rare cases of perfect speech to which I have just now referred, we think we have come, namely when we really say what we want to say. In other words, do we ever arrive at the point where we understand what really is? These two, total understanding and expression adequate to it, are limit cases of our orientation in the world and of our infinite interior dialogue with ourselves. And yet I want to say, precisely because this dialogue is infinite, because this orientation to things, given in the preformed schemas of discourse, enters into our spontaneous process of coming to an understanding both with one another and with ourselves, there is open to us the infinity of what we understand in general and what we can make part of our own minds. There are no limits to the interior dialogue of the soul with itself. With this thesis I would oppose the suspicion that language is an ideology. I want to argue that the act of understanding and speaking has a claim to universality. We can express everything in words and can try to come to agreement about everything. That we are limited by the finitude of our capacities and that only a truly infinite conversation could entirely redeem this claim is of course true. But it is self-evident. The real question is, does not a whole series of opposing arguments arise against the universality of our linguistically mediated experience of the world? There is, for instance, American relativism, derived from Humboldt and given a new lease on life in a new spirit of empirical research, according to which the different languages are so many different images of the world and perspectives on the world, and none can escape that particular image and that particular schematization within which he is imprisoned. Among Nietzsche's aphorisms in The Will to Power, there occurs the apt remark that God's truly creative act was the creation of grammar, implying that he initiated us into these schemas of mastery of the world in such a way that we can never get behind them. Is it not the case, therefore, that the dependence of thought on the possibilities of speech and linguistic habits is restrictive? And what fateful meaning lies in the fact that if we look about us, the world is tending to such a global cultural leveling that we no longer speak as a matter of course only about Western philosophy? Hence do we not ponder the insight that the whole of our conceptual philosophical language and its derivative, the conceptual language of modern science, are only one of these perspectives on the world, and indeed in the final analysis of Greek origin? It is the language of metaphysics with whose categories we are familiar from grammar, subject and predicate, nomen and verbum, noun and verb. Today, with our newly awakened global consciousness, we may incline to feel that in such a concept as verb there resounds a pre-schematization of our whole European culture. And so, behind all this, there lurks the uneasy question whether, in all our thought, Even in the critical dissolution of all metaphysical concepts such as substance, accident, the subject and its properties, and so on, predicative logic included, we are doing anything more than thinking through to its conclusion that which built up the linguistic structure and relation to the world of the Indo-Germanic peoples millennia before any written tradition? We raise this question today just when we are, perhaps, at the end of our linguistic culture, an end slowly advanced by technological civilization and its mathematical symbolisms. Thus we are not involved in idle suspicions directed against language. We have reached the point where we must ask to what extent everything from this historical moment is predetermined. Even before the game of world history began, did some cast of the dice fatally compel us by means of our language to our way of thinking, and if things continue so, will humankind destroy itself by technology? Against this, one might ask whether this suspicion about ourselves does not artificially put our reason under tutelage. Do we not stand on common ground here and feel certain that we are speaking of something real and that this is no mere gloomy picture painted by a philosopher living in cloud cuckoo land? If I speak of a self-endangerment of humankind that originated long ago, and if I see a fatal coherence in Western history, which Heidegger in particular has taught us to discern, that line of thought will one day be part of the common knowledge of humanity. We see with increasing clarity today, as Heidegger especially has taught us to see, that Greek metaphysics is the beginning of modern technology. Concept formation, born of Western philosophy, has led the will to dominance as the fundamental experience of reality along a lengthy historical path. Even so, do we really mean to say that what we begin to understand in these terms sets up an insurmountable barrier? A second objection has been developed by Habermas against my own theories. The question is whether the extra-linguistic modes of experience are not underestimated when one asserts, as I do, that it is in language that we articulate the experience of the world as something we hold in common. The multiplicity of languages does not affect the issue. This relativity is not one which holds us in unbreakable shackles, as those of us who can think to some extent in a different language know quite well. But are there not other experiences of reality that are non-linguistic? The experience of domination and the experience of work are obvious enough. These are the two arguments that Habermas too more or less opposes to hermeneutics' claim to universality, and in doing so he interprets linguistic understanding, I do not know, as a sort of immanent movement of meaning within a closed circle, and he calls that the cultural tradition of peoples. Now the cultural tradition of peoples is preeminently the heritage of forms and techniques of domination, of ideals of liberty, of objectives of order and the like. Who denies that our specific human possibilities do not subsist solely in language? One would want to admit, instead, that every linguistic experience of the world is experience of the world, not experience of language. And is what we articulate in verbalized disagreements not somehow an encounter with reality? The encounter with domination and unfreedom leads us to develop our political ideas, and it is the world of work, the world of our capability that we experience in mastering techniques of working, which are, we find, ways of discovering our own nature. It would be a false abstraction to say that it was not through and in the concrete experiences of our human existence which we gain in domination and work, and only here, that our human understanding of ourselves, our evaluations, our conversations with ourselves, find their concrete fulfillment and critical function. The fact that we move in a linguistic world and grow up into the world through an experience preformed by language does not at all remove the possibilities of critique. On the contrary, the possibility of going beyond our conventions and beyond all those experiences that are schematized in advance opens up before us once we find ourselves, in our conversation with others, faced with opposed thinkers, with new critical tests, with new experiences. Fundamentally in our world the issue is always the same as it was in the beginning. In language we are trained in conventions and social norms behind which there are always economic and hegemonic interests. But this is precisely the world we as humans experience. In it we rely on our faculty of judgment, that is, on the possibility of our taking a critical stance with regard to every convention. In reality, we owe this to the linguistic virtuality of our reason. Now it is certainly the case that our experience of the world does not take place only in learning and using a language. There is a pre-linguistic experience of the world, as Habermas, referring to Piaget's research, reminds us. The language of gesture, facial expression, and movement binds us to each other. There are laughter and tears. Helmut Plissner has worked out a hermeneutics of these. There is the world of science within which the exact, specialized languages of symbolism and mathematics provide sure foundations for the elaboration of theory, languages which have brought with them a capacity for construction and manipulation which seems a kind of self-representation of homo faber, of man's technical ingenuity. But even these forms of self-representation must constantly be taken up in the interior dialogue of the soul with itself. I acknowledge that these phenomena demonstrate that behind all the relativities of language and convention there is something in common which is no longer language, but which looks to an ever-possible verbalization, and for which the well-tried word reason is, perhaps, not the worst. Nevertheless, there remains something that characterizes language as such, and that is precisely the fact that language as language can be contrasted with every other act of communication. We call this difference writing and graphic transcription. The persuasive speech which binds one man with another or even with himself in so intuitive and living a way that they seem inseparable from one another can nevertheless take on the rigid form of written relations. These latter can be deciphered and read and raised into a new enactment of meaning, indeed so much so that our whole world is more or less, although perhaps not for much longer, a literary one, that is, one administered by means of writing and transcription. Setting aside for the moment all the differences within transcription, I would say that everything in writing, to be understood, requires something like a kind of heightening for the inner ear. This is obviously true for poetry and the like, but for philosophy too I take care to tell my students, you must sharpen your ear, you must realize that when you take a word in your mouth, you have not taken up some arbitrary tool which can be thrown in a corner if it doesn't do the job, but you are committed to a line of thought that comes from afar and reaches on beyond you. What we do is always a kind of changing back, which I want to call in a very wide sense translation. Think a moment what it means to translate to transpose a dead thing in a new act of understanding that reads it, or even to transpose into our own or another language what was recorded only in a foreign language and given as a text. The translation process fundamentally contains the whole secret of how human beings come to an understanding of the world and communicate with each other. Translation is an indissoluble unity of implicit acts of anticipating, of grasping meaning as a whole beforehand, and explicitly laying down what was thus grasped in advance. All speaking has something of this kind of laying hold in advance and laying down. Heinrich von Kleist's fine essay on the progressive elaboration of thoughts in discourse describes his experiences in Berlin at the time of his licentiate examination. I think every examiner should be asked to swear that he has read this essay. At that time these examinations were public but were attended, then as now, only by those whose turn was yet to come. Kleist describes how the examination runs, how the professor asks a question out of the blue, and how the candidate has to answer on the spot. Yet, as we all know, only fools can answer questions whose answers everybody knows. A question must be posed, i.e., it contains an opening for a possible answer. Computers and parrots can give the right answer much quicker. Kleist has a good phrase to describe this experience: the balance wheel of thoughts must be set in motion. In speaking, one word brings forth another, and hence our thinking gets promulgated. A word becomes real when it proffers itself in our speaking on its own out of however thoroughly pre-schematized a thesaurus and customary usage. We speak that word and it leads to consequences and ends we had not perhaps conceived of. The background of the universality of this linguistic access to the world is that our recognition of the world, to use an analogy, does not present itself to us as an infinite text which we painfully and piecemeal learn to recite. The word recite should make us realize that speaking is something quite different. Reciting is the opposite of speaking. When we recite, we already know what is coming, and the possible advantage of a sudden inspiration is precluded. All of us have had the experience of listening to a bad actor and getting the impression that he was already thinking of the next word. That is not speaking. Speaking is only speaking if we accept the risk of positing something and following out its implications. To sum up, I would say that the misunderstanding in the question of the linguisticality of our understanding is really one about language, i.e., seeing language as a stock of words and phrases, of concepts, viewpoints and opinions. In fact, language is the single word, whose virtuality opens for us the infinity of discourse, of speaking with one another, of the freedom of expressing oneself and letting oneself be expressed. Language is not its elaborated conventionalism, nor the burden of pre-schematization with which it loads us, but the generative and creative power to unceasingly make this whole once again fluid. Notes. 1. Posterior Analytics, 2, 19, 103 ff. 2. Jürgen Habermas, The Hermeneutic Claim to Universality, Dr. Joseph Bleicher, in Joseph Bleicher, Contemporary Hermeneutics, Hermeneutics as Method, Philosophy and Critique, London, Routledge and Kegan-Paul, 1980, pages 181 to 211, and The Universality of the Hermeneutical Problem, in Philosophical Hermeneutics, Dr. David D. Linga, Berkeley, University of California Press, 1976, pages 3 to 17. Afterward. When I finished the present book at the end of 1959, I wondered whether it had not come too late, that is, whether its attempt to reassess the value of traditional and historical thought was not by then almost superfluous. Signs of a new wave of technological animosity to history were increasing. Correlatively, increased receptiveness toward Anglo-American theory of science and analytic philosophy, and finally the fresh impetus which the social sciences, particularly social psychology and sociolinguistics, were receiving offered no hope for the humanistic tradition of the Romantic Geisteswissenschaften. But that was precisely the tradition from which I set out. It represented the experiential ground of my theoretical work, though not at all its limit or even its goal. But even the classical historical Geisteswissenschaften were undergoing a reorientation toward the new statistical and formal methods, so that the pressure toward scientific planning and the technical organization of research was unmistakable. A new positivistic self-conception was emerging, fostered by the acceptance of Anglo-American methods and modes of inquiry. It was, of course, a flat misunderstanding when people accuse the expression truth and method of failing to recognize the methodical rigor of modern science. What hermeneutics legitimates is something completely different, and it stands in no tension whatever with the strictest ethos of science. No productive scientist can really doubt that methodical purity is indispensable in science, but what constitutes the essence of research is much less merely applying the usual methods than discovering new ones, and underlying that, the creative imagination of the scientist. This is not true only in the so-called Geisteswissenschaften. Moreover, the hermeneutical reflection undertaken in truth and method is just the opposite of mere conceptual play. It has grown everywhere out of the concrete practice of the sciences for which methodological considerations such as controllable procedure and falsifiability are taken to be self-evident. Further, such hermeneutical reflection has manifested itself everywhere in the practice of science. To situate my work within the philosophy of this century, it must be kept in mind that I have endeavored to mediate between philosophy and the sciences, and I have especially tried to extend the radical questioning of Martin Heidegger, to whom I am indebted for the decisive matters, over the broad expanse of scientific experience, as far as I am able to survey it. That, of course, necessitated transcending the restricted horizon of scientific theory and its methodology. But can it be held against a philosophical approach that it does not consider scientific research as an end in itself but, rather, thematizes the conditions and limits of science within the whole of human life? In a time when science penetrates further and further into social practice, science can fulfill its social function only when it acknowledges its own limits and the conditions placed on its freedom to maneuver. Philosophy must make this clear to an age credulous about science to the point of superstition. On just this depends the fact that the tension between truth and method has an inescapable currency. Thus philosophical hermeneutics participates in a philosophical movement of our century that overcame the one-sided orientation toward the scientific fact, taken for granted by Neo-Kantianism as well as by the positivism of that time. Hermeneutics also has relevance to theory of science in that hermeneutic reflection discloses conditions of truth in the sciences that do not derive from the logic of scientific discovery but are prior to it. This is especially, though not exclusively, true in the so-called Geisteswissenschaften, whose English equivalent, moral sciences, already indicates that these sciences make their object into something that necessarily belongs to the knower himself. Perhaps this ultimately pertains to the real sciences as well. Still, to me some distinctions seem necessary here. If in modern microphysics the observer cannot be eliminated from the results of measurement and must appear in its reports, this has a precisely determinable sense that can be formulated mathematically. If in modern behavioral science the researcher discovers structures that determine his own behavior on the basis of phylogenetic heritage, then perhaps he learns something about himself, but precisely because he looks at himself with eyes other than those of his practice and his self-consciousness, and to that extent he succumbs to neither over-glorifying nor depreciating mankind. If, by contrast, every historian's own standpoint is always discernible in his findings and valuations, then this discovery implies no criticism of his claim to be scientific. It says nothing about whether the historian has erred by being bound to a standpoint and has misunderstood or misprized tradition or whether, thanks to the advantage of his standpoint, he succeeded in putting something hitherto unobserved in its proper light because of its similarity to something observable in immediate contemporary experience. Here we are in the middle of a hermeneutic problematic, but this scarcely implies that there are no scientific methods whereby to distinguish the true from the false, to avoid error, or to reach truth. In the moral sciences this is not a whit different from the real sciences. The same holds for the empirical social sciences. Here it is apparent that a fore-understanding guides their inquiry. They are concerned with a highly developed social system which accepts the validity of norms that cannot be scientifically demonstrated but that have developed historically. They present not only the object but also the sphere of empirical rationality within which methodical work takes place. For the most part, research gets its topics of inquiry from disturbances in the existing social system or through ideological critique, which opposes existing structures of domination. Undoubtedly, here too scientific research leads to a corresponding scientific management of the local systems that are its subject matter, but just as undeniable is that the social sciences are tempted to extrapolate their results to more complex systems. Succumbing to such temptation is all too easy. However uncertain are the factual bases on which rational management of social life might be possible, a will to believe impels the social sciences onward and drives them far beyond their limits. Perhaps we can clarify this by considering the classic paradigm that J.S. Mill proposes for the application of inductive logic to the social sciences, namely that of meteorology. It is not just the fact that long-range forecasts valid for large areas have gained very little in certainty through the modern means of data collection and analysis, even if we had complete control of atmospheric events, or, better, since we basically have this dominion already, if data collection and analysis were enormously increased, and more reliable forecasts thereby made possible, at that point new complications would arise. It belongs to the very nature of the scientific management of processes that they can be made to serve any of several purposes. That is, there would arise the problem of influencing the weather, and with it would ensue a struggle among socio-economic interests, of which the current state of prognostics has given us only a little foretaste, the occasional attempt by interested parties to influence the weekend forecast. Transferred to the social sciences, the manageability of social processes necessarily leads to a consciousness of the social engineer that tries to be scientific and yet can never completely deny its share in the social partnership. Here lies a special complication that derives from the social function of the empirical social sciences. On the one hand is the tendency to extrapolate the results of empirical and rational research to complex situations too quickly merely in order to plan things scientifically. On the other hand are the pressures which the social partners exert on science in order to influence the social process as they see fit. The absoluteness of the ideal of science in fact exercises a powerful fascination, and it repeatedly leads people to believe that hermeneutic reflection is completely without an object. The narrowing of perspective that results from concentrating on method is almost imperceptible to the scientist. He is always already oriented toward the methodological correctness of his procedure, but also, conversely, away from reflection. Even when, by defending his methodology, he acts in a genuinely reflective manner, he does not allow this reflection itself to be consciously thematized. A philosophy of the sciences that understands itself as a theory of scientific method and dismisses any inquiry that cannot be meaningfully characterized as a process of trial and error does not recognize that by this very criterion it is itself outside science. It is in the nature of the case, then, that the dialogue between philosophy and philosophy of the sciences never really succeeds. The Adorno-Popper debate, like that between Habermas and Albert, shows this all too clearly. 1. By raising critical rationality to the status of an absolute measure of truth, empirical theory of science regards hermeneutic reflection as theological obscurantism. 2. Fortunately, there can be agreement about the fact that there is only one logic of scientific investigation, but also that it is not sufficient, since at any given time the viewpoints that select the relevant topics of inquiry and foreground them as subjects of research cannot themselves be derived from the logic of investigation. What is remarkable is that, for the sake of rationality, theory of science here abandons itself to complete irrationality and considers philosophical reflection on certain aspects of practical cognition to be illegitimate. It even charges the philosophy that does so with immunizing its contentions against experience. It fails to recognize that it is itself complicit with a much more fatal immunization against experience, for example, against that of common sense and the experience one gains in living. It always does so when it promotes the uncritical expansion of scientific management beyond specific contexts, for example, when it assigns responsibility for political decisions to experts. The contention between Popper and Adorno still has something unsatisfying about it, even after Habermas analyzed it. I agree with Habermas that a hermeneutic for understanding is always in play and that it therefore requires reflexive enlightenment. But that is as far as I go with critical rationality, because I consider perfect enlightenment illusory. Given this situation, 2 points need to be re-emphasized: what is the significance of hermeneutic reflection for the methodology of the sciences? And, how does the duty to think critically bear on the fact that understanding is determined by tradition? In my work, heightening the tension between truth and method had a polemical intent. Ultimately, as Descartes himself realized, it belongs to the special structure of straightening something crooked that it needs to be bent in the opposite direction. But what was crooked in this case was not so much the methodology of the sciences as their reflexive self-consciousness. The post-Hegelian historiology and hermeneutics which I have described show this, I think, clearly enough. It is a naive misunderstanding, furthered by Betty's adherents 3, to fear that the hermeneutic reflection I practice will mean a weakening of scientific objectivity. Here Appel, Habermas, 4 and the representatives of critical rationality are in my opinion equally blind. They all mistake the reflective claim of my analyses and thereby also the meaning of application which, as I have tried to show, is essential to the structure of all understanding. They are so caught up in the methodologism of theory of science that all they can think about is rules and their application. They fail to recognize that reflection about practice is not methodology. The subject of my reflection is the procedure of the sciences themselves and the restriction of objectivity that is to be discerned, and not at all commended, in them. It seems to me that nothing less than scientific integrity, to which the philosopher must be accountable, demands that we acknowledge the productive meaning of such restrictions, in the form of productive prejudices, for example. How can a philosophy that makes this conscious be accused of encouraging people to proceed uncritically and subjectively in science? To me that seems just as nonsensical as expecting mathematical logic, conversely, to advance logical thinking, or expecting the scientific theory of critical rationalism that calls itself logic of scientific investigation to advance scientific research. Rather, theoretical logic and philosophy of science satisfy a philosophical demand for legitimation, they remain secondary to scientific practice. Despite all the differences between the natural sciences and the Geisteswissenschaften, there is really no disagreement between them about the eminent validity of critical methodology in the sciences. Even the most extreme critical rationalist will not deny that, prior to the application of scientific methodology, there are determining factors pertaining to choice of topics and modes of inquiry. The final confusion that dominates methodology of the sciences is, I think, the degeneration of the concept of practice. This concept lost its legitimacy in the age of science with its ideal of certainty. For since science views its purpose as isolating the causes of events, natural and historical, it is acquainted with practice only as the application of science. But that is a practice that requires no special account. Thus the concept of technology displaced that of practice, in other words, the competence of experts has marginalized political reason. As we can see, it is not only the role of hermeneutics in the sciences that is in question here but also mankind's understanding of itself in the modern age of science. One of the most important lessons the history of philosophy offers for this current problem consists in the role played in Aristotelian ethics and politics by practice and the knowledge that enlightens and leads it, the practical acuteness or wisdom that Aristotle called phronesis. The 6th book of the Nicomachean Ethics remains the best introduction to this buried problematic. On this topic I can point to a more recent essay, Hermeneutics and Practical Philosophy, my contribution to the collection Zur Rehabilitierung der praktischen Philosophie, edited by M. Riedel. 5 Philosophically regarded, what emerges from the background of the great tradition of practical, and political, philosophy reaching from Aristotle to the turn of the 19th century is that practice represents an independent contribution to knowledge. Here the concrete particular proves to be not only the starting point but also a continuing determination of the content of the universal. We are acquainted with this problem in the form Kant gave it in the Critique of Judgment. There he differentiates between determinative judgment, which subsumes the particular under a given universal, and reflective judgment, which seeks a universal concept for a given particular. Now Hegel, if think, has rightly shown that to separate these two functions of judgment is a mere abstraction, and that judgment is really always both. The universal under which the particular is subsumed continues to determine itself through the particular. Thus the legal meaning of a law is determined through adjudication, and fundamentally the universality of the law is determined through the concreteness of the case. For this reason, as is well known, Aristotle has even gone so far as to claim that the Platonic idea of the good is vacuous, and rightly so, if we really have to think of the good as a being of the highest universality. 6. Relying on the tradition of practical philosophy helps guard us against the technological self-understanding of the modern concept of science. But that does not exhaust the philosophical intention of my endeavors. In the hermeneutic dialogue in which we stand, I would like to see more attention given to this philosophical intention. The concept of play, which I wrested decades ago from the subjective sphere of the play impulse, Schiller, and which I employed to critique aesthetic differentiation, involves an ontological problem. For this concept unites event and understanding in their interplay, and also the language games of our world experience in general, as Wittgenstein has thematized them in order to criticize metaphysics. My inquiry can appear as an ontologization of language only when the presupposition of the instrumentalization of language is left completely unexamined. Hermeneutic experience in fact poses a problem of philosophy for us, to disclose the ontological implications involved in the technical concept of science and to bring about theoretical recognition of hermeneutic experience. Philosophical dialogue must proceed in this direction in order to renew not Platonism but a dialogue with Plato that inquires behind the ossified concepts of metaphysics and their unacknowledged continuance. Whitehead's footnotes to Plato could become important in this respect, as Wheel has rightly recognized. See his introduction to the German edition of Whitehead's Adventures of Ideas. In any case, my intent was to connect philosophical hermeneutics with the Platonic, not the Hegelian, dialectic. The title of the third volume of my Kleines Schriften indicates what that means: idea in language. Modern study of language deserves respect, but the technical self-understanding of modern science prevents it from perceiving the hermeneutic dimension and the philosophical task involved in it. Through the breadth of its contributions, Hermeneutics and Dialectics, the collection dedicated to me, gives a good indication of the range of philosophical problems that hermeneutic inquiry comprehends. In the meantime, however, philosophical hermeneutics has also become a partner in a continuing dialogue with the several branches of hermeneutic methodology. Discussion about hermeneutics has spread primarily to four branches of science: juridical hermeneutics, theological hermeneutics, literary theory, and logic of the social sciences. Within this body of literature, which is slowly becoming vast, I can mention only a few works that take up an explicit position with regard to my own contribution. In juridical hermeneutics, Franz Weacker und das Problem der Interpretation, Mainzer Universitätsgespräch, pp. 5 ff. Fritz Rittner in Verstehen und Auslegen, Freiburger Dies Universitätes, 14, 1967. Joseph Esser in Vorverständnis und Methoden der Rechtsfindung, 1970. Joachim Haruschka, Das Verstehen von Rechtstexten, Münchener Universitätsschriften, Reihe der Juristischen Fakultät, 22, 1972. In the realm of theological hermeneutics I should name, in addition to those mentioned above, the recent contributions of Günter Stachel, Die Neue Hermeneutik, 1967. Ernst Fuchs, Marburger Hermeneutik, 1968. Eugene Beiser, Theologische Sprachtheorie und Hermeneutik, 1970. Gerhard Ebeling, Einführung in die Theologische Sprache, 1971. In Theory of Literature, among Betty's foremost successors is Hirsch's Validity and Interpretation, and a whole series of other attempts to emphasize the methodical element in theory of interpretation. See for example, S. W. Schmid-Kauersick, Geschichtswissenschaft und Geschichtlichkeit in Wiener Zeitschrift für Philosophie, Psychologie, Pädagogik 8, 1966, pp. 133 ff. D. Benner, Zur Fragestellung einer Wissenschaftstheorie der Historik, in Wiener Jahrbuch für Philosophie, 2, 1969, pages 52 ff. A fine analysis of what method means in the process of interpretation I found recently in Thomas Seebohm, Zur Kritik der Hermeneutischen Vernunft, 1972. To be sure, he evades the claim of philosophical hermeneutics when he foists on it a speculative concept of a given totality. Other contributions: H. Robert Joes, Literature Geschichte als Provokation, 1970, Leo Pullman, Theorie der Literatur, 1971, and Harth, Philologie und Praktische Philosophie, 1970. J. Habermas, above all, has offered a critical evaluation of the significance of hermeneutics in the social sciences. See his report Logik der Sozialwissenschaften in the supplement to the Philosophische Rundschau, and the collection Hermeneutik und Ideologiekritik in the Zurkamp series on theory. Also important is the number of continuum in which Frankfurt critical theory is confronted with hermeneutics. A good overview of the problem in the historical sciences is contained in Carl Friedrich Grunder's lecture before the 1970 Congress of Historians, Seculum. But back to theory of science. The problem of relevance certainly cannot be limited to the Geisteswissenschaften. In the natural sciences too, what are called facts are not arbitrary measurements but measurements that represent an answer to a question, a confirmation or a refutation of a hypothesis. So also an experiment to measure certain quantities is not legitimated by the fact that these measurements are made with utmost exactitude, according to all the rules. It achieves legitimacy only through the context of research. Thus all science involves a hermeneutic component. Just as in the realm of history a question or fact cannot be considered in isolation, so also the same is true in the realm of natural science. But this scarcely means that the rationality of its procedure, insofar as such is possible, would be thereby curtailed. The paradigm of posing and testing hypotheses pertains to all research, in the historical sciences too, and even in philology. and it always presents the danger that the rationality of procedure will be taken for a sufficient legitimation of the significance of what is known through it. But when one comes to acknowledge the problematic of relevance, the notion of value-free inquiry developed by Max Weber must be surpassed. The blind decisionism concerning ultimate ends that Max Weber propagated is unsatisfactory. Here methodological rationalism ends and crude irrationalism. To connect it to so-called philosophy of existence mistakes the matter entirely. The opposite is true. What Jaspers had in mind with the concept of existential elucidation was, rather, precisely to subject ultimate decisions to rational elucidation, otherwise he could not have considered reason and existence inseparable, and Heidegger drew a still more radical conclusion when he clarified the ontological difficulty in differentiating value and fact, and dissolved the dogmatic concept of fact. Still, the question of value plays no role in the natural sciences. The special context of their research, as I have mentioned, is subordinate to hermeneutically clarifiable contexts. But they do not thereby overstep the limits of their methodological competence. In at most a single point does something analogous come into question, namely whether scientific inquiry really is completely independent of the language world in which the scientist lives as a scientist, and in particular whether it is independent of the linguistic world scheme of his own mother tongue. 7 But in another sense hermeneutics comes into play here too. Even if the language of science could be regularized so that all the overtones of the mother tongue were filtered out, there would always remain the problem of translating scientific knowledge into common language, which is the only way the natural sciences acquire their communicative universality and thereby their social relevance. Yet that consideration would not pertain to research as such, rather, it would only indicate that research is not autonomous but instead takes place in a social context. The same holds true for all sciences. One need not ascribe a special autonomy to the interpretive sciences, and yet we cannot overlook the fact that in them pre-scientific knowledge plays a much greater role. Of course one can gratify oneself by denigrating all such knowledge in these sciences as unscientific and untested. 8 But it is just this that must be recognized as constituting these sciences. One must face the objection, then, that what constitutes the special nature of these sciences is precisely the pre-scientific knowledge which is considered the side vestige of unscientificity, and in any case it much more fully determines the practical and social life of mankind, including the fundamental conditions for the practice of science, than the increasing rationalization of human life can achieve or even want to achieve. For do we really want to entrust the decisive questions of social and political, as well as private and personal, life to an expert? For the application of his science, even the expert would employ not his science but rather his practical reason. And why should that be greater in an expert, even if he were the ideal social engineer, than in other people? Thus it seems to me really revealing when people mock the hermeneutic sciences by harping on the accusation that they want to restore the qualitative worldview of Aristotle. 9 We can disregard the fact that modern science does not always apply quantitative procedures, for example, in the morphological disciplines. But I can appeal to the fact that the foreknowledge stemming from the way language orients us in the world, which was in fact the basis of the so-called science of Aristotle, comes into play wherever the experience of life is assimilated, linguistic tradition is understood, and social life goes on. Such foreknowledge is certainly no higher court where science is tried, it is itself exposed to every critical objection that science raises, but it is and remains the vehicle of all understanding. Thus it leaves its impress on the methodological uniqueness of the interpretive sciences. They manifestly present the task of delimiting the formation of technical terminologies and, instead of building special languages, they cultivate the ways common language is spoken. 10. Here, perhaps, I can introduce the logical propedeutic of Kamla and Lorenzen, 11 which demands of philosophers the methodical definition of all concepts meant to be used in scientifically verifiable statements. But even the logical propedeutic is not exempt from the hermeneutic circle of presupposed linguistic foreknowledge and the need to purify linguistic usage critically. There can be no objecting to the ideal of such a scientific language, for it has undoubtedly clarified many disciplines, especially logic and theory of science, and insofar as it promotes responsible expression, no limits can be imposed on it in the field of philosophy either. What Hegel's logic undertook, in the name of philosophy comprehending all science, is just what Lorenzen is seeking in reflecting on research and in renewing the attempt to justify it logically. This is certainly a legitimate task. But I would like to defend the idea that the knowledge and foreknowledge that derive from the interpretation of the world sedimented in language would retain their legitimacy even if one imagined a perfected scientific language, and the same holds for philosophy as well. Against the historical elucidation of concepts that I advocate in my book and practice as well as I can, Kamla and Lorenzen object that the court of tradition can pronounce no sure and unequivocal verdict. Indeed not. but to be responsible before that court, that is, not to invent a language commensurate with new insights but rather to retrieve it from living language seems to me a legitimate demand. Philosophy can fulfill it only when the path from word to concept and from concept to word is kept open in both directions. It seems to me that, in defense of their own procedure, even Kamla and Lawrence appeal to the authority of linguistic usage. Of course it yields no methodical construction of a language through the gradual instauration of concepts. But making the implications of conceptual words conscious is a method too, and, I think, one commensurate with the subject matter of philosophy. For the subject of philosophy is not limited to the reflexive clarification of scientific procedure. It does not consist in summing up the multiple facets of modern knowledge and rounding them out into a whole worldview. It does pertain to the whole of our experience of life and our world, but like no other science, rather like our very experience, articulated in language, of life and the world. I hardly want to assert that the knowledge of this totality is certain or that it does not need to be thoughtfully submitted to constant critique. But still, one cannot ignore such knowledge, in whatever form it expresses itself, in religious or proverbial wisdom, in works of art or philosophical thought. Even Hegel's dialectic, I do not mean its schematization into a method of philosophical proof, but the experience basic to it of the reversal of concepts which claim to comprehend the whole in their opposite 12, belongs to these forms of inner self-enlightenment and to the inner subjective representation of human experience. In my book I made vague use of Hegel's vague model, and can now refer to a recent publication, Hegel's Dialectic, 5 Hermeneutical Studies, Tübingen, 1971, which contains a more precise exposition but also a certain justification for that vagueness. It has often been objected that the language of my investigations is too inexact. In this I see not only the disclosure of a deficiency, which may exist often enough. I still think it appropriate to admit that the conceptual language of philosophy cannot be extricated from the whole of the language world and that, even at the expense of delimiting concepts precisely, its living relation to the whole must be preserved. That is the positive implication of the indigence of language inherent in philosophy from its beginnings. At very special moments and under very special circumstances that are not to be found in Plato or Aristotle, Meister Eckhart or Nicholas of Cusa, Fichte or Hegel, but perhaps in Aquinas, Hume, and Kant, this linguistic indigence is concealed under the smooth surface of a conceptual system, and it emerges only, but then of necessity, when we thoughtfully follow the movement of thought. On this topic I refer to my Dusseldorf lecture, History of Ideas in the Language of Philosophy. 13. The expressions used in philosophical language and sharpened to conceptual precision always convey meaning in certain respects like an object language and therefore remain somewhat inappropriate. But the context of significance that resounds in every word of living language likewise enters into the semantic potential of the conceptual word. That is unavoidable whenever the common expressions for concepts are used. But it is without consequence for the formation of concepts in the natural sciences, for in them experiment regulates conceptual usage, and thus commits them to the ideal of unambiguousness and prearranges the logical content of statements. The situation is different in philosophy and wherever the pre-scientific knowledge that comes to us from language enters into cognition. There, language has a different function than the maximally univocal designation of the data, gegebenem, it is self-giving, selbstgebend, and brings its own gift, Selbstgabe, into the communication. In the hermeneutic sciences, a verbal formulation does not merely refer to something that could be verified in other ways, instead it makes something visible in the how of its meaningfulness. The special demand placed on verbal expression and concept formation consists in the fact that they must also indicate the context of understanding in which the subject matter means something. Thus the connotations of an expression do not muddy its intelligibility, because they do not indicate what is meant unequivocally, but increase it insofar as the intended context as a whole gains in intelligibility. It is a whole that is constructed by words here, and it can be given in words alone. This is traditionally regarded as a mere question of style, and such phenomena are consigned to the realm of rhetoric, which is concerned with persuading by means of exciting the feelings. Or one begins with modern aesthetic concepts. Then self-giving appears to be an aesthetic quality that derives from the metaphorical nature of language. One would rather not admit that a cognitive moment is involved in it. But to me the dichotomy between logical and aesthetic seems questionable when real speaking is at issue, instead of the logical construction of an ortholanguage such as Lorenzen proposes. It is, I think, a no less logical task to acknowledge the interaction between all elements of special languages, artificial expressions, and ordinary language. That is the hermeneutic task, as it were, the other pole that determines the appropriateness of words. This leads me to the history of hermeneutics. I review this history in my work essentially for the preparatory purpose of filling in the background. Consequently, my presentation displays a certain one-sidedness. That is already true of Schleiermacher. His lecture on hermeneutics, as we read it in Lucca's edition of the works, but also in the original materials that H. Kimmerl has edited in the Proceedings of the Heidelberg Academy of Sciences, and has since completed in a careful critical supplement 14, and in his Academy lectures, which engage in an incidental polemic with Wolff and Ast, none of these are comparable in theoretical importance for philosophical hermeneutics to what is contained in Schleiermacher's lecture on dialectic, especially its discussion of the connection between thought and speaking. 15. But we have since acquired new materials from the pen of Dilthey that present Schleiermacher's philosophy and sketch its contemporary background in Fichte, Novalis, and Schlegel in an especially masterly way. We are obliged to M. Rediker for gathering a second volume of Dilthey's Life of Schleiermacher from the posthumous manuscripts in a careful critical edition. 16 And it appears the first publication of Dilthey's famous until now not widely known presentation of the prehistory of hermeneutics in the 17th and 18th centuries, which the well-known Academy Proceedings of 1900 only summarized. By its thorough source studies, broad historical horizon, and detailed presentation, it overshadows all others, not only my own modest labor 17 but also the well-known standard work of Joachim Vogt. 18. Recently it has become possible for us to learn about the earlier history of hermeneutics in still another way, through Lutz Geldsetzer's series of hermeneutical reprints. 19 Apart from Meyer, there are important theoretical excerpts from Flacius and the Elegant Debo, which have now been made conveniently accessible. Others, for example, Cladenius, to whom I have given close attention, have since been included. Geldsetzer has supplemented these reprints with very careful, astonishingly erudite introductions. Of course, Dilthey and Geldsetzer's introductions accent somewhat different things than I did on the basis of important examples, especially Spinoza and Cladenius. The same is true of new works about Schleiermacher, especially the contributions of H. Kimmerl, H. Patch, 20 and the book by G. Vattimo. 21 Perhaps I overemphasized Schleiermacher's tendency toward psychological, technical, interpretation rather than grammatical linguistic interpretation. 22 Nevertheless, that is his peculiar contribution, and so his school was based on psychological interpretation. This could be demonstrated beyond doubt by reference to the examples of Hermann Steinthal and Dilthey's emulation of Schleiermacher. The theoretical intent of my inquiry determined the important place Dilthey occupies in it and my marked emphasis on his ambivalent attitude to the inductive logic of the century on the one hand and to the romantic idealistic heritage on the other, which for the late Dilthey included not only Schleiermacher but the young Hegel. Newer emphases are noteworthy in this regard. With the opposite aim, Peter Krauser 23 has explored Dilthey's extensive scientific interests and has illustrated them in part from posthumous material. Of course, to emphasize these interests would occur only to a generation that came to know Dilthey exclusively through his late currency during the 1920s. For those who initially thematized Dilthey's interest in historicity and in placing the Geisteswissenschaften on a theoretical basis of their own, for example, Förmisch, Grotthausen, Spranger, and also Jaspers and Heidegger, it was always self-evident that Dilthey was deeply interested in the natural sciences of his time, especially anthropology and psychology. Now Krauser develops Dilthey's theory of structure by means of an almost cybernetic analysis, so that the Geisteswissenschaften are completely modeled on the natural sciences, though of course on the basis of such vague data that any cyberneticist would have to cross himself. Rather than to the later Dilthey, M. Riedel stays closer to Dilthey's critique of historical reason, especially as it can be documented from the Breslau period, though he presents Dilthey's late work in his reprint of The Construction of the Historical World in the Geisteswissenschaften. 24 He emphasizes the critical aspect of Dilthey's social interests and locates Dilthey's real relevance so exclusively in his inquiry into theory of science that to him the irrationalism imputed to Dilthey as the champion of life philosophy seems a mere misunderstanding. It was in precisely the opposite sense that I articulated the ambivalence in Dilthey's position, his indecision between theory of science and life philosophy. In this author's view, emancipatory reflection remains not only the strongest and most profound but also, strangely, the most productive impulse in Dilthey. 25. But the weightiest objection against my outline of a philosophical hermeneutics is that I have allegedly derived the fundamental significance of agreement from the language dependence of all understanding and all coming to an understanding, and thereby have legitimated a prejudice in favor of existing social relations. Now, that is in fact right, and in my view it remains a real insight, namely that coming to an understanding can only succeed on the basis of an original agreement, and that the task of understanding and interpretation cannot be described as if hermeneutics had to overcome the opaque unintelligibility of the transmitted text or even primarily the errors of misunderstanding. To me such a description seems inaccurate with regard both to the occasional hermeneutics of the early period, which did not reflect on its other presuppositions, and to Schleiermacher and the Romantic break with tradition, for which misunderstanding is fundamental to all understanding. All coming to understanding in language presupposes agreement not just about the meanings of words and the rules of spoken language, much remains undisputed with regard to the subject matter as well, i.e., to everything that can be meaningfully discussed. My insistence on this point is taken to demonstrate a conservative tendency and to deter hermeneutic reflection from its proper, critical and emancipatory, task. Clearly an essential issue is at stake here. Discussion of it has been conducted primarily between Habermas as the developer of critical theory on the one side and me on the other. 26 On both sides it is agreed that ultimate, scarcely examined presuppositions come into play, though on the one side there is also the faith in unconstrained dialogue, the ideal of Habermas and many others who follow the old Enlightenment slogan, to dissolve obsolete prejudices and overcome social privileges through thought and reflection. In this context Habermas makes the fundamental supposition of a contrafactual agreement. On my side, by contrast, there is a deep skepticism about the fantastic overestimation of reason by comparison to the affections that motivate the human mind. When I considered the conflict between hermeneutics and ideology together with the powerful role played by rhetoric, this was no literary accident but instead a well-considered sketch of a thematic whole. Marx, Mao, and Marcuse, whose names are inscribed together on many walls these days, certainly do not have unconstrained dialogue to thank for their popularity. What distinguishes the process of refining hermeneutic practice from acquiring a mere technique, whether it is called social technology or critical method, is that in hermeneutics history co-determines the consciousness of the person who understands. Therein lies an essential reversal. What is understood always develops a certain power of convincing that helps form new convictions. I do not at all deny that if one wants to understand, one must endeavor to distance oneself from one's own opinions on the matter. Whoever wants to understand does not need to affirm what he understands. Still, I think that hermeneutic experience teaches us that the effort to do so succeeds only to a limited extent. Rather, what one understands always speaks for itself as well. On this depends the whole richness of the hermeneutic universe, which includes everything intelligible. Since it brings this whole breadth into play, it forces the interpreter to play with his own prejudices at stake. These are the winnings of reflection that accrue from practice, and practice alone. The philologist's world of experience and his being toward the text that I have foregrounded are only an example and field of illustration for the hermeneutic experience that is woven into the whole of human practice. Within it, clearly, understanding what is written is especially important, but writing is only a late and therefore secondary phenomenon. In truth, hermeneutic experience extends as far as does reasonable being's openness to dialogue. I would like to see more recognition of the fact that this is the realm hermeneutics shares with rhetoric, the realm of arguments that are convincing, which is not the same as logically compelling. It is the realm of practice and humanity in general, and its province is not where the power of ironclad conclusions must be accepted without discussion, nor where emancipatory reflection is certain of its contrafactual agreements, but rather where controversial issues are decided by reasonable consideration. The arts of rhetoric and argumentation, and their silent analogue, thoughtful deliberation with oneself, are at home here. If rhetoric appeals to the feelings, as has long been clear, that in no way means it falls outside the realm of the reasonable. Vico rightly assigns it a special value, copia, the abundance of viewpoints. I find it frighteningly unreal when people like Habermas ascribe to rhetoric a compulsory quality that one must reject in favor of unconstrained, rational dialogue. This is to underestimate not only the danger of the glib manipulation and incapacitation of reason but also the possibility of coming to an understanding through persuasion, on which social life depends. Even the scientific culture of our time can illustrate this. To the practice of human understanding it has assigned the increasingly mountainous task of integrating the particular realm that science dominates at any given time into the practice of social reason. The modern mass media enter in here. Only a narrow view of rhetoric sees it as mere technique or even a mere instrument for social manipulation. It is in truth an essential aspect of all reasonable behavior. Aristotle had already called rhetoric not a techne but a dunamis because it belongs so essentially to the general definition of humans as reasonable beings. However extensive their effects and however broad their manipulation, the institutionalized means of forming public opinion which our industrial society has developed in no way exhaust the realm of reasonable argumentation and critical reflection that social practice occupies. 27. Recognizing this situation, of course, presupposes the insight that the concept of emancipatory reflection is much too vaguely defined. What is at issue is a simple problem: the appropriate interpretation of our experience. What role does reason play in the context of human practice? In every case it takes the general form of reflection. That means it does not merely apply reasonable, efficient means in order to achieve pregiven purposes and ends. It is not confined to the realm of purposive rationality. On this point hermeneutics is at one with ideology critique against theory of science, insofar as the latter considers its immanent logic in the application of research results as sufficient to define the principle of social practice. Hermeneutic reflection makes ends conscious as well, and not in the sense of a knowledge of previously established ultimate ends, followed by reflection about the legitimacy of means. That is rather a temptation that derives from the realm of technological reason, to be concerned only with choosing the right means and to consider questions about ends as already decided. In an ultimate sense, certainly, something is pre-decided for all human practice, namely that the individual as well as society is oriented toward happiness. That appears a natural, manifestly reasonable statement. But we must concede to Kant that happiness, this ideal of the imagination, cannot be satisfactorily defined. Practical reason demands, however, that we think about our ends with just as much precision as about their corresponding means, that is, in our actions we can consciously prefer one way of acting over another and ultimately subordinate one purpose to another. Far from simply presupposing a given order of social life and making our practical choices within that given framework, in every decision we make we are responsive to a consistency of quite a different kind. Consistency is an obligation for every kind of rationality, even the technical, which always tries to pursue circumscribed ends in a rational manner. But consistency plays its fullest role in practical experience, outside efficiency-oriented, technological rationality. Here consistency is no longer the self-evident rationality of choosing means, which, as Max Weber has powerfully demonstrated, obtains in the emotionally distorted field of socio-political action. What is at issue is rather the consistency of desire itself. Anyone who finds himself in a situation of genuine choice needs a standard of excellence to guide reflection in coming to a decision. The result is always something more than only correct subordination to the guiding standard. What one considers the right decision determines the standard itself, and not only in such a way that it becomes the precedent for future decisions but also that the commitment to particular goals of action is thereby developed. Here consistency ultimately means continuity, which alone gives content to one's identity with oneself. This is the truth that Kant's reflection on moral philosophy demonstrated to be the formal character of moral law in contrast to all utilitarian and technical calculation. But with Aristotle and a tradition reaching down to the present, one can derive an image of right living from this definition of the right, and one would have to agree with Aristotle that this guiding image, socially preformed though it is, continually determines itself further when we make critical decisions, even to the point of such determinacy that we can no longer consciously will any alternative, that is, our ethos has become a second nature. 28 It is thus that the guiding image of the individual as of the society is formed, and in such a way that the ideals of a younger generation, precisely in differing from those of the older, determine them further, that is, establish them, through the concrete practice of their own behavior within their own field of play and context of ends. Where is emancipatory reflection effectual here? I would say everywhere, of course in such a way that in dissolving the old ends, it concretizes itself again in new ones. It thereby accords with the law of gradualness that governs historical and social life itself. It would become vacuous and undialectical, I think, if it tried to think the idea of a completed reflection, in which society would lift itself out of the continuing process of emancipation, the process of loosening itself from traditional ties and binding itself to newly constructed validities, so as to achieve an ultimate, free and rational self-possession. To describe emancipation as dissolving compulsions by making them conscious is a very relative way of speaking. Its content depends upon what compulsions are in question. The psychological process of socializing the individual, we know, is necessarily connected with the repression of drives and the renunciation of desires. The social and political life of mankind, on the other hand, is constituted by a social order that exercises a predominant influence on what is considered right. In the psychological realm there can certainly be neurotic distortions that incapacitate the individual for social communication. Here the compulsoriness of the communication disorders can be dissolved by clarifying them and making them conscious. Yet, in effect, this is nothing but reintegrating the disturbed person back into the world of social norms. Now there is something comparable in social and historical life. There, forms of domination can be experienced as compulsions, and making them conscious certainly means awakening desire for a new identification with the universal. Hegel's critique of positivity, of Christendom, of the German constitution, of vestigial feudalism, offers an excellent example of this. But such an example, in my opinion, cannot confirm what my critics postulate, that becoming conscious of existing structures of domination always has an emancipatory effect. Becoming conscious can also transform modes of behavior implanted by authority into guiding images that determine one's own free behavior. Hegel is an excellent example of this too, which appears reactionary only to those predisposed to think so. Tradition is not the vindication of what has come down from the past but the further creation of moral and social life. It depends on being made conscious and freely carried on. What can be submitted to reflection is always limited in comparison to what is determined by previous formative influences. Blindness to the fact of human finitude is what leads one to accept the Enlightenment's abstract motto and to disparage all authority, and it is a momentous misunderstanding when the mere recognition of this fact is taken to express a political position, a defense of the status quo. In truth, the talk about progress or revolution, or even conservation, would be mere declamation if it laid claim to an abstract, a priori saving knowledge. It may be that under revolutionary conditions the emergence of the Robespierre, the abstract moralists who want to remake the world according to their reason, will win applause. But it is just as certain that their hour is appointed. I can only consider it a fatal confusion when the dialectical character of all reflection, its relation to the pregiven, is tied to an ideal of total enlightenment. To me that seems just as mistaken as the ideal of fully rational self-clarity, of an individual who would live in full consciousness and control of his impulses and motives. Clearly the concept of meaning in idealist philosophy of identity is fatal in this context. This concept narrows the province of hermeneutic reflection to the so-called cultural tradition in the line of Vico, as it were, who held that only what man makes can be understood by man. But the hermeneutic reflection that gives point to my whole investigation tries to show that such a conception of the understanding of meaning is erroneous, and in this respect I have had to qualify even Vico's famous definition. 29 Both Appel and Habermas seem to me to fixate on this idealist conception of understanding, which does not correspond to the whole movement of my analysis. It is not by accident that I oriented my investigation toward the experience of art, whose meaning cannot be exhausted by conceptual understanding. The fact that I began my inquiry into philosophical hermeneutics with a critique of aesthetic consciousness and a reflection on art, and not with the so-called Geisteswissenschaften, in no way indicated an evasion of the demand for scientific method but rather a genuine attempt to survey the full range which the hermeneutic question possesses and which does not so much distinguish certain sciences as hermeneutic as bring to light a preordered dimension that precedes all application of scientific methods. To this end, the experience of art was important for several reasons. How does this pertain to the superiority to time that is claimed by art as the content of our aesthetic consciousness? Doesn't a doubt arise here whether this aesthetic consciousness that intends art, even the pseudo-religiously inflated concept of art, constricts our experience of the work of art, just as historical consciousness and historicism constrict our historical experience? This problem is concretized in Kierkegaard's concept of contemporaneity, which precisely does not mean omnipresence in the sense of something's being historically represented, rather, it sets a task that I later called application. Against von Bormann's objection, 30 I would like to defend the idea that the distinction between contemporaneity and aesthetic simultaneity which I employ is Kierkegaardian, though of course applied in a different way. When the note in his diary says, "The situation of contemporaneity is successfully brought about," I am saying the same thing when I say total mediation, that is, immediate coincidence. Naturally, to those who recall the vocabulary of Kierkegaard's polemic against mediation, that sounds like backsliding into Hegelianism. Here one runs into the obstacles that the closure of Hegel's system throws in the way of all attempts to keep one's distance from its conceptual force. This pertains to Kierkegaard as well as to my own attempt to formulate, with the help of a Kierkegaardian concept, my distance from Hegel. Indeed, I followed Hegel in order to stress the hermeneutic dimension of the mediation of past and present in opposition to the naive non-conceptuality of the historical view. In this sense I confronted Schleiermacher with Hegel. 31 Actually I followed Hegel's insight into the historicity of spirit a step further. Hegel's concept of a religion of art indicates exactly what motivates my hermeneutic doubt about aesthetic consciousness. For it, art exists not as art but as religion, as the presence of the divine, its own highest possibility. But if Hegel considers all art as something past, it is as it were absorbed by historical, rememorative consciousness, and as something past, it achieves aesthetic simultaneity. Insight into this context set me the hermeneutic task of employing the concept of aesthetic non-differentiation to distinguish the real experience of art, which does not experience art as art, from aesthetic consciousness. This seems to me a legitimate problem, one that does not result from idolizing history but is unmistakable in our experience of art. To regard art either as originally contemporary with all times and outside history or as a way of attaining culture through the experience of history is to impose a false dichotomy. 32 Hegel is right. Thus today I can no more accept Oscar Becker's Critique 33 than any other historical objectivism, though it certainly has a limited validity. The task of hermeneutic integration remains. It could be said that this corresponds more to Kierkegaard's ethical stage than to the religious. There, perhaps, von Bormann is right. But even in Kierkegaard, doesn't the ethical stage retain a certain conceptual predominance, and is it not transcended by the religious stage though only by drawing attention? Nicht anders als Aufmerksamkeit. Today Hegel's aesthetics is once again receiving careful consideration. Rightly so, since it presents what until now has been the only real solution to the conflict between art's claim to be timeless and the historical uniqueness of the work and world, because it thinks both together and thereby makes art as a whole memorial, erinnerlich. Clearly two things belong together here. Since the emergence of Christendom, art has not been the highest form of truth, the manifestation of the divine, and has therefore become reflective art, and second, the stage to which the mind has progressed, idea and concept, revealed religion and philosophy, leads to conceiving art henceforth as nothing but art. The transition from reflective art to the art of reflection, the way they flow into each other, seems to me not a confusion of different things, Wheel 34, but rather constitutes the objectively demonstrable content of Hegel's insight. Reflective art is not merely a late phase in the epoch of art but already the transition into knowledge, whereby art becomes art for the first time. Here arises a special question that has been generally neglected until now, whether the special place of the verbal arts within the hierarchy of kinds of art is not indicated by the fact that they make this transition manifest. 35 Our wheel has convincingly demonstrated that the connecting link between art and the dramaturgy of dialectical thought is to be found in the concept of action, which is central to dramatic art. In fact, that is one of the profound insights that glimmer through the conceptual systematization of Hegel's aesthetics. I consider it no less significant that this transition is already indicated where linguisticality emerges as such for the first time, and that is in the lyric. In lyrics, action is not represented, to be sure, and in what is today called the speech act, which describes the lyric as well, the quality of action is not obtrusive. In all verbal arts, what constitutes the enigmatic effortlessness of the work, in comparison to the recalcitrant materials in which the plastic arts realize themselves, is that no one thinks of speaking as an action. Wheel rightly says, the lyric is the presentation of a pure speech act, not the presentation of an action in the form of a speech act, as is the case in drama. But that means, language as language here comes into view. In this way a relation between word and concept comes into play that precedes the relation between drama and dialectic which Wheel has worked out. 36 It is in the lyric that language appears in its pure essence, so that all the possibilities of language, and even of the concept, are as it were germinally contained within it. Hegel had already had this fundamental insight when he recognized that, by contrast to the material of other arts, language signifies a totality. That insight had already led Aristotle, despite the precedence that seeing has among the natural senses, to ascribe special precedence to hearing because hearing takes in language and thus everything, not just the visible. To be sure, Hegel did not specially distinguish the lyric in respect to this precedence of the linguistic. He was too much influenced by the ideal of naturalness that Goethe represented for his age, and he therefore viewed the lyrical poem only as a subjective expression of inwardness. But in truth the lyrical word is language in a paradigmatic sense. This is especially evident from the fact that the lyrical word can be raised to the ideal of poesy pure. That pertains not to the developed form of dialectic, as drama does, but to the speculative basis of all dialectic. The same self-presence of mind occurs in the verbal movement of speculative thought as in the verbal movement of the pure poem. Adorno too has rightly called attention to the affinity between the lyrical and the speculative dialectical statement, and, above all, Mallarmé himself has done so. There is something else that points in the same direction, and that is the degree to which various kinds of poetry are translatable. The standard of action that Wheel derived from Hegel himself is almost the opposite of this standard. In any case, it is agreed that the more the lyric approximates the ideal of poesy pure, the less translatable it is. Clearly, sound and meaning are here interwoven to the point of being indivisible. I have since worked further in this direction, though certainly not alone. The distinction between denotative and connotative employed by Welleck and Warren plainly calls for more precise analysis. I have looked into the various modes of linguisticality, and especially the significance of writing for the ideality of language. Recently Paul Ricoeur has come to the same conclusion, Writtenness confirms the identity of sense and dissolves the psychological side of speaking. It thus becomes clear, in passing, why hermeneutics in the line of Schleiermacher, and especially Dilthey, despite their preoccupation with psychology, did not take over the romantic project of grounding hermeneutics in living dialogue but rather returned to the utterances of life fixed in writing emphasized by the older hermeneutics. Correlatively, Dilthey regarded the interpretation of poetry as the triumph of hermeneutics. By contrast, I have pointed to dialogue as the structure of verbal understanding and characterized it as a dialectic of question and answer. That proves to hold completely true for our being toward the text. In interpreting, the questions a text puts to us can be understood only when the text, conversely, is understood as an answer to a question. It is not by accident that the verbal work of art, sprachliche Kunstwerk, comes into the foreground here. Quite independent of the historical question of oral poetry, it is in a fundamental sense oral art as literature, Sprachkunst as Literatur. I call texts of this kind eminent texts. What has occupied me for years and what I have pursued in various still unpublished lectures, Image and Word. The being of poems. On the truth of the word. Philosophical, religious, and poetic speaking, are the special problems of eminent texts. Such a text fixes the pure speech act and therefore has an eminent relation to writing. In it language is present in such a way that its cognitive relation to the given disappears, just as does the communicative relation to the addressee. The universal hermeneutic process of horizon formation and fusion, which I have made conceptually explicit, applies to such eminent texts as well. I am far from wanting to deny that the way a work of art speaks to its time and world, what H.R. Joss calls its negativity 37, co-determines its meaning, that is, the way it speaks to us. This was precisely the point of historically affected consciousness, to think the work and its effect as a unity of meaning. What I described as the fusion of horizons was the form in which this unity actualizes itself, which does not allow the interpreter to speak of an original meaning of the work without acknowledging that, in understanding it, the interpreter's own meaning enters in as well. One misunderstands this basic hermeneutic structure when one thinks that a historical or critical method could be used to break the circle of understanding, as Kimmerl has recently contended. 38. What Kimmerl has described is not at all different from what Heidegger called coming into the circle in the right way, that is, neither by anachronistically updating it nor distorting it to fit one's own preconceptions. Working out the historical horizon of a text is always already a fusion of horizons. The historical horizon cannot be determined by itself in advance. In more recent hermeneutics, that is known as the problematic of foreunderstanding. Now in the case of the eminent text, something else requiring hermeneutic reflection is in play. The suspension of the immediate relation to reality, which the English, with their nominalistic orientation to thought and language, designate by the word fiction, really manifests no suspension, no weakening of the immediacy of the speech act, but, just the opposite, its eminent realization. In all literature, that holds for the implied addressee, which does not mean the receiver of a message but everyone who is receptive today and tomorrow. Even though classical tragedies were written for a certain festival and certainly spoke to a particular social present, they were not like stage props to be used only once or even kept in storage for later use. They could be performed in new productions and very soon read as texts, not because of historical interest, certainly, but because they still had something to say. It was not defining some canon of content specific to the classic that encouraged me to designate the classical as the basic category of effective history. Rather, I was trying to indicate what distinguishes the work of art, and particularly the eminent text, from other traditionary materials open to understanding and interpretation. The dialectic of question and answer that I elaborated is not invalidated here but modified. The original question to which a text must be understood as an answer has, as suggested above, an originary superiority to and freedom from its origins. This hardly means that the classical work is accessible only in a hopelessly conventional way or that it encourages a reassuringly harmonious conception of the universally human. Rather, something speaks only when it speaks originarily, that is, as if it were saying something to me in particular. This hardly means that what speaks in this way is measured by an suprahistorical norm. Just the reverse is true. What speaks in this way sets the standard. And that is the problem. In such cases, the original question that the text is understood as answering claims an identity of meaning which has always already mediated the distance between its origin and the present. In my Zurich lecture of 1969, The Being of the Poetical, I indicated the hermeneutic distinctions necessary for such texts. 39. But the hermeneutic dimension seems to me relevant to current discussions of aesthetics in other respects as well. Precisely when anti-art such as pop art and the happening became the rage, and when, even in traditional genres, Forms of art were sought that thumb their noses at traditional conceptions of the work and its unity and that defy all univocal understanding. Hermeneutic reflection must ask what is the point of such pretensions. The answer will be that the hermeneutic conception of the work remains viable so long as such productions can be described as identifiable, repeatable, and worth repeating. So long as such productions as these try to be are governed by the fundamental hermeneutic structure of understanding something as something, their constitutive form is nothing radically new. Such art is not really different from certain long since recognized forms of performing art, such as dance, which are evaluated in such a way that even improvisation, which is never repeated, tries to be good and that means ideally repeatable and confirming itself as art in the repetition. Here a sharp distinction needs to be drawn from mere trick and legerdemain. Even in them something is to be understood. It can be conceptualized, it can be imitated. It even tries to be adept and good. But its repetition, in Hegel's words, becomes insipid, like a piece of legerdemain that has been seen through. The dividing line between a work of art and piece of artifice may be quite fluid, and often contemporaries may not know whether the charm of a production is a mere trick or artistic richness. Also, artistic media are often used as media in merely practical contexts, for example in poster art and other forms of commercial and political advertisement. From such functions of artistic media, what we call a work of art remains quite distinct. Even if, for example, statues of gods, choral songs, and Attic tragedy and comedy are found within cultural systems, and even if every work belongs originally to a context of life that has passed away, nevertheless the doctrine of aesthetic non-differentiation implies that this relation to the past is, as it were, retained in the work itself. Even in its origin it had gathered its world in itself and was therefore intended as itself, as this statue of Phidias, this tragedy of Aeschylus, this motet of Bach. The hermeneutic constitution of the unity of the work of art is invariant among all the social alterations of the art industry. That holds as well for the apotheosis of art into the religion of culture, symptomatic of the bourgeois period. Even Marxist literary analysis must take heed of this invariance, as Lucian Goldman, for example, has rightly emphasized. 40 Art is not merely a tool of the socio-political will, art documents a social reality only when it is really art, and not when it is used as an instrument. In my work, I brought classical concepts such as mimesis and representation into play not in order to defend classical ideas but to transcend the bourgeois conception of the aesthetic as cultural religion. This has been understood as a kind of backsliding into a Platonism definitively superseded by the modern view of art. But it does not seem quite so simple to me. The doctrine of recognition on which mimetic representation is based only hints at what it would mean to grasp the claim to being of artistic representation. Aristotle, who derives the mimetic nature of art from the pleasure of learning, considers the poet different from the historian in that he portrays things not as they happened but as they could happen. Thus he ascribes to poetry a universality that has nothing to do with the substantialist metaphysics underlying the classical aesthetic of imitation. The Aristotelian idea of concept formation, the hermeneutic legitimacy of which seems to me indisputable, points rather to the dimension of the possible, and therefore also to the critique of reality, of which not only ancient comedy has given us a strong taste, even though so much classical theory of imitation claims Aristotle as its model. But I will stop here. The ongoing dialogue permits no final conclusion. It would be a poor hermeneuticist who thought he could have, or had to have, the last,